5 girls were taken. Only one survived. For 12 years, she's been trying to remember why. This is The Fifth Girl, a gripping mystery thriller about a detective haunted by the only case she could never solve. A serial killer who has returned to finish what he started, and a past buried so deeply that recovering the truth may cost her everything. 12 years ago, they left me for dead. I woke beneath a blanket of cold earth with no memory of how I got there. My body was broken. A strange symbol had been carved into my skin. The other 4 girls were never found alive. I was the 5th girl, the one who escaped, the one who couldn't remember. Now I'm Detective Alexandra Marshall, and I've spent my career hunting monsters. Every case I solve brings justice to someone else, but never to the 4 girls whose screams still echo through the corners of my mind. Then the bodies begin to appear. Young women are found murdered in the pine forests surrounding the mountain town of Newport, each bearing the same symbol carved into their skin. Before the police connect the crimes, I already know the truth. He's back. As another woman disappears, the town closes ranks. Witnesses refuse to talk. Old secrets refuse to stay buried. And every answer leads me closer to the one memory my mind has fought to erase for more than a decade. Because this time, the killer isn't just hunting another victim. He's hunting the only girl who ever escaped him. The 5th girl. Prologue. Location unknown. Time unknown. The pines creaked, swayed, sighed. It was the sound that found her first. The pain came second. She opened her eyes and didn't know where she was. High above, the jagged tops of the trees arced into the pale yellow sky, the kind you see just before dawn. From this angle, they looked like teeth. Great, terrible teeth. Like she was staring out of the throat of some awful beast. She tried to move. Couldn't. Tried to speak. Couldn't. She tried to call out. Tried to breathe, tried to swallow, couldn't. The pain was everywhere, blinding, obliterating thought from her mind. It ran in long, pulsing strands across her skull, from above her left eye to the crown of her head, so sudden, so overwhelming that all she could do was let out a long, guttural mewl, a sob that started deep in the pit of her belly and rose through her crushed throat. A hot tear cut its way down her cheek. She sniveled, coughed, winced, and cried at the pain, shied away. But there was no hiding from it. Why couldn't she move? The girl tried to turn her head, almost passed out from the pain. She breathed slow, forcing herself not to panic. But she didn't know where she was, didn't know who she was. The thought came quickly. A knife to the chest plunged deep, twisted. What the fuck was going on? The world eased into focus by the second, and she began to make out what was around her, what was above her, on top of her, what was pinning her, immobilizing her. Dark tendrils in a mad tangle. She could smell earth, sweat, blood. The girl trembled, tried to move her hands, bring them up from their positions, one at her side, the other folded awkwardly under her back. She tried to twist, tried to lift herself. More pain, more darkness. She gasped, the sky brighter now. She'd lost consciousness, she knew that. For how long? Doesn't matter. Got to move. Got to do something. Got to get out. She pulled at her arm once more, slowed, looking upward through the bloodied mat of hair stuck to her forehead, and fell still, staring into the eyes of another girl. She was over her, inverted, their foreheads touching. But this girl, she wasn't, oh God, she was dead. Bile rose in her throat, choked her, bled between her teeth, acrid and sweet. She gagged, grimaced, spat it over her chin, her shoulder. Move, move, move your fucking arm, she screamed at herself in her head, fighting the pain, the blackness that wanted to take her, that wanted to drag her down. Forever, she thought. If she let it, she'd never wake again. Inch by inch, she pulled her arm free, not meeting the dead girl's eyes, and reached upward, over another arm, grabbing at a handhold she tried not to think about, the gentle curve of a hip, purchase found on the protruding pelvic bone. The dead girl watched her all the time, but she wasn't the only one. Another set of eyes found her in the darkness, then another. 3. No, 4, she thought numbly, as she crawled her way free, the bodies around her shifting and falling into her place. The sunlight grew stronger, light guiding her as she hauled herself upward, out of the throat of the monster. She reached out, her fingers finding dirt, and she took a handful, trying not to focus on the fact that her right hand was missing all its fingernails, the beds bloody and raw. The ground began to come away in her hand, and she reached farther, sank her fingers into the bed of pine needles, pulled with everything she had, with more than she had. There was a dull thud of bodies behind her as the dead girls, settled once more into the earth. She crawled, one bloodied fistful of life at a time, the girls behind seeming to hold on to her, like they were grabbing at her legs, lying across her ankles, trying to pull her back into the grave. She dared not look back, not think about where she'd woken up or how she'd got there. She couldn't remember anything, didn't know anything, not even her own name. All she knew was that she was alive, that there was daylight bleeding through the pines ahead of her, and she was never going back. Chapter 1. Spokane Field Office, Special Investigations Department, Monday, October 19th, 9:03 a.m. Alexandra Marshall had barely sat down at her desk when her phone started ringing. She settled into her office chair almost awkwardly, wincing a little as she did, and put her coffee down next to her keyboard, logging in instinctively before she reached for the phone. "Marshall," she said, waiting for her ancient computer to come to life. She glanced down at the handset on the desk, saw EXT.019 on the little screen. Internal extension. Dispatch. Before the response even came, she knew what this was going to be. "Detective," the response came, a polite introduction without preamble. Alex respected that, preferred it. Small talk was the worst. "We got a call late last night from the sergeant of Newport PD, out near the Colville Res, requesting state assistance." "Yeah," Alex said, sitting back in her chair and reaching for her coffee. "And what trouble have they got themselves into up there?" The possibilities ran through her head. Hit and run, missing person, someone waving a hunting rifle around in a bar. Calls like this came in from small towns all the time, the local police departments overwhelmed by almost anything and everything. "Multiple homicide," the dispatcher said plainly. 2 bodies dropped on consecutive days, and the sergeant says the police chief has disappeared too. Alex straightened in her chair. "And why are you calling me?" The question wasn't accusatory, more curious. There were a dozen detectives in the Special Investigations Department at the Spokane Field Office. "I was told you're the expert on these kinds of cases, and to pass anything of this nature over to you specifically." "Cases with what nature?" Alex probed. "The ritualistic kind," the dispatcher said. "The fucked up ones." Alex was the expert in those. She'd made a point of it, and she'd also made a point of making it known that if dispatch got a call like this, about a case like this, that if it didn't land on her desk, there'd be hell to pay. They were hers, end of story. Ritualistic. The word made her heart beat harder. "Talk," Alex said. 2 victims, both female, 23 and 28. Strangulation and stabbing. Multiple stabbing, bodies left in the open. "And," Alex said, sensing there was more, hoping there was more. "Bodies showed up with markings." Alex all but ground her teeth. For a dispatcher, the guy was being tight-lipped. "What kind of markings?" she practically squeezed out, blood pulsing heavily in her temples. "Symbols cut into their skin," the sergeant said. "He sent the file over to me, forwarding it to you now. If this is the kind of thing you want— Yes, it is, Alex said, trying to keep the impatience out of her voice. Send me the file. And these markings, these symbols, what are they? There was a gentle crackle on the line, as though the dispatcher didn't want to say it. Alex's nostrils flared, her frustration rising. He started. They're what? The sergeant said they're tarot symbols? Alex paused, stared at the slowly swirling steam rising from her coffee cup. Detective, are you there? I'm here, Alex said, her voice barely a croak. Is something wrong? Alex shut her eyes. No, she said, forcing herself to take a breath. Send me the file, she replied. I want it. You sure? I'm fucking sure. By 9:06 a.m., she was reading the file. At 9:29 a.m., she was climbing into the driver's seat of her unmarked black Ford Explorer Police Interceptor. She closed the door and lifted her hands in front of her, watching them shake in the glow of the halogens burning in the underground parking lot. Slowly, she curled them into fists, took a deep breath, and then let it out. She reached across to the passenger seat, leafed open her satchel, and pulled out the brown folder containing the case file forwarded from Newport PD. Everything they had since the first body had dropped. It had been just 72 hours since then, the second coming less than 24 hours later. And though there hadn't been a third, Newport PD's chief, one Madeline Bell, Alex picked out as she scanned the file for the 5th time, was now missing. Suddenly, mysteriously, after relentlessly investigating the case for 2 days. She'd stayed late at work after everyone had gone home, and then no one heard from her until her car was discovered outside town the following morning. And now the town was rudderless. Not a detective among the remaining officers there. Enter Washington State Police. Alex sighed, trying to calm herself and read on, the information refusing to go in no matter how many times she read it. This is what she'd been waiting for. This is what she'd been waiting for. The words just went around and around in her head. This was it. First victim, 23, social media influencer, strangulation. The symbol of the fool carved into the inside of her left thigh. Second victim, 28, school teacher, multiple stab wounds, the high priestess carved over her heart. Madeline Bell, 32, chief of police, missing, whereabouts unknown. But it wouldn't be long, Alex thought grimly, until that changed. All 3 of them were the right victim type, and the marks they were given? Her hand leapt instinctively to the right side of her neck, fingertips moving over the raised lines there, faded with the years, but still stark under her touch. Something flashed in her periphery then, a knock at the window, sudden enough to make her jump in her seat. Alex swore, making out the face of her boss, Captain Thomas Doyle, swimming in the half-light beyond the glass. He knocked on the window, his wide mouth pressed into a sharp, flat line in his clean-shaven face, betraying him as being on the wrong side of happy. Alex rolled it down. "What are you doing?" he asked, stepping back and beckoning her out of the car. She stayed where she was, looking around the cabin of the Explorer. "Right now? Sitting. In about 10 seconds, driving." "And where exactly are you driving to?" Tom asked her, eyes narrowing a little. "Newport," she replied, trying to hide the tremor she'd not been able to shake from her voice since receiving the file. "Yeah," he said, "I know that. And I see you put in a request for Kevin Sue and Dana Garcia to head out there as well?" "I did. And you didn't think to run any of this by me?" He arched a bushy eyebrow, his graying hair glowing in the light from the strip lamp over his head. Alex took stock of his expression, his posture. He was not happy. The initial assessment had been correct, and she knew why. "I felt time was of the essence," she lied. "I was going to call you from the road." Also a lie. She'd been working under Captain Thomas Doyle for 4 years, and in those 4 years, she had solved 24 cases, more quickly and with more success than any other detective in the Spokane field office. And as a result, her captain, who insisted she called him Tom, trusted her. to do her job, to lead her own cases, to get it done. But that trust, that respect, went both ways. All he asked was that she kept him looped in, which this time she hadn't, and he was pissed. And within his rights to be, and Alex knew that there was no lying to him about the reason why, and nor would she have been able to. The dispatcher might not have known why she wanted this case, but Tom did, and he was going to make her say it too. He came forward, stern expression breaking, and put his hands on the sill of the window. "Get out of the car, Alex," he said softly. Most detectives weren't on a first-name basis with him. Most detectives weren't like Alex. Scratch that. No detectives were like Alex. "You going to let me get back in if I do?" she asked. "You going to tell me why you're running out of here like your ass is on fire without so much as an email letting me know you're going?" "I think you already know the answer to that," she said stiffly. "So then why do it?" He didn't lean in farther, knew not to. No one else knew Alex. Not really. Not at all. But Tom did. It was his business to. It was his condition for bringing her on, despite the warnings not to. Not like psych evals are worth the paper they're written on anyway. Alex swallowed, looked away from his soft, caring eyes, not wanting to see them, to feel them. "This could be the one," she muttered. Tom heard it, took it, processed it, more the way she said it than the words themselves, but he knew exactly what they meant. "And you're ready?" he asked carefully, his eyes moving across her scarred face, lingering there for a moment before dropping down to her neck. Alex wanted to say yes, wanted to nod, wanted to do anything other than just sit there in silence. "I'm sending Riley," Tom said then, as though the hesitation was enough for him to make a decision. He stepped back, opened her door, a clear invitation to get out of the car. "No!" The word leapt from her before she could stop it. Alex looked up at him. "No," she said, more firmly then, more measuredly. "This is too much for you," Tom told her. "Let Riley handle it. I'll have him out there by lunch." "Fuck that," she replied. Tom bristled. "Excuse me?" "I mean, no," she said instead. "I'm better than Riley. And this case, 2 bodies already? Another missing? The chief of police, no less. Her department is scrambling, and the clock's ticking. It's just a matter of time until the killer drops another body, if he hasn't already. The captain going missing can't be a coincidence. She'll be dead soon, if she's not already." Tom was a good captain, and had been a damn good detective too. He knew what she was saying was true, and he knew that she was better than Riley. She looked up at her captain. "I can get this guy. I can find him. I can stop him," Alex said, the words coming like a mantra. She almost believed them even. "And you really think it could be him? The man who did this to you?" "I don't know." Alex met his gaze finally. "But even if it's not, he still needs to be caught." "He does," Tom answered slowly. "I just don't know if you're the right person to do it. Your focus is split. A woman's life is at stake." "That's exactly why I'm the right person to do it," Alex said, pulling the door closed sharply. "Because I'm the only one who fucking understands." Chapter 2. Washington State Police, Office of Psychological Services, Internal Email Chain, Confidential. 2. Captain Thomas Doyle. From Dr. Elaine Ambrose. Subject: Alexandra Marshall, immediate concern. Captain Doyle, I'm reaching out because I just received word that, despite my recommendations, you hired Alexandra Marshall. I'd like to reiterate that during her mandatory psychological evaluation, she displayed clear indicators of chronic hypervigilance, suppressed anger, impulsive stress response patterns, and a troubling lack of transparency regarding both her personal history and her underlying motivations for pursuing this career path. My report on these factors was extensive. Despite her positive qualities, I do not feel that they should be ignored, and that placing her in the field is irresponsible and potentially even dangerous. I'd be glad to discuss this matter further with you. Kindest regards, Dr. E. Ambrose, Forensic Psychologist, Washington State Police. 2. Dr. Elaine Ambrose. From Captain Thomas Doyle. Subject: Re. Alexandra Marshall. Immediate concern. Dear Dr. Ambrose, thank you for your concern. It is noted. However, please don't tell me how to do my job, and I won't tell you how to do yours. I take full responsibility for Alexandra Marshall and her actions. She is far more than a test result, and sometimes a chance is all someone needs to prove people wrong. Regards, Captain Thomas Doyle. Chapter 3. Newport, West. Monday, October 19th, 2:43 p.m. Alex Marshall rolled into Newport as the sun was beginning its slow descent toward the western ridge, pine-laden, encasing this town like so many others. Alex stooped forward against the wheel so that her chin was almost on her knuckles and scanned the landscape, beautiful and frightening in equal measure, vast and claustrophobic, silent and alive with the roar of a million bristling pine needles all at once. The kind of landscape that made it easy to hide, hard to track, and impossible to search. Washington State covered 71,000 square miles, which might sound like a nothing number, but it makes it larger than Cambodia, a third bigger than Greece, and more than twice the size of Portugal. If it were a country in itself, it would be the 88th largest in the world, bigger than 107 others, a sprawling, unforgiving, on fire in the summer and buried under 50 feet of snow in the winter, maze of valleys, rivers, and mountain peaks that stretched to over 14,000 feet. The brutal Cascades bisect the state north to south, creating a dual climate of soaked rainforest in the west and arid steppe in the east. In the north, hugging the border, its endless pine forests are so deep and vast they'd never find your body. And in the south, prairie and farmland all the way to the horizon in every direction. It's home to Mount St. Helens, whose 1980 eruption was the largest in the States since 1917, the world's largest lava plateau, and enough back roads, abandoned logging towns, mining settlements, and isolated properties that any serial killer with a pair of brain cells to rub together could do his work and then simply disappear. The ground all but swallowing him up in a place like Washington. Which was exactly why Alex Marshall believed to her bones that he was still out there. The white-ringed green Newport, Washington sign flashed by. Population 9,281. A rough figure, Alex thought absently. Always was. No way to tell who was going or coming to a town like this. A couple of darkened granite peaks lanced out of the trees in the distance. Not snow-capped yet, but it had be coming. October was wearing on, and the seasons turned on a dime this far north. It was damp now, the sky bruised and mottled like it was gearing up for something big. There was no rain yet, but it was coming. It always was. A layer of fog and low-hanging cloud haloed the forests, a low ceiling of moisture lying over Newport like a blanket. The town loomed, wide Main Street, iron bridge over the water, blood red with rust. Pickup trucks and weathered men in plaid shirts they'd owned since the 70s, casting their eyes toward the newcomer, knowing every car that's supposed to be in Newport, and every one that's not. And Alex's Explorer stuck out like a sore thumb here. There's something about small towns. The people there have a sixth sense about cops. They can feel them coming as much as see them. Her phone buzzed in the center console, and she picked it up, seeing a message from Dana Garcia, the crime scene technician she'd requested for this case. Alex had texted her a few minutes earlier as she was approaching town. The message said Dana and Kevin Sue were an hour behind. Alex laid down the phone and guided her truck through town, cataloging the shops, the bars, the restaurants, mapping the place in her mind as she trundled forward between the blinking traffic lights. She followed the route on the screen on the dashboard, headed for the police station. She turned off Main and headed along a straight road, the town morphing from urban to wild in the matter of 2 blocks, it felt like. as though all of Newport was huddled around that one street for warmth. It wasn't surprising. Lots of towns like this were the same, bunched on the flat valley bottom, mountains rising around. When night came, the hillsides would light up with properties speckling the valley walls. Isolated properties tucked in the trees, connected by a series of rough, single-track roads. The station was squat and tired. A low-slung, single-story building with a petrol blue, wood-paneled exterior, gutter moldings that would have once been white, small windows to keep the heat in during winter, and a wide, bare gravel and dirt parking lot that had fit 100 cars but only housed 3. She parked and got out, the chill of the mountain air lacing its way between the buttons on her shirt. Alex strode forward, up the 2 brick steps of the station, and reached for the door. She stopped, hand on the handle, catching sight of herself in the glass for a moment. Her short, dark hair cut herself in the mirror with kitchen scissors. Her pale skin that hid her faded scars until her skin flushed with the cold. Her features, still surprising to her even after all these years. Her eyes, the only thing she thought ever belonged to her. Alex blinked, did a double take. Someone else was behind the glass, nested in her reflection. The officer standing there reached out, pushed the door open toward her. "It's not locked," he said, his brow creasing. The guy was tall, probably 6'4", with a thin, almost wispy mustache. He looked no older than 25, still not grown into his body. He hunched forward a little, as though not used to being tall, his eyes magnified behind thick glasses. Any other time, Alex would have thought that it was bring your kid to work day. But the dark blue uniform, the badge on the chest, the name tag that read Sergeant Pendlebury betrayed him not just as an officer of this police department, but as the one who'd put in the call to the state police. "Thanks," Alex said. She moved past Pendlebury, stepping clear of him and quickly out of arm's reach and into the station. She turned, looked around. Reception area not separated from the bullpen. 6 desks, 2 offices at the back. She could see the sign on the one on the right, Chief Madeline Bell. The door was open, the office dark. Other than Pendlebury, there were 2 other people there, a girl in her late 20s behind the front desk, a loose cardigan around her shoulders, a vacant look in her eyes, and another officer, no more than 21 on his best day, freckled, a mess of red hair around his head. Alex would have pegged him as 3 kids stacked inside a trench coat if she couldn't see his legs under his desk. Her mind worked. The other, more senior officers were out searching for their chief, of course, or out running down leads on the killer. As Alex put that together, she could feel all 3 sets of eyes on her. Pendlebury, all legs and arms, scuttled forward until he was in front of her, still hunched in, an unmistakable grin of relief on his face. "You must be the detective they sent us from state," he said with an audible sigh, putting his hands on his hips and shaking his head. Alex narrowed her eyes slightly, reached to the hem of her canvas chore coat and pulled it back, revealing the state police badge on her right hip, just in front of her standard-issue Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol. "Guilty as charged," she replied carefully, still eyeing Pendlebury. "We're sure glad you're here," he said. "Since Maddie went missing, we're not sure which way to turn." "Maddie?" Her eyes flitted to the door over Pendlebury's shoulder. "You mean Chief Bell?" He blanched a little. "Right, yeah, of course," he laughed, correcting himself. "It's just, gosh, I've known Maddie since, forever." He put his hand on his forehead with a dull slap, mouth open dumbly. "Since school, really." "High school?" Alex hazarded. "Grade school," he laughed, the sound like something out of a goofy cartoon. Alex cleared her throat, confused, and stepped back. "How old are you, Sergeant?" 29, he said proudly. "And—" She turned her attention to the kids in the trench coat. 23, the kid with the red hair nodded. Alex swiveled to the girl behind the desk. She lifted a hand lazily. 26. Alex was stunned. Sure, she was only on the high side of 30 herself, but Wait, Alex said, turning back to Pendlebury. So that means Chief Bell is 31, he finished for her. Well, 32. She had her birthday just last month. We had this chocolate cake, 7 layers, and… Alex held up a hand to shut him up. She'd read the file notes, knew that Maddie was young for a job like this, but looking around the room at all the fresh faces, it dawned on her just how young 32 was to run a police department. And the other officers, the older officers, she said, not mincing her words or disguising her tone. They're out looking for Maddie? Pendlebury stuck out his bottom lip. Just Hale and Boone, except Boone's not his real name. We just call him Boone because… I honestly couldn't care less, Alex said, blinking in pure astonishment. Are they also 12 years old? No, of course not. Boone's, 27? And, well, Hale's old. He's like 42 or something. I don't know. He's been here forever, like longer than any of us. Alex's brain reeled. So you've got 4 officers, 3 of whom are below the age of 30, and a chief to cover this entire town? And no detectives? Pendlebury shook his head. Nope. Well, not unless you count Maddie. She was a detective over in Spokane, but when her dad retired, she came back to run this place. Well, sort of. She was back in town on account of her mom, but it all just seemed to come together like that. Pendlebury waggled a finger. I reckon her dad might have had a hand in it. I don't know for sure, but he's like that. If he wants to make something happen, he makes it happen. Now John, Big John we call him, he was a legend. Was chief here for 30 years till his wife got sick. She was in a bad way. Headlines, Sergeant, Alex said sharply. Right. Pendlebury nodded, not offended, just friendly, naive, green. 3 things that there was no room for now. 3 things that were no help to Alex at all. He stepped back and Maddie stepped in, filled his shoes, so to speak. 1 in, 1 out, he said brightly. And this John Bell ran the department with just the 4 of you under him? She looked around, hopeful that a handful of seasoned officers were going to leap out of a closet and yell, "Surprise!" at any moment. Oh gosh, no, Pendlebury laughed. There was like 3 others, people who'd been here years. I guess they all wanted John's chair. He put his hand to the side of his mouth as though to shield the next part from unwanted ears. And the pay bump that came with it, if you catch my drift. I think I can work it out, Alex said, bordering on incredulous. Detective, remember? Of course, Pendlebury chuckled. But when Maddie came back, she just… He made a rocketing motion with his hand. Straight to chief. No messing, no interviews, nothing. And that put the older guys' noses out of joint. They threatened to walk unless John stepped in and reversed the decision. But he wouldn't budge. He's not much for budging. You'll understand when you meet him. Alex hummed, a picture quickly forming. John Bell played favorites with his daughter, ousted his most senior officers in the process, and left Newport PD to a group of teenagers who've never stepped foot outside this valley. She squeezed her eyes shut and let out a long, frustrated groan, not bothering to veil it at all. You don't seem all that worried about your chief, Alex said then, the words coming out as they came to her. Considering the circumstances, the violent murders and all. Well, now you're here, we got nothing to worry about, right? Alex looked up at him, found 3 sets of expectant eyes on her. We love Maddie, but we're not trained for this sort of thing. Hell, this is Newport. Up till last week, the biggest case I worked was Mr. Druther's stolen lawnmower, except it wasn't stolen. He just let it run on its own, and it found its way into the creek next to his house. He's a bit of a drinker and… Pendlebury! Alex snapped him off. Shut up! I'm trying to think. She lifted her hands like a conductor, signaling them all to be quiet while she figured out what the hell to do. But before she could assume control of anything, the front door burst open behind her. Chapter 4. Newport, Washington, Monday, October 19th, 3:11 p.m. All four of them turned, Alex's hand leaping to the grip of her pistol. A man was standing in the doorway, hunched forward, hand on the frame, shoulders rising and falling quickly as he raked in deep, heavy breaths. He was wearing a dark green police poncho, the hood pulled back, but his face still obscured by a weather-beaten Newport PD baseball cap. Pendlebury came forward quickly, tried to lace a hand under the new arrival's arm to lift him. He pushed the sergeant off and stood straight, his blue eyes gleaming from his ruddy, slightly dirty face. He had curled hair, wet with the weather and sweat, sticking out from under the cap, a layer of stubble across his jaw that betrayed him as the oldest member of their department. The old man who Pendlebury had described. Hale. The poncho had the words Canine Unit on the chest, and she could hear the distant bark of a dog. Could see now a mud-splattered department pickup in the parking lot. Hale looked at Alex for a moment, not saying anything, surprised by the new face, until Pendlebury tried touching him again. "Get off," he said this time. "I'm not hurt." "Detective Alex Marshall, Washington State Police. What's happened?" Alex showed off her badge once more and stepped forward, taking control. "It's Maddie," he said, glancing at the others in the room. All of them leaned in. "I found her jacket, up past the overlook, in the woods," Hale said. He was exhausted, sodden, his boots and gaiters caked in muck. He'd been out looking for her, scouring the forests around the town. Alex was glad to see at least someone was doing something. The words left his mouth, and silence fell. Pendlebury looked at the other two in the room, and they stared back, no one moving or doing anything. Alex waited and quickly realized that they weren't going to move until told. "Well," she said, shooing them toward the door. "Go!" Pendlebury and Trenchcoat snapped to attention, nodding like it was now obvious to them, and scrambled toward the door, mashing their way through it, shoulder to shoulder. Hale watched them scarper down toward a patrol car and shook his head, looking back at Alex, appraising her. "You're from State?" he asked. She nodded. "Thank God," he replied, resting his head against the door. "I'm glad you're here. God knows we need all the help we can get right now." He tilted his head backward toward the two officers fighting over the driver's door handle like kids. Alex wasn't sure if it was conscious or subconscious, but either way, the comment was warranted. He extended a hand to her. "Tyler Hale," he said. Alex stared at it, and Hale read the pause, turned his palm toward himself, saw the dirt there. He retracted it quickly, wiped it off on his even dirtier jeans. "Apologies," he said. Alex smiled for just the briefest moment, forced and uncomfortable. But she was relieved he made that assumption. "I'm going to get back out there," he said, gesturing toward his truck. "While there's still a trail. Rain's coming in tonight. I'm guessing you want to stay here, get up to speed." Alex shook her head. "No," she said plainly, striding forward. "Chief Bell is still missing. The other victims are already dead." Hale stiffened a little at the comment, at the connotation, but he accepted it with a little nod. The person investigating the murders going missing in such short order, it was no coincidence, which meant the clock was ticking. That was, if time hadn't already run out. Alex climbed into her Explorer, watching as the receptionist, the only one left in the building, brought Hale a steaming thermos of coffee and a donut. She reached up, tipped his hat back a little to get a better look at his face, and then put her hand on his shoulder. He nodded to her, said something reassuring that made her smile, and then turned away, pushing the donut into his mouth. He was the oldest, the most experienced, and it seemed like as good as a father to these kids, and it seemed like it was falling on him to rescue Maddie, heavy as that burden was. Alex watched him cross to his truck and open the back door. A Belgian shepherd standing up on the seat, as filthy as its owner, lifted its nose at the smell of baked goods. Hale tore a big chunk off the donut and tossed the rest to the waiting dog, who inhaled it in a single mouthful. How long they'd been out searching, she didn't know, but he was barely stopping for any kind of fuel, and she expected, by the determined look in his eye, that he'd be out there as long as it took. Small towns like this, police departments were often more like family than anything else. No outside support, small numbers. People who were in school, in kindergarten, working together. Neighbors, cousins half the time. When one went down, they all felt it. Pendlebury and Trenchcoat weren't exempt from that feeling. They just didn't know what to do when things went against them. Alex let out a long breath and started the car. If she held any thin hope of local assistance before arriving, it was waning by the moment. And she couldn't call Doyle, couldn't tell him that she couldn't handle this? No. God, no. She wasn't going to risk this one slipping through her fingers. Not a chance. She pulled away quickly, falling in behind Hale, who was herring out of the parking lot and back onto the road into town. They swung onto the main street in convoy, no lights, and streaked toward the outskirts, the road climbing out of town and winding into the trees, the weak afternoon light sputtering and dying around them. Alex's headlights flared to life, cutting through the gloom, lighting up the back of Hale's truck, the old Chevy Silverado, belching black smoke as the hulking diesel engine roared its way up the mountain. She kept hard on his tail, almost leaving the patrol car behind as the road snaked left and right and then broke from the trees onto an exposed bluff overlooking the town. Alex saw a sign on the right signaling that the Newport Dam was a mile farther on up the road, but it had another sign bolted right across it that said, "Road closed, no through access." Hale braked in front of her, red taillights cutting the gloom, and pulled the truck into a big, gravel-laden overlook that gave a panoramic view down at Newport. There was a Subaru Forester with local plates parked there already, just sitting, facing out over the city. Alex pulled up next to Hale's truck and got out. Before she'd even closed the door, the Belgian Shepherd that Hale had fed the donut to came wheeling around the truck and running toward her. Hale let out a low whistle from the other side, and the dog slammed on the brakes, skidding on the stones, and then scarpered back to its owner. By the time Alex circled after the dog, she was already harnessed up and ready to go. "She didn't jump on you, did she?" Hale asked. Alex shook her head, looking at the Subaru. "No, didn't get that far," she said, keeping her distance from him. "That Maddie's car?" Hale nodded. "Yeah, someone called it in last night. A lot of people come up here to have sex in their cars," Alex said flatly. "That and smoke weed, just hang out. Popular with teens. It's a nice spot at night." "It's not bad in the day," Alex admitted, pocketing her hands against the wind, stronger this high up. She looked out past Newport, up the long valleys, the high peaks of the Cascades visible in the far distance, just swimming in and out of view as the clouds drifted by. Maddie left the station late Saturday night. That's the last time anyone saw her. Car appeared here sometime before Sunday morning. No one thought anything of it, I guess. It got called in last night. I was on call, and I knew it had to be Maddie. I raced up here and found it like this. "And Maddie?" "No sign," Hale said. "I had Millie with me." He reached down and ruffled the dog's head, who panted happily. "Car was unlocked, and I could see Maddie's phone inside. I opened it, checked the phone, but couldn't see anything." Alex looked around at the area as Pendlebury finally arrived. A curved road, the overlook ahead, endless forest behind. She stepped toward the guardrail, looking down the long, steep slope beyond. "What did you do with the phone?" she asked aloud, leaning over. "Bagged and tagged it," Hale said, raising his voice over the wind. "It's at the station, but I came straight back out here to look." "In the dark?" Alex asked, turning back to him. "Millie's eyes aren't what make her useful," he answered back, as though the question was borderline insulting. Alex looked down at the dog, panting happily, raring to get back out and do her job. Good girl, she thought, turning back. "And you looked—" She lifted her chin toward the bluff. Hale nodded. Millie took a good look around the car, and she knows Maddie's scent. I sent her down, but she found nothing. We picked up the trail a few hundred yards into the trees this morning, Hale said, pointing into the forest now. Tracked it to Maddie's jacket. And where's the jacket now? Still there, Hale said. Boone's holding down the scene. Boone being the other officer Pendlebury had mentioned, Alex thought. I appreciate you getting me up to speed, she said. She'd put Kevin Sue, the digital forensic technician she'd requested, on the phone the second he arrived. Just because Hale found nothing didn't mean there wasn't anything to find. She'd have Garcia check the car too, pull DNA, prints if there were any to pull. It could be something. You ready? Hale asked. Alex nodded as Pendlebury got out, squinting at the Subaru like he'd never seen it. He strode over, reaching for the door handle. Sergeant, Alex said firmly. He froze, looked over. Crime scene, she said, disbelieving she even had to. Fingerprints. Contamination. He stared at her. Move away from the car, Joel, Hale said tiredly. He held his hands up innocently, as though still not quite grasping what he'd done wrong. Let's go, Hale said, squinting into the sky. Light's going to fade pretty quick. You got a flashlight? In the car, Alex answered. Bring it. He began walking, Millie pulling at her leash. And keep up. It's thick bush in there, and we don't exactly have the bodies to send out a second search party if you get lost. Chapter 5. Newport, Washington. Monday, October 19th, 3:49 p.m. The forest swallowed them whole. Alex had expected to need the flashlight on the way out, not in. But after what seemed like a couple of steps, she stumbled and was forced to flick it on. The ground was covered in pine needles and other loose brush. Twigs and branches, moss and ferns, and 1,000 fallen trees, some small enough to step over, others thick enough she had to climb. Millie the shepherd led Hale at the head of their train, bounding over every hurdle like it were nothing, Hale following behind, navigating the forest like a pro. But that's what he was. As a canine officer, he'd spent a lot of his time out here leading search and rescues. And even if he wasn't working, she suspected this was where he got away to. He had that look about him, someone more at home the farther from civilization he got. Alex kept her eyes trained on his back and did her best to keep up. Every now and then she'd step on something soft, sink to the ankle in a quagmire, a squelch suck of deep mud that would pull at her boot and drag her off balance. Hale glanced back a few times, but Alex was the least of his worries. Behind the pair of them, Pendlebury and Trenchcoat, whose name Alex thought she should probably learn, were falling behind and falling down, in equal measure. Hale pulled up, standing on a fallen, moss-covered alder, and put his hands on his hips. He lifted his fingers to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. It echoed and died in the forest, and the two officers at the rear stopped their trundling and bickering and looked up. Hale cycled his hand in the air. "Pick up the pace," he said. They seemed to know better than to answer him back, nodding instead, mud-splattered and sweaty. Hale's eyes fell to Alex then, and he nodded. "Not far now," he told her. "Another 100 yards or so." She returned the gesture and scrambled over the log with Hale's help. "How did you even find anything out here?" Alex asked, looking around. The place was impenetrable, and there were no landmarks. A labyrinth. "I can't take any credit," he said, reaching down and ruffling Millie's head. Wet dog smell rose in the thick air and hung there, Millie's hair standing on end where Hale had petted her. She looked at Alex expectantly and was denied the affection she clearly wanted. "Let's get going," Hale said, looking at the others. "We'll pick them up on the way back if we need to." "You're not worried about them getting lost?" "Worried? No," Hale said, hopping down off the log, heels sinking into the ground. "Hopeful? Yes." Hale wasn't lying. It was just 100 yards more to go. Alex picked out the yellow police tape first, strung between two trees as a visual marker for the scene. "Boone?" Hale called out. Another young officer appeared from behind a large tree, looking tired. He had shaggy, near-black hair and a patchy beard that looked like it was just coming in. He lifted a hand to Hale, looking relieved. "Geez, I thought you weren't coming back." He looked at Alex, his brow crumpling. "Who's this?" "Stady," Hale said. "Here to play mother hen to you idiots." He sighed, hooking a thumb behind him toward Tweedledee and Tweedledum, who were emerging from the forest behind, brown up to the knees now. "That's not why I'm here," Alex corrected him plainly, looking at the scene. And that was being generous. It was a patch of forest like any other, with a rumpled jacket laid on the ground. It was tan corduroy with a dark brown collar, wool-lined. The earth around it was a little torn up, the fallen tree behind it covered in moss, showing some signs that someone had clambered up. Hale proffered it to Alex. "Have at it." She began to make a circle, checking the ground, tracks and prints, and immediately found 2 sets along with paw prints. It was like looking at a kaleidoscope, and it told her exactly what had happened, that Hale and Millie had been out here, that they'd spotted the jacket, run over, picked it up, turned in place, called out, searched around, and doubled back. If there was anything to find, it was muddied to hell now. When Alex looked up at Hale, he had a look of apprehension on his face. "Sorry," he said. "I saw it. I rushed over. I picked it up before I realized. It was the first sign of her." Alex set her jaw and shook her head, dismissing it. "It's fine," she said, looking at the log. "Looks like she was going this way." "Yeah," Hale said. "We picked up the trail on the other side. It runs for about 50 yards, then it stalls out. Millie couldn't pick anything up after that." "What's out there?" Alex asked, kneeling and fishing in her jacket pocket for a pair of nitrile gloves. Hale may have contaminated the scene, but she was going to do her best not to. If there was anything else to glean from this, forensic or otherwise, she was going to preserve it. "Out that way?" Hale raised his eyebrows. "Nothing. About 20 miles of forest, then you hit an old Forest Service road." "Would Maddie know that?" "She would, but I expect she went that way because there's a river about a mile as the crow flies that winds back down to town. Even in the dark, if you kept that on your left side, you'd get to civilization pretty quick." "And I'm guessing you made that trip?" "We got out as far as the river, but there was no sign of Maddie or any trail to pick up. I don't think she made it back to town." "No? And why not?" Alex watched him, reading his expression, the tension there. "Because I don't think she was alone out here." He nodded down at the jacket, and Alex lifted it by the shoulders. If Hale had already picked it up and put it down again, the chain of evidence was already broken. She saw what he meant immediately. Across the front was a wide slice, running from side to side, right across the opening. It was deep and deliberate, done with a knife and a hard slash. Someone had taken a swipe at Maddie, and they'd hit their mark. On either side of the cut material was blood soaked into the corduroy. Not enough to suggest that the blade had hit an artery or been a killing blow, but enough that Maddie wouldn't have been able to move full speed with a wound like that. Alex's grip tightened on the jacket. It would get cold out here at night. Maddie wouldn't sacrifice her jacket willingly. No, Alex thought. She shed her jacket on purpose. And there'd only be one reason why. She wanted to leave it behind. To be found. She wanted to leave a trail to be followed. Alex looked up at Hale, about to ask something else, but before she could open her mouth, she stopped, eyes drifting past Hale to the man lumbering through the trees behind him. Huge, moving fast, and with a look in his eyes about as murderous as Alex had ever seen. Chapter 6, Newport, Washington, Monday, October 19th, 4:04 p.m. The ground seemed to shiver under his weight. He bowled forward, arms swinging like wrecking balls. Alex, jacket still in hand, stood and let it fall to her side, taking a step back and reaching for her pistol. Pendlebury and Trenchcoat saw him coming and leapt out of the way, averting their eyes. Hale turned, saw him, and pulled back on Millie's leash, preventing her from getting trampled. And the fact that the three of them moved, instead of barring his path, told Alex they not only knew who this was, but knew better than to stand in his way. And that was the only thing that stopped her drawing the pistol that she now had a firm grip on. The stranger stepped past Hale and pulled up short of the muddied patch of earth, eyes wild and roving the ground. They scuttled left and right, and then climbed Alex, stopping at the jacket in her hand, his shoulders pumping with the exertion of running out here. Alex saw recognition there. He knew whose jacket it was, and it was the very reason he was out here. He took a big step forward, lunged for it with a shaking right hand. Alex pulled it out of reach, and, for the first time, he looked at her. "Give that to me," he said, his voice closer to a snarl than anything else. He dwarfed Alex. He was at least 6'5" by her reckoning, 250. He was broad and barrel-chested, the shape of a cinder block on end. He'd probably been fit, strong in his youth, but now, in his 60s, his body looked to be betraying him. His skin was sallow, blotchy, telltale signs he was hitting the bottle harder than anyone should. His grayed hair was wild, unkempt, his jaw and neck covered in the kind of rough stubble you could use to scrub a cast-iron pot. She shook her head at him, made the call to take her hand off her weapon, and pulled her own coat aside to show her badge. "This is evidence, and this is a crime scene, and you're a civilian." "I'm the chief of fucking police," he growled. "Former chief of police," Alex replied evenly. "I know who you are, Mr. Bell, and even if you were still an active officer, which you're not, then I still wouldn't let you manhandle crucial evidence, especially not while intoxicated." She narrowed her eyes, waiting for the reaction, and he fully obliged. "Give that to me, now," he demanded, the murderous look returning to his eyes. "No," Alex said, heart beating thickly against the inside of her ribs. She could feel the blood surging around her body, dumping adrenaline into her system, her body shivering with anticipation, begging the question of fight or flight. But Alex didn't run, not ever. "You have 10 seconds to remove yourself from this crime scene, or I will have you removed." John Bell narrowed his eyes at her. "And who exactly the fuck are you?" "My name is Alex Marshall, and I'm the special investigator assigned to this case by the Washington State Police. That's who exactly the fuck I am." She did all she could to keep her voice firm and even. "And you've now got 5 seconds." John Bell's mouth twisted grimly, half smile, half something far more terrifying. He leaned forward, stooping slowly until he was at Alex's level. "Yeah? You and what army?" Alex's blood ran a little cold, eyes flitting to Hale, Pendlebury, Trenchcoat, and Boone, the last three of whom all looked away sheepishly at Alex's glance. Only Hale held firm, teeth gritted, jaw flexing, watching the exchange unfold. The only one with enough experience, and balls, not to tuck tail and run when John Bell showed up, it seemed. Before she could look back at John, he moved, quicker than she gave him credit for. Bent forward, he was closer than she should have let him, his long arms within reach of his prize. His hand leapt out, took hold of the jacket, ripped it free of Alex's grasp so hard she stumbled forward, sank in the mud, and almost fell. Before she even righted herself, her pistol was in her hand, flying from the holster. It clacked to attention, leveled right at John Bell's chest. Alex stood, legs parted, stance strong, steadying her breathing, sights trained on John Bell's heart. He barely noticed, unfurling Maddie's jacket, inspecting it with decades of experience. But even with all those years under his belt, seeing the cut, the blood, he cracked. His lip trembled for a moment before he clamped down on it. "Put down the jacket," Alex told him, breathing through the now frantic pounding of her heart. "Now!" The word echoed in the silence. John turned so quickly that Alex nearly pulled the trigger. "This is my daughter," he roared, the trees seeming to draw back from the raw anger in his words. He lowered the jacket and stared right into the muzzle of Alex's gun. "And this is my town." He took a step forward. Alex held her ground. "And I'm not letting some fucking statey come in here when it's my daughter's life hanging in the goddamn balance, and—" One more step and she would have fired. And Alex wasn't the only one who knew that. There was a rush of feet. Millie darted past, and then Hale was between them, back to Alex, the space so small she was pressing the forward sights of the gun right between his shoulders. She lowered it as Hale took hold of John Bell by the shoulders, forcing him back, sliding in the mud as he tried to drive the old man. But he stood like an obelisk, staring over Hale's shoulder right into Alex's eyes. "John," Hale all but pleaded, voice strained. "John, look at me." Millie barked behind Alex, and she flinched, the noise sharp, high-pitched, stressed. It was enough to snap John out of it too, and he looked down at Hale. "I know it's Maddie," he said. "I know it is. That's why I've been out here all night and day looking for her. But John, she's not out here," he said, still holding him by the shoulders. "She's not. I promise you that. And tearing her jacket in two is not going to help find her." John's eyes fell from Alex's to the coat in his hands, the rage draining away, something softer, more painful etching itself on his face. "We're all trying to help, and we need the help," Hale told him, not much above a whisper. He turned his head just slightly, motioning to Alex behind him. A deathly silence had settled over the forest, heavy and cold. Hale could have whispered, and it still would have been deafening. John muttered a curse under his breath and shoved the jacket into Hale's chest. "Which way?" he asked. Hale swallowed, softened visibly at the question. He lifted a hand, pointing over the mauled tree, in the direction of the river, the direction that Maddie had gone. Without a word, John moved off, climbing over the trunk with some difficulty, favoring his right knee over his left. Alex watched it, saw the pain, felt the pain. He landed hard on the other side, steadied himself on a nearby tree, and then set off into the night. No light, no map, just the sheer, unflinching will of a parent who's lost a child. Alex watched him go, Hale turning back toward her, still holding Maddie's bloody jacket in his hands. He said nothing, didn't have to. They just stood there, listening as John Bell's footsteps faded with each step, until he drew a long, raking breath and called out into the darkness. "Maddie!" he yelled, voice straining at its limits. "Maddie!" But there was no reply, just silence, endless and cold. Chapter 7. Newport Police Department, Municipal Records. Letter of Recommendation, Chief of Police Appointment. Wednesday, June 21st, 2019. 2. Newport Town Council and Office of the Mayor. Appointment of Chief of Police. Dear Council members, I'm writing in my capacity as former Chief of Police of Newport, a position that you well know I held for more than 30 years, to put forward my strong recommendation for the appointment of Detective Madeline Bell as the next Chief of Police. As I'm sure you all remember, Detective Bell was raised in Newport before moving to Spokane, where she completed her undergraduate degree in criminal justice at WSU. She transitioned directly into the Spokane Police Academy, graduating top of her class before beginning her career in law enforcement as a patrol officer. At the earliest opportunity, she enrolled into the investigative training program and completed it with distinction, becoming the youngest female detective in Spokane PD's history. That promotion was not the result of ambition alone, but of sustained performance. Her supervisors consistently cited her diligence, judgment, and investigative instincts, the kind that cannot be taught. They also noted her ability to balance patience with decisiveness and empathy with authority. Qualities Newport PD has been in short supply of for some time. I am her father. I am fully aware of how that complicates this recommendation, which is why I urge you to verify everything stated above. You will find it accurate, and you should judge her on that record alone. Madeline knows this town. She understands its rhythms, its people, and its challenges. She is younger than the other candidates you're considering, men with decades of experience working at the Newport Police Department. But I can tell you this with certainty. They are not ready. Not for the power the office wields, nor the responsibility that it comes with. If they were, I would be recommending them instead, and would have done so before I stepped down. If you're questioning whether Madeline is ready either, then you're the right people to be making this decision. I could tell you she is, but I don't know for certain. What I do know is that she is more than capable of rising to the challenge, to any challenge. It was not my choice to step down. You know the reasons I had to, and if I could have remained, I would have. Because I was a good chief of police, and that's why Madeline is the right choice to succeed my office. Because she has all of my good qualities and none of my bad ones. She leads without ego, listens without weakness, and acts without cruelty. She has a strong moral compass, a steady hand under pressure, and a genuine concern for the people she serves. She is, simply put, the right person to lead this department and this town forward in a way I tried to, but never could, mostly because I could never get out of my own way. If she were not my daughter, I would advocate for her appointment even more forcefully, and it is for that reason that I ask you to consider this letter as coming not from her father, but from a chief of police who gave 3 decades of his life to this town. I understand that Madeline has not applied for this role herself. She believes, correctly, that she cannot escape the shadow of my name. She is too proud to risk appearing to follow in my footsteps rather than forging her own path. But do not allow her pride to preclude her from this job, the job that she is meant for. She is the better Belle, better than I could ever be. Do not risk losing her. Newport will suffer for it. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, John Bell, Chief of Police, retired, Newport Police Department. P.S. Should you see your way to appointing her to this role, I ask that you do not share this letter or its existence with Madeline. If she were to know, she would refuse the appointment outright. Chapter 8, Newport West, Monday, October 19th, 4:19 p.m. John Bell's mournful calls echoed in the silence. Even when he was out of sight, his voice carried, Maddie's name reverberating through the woods as he wound deeper and deeper, searching for his daughter. Alex curled her hands into fists and turned away from it, trying to shut it out, trying to clear the tightness that had settled in her throat. Darkness had seized the forest, and the scene was a mess beneath her feet. She looked from Hale to Pendlebury to Trenchcoat, the latter two standing dumbly, staring at the floor like they'd never seen it before. There was no point to this, no use, Alex being out there, the scene having been trampled, and even if it hadn't, Maddie wasn't in these woods. She knew that much. When she'd reached Newport, she'd had a plan. She needed to get up to speed on the investigation, the 2 women who'd been murdered. But before she could even open a file, she'd been swept out here, and now she was suddenly distinctly aware that time was ticking, that the killer had claimed 2 lives, and perhaps even a 3rd by now, and if not, he was getting close. Alex wasn't going to find Madeline Bell standing there in the darkness. A light rain had begun to fall, breaking itself on the canopy and misting down toward the ground. Alex had spent a lot of time in forests like this. She knew the ground, knew it would become a mire, a bog in minutes. The loamy soil soaking up moisture like a sponge. She'd be up to her knees in muck before she knew it, and any hope of finding a trail or lifting evidence would be gone. She let out a long sigh, resigning herself to the truth. "I'm heading back," Alex announced, looking toward Hale. Pendlebury and Trenchcoat seemed to brighten at that, Boone as well, still hovering in the wings, the 3 young officers hoping that this might mean the end of their duties here. Not that they were of any use anyway. Hale tucked his bottom lip under his top teeth as though thinking on that. "I'm going to stay out here," he said. "Do another sweep, and if nothing else, make sure John gets back in one piece." Alex nodded. It was likely the best use of his time for now. "If you find anything," she said, "call me straight away." She dug into a chest pocket of her jacket and pulled out a card, stepping forward and handing it to Hale. He took it with dirty fingers and looked down at it as though memorizing her name before he tucked it into his jeans. Millie, his Belgian shepherd, whined softly at his side, and he reflexively reached down and ruffled her hair. It stuck up, thick and wild with the rain. "I'll walk you back," he said, but Alex held up a hand. "I know my way," she replied. "You stay on John and try and keep him out of trouble, or at least out of this case?" She wanted it to sound like a statement, an order even, but she couldn't help but inflect upward at the end, making it sound almost like a question. Hale measured her for a moment, and then gave another nod, as though acquiescing to her station. But she didn't hold out much hope. As she glanced around at Boone, Pendlebury, and Trenchcoat, she wondered which of them had called him initially, because she knew one of them had. Bell wouldn't just know to be out here otherwise. No, he was summoned, which meant, as far as loyalties went, she couldn't count on any of the Newport Police Department to place her at the top of the totem pole, which made her life more difficult. It meant if she didn't want John Bell stomping all over the investigation like he had this scene, she'd have to play her cards close to her chest, at least until she knew who she could trust, though she'd never been the trusting sort. She gave Hale one final look and took off back toward her car. Pendlebury cleared his throat as she passed, lowering his head a little, hunching over to lower his towering stature reverently. "What do you want us to do?" he asked, glancing at his colleagues. Alex paused for just a moment and looked at the three of them in turn, letting out a soft sigh. "Whatever you think is best," she said, almost a little sourly. "And that would be?" Pendlebury asked hopefully. "I don't know," Alex said. "Canvass the town, look for witnesses, try to find the person who killed 2 women in the last 3 days." She shrugged emphatically. "You know, police work." Pendlebury smiled sheepishly. "Right, yeah, sorry, it's just that—" He began lifting his left hand as though to show her his watch, as though to signify that he was off the clock. Alex didn't even dignify that with a response, simply turned back toward the road and started marching, Hale's voice rising softly behind her, chastising Pendlebury. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" he asked harshly, and as she heard the boy's incomprehensible, incoherent, stammering reply, she couldn't help but smirk just a little to herself, though the smile quickly vanished when she realized that his incompetence was not something to be amused at, but rather was going to be another thing that would make this case all the more difficult to crack. Other than Hale, she didn't think that there was anyone here in Newport who was going to be able to help her. And as she walked, the rain falling softly on her jacket, chilling her skin, she felt the weight of that, of the case, of the 2 women already killed, and of Maddie as well, out there somewhere, maybe alone. But more worryingly, maybe not. Alex was about halfway between the scene and the road, she thought, when she slowed, a fallen tree in front of her. She eased over it, moss slick under her hands, and slapped down into the mud on the other side, finding her footing before she pressed on. But before she could take a step, she stopped, feeling something, perhaps sensing something. She'd never subscribed to any kind of preternatural beliefs, only what she could see, smell, taste, touch herself. And yet, she felt something out there. Instinctively, her right hand rose to her hip, brushing back the hem of her jacket and settling on the grip of her pistol. She held her breath, listening between heartbeats, scanning the trees around her. Perhaps Pendlebury had begun to make the walk back to the road too. She turned, but there was no one behind her, and yet she felt a presence, that someone was there, watching, just out of sight. The trees around her were shadows themselves. She could see perhaps 30 feet, no more, and with each passing moment, the light dwindled further, casting her further and further into darkness. She took a deep breath, settled herself, forced herself to think clearly, to ignore the parts of her that she didn't understand, and trust the parts of her that she did. She was alone out here. No one was watching. No one was lurking in the trees. And if they were... She let the hollow click of the safety catch on her holster coming free finish that thought for her. And with her hand gently rested on the grip, she pressed on. After what seemed like a long time, Alex stumbled from the trees and back onto the road, the black asphalt wet and shining. She checked her watch and saw that it was almost 5, and yet, with the clouds and the high surrounding ridges, Newport had already been resigned to the night. A long night, she thought. A killer's night. She checked her surroundings and then crossed the road briskly toward the car and climbed in. She looked up into the rearview mirror, back toward the tree line, unmoving, a yawning chasm of darkness, and couldn't help but wonder whether or not she'd imagined what she'd felt. She did her best to shrug it off, but struggled. Alex started the engine and let the warm air wash over her from the air conditioning vents, realizing only then how damp and cold she'd grown. She reached across to the passenger seat and lifted the files stacked there, skipping over the 2 victims until she got to Maddie's missing person report. She opened it and thumbed down to the details section, reading Maddie's full name, her age, her description, and then the thing she wanted, her address. She lifted her phone and typed it in, the route calculating, just 11 minutes away. A quick detour, she told herself, as she backed out onto the road and took off at pace back down the highway toward town, her full beams carving through the dark and drizzle. The layer of low, settled cloud that had taken the forest eased as she lost altitude, and by the time she got to town, slow, heavy droplets were falling, pattering the windscreen, punctuating the quiet in the cabin. Alex followed the route almost absently, thinking back to the scene she'd just seen, trying to unpack it, trying to visualize what had happened, and what would have driven Maddie to go there. If it was a lead, Alex would find it. If it was something else, she couldn't imagine that Maddie knew what she was walking into. If someone had invited her there, or told her to go there, and she went willingly, without telling anyone, then it meant she wasn't expecting to be taken, not to be hurt, and that meant the killer was someone who had her trust. Or at least someone she hadn't expected to betray it. Alex's mind flicked to John Bell, visualizing the big man, his rage. He'd been at the scene because somebody called him, but what if they didn't? What if he already knew to be out there? Perhaps he wasn't the one who took Maddie, but that didn't rule him out for the other 2 murders. Alex chastised herself for making the jump, for getting ahead of herself without anything to back it up. She shook that train of thought from her head, telling herself that she needed to walk before she could run on this. And by the time she'd convinced herself halfway, she was pulling in outside Maddie's house, an old, run-down rancher with peeling wooden siding tucked back behind some overgrown evergreens, a naked plum tree in the front garden, the grass a little overgrown, the garden not tended to at all, the consequence of a busy, single life consumed by work. Alex knew. She killed the engine and got out, not expecting to find anything, not knowing why she was here even. Maddie had escaped into the forest. She knew where the river was, knew that it led back down to town. Perhaps she made it. Perhaps she made it home. Anything would be a clue. Fresh mud on the porch, bloodied bandages on the kitchen table, underwear and socks hastily grabbed from her bedside table, a space where her backpack or bag would have been in the closet. Alex stepped up onto what felt like a half-rotten front porch, the wood bowing under her, and reached out, trying the door, knowing it was going to be locked. The whole house was dark and looked borderline abandoned. A rental, Alex guessed. She moved across to the window, looking into the living room, and cupped her hands against the glass, peering in. Nothing inside. Nothing moving. Alex took a step back toward the door, knocked for good measure, not bothering to wait for any response before she stepped off the porch and moved around to the back. If Maddie was being pursued, she wouldn't come through the front door, not if she had any sense. But as Alex walked into the overgrown back garden, she could see that nobody had been there either. A concrete path led to the back door, but it was clean of any recent footsteps, only lightly wetted by the rain. And through the door itself, Alex could see, by the light of the clocks on the stove and microwave, a dim glow cast across the kitchen, that the place was empty. The table and counters clean. No one was in there, and no one had been there, not for a day at least. Alex leaned close, let out a soft breath, and banged the door with the heel of her hand. "Madeline Bell," she called out. "Chief Madeline Bell. My name's Alex Marshall, and I'm with the Washington State Police. If you're in there, open up." She stepped back down and stared at the door for a few seconds longer before letting out a short, unhappy hum. Alex backed away and turned, facing out over the garden, the wind-blown back fence sagging down low to the ground. Had it blown down or fallen under some sudden weight? Alex could see straight into the trees behind, the forest. She lifted her head, closing her eyes for a second, as though getting her bearings, realizing that the direction she was facing was back up toward the lookout where she'd just been. If Maddie did find the river and follow it down, she could have come straight here, and no doubt that's what she was trying to do. It was simply clear now that she never made it. Chapter 9. Newport, Washington, Monday, October 19th, 5:29 p.m. Newport, like so many others in rural Washington, was a town of two halves. The densely packed center could be driven across in just a few minutes, a grid of streets lined with houses and buildings huddled around a main hub. Half of the people who lived in Newport lived within spitting distance of each other, and the other half were spread across the vastness of the valley, an hour from door to door between the two houses at the farthest ends. Luckily, Madeline's house was at the edge of the center, and the police station was just a few minutes away, so it felt like Alex had barely had time to collect her thoughts after she climbed into her cruiser before she was pulling into the parking lot at the station. She clocked the unmarked Washington State Police Chevy Impala as soon as she did, the bright lights of her Ford Explorer flashing across its silver exterior. That meant that Kevin Sue, the digital forensics technician, and Dana Garcia, the crime scene technician she'd requisitioned for this case, had arrived. And as she got out of her Explorer and walked beside it, running her fingers along the hood, feeling the metal warm under her touch, she knew they'd only just landed. She climbed the stairs and let herself in through the front doors. The same young receptionist sitting behind the front desk who'd been there before, looking up at her, smiling brightly for a moment before the expression faded. "You didn't find her," she said, not even asking a question. Alex just gave one shake of the head and turned toward Sue and Garcia, who were standing at the ready. Sue was a small guy, 5'5" on a good day, Chinese-American, with thick black hair that hung straightly around his ears and down to the nape of his neck. And Garcia was a few inches shorter than him even, with a stocky build and natural curls that hung tightly around her head. She lifted her hand and flicked her fingers away from her forehead in a playful salute. "Boss," she said. Sue just lowered his chin in a welcoming gesture. She looked at each of them, both young, younger than her, Sue in his late 20s, Garcia just about the same age as Alex. She liked working with them because of that. They were good at what they did, but they were also happy to follow an order. The older techs Alex had worked with always seemed to want to second-guess her because of their perceived seniority. They'd had more years working with the state police than she did, and they thought they knew better. And having to argue your point every time you said something was tiring. Sue and Garcia respected Alex's role and her station, and they did as they were told. And that made things 10 times easier. Alex looked at the three people in front of her in turn, collecting her thoughts for a moment. She closed her eyes then and started laying it out. "We've got 2 fresh bodies," she said, "and I need to get up to speed on the murders." She opened her eyes and looked at the receptionist. The missing person report said Maddie was working late the night she disappeared. "I need the case files for the murders," she said. "Anything and everything that Madeline was working on here. Every scrap. and I need them delivered to an office, now." "I don't," the girl started, but Alex cut her off, holding up her hand. "You do now," she said. "Every officer is out there in the forest looking for her, so I don't care if it's not your job. I have no idea where anything is, so find those files and put them in an office for me." "The only office we have is the chief's," she said, slowly lifting her hand toward the back of the room. "The other one is, like, full of boxes or whatever." "Fine," Alex said, shrugging. "Even better. And I'll need a login for your system, as well as a list of contacts and numbers for all the officers on duty. The coroner who conducted the examinations." She thought for a moment. "And John Bell, too." Her eyes widened at the mention of the last name, and Alex just stared at the girl, waiting for her to nod her understanding. After a moment, she gathered that it wasn't her place to ask a question and tried to force a polite smile, shaky as it was, before she set off about her tasks. When Alex turned toward Sue and Garcia, they were waiting for their orders. "Garcia," she said, "there's an overlook above the town. They found Maddie's car out there, and her jacket, along with some blood in the woods, about half a mile from the overlook parking lot. I need you to get out there and see what you can see. Scrape the car, bag and tag the jacket. Look for anything the locals might have missed. You're going to need lights and wet weather gear. The rain was coming in before I left, and I doubt it's going to stop anytime soon. I don't think there's going to be much to pull from there, but if anyone can—" Garcia pursed her lips and then sighed. "God, I hate the fall," she muttered, grimacing at the thought of rain and heading off toward the door, pausing just for a moment next to Alex and looking up at her. "You good?" she asked, lowering her head a little, catching Alex's eyes. "Fine," Alex said, a little more brusquely than she'd intended. Garcia lifted her hand as though to lay it on Alex's shoulder, knowing the tension in her, the way she was carrying herself, the way she was talking, meant that she'd already taken the weight of this case on her own back. But Garcia knew better, held her hand away. Alex wasn't to be touched, and Garcia respected that. "I'll drop you a pin," Alex said, "and send you the number of the canine officer who found the jacket. If there's anyone who can help you pick up a trail or spot something out there, it's him. His name's Hale. He'll look after you." Garcia nodded and ducked out the door into the darkness, heading diligently for the Impala. When Alex looked back, Sue was staring at her eagerly. They'd been on the road for most of the day, and no doubt they were looking forward to a slow start, but there wasn't one coming. The clock was ticking. They knew that, and they were both eager to help. "The two victims," Alex said, "we're going to tear their lives apart. But first, Madeline Bell, the chief of police, is still missing, and I don't think that jacket is going to be the thing that helps us find her, at least not tonight." Sue jumped in, lifting up his right hand and counting them off on his fingers. Phone, laptop, call logs, texts, search history, anything and everything she was looking at, everywhere she's been, everyone she's talked to. Alex nodded. "You know the drill. Everything." "If there's something to find," he said, "I'll find it." She didn't give him another word. He knew what he was doing and took his bag off his shoulder, finding the closest desk and sitting at it, pulling out his laptop, tapping furiously at it before Alex even passed him. She wasn't coming to look over his shoulder, though she was headed for the back of the room, toward the coffee machine sitting on the counter there. It was going to be a long night, and she was already feeling ragged, still damp, cold, her mind pulled in 10 different directions already. She approached it, lifting the lid, seeing a filter full of sodden grounds inside. "Oh!" came a call from behind her, and Alex turned just in time to see the young receptionist scurrying toward her. She reached out, put her hand on Alex's arm. Alex pulled it away reflexively, so quickly that the receptionist took a full step back and lifted her hands. "Sorry," she said, "I didn't mean to—" But she trailed off, not sure what she was apologizing for, or what she hadn't meant to do. Alex cleared her throat and offered her the briefest smile, just enough to let her know she hadn't done anything wrong. Don't trouble yourself with that," the receptionist said, trying to gather herself. "I'll make a fresh pot now and—" "Did you do what I asked?" Alex cut in. "The files, the login?" "Well, no, but—" "Then do that. I can make coffee, but I don't know where anything else is in this place. You do." "Right, but it's just, I always make the coffee," the girl said. "I'm sure I can figure it out," Alex replied. "Think of this as a promotion. You've moved up from coffee to basic administrative work. Brewing a fresh pot isn't going to help me find Maddie. Getting me those files will." "Right," the girl said, blanching a little. I always make the coffee." "And I'm sure you do a wonderful job of it," Alex said. "And if I'm still struggling by the time those files are ready, then I'll let you take over. For now, I need you to step up. Maddie's out there somewhere, and I need everyone to pitch in." "All right." The girl nodded more firmly now, as though understanding her role in it all. She turned around and walked resolutely back toward the office. Alex watched her go, letting out a little sigh, the feeling of someone's gaze heavy on her. She turned to look at Sue, who was sitting at a desk to her right, peering over his shoulder at her, smirking. "What?" she asked him. "Nothing," he said, shrugging a little, keeping his smirk as he turned back to his laptop. "You got something to say?" Alex asked, taking a few steps closer. "No," he said, chuckling a little to himself. "You think I was too harsh with her," Alex replied, putting her hands on her hips. Sue typed furiously on his laptop, leaning in, squinting at the screen as he did. "No," he said absently. "I think you want to be. I think you tried to be. But you know." The soft laughter was audible in his voice, lowered now to almost a whisper. "It's just not you." Chapter 10. Newport, Washington, Monday, October 19th, 6:12 p.m. Alex eased down stiffly into Maddie's chair. It was worn and threadbare, the padding crushed flat. The chair wasn't new. The opposite, in fact. It had been there a long time. Maddie had sat in it, and her father before it. It was uncomfortable, quite so. A memory of a quote flashed in Alex's mind. "A king should never rest easy," or something like that. She couldn't remember where it was from or who said it, but she wondered if that was why they hadn't changed this chair. She struggled to find a way to sit that didn't dig into at least one of her butt cheeks, but couldn't find it. It didn't help that her back had been broken. She was interrupted mid-squirm by the gentle clearing of a throat in the doorway. Alex looked up to see the young receptionist standing there, arms clasped around a stack of papers. This is everything," she said, "that I could find from the other desks and, well, here." She came in without invitation, averting her eyes from Alex's, as though embarrassed or perhaps just shy, and laid them down on the corner of the desk so they didn't overlap with any of the other files and papers that were already spread out across the surface. "Thanks," Alex said. The girl just nodded and began backing away. "I didn't catch your name," Alex said then, thinking about what Sue had whispered at his desk before. The girl paused, looked back in. "Rachel," she said. "Well, Rachel, thanks," Alex replied, "for this." She put her hand on the stack of papers that had been dropped off. "And this." She nodded then to the steaming coffee cup in the middle of the carnage. "You're right, that machine was trickier than I thought." Rachel blushed a little and smiled just a touch. Making somebody feel good just for the hell of it wasn't high on Alex's priority list, but in a place like this, at a time like this, there was value in it, a lot of value. It was clear that everyone here looked up to Maddie, to some kind of pillar of strength or experience, somebody from the outside world. Insular mountain towns like this were a bubble. The people inside lived, existed, but beyond the valley walls was a strange and alien world that most of them didn't feel like they could access in their wildest dreams. They were conceived here, born here, raised here. They lived here, worked here, loved here, married here, procreated here, and eventually died here. And that was the way of life in these towns. Enough for most. An easy, good life. But when something went wrong, when murder started happening in a town where lawnmower theft was a big deal, people got scared. They needed to look to somebody to make them feel like things were okay, to make them feel like things were normal. Alex thought of it as maintaining equilibrium, and that's what she was doing now. "It's getting late," Rachel said then, though it seemed like she didn't want to. "And, your shift is over," Alex said, nodding. "I understand. That's fine. You can go home. I don't need anything else." Rachel nodded, lingering, as though she wanted to stay, wanted to help, but knowing that she wouldn't be of any use. "Go home, get some rest," Alex said. "I'll see you tomorrow." That seemed to calm her, and without another word, just a small lift of the fingers in a gentle wave, Rachel was gone. Back out through the bullpen and through the open door, and through the space she'd left, Alex could see Sue looking at her over her shoulder, still smirking. She glared back at him, lifted her hand, and moved her finger around in a stirring motion, ordering him to get back to work. He lifted his hands innocently and did as he was told, allowing Alex to finally turn her attention to the files and paperwork on her desk. There were 2 of them, side by side, the 2 victims whose bodies had been left to be discovered. She opened both files simultaneously, one with each hand, and stared down at the front pages, photographs of the deceased, paper-clipped to the inside cover, the incident report outlining their details next to it. The younger, just 23, Sierra Collins, born Newport, Washington, grew up here, a pretty girl, long blonde curls, dark brown eyes. Even in death, she was attractive. Alex turned the page, her eyes flicking down over Maddie's pages of notes. She was a social media influencer with a sizable following, real party girl, messy life online, just as messy off, Alex guessed. Maddie had wondered if that was how the killer had picked her, or at least found her. There was a list of music festivals and other notable parties that she'd attended over the last 12 months. A reminder for Maddie to chase down leads in that way, who she'd been with, who she'd been seen with, to scour back through her social media. Sue would tend to that. Alex pulled a yellow legal pad toward her and made some notes of her own, that being the first. To put him on Sierra's contacts, her acquaintances, see if she had any stalkers or especially persistent followers. She turned the page again to the photographs and the coroner's report. The picture of the carving on the inside of her left thigh, the mark of the fool, depicted as a figure dancing on the edge of a cliff, a long stick and satchel over the shoulder. Alex leaned in closer, looking at the mark. It was done intricately, with what looked to be a scalpel or some other delicate carving knife. The detail wasn't excruciating, but it was enough to show that the killer had taken his time, had wanted to make sure that it was recognizable, clear. Alex didn't need to read the report to see that it was done post-mortem. There was no bruising or reddening around the flesh where it had been cut, no blood pumped to the site of an injury, a telltale indicator. She moved her eyes across to the next file and looked at the woman there in her late 20s, with long, dark hair, a moon-like face, round and pale. Beautiful, too, but not in the same way as Sierra. Her name was Kayla Whitmore, a schoolteacher. The high priestess carved over her heart, a seated figure of a woman with 2 pillars on either side, a crescent moon at her feet. Again, the image was stark, had been done with care. To anyone who didn't know the symbology, these might just look like lines, like a killer pleasing himself, cutting into the flesh of his victims. But to Alex, they were as clear as the little round white scars on the backs of her own hands. She curled them into fists on the case files and turned the pages, one after another, digesting the information, sitting with it, molding it, shaping it into something coherent. The strangulation of Sierra, the multiple stab wounds of Kayla, these were personal, intimate attacks. She scanned the coroner's report. There were no defensive wounds on the victims, nothing that would suggest that they saw the attack coming, that they tried to fight him off. No, they'd gone willingly to their killer, or allowed him to approach, and by the time his hands closed around Sierra's throat, she didn't know what was happening until it was too late. Alex turned the page, back to the close-up of Sierra's throat. She could see the heavy bruising along her trachea, congruent with 2 large thumbs being pressed over the windpipe. The bruising radiated outward from that point, but Alex could see that it didn't stretch around to the sides of the neck. There wasn't full circular compression, which meant that the killer wanted her to suffocate. He wanted to make sure that she was conscious through the whole thing. When it came to strangulation, pressure on the carotid arteries cuts off blood flow to the brain, and unconsciousness sets in anywhere from 5 to 10 seconds after complete restriction, which means the death happens purely from oxygen deprivation to the brain, regardless of whether or not the airways are open. If you want to make an easy job of it, this is how you do it. You strangle the victim unconscious, and then you keep pressure until they're dead. It's relatively painless, and the victim doesn't know what's happening. The other, more brutal, more painful way was that the trachea is crushed. Blood still pumps around the body, but no air gets to the lungs. Oxygen exchange continues to happen until they fill completely with carbon dioxide. It takes minutes, several minutes. All the while, pain builds in the victim's chest as their body fills with carbon dioxide. And to do this, the killer needs to be on top of the victim, their eyes locked through the entire process. It requires focus, nerve, and a deep desire, not just to kill, but to hurt too, and to make sure the victim knows who it is that's killing them. Alex grimaced but didn't shy away. Each piece of information, horrific as it was, gave her something more, allowed her deeper into the killer's mind. She moved on from Sierra, looking now at Kayla instead. The mode of murder was different, but the story was much the same. Multiple stab wounds, 17 to be exact, administered to the torso with a small blade. Each stab wound uniform in both size and depth, 3 inches, the standard for a folding hunting knife that could be bought at any store in any town from here to the coast. Even the angle was consistent, which meant that neither party was moving, that it was done in close quarters. A lack of bruising around the sites meant that the knife wasn't thrust in quickly or violently. There was no urgency to the murder, simply that the killer had once more been extremely close to the victim when he launched the attack. Perhaps a softened hand on the shoulder to lull them into a false sense of security, and then, without hesitation, a blade in the gut, removed, inserted again, and again. With an even tempo that suggested not just comfort with what was happening, but confidence. There was no way to tell which was the first or last strike, but Kayla was dead by the time she realized what was going on. Alex turned both pages of both files at the same time, coming now to the original crime scene photos. Though these attacks were intimate, though they were launched on women, done by a man, and she was practically certain of that fact due to the strength needed to commit the murder on Sierra, she wasn't sure that there was a sexual element to them. Neither woman showed signs of sexual assault or forced penetration. There was no semen discovered on either of the bodies. They weren't stripped or redressed. It didn't look like they'd been manhandled, the opposite, in fact. Despite the violence shown on both victims, there was no hatred there, no desire to maim or to destroy. The murders showed a strange balance of brutality and restraint. The victims were not cleaned up, not posed in any odd shapes or in the middle of any kind of tableau. They were simply left, not dumped, but laid down, their bodies and heads not showing any signs of trauma from being tossed from a moving vehicle or thrown from a shoulder. No, they were carried with care and placed as those sleeping. Kayla's shirt unbuttoned enough that the mark could be clearly seen by anyone approaching, but not such that she was in a state of undress. The same for Sierra, her skirt pulled up just enough to show the mark, but not high enough that it was suggestive that she'd been assaulted. Alex stared at them, the 2 girls, the 2 victims, wondering who had done this, and more importantly, why. She let out a sigh, squeezing at her eyes with the heels of her hands, trying to clear her head, to think. Her neck itched, and she ran her fingers over the faded bumps of scar tissue there, scratching roughly at it for a moment before she looked up and away from the desk toward the wall on her left. A huge map of Newport dominating most of it. Pins had been pushed in, showing the locations of the murders. Roads and routes had been highlighted from the victims' home addresses to their work addresses. This was Maddie, laying the groundwork for the investigation, tracking their movements, doing what she needed to do to catch a killer like this. Had you been close, Alex thought? Is that why you were targeted? She leaned back in the chair, staring at the map. Is that why her body hadn't shown up yet? Was she the one he didn't want? Was there something different about Sierra and Kayla to Maddie? Were they kills of pleasure, and she was a kill of necessity? Alex's eyes drifted down to a sticky note in the middle of the map, a single word written on it in black Sharpie. Single. Both women were single. It made sense. Alex thought the killer had approached them, took them quietly. There was a good chance he was known to them, familiar with them. But how familiar? Single women were easier targets, easier to stalk, easier to get close to, not missed right away. No husbands or boyfriends to get worried when they didn't come home for a night. This killer was smart. He was clean. Not a foot wrong, not a single misstep. She looked down at the coroner's report again, scanning to the forensic section. No DNA found on the bodies other than the victims themselves. No hair, no bodily fluids, no sweat or spit, no fingerprints even left on the skin. Remarkable, considering he'd strangled Sierra to death, which meant either that he'd been careful enough to wear gloves or that he'd gone back over the women afterward, cleaned them down, made sure that nothing was left behind. This guy is a pro, Alex thought, looking over the files in front of her, looking over Maddie's notes and the map, wishing that she could just jump in where she'd left off, use it all as a head start, find her, save her before it was too late. But she knew she couldn't, that this couldn't be rushed. There was a way that it had to be done, and though she was getting a picture of Maddie and filling in detail by the minute, she couldn't trust her work implicitly. Alex needed to do her own investigation. She needed to make sure that it was right. She closed her eyes once more, mulling it over. The two victims, Sierra, a party girl, Kayla, the opposite, a quiet schoolteacher. Different women, different lives, but the same end. Why? These killings were unhurried, symbolic, intimate, but what is the motive? Is he punishing them? Is he saving them? Sierra perhaps fit the punishment motif, cleansing her of her youthful abandon for her sin. But Kayla? No. What would he be punishing her for? What would he be saving her from? A dull ache began to strike up behind Alex's eyes, and she reached for her coffee, taking a deep sip before she rested her elbows on the table and massaged her temples with her fingers. These weren't kills of opportunity, they were planned, executed perfectly. The bodies left to be found, taken in one place, killed in another, left in a third. The forensic chain torn apart by distance, making it impossible to connect dots that would lead to the killer. The bodies were discovered in public places. He was bold, confident, not experimenting, but that still didn't tell her what he got from this. He's operating at his full potential, she thought, but that doesn't mean. She opened her eyes and sat upright in the chair, cursing herself for not seeing it sooner. She pushed back from the desk and rose, wincing at the old familiar pain in her back, striding toward the door, loud enough and fast enough that Sue turned in his chair to look at her. "Where are you going?" he asked. "To find the file room," she said. "Why?" Sue called after her. "Because he's done this before." Chapter 11. Newport Way. Monday, October 19th, 10:17 p.m. When Alex heard her name, she jumped. She was deeply entrenched in her research when Sue called for her. "Over here," she replied, not getting up or even raising her voice. She was sitting cross-legged 2 rows down from the door. The file room was small. There was no need to shout. Sue appeared at the end of the stack, steadying himself on the steel frame, and looked down at Alex and the mess of files around her. Half a dozen were spread out in a fan in front of her knees, and there were stacks to her left and right. She had an open folder on her lap, her dark hair falling in a curtain around her head. "Got something?" she asked without looking up. He replied, the tone enough to tell Alex he'd come up empty. So far, at least. "Chief Bell is clean as a whistle so far. I pulled her phone records, call and text logs. Nothing. Just work stuff. Mostly someone called PB, asking her what might be the dumbest series of questions I've ever read." "Pendlebury," Alex muttered, shaking her head a bit. "He an officer here?" "Sergeant." Sue lifted his eyebrows. "Hope his badge is plastic and his gun shoots foam bullets." "If only," Alex sighed, closing the file on her lap. She looked up at him. "What do you need?" "I'm heading out," he said. "Already?" Alex asked, trying not to sound accusatory. She liked to let Sue and Garcia manage themselves, with the odd directional nudge from her. Made things easier, but clocking off early at a time like this? If she needed to put her foot down, she would. "It's after 10, Sue replied, brow crumpling. "Garcia's done with the scene. She's waiting outside. She's got samples to run over at the coroner's lab, but it's closed until the morning. We were going to head to the motel, get an early jump." Alex lifted her hand, looked at her watch. Sue was right. It was late. "You coming?" he asked. "No," she replied, almost a little curtly. Not because of the question, but because of what she was neck-deep in discovering just then. He hovered. "I can tell Garcia to go on without me. I can stay." "It's fine," Alex said, looking back down at the files. "Go." "All right, if you're sure." Alex closed the one on her lap and laid it on the pile on her right, picking up another of the fanned folders in front of her. She laid it on her knees once more, lifting up the old, musty papers until she came to the coroner's photographs, freezing the moment she did. She held her breath without meaning to, squinting at the photo on top, trying to make something out in the corner. Realization hit quickly, hit hard. She turned her head to look at Sue to tell him, but he was gone. And in the distance, she heard the hinge of the front door squeak, and then the soft hush click of it closing. She was alone. Alex sighed and turned back to the file she was holding, her heart beating quiet and quick in her ears. Not from nerves or fear, from frustration. Slowly, she closed the file and lay it on the pile to the left, leaving her hand resting on the stack of 3 there. 3 files, 3 cases, 3 women, 3 murders, all within a few months, 9 years ago. "This is you, isn't it?" she asked softly. Alex let the words hang and fade away in the dusty storeroom, turning the pages of the files slowly. She straightened her right leg, sweeping the discarded folders away, violent crimes, suspicious deaths, and focused on the 3 she had found. 3 of the very few homicides to have ever happened in Newport, and they were not easy to find. She'd had to search hard to find them, hours of spidering over poorly labeled files stuck in boxes, mismarked and sometimes not labeled at all. And these were no different. If she were the paranoid type, she'd say that someone had actively tried to obfuscate these crimes, and if not the crimes, certainly their relationship, which, as she looked at more photos, took in what she was seeing and saw more carvings, these more crude, more simplistic than the ones on Sierra and Kayla, but symbolic markings all the same, she knew was concrete. Each murder was more brutal, more rushed. They spoke of haphazard attempts at something clean, but fell short. One woman half-choked, then beaten to death with a blunt object from behind. Had she almost escaped? The second had been hit by a car and run over, but her body was dumped elsewhere. A bungled attempt, Alex thought. And the third had been shot, through the neck, from the side. It wasn't intimate, not like the others, but perhaps she'd been in the process of turning away. Perhaps she knew what was coming, knew what he was. Either way, 3 women in their 20s, all attractive, all with a strange symbol carved into their flesh post-mortem. Strangely, the marking was omitted from every coroner's report and only appeared in the corners and background of other photos. Either the photographers had been instructed to ignore it, or the photos with close-ups had been removed from the files after being taken. Alex wasn't sure which was worse, but there was only one man who could do that, who could intentionally unlink these killings, who would have the weight and influence to ensure they were treated as separate, freak occurrences. One man who could keep the words serial killer out of the Newport Herald's headlines: John Bell. With a little groan, Alex got to an uncomfortable knee and scooped up the files, standing with a little difficulty. It never seemed to get easier, and she doubted it ever would. Her leg was going completely numb on the hard tiles, which Alex guessed, by their look and age, were probably full of asbestos anyway, and she needed the comfort of a real chair. Or the discomfort of one, at least. With the folders under her arm, she got to her feet and dusted herself off. A noise rose from the bullpen, and Alex paused. Hush click. The door. "Hello?" she called out. No response. Kevin, she thought, probably forgot something. "Sue, that you?" she called again. Nothing. A heavy, cold unease settled over her, tension ratcheting through her spine. The same feeling she'd had in the woods outside town when she'd been heading for her car. She took a step toward the door, switching the files to her left arm and reaching to her hip, unhitching her pistol and letting it hang at her side. "Someone there?" she asked a third time, finger sliding from the barrel and resting gently on the trigger. She reached the door, paused, took a breath, then stepped into the gap. The office was empty. Completely, utterly empty. The only sound was the thin, almost inaudible hum of the halogen strip lights on the ceiling. Alex narrowed her eyes, swept them around the room once more. She was alone. But she'd heard the door, didn't she? Chapter 12. Newport, Wayashde, Monday, October 19th, 10:59 p.m. The rain was falling in heavy bands as Alex drove. It hurled itself onto her windshield in waves of terrific droplets, her wipers doing their best and failing to clear the water. She hunched forward a little, soaked from the walk from the front door to her car, and shivered a little. The motion pulled on her shoulders, and she tugged the wheel, her Explorer weaving in its lane, causing the stack of folders and papers on the passenger seat to shift and lean. Alex glanced down at them. It had been her intention to leave them, new murders and old, on Maddie's desk, get a jump on them in the morning once she'd linked up with Garcia at the coroner's office. But the noise of the door, that feeling she wasn't alone. Someone had already had their way with the old case files, and she wasn't risking any other evidence taking itself for a walk. And it wasn't like anyone in the Newport Police Department was going to bat an eyelid at her breaking the rules and taking a case file home. In fact, the one officer there didn't bat an eyelid, didn't even notice. 10 minutes after her run-in with the ghost, Boone had pulled into the parking lot and, carrying a sub sandwich wrapped in foil and a thermos of coffee, trudged into the station. He grumbled about his upcoming night shift, mostly to himself, and sat down at a desk, unwrapping his sandwich, without even taking notice of Alex gathering up Maddie's work, ready to remove it. She could have stayed there all night, and it wasn't any kind of fear that had sent her scurrying back to the motel, but rather that she knew tomorrow was a long day ahead, and she knew what she was like. She'd lost nearly 4 hours in the file room, searching, reading, digging. She knew her mind, its good parts, its bad. She didn't know what she used to be like, before, but now she was obsessive, compulsive almost. When something took hold of her, it took hold. She couldn't stop. It used to be worse. She'd gotten a handle on it, mostly. But this case, being this close, she felt her hands tighten on the wheel. She could sense she was slipping, could feel it, that part of her brain rekindling to light. This pursuit, this obsession, this mission. It had been all-consuming for a long time. It's who she was. It was all she was. The motel's welcome sign came up on her left, a moderately shabby Best Western. Alex could see the silver pool Impala parked in the lot, a smattering of other cars around it. She had a room reserved there, but that's not where she was going. Alex cruised by, heading out of town toward the Super 8 a few miles down the road, where she didn't have a room reserved. The roads were empty, and when she pulled in, the lot was practically the same. She pulled in, circled around the main lot, and drove into the small staff parking area hidden from view behind the office. Alex killed the engine and checked the mirrors. No one behind her, and there hadn't been for the last 2 miles. She exited the SUV and walked toward the office, stepping in through the back door. Alex found herself in a small room with a kitchenette and a faded, stained couch. What with, she didn't even want to guess. Someone stirred in the reception area, and Alex moved through a small security room, no bigger than a sizable closet, with a desk, 2 monitors displaying 8 camera feeds, which she looked at to check they were all working and recording, and then carried on into the reception itself. An older man with shaggy white hair blinked at her through thick glasses, holding a desk phone in his hand. He stared up at her from his swivel chair. I'll call the police, he stammered, unsure who this new arrival was who had let herself in through the back door. Alex pulled her badge and showed it to him. Consider me the Rapid Response Unit, she said easily, going around to the front of the desk. I'd like a room. The man, bewildered, just goggled at her, not sure what was happening. This was probably the most interesting thing to happen this week, maybe this year, in this place. I hope you don't mind me parking around back, Alex said then. Better for business, I'm sure, if there's not a cop car parked out front. He remained motionless. About that room? Right, he said then, blinking, as though his brain had finally managed to reboot. He put a piece of paper on the desk for her. Name and contact number on there, he said, and I need some ID. Alex produced her badge once more. I need to take a copy of it. No, Alex replied. You don't. She stowed it and jotted down the name Janet Doherty. Cash, she said then, taking out a small roll of 20s from her pocket. Not paying by card and not delivering the receipt would mean she wouldn't get this reimbursed. But that didn't matter to her at all. The receptionist didn't seem happy with the arrangement, but he also didn't look like he wanted, or was paid enough, to fight it. He took the paperwork back, not even looking at the name she'd written down, and dropped it into a drawer on his right, glancing back up at Alex before he asked the question she was waiting for. Double or twin? Alex booked and paid for 3 nights in advance, giving the receptionist no reason to look at her paperwork again, and doubled back to the car for her bags. She popped the tailgate and pulled out 2 duffels. One contained her clothes, wet weather gear, headlamps, spare boots and boot dryers, spare magazines, and a few other essentials any PNW-going state detective worth their salt should carry. The second contained everything else she always brought on cases. She carried both hanging at her sides to the room she'd rented on the 2nd floor, far away from the others, so that there was no way she'd hear anyone in their rooms, so there'd be no mistaking it. And far enough from the stairs that anyone coming up would give her a good head start if the worst should happen. It never had, but Alex was always cautious. In the back of her mind, she was always a target, always the one who had gotten away. She remembered nothing from before, but that didn't mean that there wasn't someone out there who wasn't afraid that she would, who would want to finish the job they'd started all those years ago. Who they were, Alex didn't know. She'd been hunting them with nothing but the vaguest fragments to go by for over a decade. Flashes of color, of sound, a sudden blinding light as a blindfold was taken off, a piercing scream ringing out in her periphery, sparks of pain, of taste, a stranger's fingers in her mouth. Being shoved to her knees by the back of her neck, the floor hard and grating on her skin, cutting her, hurting her, Flashbacks she couldn't stop. Flashbacks that terrorized her. Flashbacks that came too often to let her ever let her guard down. But flashbacks that came too rarely to be of any help in her pursuit. Just after images of torment. Alex reached her room and let herself in, checking over her shoulders as she did. Sleep was necessary, but was the worst part of all. When she was vulnerable, when she was unaware, when she was closest to them, and they were closest to her. She was always being chased, if not by the people who had done it to her, by the memory of them, the echo of something worse, something unspeakable, an echo that rang endlessly in the back of her skull, dimmed in the day by the light and demand of her work, of living, but bright in the dark when there was nothing to do but think. Pills made the dreams worse. Booze made her want to kill herself. Talking about it didn't help. Facing it only pushed it further out of reach, made her want to scream her lungs bloody. Their faces, their detail, always just beyond her fingertips. And here, now, tonight, this place, Newport, the markings on those girls, the way those images were carved into their skin. It was familiar, not just by sight, but by feel. When she ran her fingers over the scar on the side of her neck, she could feel the blades slicing into her flesh. Who this killer was, she didn't know, but she could feel him, could sense him, and he felt familiar, in a way no one else had yet. She'd stared into the eyes of a lot of evil men. None of them felt like this. This was something more, a step closer, to her before, to what happened to her. She could feel it. She could feel it. And as she dropped the second duffel bag, the items inside clattering and knocking together, she knew that tonight would be bad, that they would come, as they always did when she was working a case. They would come in the night and in the dark, and she would have to feel and hear and see and taste it all over and over and over again. She kicked the door closed behind her, leaving a boot print on the wood, and then turned, sliding the chain across. On autopilot, she bent, opened the bag, and pulled out a telescopic steel bar with a rubber top shaped like a saddle and wedge at the bottom. She placed it under the door, leaning the bar forward, extending the saddle until it hugged the bottom of the knob, and then locked it in place. With a hard kick, she shunted the wedge into the threshold, and then kicked the teeth out of their rest position. They flicked down into the carpet, biting in hard, like barbs. The device meant that the door couldn't be broken down or opened, not even with a key, the wedge preventing it from moving, and the rubber saddle putting heavy upward pressure on the knob, stopping it from turning. But Alex didn't stop there. She pulled a big Ziploc bag filled with alligator clips out of the duffel and clamped the curtains together tightly. And using sticky tabs, she tacked the corners of the curtains hard to the wall, leaving no gaps on any side. Mechanically, she pulled out an electrical signal detector and extended the prongs, flicking it on. She did a careful sweep of the room, looking for any kind of hidden recording equipment, audio, video, anything. The room was clean, but that didn't mean anything. There was a mirror on the wall opposite the bed that was affixed to the wall, and Alex went toward it quickly, pressing her finger to the glass and leaning in close, checking for the correct gap, that it wasn't a two-way. In silence, she accepted its authenticity and then went into the bathroom to do the same. The final check. Clean. She let out a long, trembling breath. All of this, and it still didn't make a blind bit of difference. But at least when she was in bed, she wasn't looking at the door every 5 seconds, wasn't jumping at every shadow and light passing the window, wasn't staring at a mirror and wondering if someone was staring back. But there was someone staring back. Alex braced her hands on either side of the sink and stared at her own reflection. The image of a stranger, the lank hair, the hooded eyes, the slightly misshapen nose, the scar that started above her left temple and ran backward, all the way back. A face that didn't belong to her. The surgeons had done their best, but the person who had been there before was lost. Alex clamped her teeth to stop her lip from trembling and turned away, pulling her pistol from its holster. She held it up, pulled back the slide, chambering around, and then set it down on the nightstand, within easy reach of the bed. Who knew? Maybe tonight was the night she would finally need it. Chapter 13. Washington State Medical Center, Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Health. Attending clinical psychologist, confidential notes. Patient, Jane Doe, identity pending. Age, approximately early 20s. Evaluator, Dr. Zoe Kinney, Ph.D. Clinical Psychology. Date, April 12th, 6 weeks post-extubation. Clinical notes, Session 3. Patient demonstrates marked difficulty engaging with physical rehabilitation, minimizing reported pain despite consistent feedback from the rehab team indicating fatigue, irritation, and full-body strain. Affect remains blunted. She avoids reflective surfaces and reacts with physiological distress when asked about her appearance. Patient reports intermittent sensory flashes, light, pressure, sound, without narrative context. Terminates discussion when probed further. Suspected flashbacks of memory. Patient exhibits pronounced drive toward autonomy and self-sufficiency, rejecting comfort, and becoming visibly distressed when physical proximity is attempted. She is highly averse to physical contact of any kind. Emotional suppression is disciplined and sustained. Trauma-induced amnesia appears protective rather than pathological, functioning as a barrier against overwhelming psychological distress. Physical rehabilitation is progressing, and patient will likely regain full functional independence. However, she continues to refuse meaningful engagement with psychological treatment, which will likely result in a permanently damaged emotional state. As an adult with intact faculties and no imminent risk to herself or others, she will eventually be discharged under her own recognizance. It is my professional opinion that this outcome would be profoundly detrimental to her long-term recovery. However, I do not believe, when the time comes, there is anything we can do to stop her. Chapter 14. Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 7:22 a.m. Alex didn't wake. She simply got up. She'd slept in short, fitful stints as she usually did. 20 minutes of blackness, followed by flashes of pain and light, malicious laughter and piercing screams coming in waves, crashing over her, choking her, and drowning her in equal measure. She'd thrash herself awake, try to roll to a slightly drier part of the bed, the sheets soaked with sweat, and wait for her heart to steady, her breath to calm, and for sleep to come. She'd read every book, watched every video on ways to get to sleep faster. She'd tried every method from meditation and yoga breathing to special forces methods and white noise tracks. Hell, she'd even tried hypnosis. But she'd been told by several people that she was impossible to hypnotize. She just simply wouldn't relinquish control. So, when morning came, she rose from bed, showered in cold water to shrug off the night, and then got dressed. She repacked her bags and carried them both down to the car, stowing them in the trunk, leaving nothing in the room, like she always did. If they went in to clean, or, worse, paw through her belongings, they wouldn't find anything. Nothing to indicate who she was, where she'd been, where she was going, or anything else about her, whether it was a maid, the man with the thick glasses from the reception desk, or anybody else. Alex Marshall was as good as a ghost, just the way she liked it. The last throes of night were still lying over Newport by the time she climbed into the car, the distant, jagged ridgelines cut out against a reddening sky. Morning was coming fast. Alex drove out of the motel, joining the highway toward town. Her stomach was grumbling and knotted, and she realized that she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday lunchtime. By the time she'd arrived in Newport, all thoughts of dinner had gone straight out the window. Rushing out to the woods, then getting caught up in the file room. She'd scarcely drunk anything either, just 2 cups of coffee, the caffeine spurring her on in place of actual sustenance. But now, those effects had worn off, and a night of broken sleep meant that she was half-starved. At least she had the foresight to take care of herself in that way, if nothing else. She passed the Newport sign and trickled onto the main street, slowing down to cast her eyes along the row of businesses and restaurants, hunting for anywhere that was open. It was still early, and small towns like this often rose late. No rush hour hubbub and early morning commuters to power coffee shops that opened early. Still, she saw a neon sign, large decals of 2 clinking coffee mugs on the window, and knew she'd struck pay dirt. She pulled the Explorer into the curb and got out, light just beginning to trickle into the sky over the eastern ridge. She checked her watch, seeing that she was still early for the 8 a.m. opening of the coffee shop. She turned away, looking down the empty street, slick with the rain and reflecting the dim glow of the orange streetlights that lined it. Silent. The whole place all but holding its breath. Alex just didn't know in anticipation of what. She was impatient, frustrated by the lack of progress already. She didn't feel like she'd made a step forward in this case yesterday, but rather discovered that she was about a decade too late. Twice as many kills meant twice as much work. And judging by the storeroom, the documentation they had on those old cases was sparse. Too sparse for her liking. Still, dwelling on old mistakes, regardless of whose they were, would get her nowhere. She pulled her phone from her pocket, looking to kill time, and dialed Garcia's number. She hadn't linked up with her since last night and was planning to at the coroner's office. But before she could do that, she needed to make a stop first. Something had been nagging at the back of her mind, some tentative idea that she needed to exhaust before moving on, before looking forward. Maddie had been a fighter, the other victims hadn't. A party girl, a school teacher, the previous victims too. They were normal, vulnerable women, lulled into a false sense of security, into a sense that the world was an easy, gentle place. It was their naivete that had got them killed. But Maddie was not like that. She fit the profile superficially, but not wholly. She wouldn't be an easy target, and Alex knew that she hadn't been. If she'd managed to get away into the forest, if she'd got a head start, Alex hoped that she had made it out. Which was why she was going back to Maddie's house, and this time, a locked door wasn't going to stop her. Garcia answered on the 5th ring. "Hello?" she said blearily, clearly still asleep when the phone rang. "Tell me what you found last night," Alex said without any small talk. "Good morning to you too," Garcia sighed, bed springs squeaking in the background as she rolled over. A gentle grunt came down the line as she sat up. Alex's silence seemed to be enough to prompt her. Yeah, okay, give me a second," she said. She let out a long, tired breath and then cleared her throat. "If you're hoping for a silver bullet, I don't have one for you. Found her truck, pulled fingerprints, bagged the jacket, took blood samples. Hale and I found some score marks on a tree that I pulled from too, but I doubt they had anything to do with Maddie. Bear, he figured. I didn't disagree." "That it?" Alex asked, not veiling her disappointment. "We looked for any decent footprints, took a few molds, but the scene was trampled to all hell, and I couldn't get anything decent. I also pulled some particulate matter from the treads of Maddie's tires, but I won't know anything until I get to the lab." "Which is when?" Alex said. "All right, I get it," Garcia said defensively. "But I'm not sleeping on the clock. Coroner's office doesn't open until 9, and I have a feeling today's going to be a long day. I was just trying to get as much rest as I could." Alex hummed a little, not unhappily, but perhaps jealously. She shoved that emotion down and took a breath, centering herself, thinking aloud. Maddie's car was found before the jacket, her phone inside. It's back at the station. Hale checked it in as evidence. Sue dived into it last night, but didn't come up with anything either. "What are you thinking?" Garcia asked. Maddie's car was abandoned, locked when they found it, but the phone was in the center console, Alex said. "You know any police officers who leave their phone in the car when they go somewhere? You think the killer got hold of it, put it back in her truck, and you want me to swing by the station, see if I can pull anything off it?" "A fully intact thumbprint would be nice," Alex said, "but I'm not holding my breath." "Got it," Garcia answered diligently. I'll swing by there on the way to the coroner's office." "Thanks." "Are you at the station now?" Garcia continued, her footsteps echoing down the line as she padded from the bed to the bathroom. The light flicked on in the line's periphery, an old clicking extractor fan kicking up. "No, I've got to make a stop," Alex said, "but I'll meet you at the coroner's." "A stop?" Garcia probed. "I'm headed back to Maddie's house. If she didn't make it back thereafter, maybe the killer did. He's known to his victims, I think, and if he took the time to put Maddie's phone back in her truck, to stage it like that, then who knows? Maybe he headed to Maddie's house and cleaned up there too. If I spot anything, I'll let you know." "All right," Garcia said. "Keep me posted." The click of a lock behind her drove Alex's mind back to her stomach, and she turned, seeing a middle-aged woman with her hair tied in an elaborate bun at the crown of her head, and a green apron standing on the other side of the glass. She smiled at Alex, who lowered the phone and hung up without another word, stepping into the warm interior of the cafe, not realizing just how cold it was outside until she did. "You're up early," the woman said brightly. Alex arched an eyebrow. "Not really." Clearing her throat, the woman bustled back behind the counter. "Machine's just about warmed up. You strike me as a large black coffee kind of woman, am I right?" Alex's brow crumpled this time. "What's that supposed to mean?" The woman flushed a little. "Nothing, I meant that you have the sort of look that, She stammered and faltered. "The sort of look that what?" Alex replied, knowing full well. Her eyes were deeply bagged, her hair flat and lifeless, her skin pale, her face betraying the look of someone who'd had some kind of surgery. There was something off if you looked at her. Alex knew that because that's how she felt every time she looked at herself. But she could see that she was making the barista uncomfortable and cleared her throat, trying on a small, polite smile, or at least something she thought might be close to it. "I'm kidding," she said, letting the woman off the hook. "But you're right. I will take a large black coffee. And one of these," Alex said, pointing to a sandwich inside a glass case to her right. Glad to have something to do other than talk to her, the barista turned around and started packing coffee grounds into the straining basket. "So, are you new in town?" the woman asked casually. Likely just to fill the silence, the coffee shop entirely empty except for the two of them. "Just passing through," Alex said reflexively, not wanting to give anything away. No trail, no trace once she'd left. "How long have you lived here?" Alex asked then, keen to steer the conversation away from herself. "My whole life," the woman replied. Alex was not surprised. "You heard about these murders?" she said, almost absently. "Of course," the woman said, shaking her head, her large hair waving softly. "Whole town's talking about it. Why, you know something." She paused her work and looked back at Alex quickly, as though keen for a tidbit of gossip or news beyond what had been splashed across the front page in the local paper. Alex shrugged. "Nothing you haven't, I bet," she said nonchalantly. The barista grumbled. "Well, I know it's got everyone on edge. Whole town is scared." "Anything like this happened before?" "What do you mean?" "Murders, you know. I heard a few happened, like 9, 10 years ago, or something, someone was saying." The woman stopped again, eyed Alex a little more suspiciously now. "Yeah, maybe. If you mean that girl who got run down, the one who got shot by the biker gang, then yeah. I mean, I remember them, but that's not like this. I mean, people are saying that this is like the same person, you know." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "A serial killer." "Is that what they're saying?" Alex replied, feigning astonishment. "Why do you ask?" the barista pressed. Alex shrugged again. "Ah," she said, a detective in her own right. "You're one of them true crime junkies, is that it?" "You got me," Alex said, holding her hand up. "Podcasts, Netflix documentaries, can't get enough." "Darker the better," the barista laughed, taking the freshly pulled shots of espresso and dumping them into a tall paper cup. She ran hot water over it and presented it to Alex, grabbing the sandwich and putting it on the counter. "It was to go, I guessed." Alex just nodded, offering a $10 bill. The woman glanced down at it as though surprised at the cash, but she took it without a word and smiled at Alex a little more genially, almost stirring a flicker of warmth in her chest. Almost. "Stay safe out there," she told her. "You too," Alex said, taking her order and walking back out into the rain. The sky had continued to brighten, and she could see now, the top of the ridge bleeding into the low cloud ceiling, giving the effect that Newport was completely walled in. Thin curls of fast-moving mist drifted in and out of the trees, slithering up the steep valley sides, the dark and vibrant green of the forest muted by the unending drizzle. She took it all in for a moment and then, knowing the coffee would be nuclear hot, climbed back into her car and slotted the drink into the center console, the heat lingering in her fingers as she pulled them back to the steering wheel. She took off quickly, heading for Maddie's, with thoughts spinning in her mind. The town knew of the previous murders, one a hit-and-run, the other a senseless freak accident, a kill by some biker gang. She guessed that was the gunshot. But the third? The bludgeoning? Had the barista just forgotten, or had it somehow slipped through the cracks? If so, how? John Bell's face flashed in her mind once more as she drove. There were no other cars moving, no pedestrians, a town in hiding. Alex felt the tension build between her shoulders as she looked at the shops and restaurants, trying to get a feel for this place, for the people, the lives they lived. Dive bars, diners, hardware stores, the backbone of small-town America. She passed another darkened storefront, this one different. Crystals, candles, text on the glass reading, spiritual medium, palm readings, horse shit, Alex thought dismissively, driving on, the drizzle drawing halos around the streetlights. She pulled in outside Maddie's house, in the exact spot where she'd parked the day before, and climbed out, walking toward the front door. The house was dark. Nothing changed from when she'd been here last. She stepped up onto the porch, the wood slick under her heels, a deep and dull ache radiating from just above her left hip all the way up to her spine. She ignored it, like she always did, and pulled open the bug screen on the door, reaching for the handle. Her fingers settled about the brass knob, and she stopped, lifting her head slightly, listening. A gentle thud rang out from beyond the wood, noise from inside the door. She looked down at it in her hand, tightened her grip, turned. The mechanism clicked. The door was unlocked. Chapter 15. Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 8:13 a.m. Alex turned the knob and pushed the door slowly inward. The hinge creaked softly, and at the sound, Alex drew her pistol from its holster and brought it up in front of her navel, leading through the gap with it. When it was wide enough, she stepped in, easing the door closed behind her. Inside was warm, the heating running. The home was dated, the living room housing two old red velveteen sofas. Hardwood sideboards with decorative plates and cups on little hooks dominated the walls. A small wood stove sitting in front of a large, dark coffee table. A little flat-screen TV in the corner on a cheap unit. Alex cast around, was surprised for a moment. The place didn't feel like it belonged to a 32-year-old. Because it didn't. Maddie was renting, not living with her father, and this place was furnished, belonged to someone else. It was someone's home. And Maddie hadn't changed it. Out of reverence, or simply because she wasn't here enough to bother? Perhaps she didn't think she would be here long enough to bother. The clap of a cupboard shutting in the kitchen derailed Alex's train of thought and pulled her back into Maddie's living room, her weapon rising higher, her left hand moving to the heel of the grip. She exhaled, steadying her aim, and started forward, sighting the house down the length of the barrel of her Glock 19. Through a doorway to her right, she could see a bedroom. She glanced in. A single bed, bedspread tight and neat, same feel as the living room, guest room. She pushed on. Another door, half open. She slowed, looked in. Another bedroom. This was different. Looked different. Smelled different. The house had an old smell to it. empty, trapped in time. But the bedroom carried the odor of sweat, of a person. Alex glanced toward the kitchen door in front of her, almost completely shut. More noise from behind, someone opening and closing cupboard doors. Alex made the call, took a moment, pushed open the bedroom door. The windows above the bed were covered, blinds drawn. The bed was unmade, sheets pulled back. Ripped back, Alex thought. Not kicked off, but pulled clean away from the bed. Someone looking for something. The chest of drawers had been tossed. The closet, all the clothes pulled out, strewn on the floor. Alex knew what a hasty search looked like. She withdrew from Maddie's bedroom and headed for the kitchen, reaching out and laying a hand on the door, the distinct look of lead paint coating it. Eggshell. Alex could feel her heart beating in her ears. She forced herself to breathe, not sure what she was going to find beyond. The killer? Come to cover his tracks? Find out what Maddie had? Tossing her house to ensure there was nothing that would lead anyone to him? Her mind focused, homing in on what she needed to do. If this was the killer, then she'd need to act fast, decisively. She swallowed, finger depressing the trigger slightly. She needed to be ready to shoot. Alex leaned forward, ready to swing the door inward, when it struck her. The truth, the weight of it. If this was the killer, then maybe it was the killer. Her killer. The one she'd been chasing all these years. Her breath caught in her lungs, her head spinning with that notion. Was this it? Was this what it had all been leading to? She was trembling all over, cold sweat breaking out across her skin. Her brain faltered, swirled. Flashes of something, someone dancing across her vision. It was like she was at sea, the whole world tilting and swaying, almost taking her clean off her feet. She shook her head, tried to find herself again. Someone screamed behind her. Alex whirled around, gun flying to attention. But there was no one there. A deep laugh struck up all around. No, not around. Inside. Inside her head. She blinked, everything blurry. A wave of nausea rode up through her stomach, and she almost emptied the contents all over the living room carpet. If she'd had more in it than a glass of water, she would have. Light spilled over her shoulder then, floor joists creaking in her periphery. The kitchen door. The sound blasted through the haze, and Alex whirled, gun rising. A heavy hand flew out, took the pistol out of the air, and drove it upward. Reflexively, her training kicked in. Both hands locked around the weapon, she threw her right knee forward, aiming for the crotch of the man standing in front of her. He took the blow and doubled forward, twisting and tearing the pistol free of her grip, driving a shoulder into her chest, blowing her clean off her feet. She gasped, winded, and landed hard on her coccyx. Pain radiated through her spine, enough to blind her. She could see stars, a huge shape swimming above her. The man righted himself, steadying his bulk on the kitchen door frame. He grunted, swore roughly under his breath, clutching at his testicles. Alex's knee had connected. She'd felt it, and she was sure he did too. He coughed and stood upright as Alex kicked herself backward, looking around for some kind of weapon, her vision clearing by the moment. "Don't," the man started, coughing again. "Don't move," he forced out between difficult breaths. Alex squinted up at him, could see now that he wasn't pointing the weapon at her. He was just holding it up against the frame. Her eyes drifted from the weapon to the man. He'd gone a little white on account of the knee to his sensitive area, but now that she could see, she recognized him. "John Bell," she said as it came to her. He lowered the gun and, still panting, pulled back the slide, checking if a round was chambered. "You were going to shoot me?" he asked, though it was barely a question. "I was prepared to," Alex said, getting to her feet but keeping her space. She measured him, took stock of the former chief. He was in his 60s, big, 6'4" easily. He was one of those guys who'd never needed to lift weights to put on muscle, never needed to train to get strong. A big chunk of a man whose frame carried all the weight he could throw at it. But that was then. Now it looked like all that weight was working against him, like 20 coats draped on a rack. his body too heavy for his bones. His face had puffed out and drooped, sagging at the corners, the way it did with a lot of drinkers. His eyes were watery, red. He'd been up all night, that much was clear. His shirt rumpled, his jeans caked in mud up to the knees. He'd spent the night stomping around the woods and hadn't gone home between. "What are you doing here?" Alex pushed. "This is my daughter's house," he practically spat. "And it could be a crime scene. Why do you think I'm here?" "That you're now destroying," she finished through gritted teeth. "There's nothing to destroy," he shouted, making the house ring. His hand cut through the air, pistol still in his grip, flecks of spittle launching into the space between them. "There's nothing here. Maddie didn't make it back, and you have no idea where she is, do you?" Alex blinked at the sudden projection. She didn't think telling him that he didn't know where she was either would have any kind of beneficial effect. She cleared her throat, held her hand out authoritatively for her weapon. John looked down at it, his mouth twisting into a malicious smile. "Maybe I should keep this until you learn how to use it properly." "Maybe I should crush your other testicle," she replied coolly. "Right now, you're annoying me. In about 3 seconds, you're going to be impeding my investigation. In 5, I'm going to assume continuing to hold on to my loaded weapon is you threatening a law enforcement officer." John's eyes narrowed. He ejected the round in the chamber and it popped upward, clinking to the ground at his feet. He tossed the pistol to her then and started toward the front door, a hint of a limp in his gait. Alex didn't know if it was from the blow or just his age. Knees give out all too often when you're that big. She stooped to pick up the errant round, hearing the door open behind her. "Am I going to keep running into you all over town?" she asked flatly, the tone conveying that it was exactly what she didn't want to happen. "Depends if you're halfway decent at your job," he grunted in reply. "I am," Alex replied, standing and holstering her weapon, squeezing the round in her hand, all too aware that had she not melted down like that, it may well have been inside John Bell at that very moment. "I will find your daughter." John didn't turn around, just stood, framed in the open doorway, filling it almost entirely. Just finding her isn't good enough. And then he left, the door snapping shut behind him. Chapter 16. Newport West, Tuesday, October 20th, 8:26 a.m. Alex climbed back into her Explorer and sat, still trembling. She curled her hands into fists and knocked them on her thighs, thinking. After John Bell had left, she'd done a sweep of the house and found nothing. He'd been right. Maddie hadn't been back there, at least not after. But what had he meant when he'd said that just finding her wasn't good enough? That he wanted Alex to find Maddie and her killer? That was sort of implied, wasn't it? Or was it that he wanted her to find Maddie alive? Or was it that he simply meant that he wasn't just going to find Maddie, but he was going to end the man who'd done this to her? Alex felt cold at the last thought. John Bell used to be a man of the law, but when it came to your child, especially if Maddie was already dead, she didn't think that would stop him. He didn't strike her as the type of man to hesitate or to shy away from the hard choice. She let out a long breath, reached for her coffee, and took a deep sip, rolling things over in her head. Despite the clock ticking on Maddie's life, Alex had no way to know where she was or what kind of condition she was in. They might already be chasing a body. But either way, Maddie's trail was cold, for now. Until they got the samples tested at the lab, they had little to go on. The phone was clean, and she'd been alone at the station when she'd headed wherever it was she was headed. They'd find out what time that was by the security footage. But in a town like Newport, which wasn't well surveilled at all, and with no license plate recognition software baked into any of the nearby cams, because, come on, it was the middle of fucking nowhere rural Washington state, and there never was. The logistics of pulling all that footage, combing through it manually for a matching make and model of her car, which, if it had been a new model police-issued SUV with all the extras that Alex's did, it would be easy. Just track the telemetry data. But no, she wasn't driving one of those. Partly because Newport PD didn't seem to have them, underfunded and neglected like most rural towns, and mostly because she'd taken her own car, a 2011 Subaru Forester, and not one equipped with GPS either. Their manhunt had quickly reached a dead end. Alex felt grim using that term, but it fit. And as terrible as it was to entertain the idea of turning attention away from Maddie, that's exactly what she needed to do. What the case demanded. The thing that would catch this killer was in the case files of the two girls who were already dead. It was written on their bodies. It was buried in Newport's history. Maddie had been investigating the murders, and it had brought her close enough to the killer that he needed to strike. So Alex needed to follow the trail Maddie had and stop chasing Maddie herself. She took another drink of coffee, feeling it trickle warmly into her belly, and reached for the files in her backpack on the passenger seat. She pulled the top two onto her lap and flipped the page for the 100th time, hoping to see something new, to feel something new. She sighed, pulled out the older three, laid them on top of the newer two, and started flipping pages there. She wasn't sure if it was because she was headed there next, or if it was simply something she caught out of the corner of her eye, but on the coroner's report, she stopped. All three older reports, and, she reshuffled the pile, checking Sierra's and Kayla's, the new ones too. Same coroner did all 5 examinations, Dr. Leonard Crowley. She ran her tongue along her teeth, ignoring the sensitivity striking up around her molars as she did. Half of them weren't even hers. Crowns, implants, the original teeth damaged or missing altogether. The good doctor seemed like as good a place as any to start. Alex put the files down and picked up her phone, texting Kevin Sue before she set off. "Update?" she typed. But even as she hit send, she didn't hold out much hope. So as she drove out of Maddie's street, she focused all her attention on the coroner and the questions she was going to ask him. Ones, she had a feeling, he wasn't going to like. Chapter 17. Newport Westward. Tuesday, October 20th, 9:03 a.m. It was light by the time Alex arrived at the coroner's office, but not bright. The impenetrable ceiling of gray cloud and drizzle was seeing to that. The coroner's office was 30 minutes outside of town, off the side of a highway that connected Newport and another town. It was a county coroner's office, like most of the ones Alex seemed to visit, which meant it served the whole of the county and not just Newport. Small towns didn't have enough bodies piling up under questionable circumstances to warrant them. But among a dozen towns, there were plenty of deaths. Alex wasn't there for all of them, though, just for 2, for now. She pulled off the highway and into the parking lot of the low-slung 2-story building. It had a brownstone exterior, long, dark windows, heavy concrete accenting. Brutalist inspiration. 80s, Alex thought. They all felt the same, run down, dark, depressing. As a coroner's should be, she thought as she parked and got out. The Impala pool car was already there, and Garcia got out when Alex arrived, stretching as though she'd been sitting a while. She was wearing black jeans, a heavy metal band t-shirt, and a black leather jacket over the top, a heavy kit bag hanging at her side. "Boss," she said with a nod. "Garcia," Alex replied. "How you doin'?" "Fine," Alex said automatically. "Yeah?" Alex stopped for a second, looked up at Garcia. She looked away. She'd known Garcia for a while, worked with her for a while, knew her well enough to know when something was off, and that confirmation, that simple, "yeah," was off. Alex said nothing, just stood there, looking at her, mind working. It flashed back to Doyle, suddenly, instinctually. Had he asked Garcia to keep an eye on Alex? Was she just projecting that because she felt more ragged than usual? Because she felt maybe someone did need to keep an eye on her? Thankfully, sensing the sudden tension, Garcia plowed on. "Usual drill?" she asked with a casual, perhaps too casual sigh. Double track over the local coroner's subpar work, rerun all the labs, redo all the examinations, retest their samples, test our own, and generally just make this creepy little weirdo reconsider all his life choices? "Your unending enthusiasm never ceases to amaze me," Alex said. "It's a gift." She flashed Alex a smile with straight white teeth, brushed her dark curls over her ear, and then proffered the building. Alex took the lead and headed up the concrete steps, pulling open the door and stepping into the reception. The wide, flat beige tiles, flecked with different shades of brown to give them some character, sprawled ahead. At the far end of the room, a set of electronically locked double doors barred the way deeper into the building. An old wooden desk surrounded by a glass case filled the right-hand wall, and on the left was a tired leather sofa, outwardly showing all the years it had been there. Cracked, faded, nicked, and scratched. Someone cleared their throat, and Alex lifted her eyes from the couch to the glass, behind which a middle-aged woman, who looked like she'd been born 4 decades too late, sat. She was wearing a flowery blouse buttoned to the neck, a tightly curled helmet of hair around her head, cat's-eye reading glasses with a beaded neck chain. "Can I help you?" she asked, magnified eyes flitting between Alex and Garcia. "We're here to see Dr. Leonard Crowley. Do you have an appointment?" she asked, a little sharply. Alex pulled her badge smoothly from her pocket and held it against the glass. "We don't need one." "Everyone needs one," the receptionist said, wielding what little power she had like a club. Alex kept the badge against the glass, leaning in closer to fix her gaze on her. "2 young women are dead. Another is missing and is likely being tortured and slowly murdered as we stand here discussing this. You may not care about that, but I do," Alex said, with all the coldness of the thin layer of moisture settled on the shoulders of her jacket. "So tell me, is your ego worth 3 lives?" The woman paled. Alex lifted the badge and knocked it against the glass. "Open the fucking door." The woman said nothing, just bowed her head and pressed the button on her desk that unlocked the door. It buzzed in Alex's periphery. "I appreciate your help." Alex stepped away, Garcia hard on her heels, and pushed through the door into the corridor beyond. "That was fun," she said buoyantly. "That was unnecessary." "Small towns, small people," Alex all but growled, pausing at the first door on her right. Lab 1. She opened it and stuck her head inside. It was empty. "Maybe we should have asked for directions?" Garcia asked with a shrug. Alex's hum was enough to quiet her. Thankfully, Lab 2 yielded better results. It was big, but about as dated as the building. On the right, a bank of workstations held a variety of equipment, mercifully, some of it from this millennium. The kind of equipment Garcia would need to run her samples, and rerun Crowley's. In the middle, 3 large stainless steel slabs sat under heavy dentist office lights, half spheres on long, articulated arms that could be moved around. To the left, across a stretch of open floor, were the lockers, 6 in total, and at least 2 of them were full. But the reason that Alex knew this was the right lab wasn't because of any of those things. Across the room was a bank of windows, and beyond that was a sizable office. And inside was a man sitting in front of a computer. He was wearing glasses and screwing up his face like he still couldn't see what was on it. Alex ushered Garcia inside and opened the door wide. She let it close behind her, hoping the slam would grab the doctor's attention. She let the door go, waiting and waiting. Garcia bounced on her heels, glancing back at it. "Soft close," she muttered. Alex hummed again, wound up, and then drove her heel back into it, shunting it closed with a loud bang. "That'll do it," Garcia said, hissing and wincing at the sound. The man with the glasses sat bolt upright, looking out at them. He was thin, woefully so. His bald head shone under the light above him, a thin layer of gray hair around his ears. He rose tentatively and strode out, his rumpled shirt and dark tie drowning his thin frame and neck. "Yes?" he asked, not wanting to fully emerge from his office. "Dr. Crowley," Alex said, not even a question. He straightened a little. Alex flashed the badge. "Alex Marshall, Washington State Police." Crowley paled. "Sierra Collins, Kayla Whitmore." He paled further. "I want to see them." He fell entirely still. "And your reports, the labs, all the samples, everything you have." "But," unless the next words from your mouth are going to be, "But can I get you a coffee before we start?" then I suggest you don't say anything and get to work. His mouth opened soundlessly. Garcia moved forward, dropped her bag onto a workstation loudly enough that Crowley jumped. Then she moved toward him. He shrank. Alex watched. He looked off kilter. But guilty? Hard to say. She'd know soon. Garcia extended a hand to him. "Dana Garcia," she said, smiling. "I'm looking forward to finding all the things you missed." Crowley blinked dumbly. He began before automatically reaching for her hand and shaking it. "Dr. Leonard Crowley, and thank you?" Alex couldn't help but crack the tiniest smile. She clapped loudly to grab his attention, and he jumped. "Doctor," she said authoritatively, "the bodies and your files. Now, if you will." Chapter 18. Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 9:36 a.m. Crowley took his time. He moved methodically, calling in an assistant to help him transfer the bodies. The lab itself was cold and getting colder. After getting the bodies from the drawers, Crowley had turned down the thermostat. He didn't need to explain that warmth was the enemy of preservation. The drawers rattled open, and Crowley stripped back the sheets covering the victims without ceremony. Garcia was already busying herself at the other side of the lab, eyes in microscopes, loading up samples into centrifuges, fiddling with the mass spectrometer, which Alex thought she should definitely learn more about, at some point, but not now. The assistant, a young, pale woman, helped Crowley transfer Sierra and Kayla to the slabs, and then she was gone, leaving Crowley standing on one side of Sierra Collins. He watched Alex licking his lips gently, as though anticipating something, and by the sweat lining his brow, despite the temperature in the room, it didn't seem to be anything good. "Garcia!" Alex called, not taking her eyes off Crowley. "Get over here!" By the time she got there, Alex had already stooped and pulled out the Collins and Whitmore files and was holding them across the body in front of her. She'd been careful not to look down at Sierra yet. She needed to finish this game of mental chicken with Crowley first. She needed to know what was going on behind those eyes. The guy was in his late 50s, maybe a little older, or maybe he'd just aged badly. She cast an eye over his clothes. Old shirt, old tie, Target or Walmart brand, washed 1,000 times. County coroner wasn't a bad gig. Up to $75,000 a year, Alex remembered. She'd looked it up before. Even if it was at the lower end, he'd still had a lot of years of earning, which meant he was either choosing to wear that outfit or he didn't have the money to afford anything better. There were lots of options for being near destitute despite a decent job. Over-leveraged and lost everything in the recession, divorced and lost everything in the split, bad investments, gambling. Either way, if it was a choice, that was one thing. If it wasn't, then it was an exposed nerve someone could touch. Someone could use to bend him. A little palm greasing when you're in trouble to fudge a report or two? Overlook a small but important detail? She didn't know Crowley. At best, she'd be fishing. At worst, stumbling in the dark. He looked down at the folders. "What's this?" "Your words," Alex said. "And why are you giving them back to me?" "Pretend I'm an idiot. Just humor me. Walk me through your reports." He narrowed his eyes slightly, as though trying to figure Alex's angle. She just wanted to make sure that everything on that report lined up with what she was seeing on Sierra Collins's body. and to make sure that everything she spotted on the body was included in the report. Offended, Crowley took the files and, with a loud sigh that smelled faintly of onions, leafed them open and looked down at them. Alex could see the muscles around his eyes twitching slightly, as though he were trying to do some mental gymnastics of some kind. Wondering how to get himself out of trouble? He cleared his throat twice, then lifted the folder aside and looked down at the dead woman between them. Alex followed his eyes, finally looking at Sierra Collins. She was on her back, eyes taped closed. She lay there, naked, still, and pale. Sierra Collins had long blonde hair. Alex remembered from her social media it was full-bodied and loosely curled, the perfect balance between takes hours to do and just rolled out of bed. But now it was long and lifeless and flat, bordering on gray rather than blonde under the harsh lighting. The rest of her body was unblemished except for two places. Her throat was bruised and purple, and the carving on the inside of her thigh was nearly black against her skin. As Alex stared down at it, she felt the side of her neck prickle. Her blood was rushing in her ears. She stared at the symbol. Seeing it in person was different. Worse. Her throat was tight, heart beating double time. Her neck itched now, ferociously. She was desperate to scratch it. "Alex?" She looked up, first at Crowley, then Garcia, not sure who'd called her. "The doc asked you a question," Garcia said softly, as though reading her more easily than she'd have liked. Alex feigned a cough. "Apologies. What did you say?" "I asked if there was somewhere you'd like me to start specifically." Crowley arched an eyebrow, unsure why she'd zoned out. Alex assumed her well-practiced poker face. "From the beginning," Alex said. "I want to know everything." Chapter 19. Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 9:48 a.m. Crowley let out a long, sober sigh and reached to his eye with the back of his gloved hand, rubbing it gently before he began. "Sierra Collins, 23 years old," he said. "Female." He paused for just a moment, looked at Alex. She remained stock still, staring at him. He took that as a sign to go on. Cause of death, asphyxiation through strangulation. He gestured to the throat. The assailant crushed the victim's trachea. Small abrasions on the victim's shoulder blades suggest that she was supine when the attack ended. However, a lack of impact trauma and bruising suggests that she was not tackled or shoved down onto the floor prior to it commencing. My assessment is that the assailant placed his hands on her throat while they were upright and then slowly moved her to the ground in a controlled manner. However, a lack of defensive wounds or trauma to the cuticles and nail beds of her hands suggests that she didn't fight back, at least not vigorously. He stopped and looked up at Alex once more. She nodded a little for him to keep going, listening more to the words than looking at the body. "This suggests that the victim was familiar with her attacker," he said almost stiffly. "In previous cases," he said stiltedly now, as though he felt he was speaking out of turn, "especially when it comes to IPV cases, quite often the victim will not fight back because they're in a state of disbelief that their attacker is doing what they're doing." He cleared his throat. "But that's not for me to say in this case. The rest of the body remains unmarked. No other damage was found. No bruising, no signs of violence." His hands swept down Sierra's naked corpse, pausing above her pubic mound. "No signs of sexual violence or forced penetration," he said almost quickly, not meeting the eyes of the two women standing around him. He turned away then and flipped a page on the file. The talk screens were clear, except for some alcohol in Sierra Collins's system. Kayla Whitmore's talk screen was completely clean. He didn't drug them before attacking them, didn't ply them with alcohol, I don't believe. Alex's eyes had returned to Sierra now, moving up and down her pale, almost angelic body, glowing under the lights. He was right. There were no defensive wounds. Her hands were clean. When someone was strangling you, both hands were fixed around the throat. It was common to beat at your attacker and for women to scratch with their nails, a lot of the time lifting epithelial tissue that could be traced and matched with suspects. It was quite often how the perpetrators of these crimes were identified. But here, there'd be no such luck. It struck Alex just how clean the body was, in fact. She knew that following autopsies, the bodies were washed before being stored, cleaned of any dirt or residue to allow for better inspection. But she remembered from the crime scene photos that this is how Sierra had looked anyway. Something occurred to her then, flashing in her mind, and she gestured for the file in Crowley's hand. He passed it across to her, and she flipped to the first initial crime scene photos of Sierra's body. Staring down at the girl's face, she turned it toward Garcia. "Notice anything?" Garcia stared, stuck out her bottom lip, and shook her head. "You looked at Sierra Collins's social media?" She shook her head again. "The girl's made up, always. It's part of her brand. But here, look, no makeup at all." Crowley seemed to understand what she was getting at and lifted his chin a little. "Yes, I was getting to that," he said, though Alex had to wonder if he was. "The bodies were cleaned after the attack." "Cleaned?" Alex confirmed. He nodded. "Some kind of soft, non-abrasive cloth, a very, very light, unscented cleanser of some kind." "What kind of cleanser?" "Soap," he shrugged. "There was just the faintest residue left in certain places. He did it with warm water, not hot, and was meticulous. I say that there was no tissue under her fingernails or in her teeth from defensive wounds, but that wasn't to say that there wasn't before the killer cleaned it away." Alex nodded at that, gaining a sense of just how ritualistic this was, that the killer got close, committed these intimate murders, then took the time and care to wash the bodies before placing them. She paused, looked up at him. "This," she said, moving her hand toward Sierra's thigh, gesturing to the carving on the inside. "Yes," Crowley replied evenly. "You said the bodies were cleaned, all particulate matter, any proof or evidence or DNA removed." "He even combed their hair," Crowley muttered, not a tinge of disgust, but perhaps one of interest or even just plain morbid curiosity tinged in his voice. Alex ignored it for now, but filed it away for later in the back of her mind. "Did he make this before or after he cleaned her?" "After," Crowley replied. "I found no traces of the cleanser he used inside the cuts. I swabbed them for particulate matter, too. Often, tiny flakes of metal might be found, might allude to the alloy used, the kind of knife even." "But?" Alex asked. Crowley just shook his head. No such luck, apparently. So he cleaned the bodies, prepared them, Alex thought, not just to be left, but perhaps in the same way that a painter prepares a canvas, that they whitewash the canvas to ensure that their first colored strokes shine brightest. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" she asked Crowley. He stared back at her for a moment, tensing a little. "No," he said. "No?" Alex pushed him. He stood firmly, keeping her gaze, as she reached down to the bag at her side and pulled out the 3 older murder files, handing them across to him. He stared down at them, the folders hovering above Sierra's navel. "What are they?" he asked, not able to keep the tremor out of his voice. "You know what they are," Alex said coldly, "and I want to know why. Why they weren't linked to each other, and why, the second that you saw this body, why you didn't call the station immediately and say that you've seen this before." He paled a little further in the harsh light, shaking his head gently as he tried to find the words. "Incompetence or obstruction?" Alex offered him. His eyes left from the folders to her. "What?" "Incompetence or obstruction," she said. "Those are your 2 options. Either you're so incompetent that you missed it, or you didn't, but you decided not to say a damn thing. Either way, it's not good." He cleared his throat a little, tried to smile, failed, his lips just trembling instead. "I don't know why they weren't linked," he said. "Look, I'm just the coroner. I just do the autopsies. He held up his hands innocently. "I just do what I'm told." Alex's eyes narrowed. "Really?" she asked. "And who exactly are you taking your orders from?" Chapter 20. Newport Way, Tuesday, October 20, 10:02 a.m. The question hung heavily in the air and without answer. Alex stared up at Crowley. Though he said nothing, it was obvious who had given those orders. John Bell may not have been in charge of Newport PD this week, but he was 9 years ago, and even just thinking of his name made the blood flush hot through Alex's cheeks, her anger growing with the man every time he seemed to cross her mind. For someone who ran the police here for 30 years, she'd seen that he'd done more damage than good so far. And if he'd had a hand somehow in the murders 9 years ago, what did he have to do with these ones? Crowley cleared his throat and went on, seemingly with redoubled speed. The blood work on both victims came back all clear, nothing out of the ordinary. The physical attacks were the only factor that contributed to their death. The time of death is estimable between 6 and 12 hours before the bodies were discovered. "Why such a large window?" Alex probed. "Cool air, dry conditions," the doctor replied. "I would say that Kayla was closer to 12 hours, Sierra closer to 6, but both of them were killed the night before they were discovered. That much I'm certain of. I would think that they were placed at the same time, abducted at different times." Alex thought on that. It made sense. Kayla had been at work, left a little late, but her car was discovered in the parking lot. Likely time of disappearance anywhere from 4 to 6 in the evening. Sierra Collins had been at a local bar having some drinks with friends. She left around 11 but never made it home. The time of deaths tracked. Crowley lifted his eyes from Sierra Collins and moved them toward the bank of drawers at the back of the room. "Would you like me to call my assistant to bring out the second body?" he asked a little stiltedly. Alex knew that it would yield just as few results, the body meticulously cleaned too, but she nodded anyway. She needed to be diligent. He set about calling his assistant and swapping the bodies around, covering Sierra Collins up and placing back into the drawer, and then removing Kayla instead. She lay on the slab there, a pool of dark hair around her head. Crowley once more going through the motions. Alex tuned him out, looking now at the stab marks, leaning in to get a better sense of them. 17 in total, all uniform in size, shape, depth. Not hurried, not done with any malice or hatred, but no hesitation either. Why stab so many times if not done in a frenzy? Why do it with such care, seemingly? Because that's what these kills reeked of. Care. The killer cared. Not about the victims, but about the kills. It occurred to Alex that, seemingly, they almost had nothing to do with the victims themselves, that this wasn't about the girls, and this wasn't about satisfying something dark and terrible in the soul of the killer either. She couldn't put her finger on exactly what was going on in his mind, but she knew that he wasn't like anyone else that she'd hunted before. Was he perhaps doing it simply out of pleasure? Did he stab her 17 times because he liked how that felt? Did he measure each stroke so that he could languish in it, so that he could delight in the feeling of the knife going in? Crowley cleared his throat, and Alex looked up, pulled out of her trance. "If there's nothing else," he said, trailing off. Garcia was looking at Alex too, and she realized that he must have been talking the entire time that she was thinking. Alex just gave him a solid nod. "That's fine," she said, looking now at Garcia. "You know what you're doing?" "I do," she replied, not expanding on it further. The short answer was rechecking every single thing Crowley had done, and then finding out what he'd missed. She'd have her hands full. He'd been thorough, which meant that anything missed would be small. Alex couldn't quite tell whose side he was playing for yet, perhaps just his own, but once Garcia had redone his work, they would know how much he'd left out, exactly where his allegiances lay. Until then, all Alex could do was keep pushing forward. Crowley set about returning Kayla Whitmore to the drawer, and Alex gestured Garcia toward the exit. She followed, Alex lowering her voice so Crowley couldn't hear. "You're all set?" "I am," Garcia said. "And you've got your service weapon?" Alex confirmed. "In my bag," she said, "loaded." "Make sure it's in reach," Alex told her. Garcia's eyes narrowed a little and then flitted to Crowley. "You think—" "I don't know what to think," Alex said, offering a brief smile. "I just know that there's a lot we don't know yet." Garcia heard that, held it for a moment, then let out a small breath. "You can trust me," she said. "I know I can," Alex replied, looking back up at Crowley. "It's not you that I'm worried about." She bid Garcia a farewell and headed back out through the doors, not saying another word to Crowley, her bag heavy with the 5 case files, and stepped back into the morning drizzle, damp the second she was outside. The secretary, who she'd had words with earlier, had seemingly vacated her post, a small A-frame sign perched in the gap in her window saying, "Back in 5 minutes." Alex didn't care to know where she'd gone. As she made a beeline for her Explorer, she pulled her phone from her pocket, mind working, and called Kevin Sue. He answered quickly, and Alex didn't wait for a hello before she started talking. "I just walked out of the coroner's office," she said. "Got a look at our victims." "Any brainwaves?" Sue asked her. Alex just grunted in reply, an unhappy sound rising from deep in her throat. "I want a full dump of the location data from the victims' phones, and not just the night they died. Go back weeks. I want to see where they went, when they went there. I want you to find patterns. I want you to tell me every single place they went before they were killed." They knew who their killer was, and they weren't afraid of him when he got close to them. "I want to be able to retrace their paths, and hopefully run across the killer while doing it," Sue said. "He's been here 9 years," Alex replied. "He's hiding in plain sight. He's part of the fabric of this town. That much I'm sure of. If I go where they went, I'll meet him eventually. I just hope I recognize him when I do," Alex thought a moment later. "Where are you going now?" Sue said. "You headed into the office?" "No, I'm going to go and look at the crime scenes," she replied. The hope thinned in her voice as she spoke. She knew that, just like the bodies, the scenes themselves wouldn't yield much. They were where the bodies were discovered, not where they were taken, not where they'd been killed. They'd been chosen because of their public nature. They'd been chosen to throw off the trail, to make it difficult to look anywhere else. The attention focused on the place they were discovered, a place that offered nothing. And she knew that as she retraced Maddie's steps through the investigation, the next port of call was her least favorite of all, the victims' families. "You need some company?" Sue asked. "I could do with stretching my legs." Alex stopped mid-stride, brow crumpling, and replayed Sue's words over in her head. He could do with stretching his legs? He'd never said that before while on a case. If anything, he preferred the opposite. He was a shut-in, didn't like to exercise, didn't like to go out unless he needed to. His spare time was filled entirely with playing video games and reading fantasy books. Vitamin D wasn't high on his priorities list. Behind the computer screen was where he was most at home, which could only mean one thing. Her mind reeled back to Garcia's concern that morning too, almost standing in this very spot. She'd asked if Alex was okay, had pressed harder than usual. And now, Sue? That could only mean one thing. Doyle had spoken to them, had told them to keep an eye on her, to make sure that she was all right, to make sure that she wasn't losing her way in this case. Alex ground her teeth at the thought, at the distrust he was showing her. She wanted to hang up on Kevin and call him immediately, tell him to back off, tell him that she had a firm handle on this. But she didn't think that kind of explosive outburst would do much for her case. Or at least for the case that she was in full control of her emotions and her mental faculties. She let out a long breath instead, steadying herself, and forced her hand to unclench from around her phone. "No," she said, "I don't want some company. Just find me something I can use, and do it quickly." Chapter 21. Washington State Rehab Center, Olympia, WA, Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Health. Mandated psychological session. Entry from Patient Journal. Jane Doe. Doctor. Dr. Peter Milhauer, MD, PhD. Patient. Jane Doe. Identity pending. Date. May 19th. Journal entry number. Who cares? I'm only writing this because you're staring at me right now. You say it will help me explore my mind. I think that's a load of shit. But I do actually have to write something, or you'll want to talk about why I'm not, like last time. So, what the fuck do I write about? The fact that I don't recognize myself when I look in the mirror because of all the surgeries? Or maybe the police officer who came last week and showed me 100 photos of missing girls who could be me? Or maybe the fact I didn't recognize a single one of them? And I didn't know if it's because none of them were me, or because I just don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to even look like. I do know it's not this. All these fucking scars and lines that will supposedly fade, but it doesn't goddamn feel like it. Or what about that prick of a doctor who decided to work on helping me find my name? And after his years of training, his college degree, and his entire PhD, the best he could come up with was listing every fucking name in the world alphabetically. Abigail, Alana, Alex, Alice. I almost laughed in his face, chose one the second I realized what he was doing. Alex. It'll do, I guess. Who cares anyway? It's not me, not my name, not my face. It's just whatever, isn't it? I left who I was before in that fucking hole, with those other girls. Fuck it. All of it. Fuck that doctor. And you. Fuck the prick who did this to me, who took everything from me, who tried to kill me. He should have killed me. I know that. Then at least I wouldn't have to suffer through this, write this fucking journal, go to these fucking sessions, the goddamn psychiatrists, the doctors, the fucking rehab, the cops. Jesus. The fucking cops. All useless. Every one. And there have been a lot. I could do a better job of finding this guy. I mean, 4 dead girls in a hole, and the best you can come up with is showing me pictures of other missing girls? What good will that do? God, if I ever get out of here, if they ever let me out, shit, what will I do? Who will I be? Hell, who am I? Chapter 22. Newport, Washington. Tuesday, October 20th, 11:31 a.m. Alex was not what she would describe as a people person. As she pulled the Explorer to a halt outside of Sierra Collins's parents' house in a quiet corner of Newport, she dreaded what came next. The facts of the cases she worked were always the same: people killed by murderers, the evil few who walk among the general population. And though it was Alex's job, she did everything she could to keep the humanity of it at arm's length, to make sure that when she stared down at cadavers on a slab, she didn't see anything except a body bearing marks and clues that would lead her to the person responsible. Humanizing victims was not something she allowed to happen to herself. It was not something she allowed in. It was something that made her job a lot more difficult, something that made her mission more difficult, something she couldn't allow to take root deep enough to stop her from accomplishing it. Which is exactly why doing this, speaking to the parents of the victim, was the worst part of her job, the most unpleasant, but a necessary unpleasantness. She'd read through Maddie's interviews with both Sierra Collins's and Kayla Whitmore's parents. She'd been good, had asked all the questions that Alex would have. And though Alex thought there was likely nothing left to find in either of these homes, she wouldn't be good at what she did if she didn't check. She climbed from the Explorer with heavy feet and walked toward the house. As she picked her way up the driveway, a few scant raindrops patted her shoulders through the thin mist of drizzle. Sierra Collins's parents' house was modest, a small rancher on an elevated foundation. She climbed onto the concrete porch, stepped toward the wooden door, and knocked, glancing down at the welcome mat between her feet. The words, "Bless this mess," emblazoned across it with small crucifixes either side of the words. Before Alex could think too much about it, the door opened in front of her. A woman, grief-stricken, stood there. Alex was bowled over immediately by just how much she looked like Sierra. Older, more gaunt, hair shorter, but she had the same eyes, the same look as her daughter. Alex tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. She passed it off as a cough onto her knuckles and then lifted her waiting badge. "Alex Marshall," she said softly. "I'm with the Washington State Police. I'm taking over the investigation into your daughter's murder," she said matter-of-factly, meeting the woman's eye for a second. "I'm not sure if you're aware, but Madeline Bell, Newport Police Department's chief and the lead investigator on Sierra's case, has gone missing. I've been asked to take over." Sierra Collins's mother, a woman who Alex knew to be called Victoria, just stared back at her, unblinking, expressionless, hand still on the door. Footsteps echoed from behind her. Sierra Collins's father, Robert, appeared then, balding, a little overweight, eyes sunken, skin gray, the kind of look of a man who'd been drinking for several days straight. Alex didn't blame him. "Hello," Alex went on somberly, lifting her badge again. "My name is—" "I heard," her father said a little abruptly, taking his wife by the shoulders and steering her into the house. "What do you want?" "I'm just getting up to speed on Sierra's case," Alex said stiffly. No matter which way she handled these exchanges, they always seemed to go badly. She didn't know if there was a way for them to go well, and that means going over Madeline Bell's own investigation to make sure that I'm not doing the same work twice. "It sounds like that's exactly what you're doing," Robert Collins said a little coldly. Alex tried to smile and failed. "I understand this is a very difficult time for you, do you?" Robert asked, the same coldness in his voice. "Unfortunately, it's my job. I have to make sure that nothing was missed when Chief Bell spoke to you guys a few days ago." He stood perfectly still for a few seconds, his wife standing behind him, her back to Alex, listening as they spoke. "You'll want to come in then," Robert said, disappointment clear in his tone. Alex just nodded. "If it's not too much trouble, I can come back, in case it's a bad time?" Robert asked, letting out one sour note of laughter. "If this will help you find who did this," he went on, voice cracking, eyes glistening around the edges with tears, "then we'll do everything we can to help." He turned, put his arm around his wife, and beckoned Alex inside, walking toward the back of the house, leaving the door open for her. She stepped through, intentionally not looking at the walls filled with pictures of Sierra as a child and as a teenager. She was beautiful, destined for something bigger than this town. She had one of those natural, winning smiles, the kind that took people a long way in life. Alex knew that she was popular, not just online but otherwise too. That had been in Maddie's research. Everyone had liked Sierra. She was one of the pretty girls, one of the popular girls, but not a terrible person, not mean. She wasn't a bully. No one had anything bad to say about her. Alex joined Robert and Victoria Collins in their living room and sat. Victoria backed against the sofa, hands loosely in her lap, eyes staring vacantly into space. Robert leaned forward, elbows on his knees, stomach, eyes fixed on Alex, his wide mouth rolling left and right as he weighed her. This stranger in his house, ready to twist the knife. He was clearly waiting for her to start, and the only way to do that was simply to do it. "I'm sure Maddie will have asked you these questions before," she said, "but did Sierra have any boyfriends? Anyone who you knew she was seeing or involved with?" Robert shook his head firmly. "No, she kept herself single. It made her job easier," she said. Alex couldn't help but notice the inflection he put on that. Men of his generation, no doubt, looked down on anyone whose primary source of income was being a social media influencer. Victoria, without looking up, jumped in. Being single was part of her brand. Sierra's following demanded that she remain available, that the illusion was preserved, she said, sneering at the words. But Alex didn't think there was any malice in them. Simply that it was a point they'd no doubt argued over, that lying, misrepresenting yourself in a certain way, wasn't good, wasn't healthy, wasn't proper to do. If it had been a point of criticism, it surely felt trivial and pointless now, all things considered. Alex nodded. That's how she needed it to appear, she said. But do you know if she was seeing anybody quietly, or perhaps without her following knowing? Robert shook his head again. No, there were always boys buzzing around like flies, he said, always messaging her this and that, saying that they wanted to, offering to. He grimaced, shaking his head. Alex understood, but she was surprised that Robert had such an intimate knowledge of what went on his daughter's social media. Perhaps he'd seen it after the fact, had it opened up to him by Maddie, or even by his wife. Alex knew exactly how men could be online, how forward they could be, the kind of things they offered to women with whom they thought they had a chance, or the things they offered to create one. How far would men go when they knew they didn't, though? That was the question. But no, Robert said firmly, finishing his thought. She wasn't seeing anybody. When she was home, she made sure not to shit where she ate. The words came out of his mouth, but Alex heard Sierra's voice. Newport was a small town, and Sierra was something of an online celebrity. Any man who got involved with her, who slept with her, would no doubt wear that like a badge of honor, like a trophy. It would spread like wildfire, and Sierra's brand, that she was available, that she was single, a prize to be chased, would be ruined, the illusion shattered. And if she got mixed up with anybody locally, that would change the perception, and that's what social media was. Perceptions. Appearances. Alex had already taken a look at Maddie's assessment of Sierra's social media. She'd come up with nothing solid, leads that she wanted to chase down, but nothing that she'd put any real time or energy into. No one inside Newport had even got a message back. But that just meant the killer had gotten close to her without approaching her online. In fact, if he had done, Alex would have been surprised. This line of questioning, though, seemed to be a snake eating its own tail. They'd go round and round and round and never get anywhere. So she moved on. Outside of Sierra's work, Alex said carefully, skirting around the language, did you notice anybody hanging around? Any new faces? Did you hear any new names that she mentioned? The parents both shook their heads. Was she acting oddly at all, like anything was bugging her or that she'd been frightened? They continued to shake their heads. If Sierra was hiding something, do you think— Before she could even finish that question, Robert's eyes flashed to hers. Chief Bell asked all of these questions, and we already answered all of this, he said, cutting the air suddenly with his hand. The tears more fully formed around the corners of his eyes now. Alex nodded slowly. I'm sorry, she said. I understand. No, you don't, he said suddenly, standing up and offering his hand toward the door. You don't understand anything at all. Alex rose slowly, forcing herself to meet his eye. No, I don't. Not yet, she said, her voice strained. But I will. Chapter 23. Newport, Way. Tuesday, October 20th, 11:59 a.m. Alex stepped out of Sierra Collins's house in a blur, made it to her car, and followed the pre-planned route to Kayla Whitmore's house. She exited the vehicle, walked up a near-identical path, this house a little bigger, a little more expensive, but practically the same. Kayla Whitmore's father answered the door. His name was Carl, his wife, Eleanor. They'd been married for 3 decades, had lived here the entire time. Alex raised her badge, spoke automatically, got herself inside just the same as she had before, was led through to another living room. This time, she was offered tea or coffee, which she politely declined. And then she set about the same motions, turning the same screws that she had in the Collinses' house, eliciting the same responses. Grief, anger, frustration. The words echoed numbly to her. Everyone loved Kayla. Why would someone do this to her? Her father asked. They stabbed her, didn't they? Her mother's voice began to rise. Oh God, why are you here? Why aren't you out there looking for whoever did this? They broke down, clutched at each other, tears falling, sobs racking Eleanor Whitmore. Carl comforted her, looking up at Alex, not with anger in his eyes, but some kind of expectation. But no matter what he thought was going to happen, even when this man was caught, it wouldn't feel like justice. He could hang, he could swing in the streets, and it would still not bring Kayla back. Not even close. And that was the part that Alex hated more than anything. That no matter what she did, there was no fixing this. There was never any fixing it. The parents of these two girls, the parents of the 3 who died 9 years ago, nothing would bring them back. They were dead, they were murdered, and they'd remain that way forever, even when the case was solved, when it was finished. Alex said something, she wasn't sure what. The words sort of came on their own without her thinking about it. The sobbing stopped. They looked at her, a little dumbfounded, muttered something in response. Alex pressed, perhaps too hard, perhaps too fast, perhaps too inconsiderately. Either way, without even getting up, she was ordered from the house. She knew that she hadn't said anything too terrible, nothing she hadn't before. But their daughter was dead. They had no answers. The one woman who promised to give them some was now missing herself. And her replacement, Alex, was a shadow of Madeline Bell. Not as an investigator, but as a person. From what she understood, Maddie lived and breathed this town. She knew the people in it, understood them. They were her people. She would have killed for them. She would have died for them. And she just might have. Alex was a stranger, an outsider, and she clearly didn't care for Sierra and Kayla the way Maddie did. That's how it appeared. That's how Alex tried to keep it, to spare herself from everything that came along with caring. She moved numbly, the door snapping shut behind her, and then she was once more in the cool autumn air, the oppressive mist weighing on her. She shivered, sodden through, Carl's and Eleanor's faces swimming in front of her eyes, Robert's and Victoria's too. Parents, grieving parents, parents whose children had been taken from them, parents whose lives had been irreparably altered, destroyed. Alex thought of it, the weight of that, the responsibility. She swayed, stumbled, off balance suddenly. She thought about her own parents, her knees nearly buckling. She didn't know them, didn't know their faces, didn't know their names, knew nothing about them at all. Had they grieved for her? Had they cried when they thought she was dead? Had they screamed and shouted at the police officer who'd come to their door with no answers? Had they felt what the Collinses, what the Whitmores had? The thought seized Alex faster and harder than she thought possible, and before she could stop it, it seemed to take hold of her heart entirely, crushing it, stopping it from beating altogether. She raked in a half-breath, her chest immovable, a great weight pressing down on her breastbone, stopping it from rising. It was as though someone had thrown a punch into her solar plexus and stunned her diaphragm. She tried to breathe, but her tightening muscles only expelled more air from her body, didn't allow her to draw it. She sagged forward, breaking into a strange, alien run, her hands locked in claws at her sides, blood pulsing terribly through them, her heart beating light and fast as she collapsed into the side of her car, scrabbling at the back door. She wrenched it open and threw herself inside, kicking her way onto the seat, hooking her toe around the handle and slamming it awkwardly shut behind her. She lay on her back and put her arms over her head, covering her eyes, squeezing her forearms against them until they ached, stopping the tears from coming, willing her heart to slow down or simply just explode. She wasn't sure if she cared which in that moment. She lashed out with her heel, slamming it into the closed door once, twice, 3 times, just trying to get it out, whatever was inside her. It just needed to get out. The reverberation rang through her shin and up into her hip, the pain blinding suddenly, spreading through her spine and across her back, sobering her instantly. She pulled in a harsh, startled breath, the tension in her ribs easing, her eyes flying open. Her chest tightened once more, but before she could let it, she forced in another lungful, and another, and another. The tingling and numbness in her fingertips, in her lips, receding with each difficult breath. She rolled onto her side, curled her knees to her belly, and held them with her trembling hands, breathing slowly, pressing her chin on her knees. Enclosed, cocooned in the back of the car, safe, if just for a moment, from the world outside, she counted her breathing, counted her heartbeats, counted the seconds as they ticked by, knowing that as much as she wanted to stay there forever, she couldn't. She needed to get up. She needed to get moving. She needed to find Madeline Bell before it was too late, and to do that, she needed to find Maddie's father. Chapter 24, Newport, Washington, Tuesday. October 20th, 1:44 p.m. It took Alex what felt like a long time to recover. Finally, when the blood stopped pulsing in her ears and she'd regained control of her diaphragm, she was exhausted. She let herself into the front seat and slouched behind the wheel, hands trembling. She curled them into fists, willing the blood to circulate and the last of the pins and needles to disappear. But she knew they'd stick around for a long time, a reminder of everything that she carried with her and always would. The worst part of it, of the panic attacks, as the doctor had called them, were the lingering after effects, the brain fog, the fatigue. All she wanted to do was curl up and sleep, but she knew that was a long way off yet. She still had a long day ahead, a crucial day. 36 hours since Maddie's disappearance, and she didn't know if she would last another. She'd planned to head back to the station to check in with Kevin, to go through everything he'd found so far, to comb back through his findings, to get their heads together trying to figure this out and see what they'd missed, what Maddie had missed. But there was one nagging lead that she needed to tackle first. Not this case, but the 3 murders that happened 9 years ago. John Bell's shadow was cast over this entire town, and Alex needed to know just how long it was. She reached into her bag and opened her work laptop, bringing it onto her lap. She logged into the state police database and searched his name, pulling his home address. In a minute, it was plugged into the GPS and she was driving, headed out of town to a semi-rural property about half a mile up the side of the valley. She pulled off the single-track road and trundled over stone and gravel, winding higher into the trees, the road snaking back and forth through thick alder and pine until she broke into a wide, sloping yard, a woodshed and barn to the right, and an old tin-roofed property nestled against a wall of trees at the back. A snowmobile sat waiting for the approaching winter on the left, an old F250 pickup truck beside it, a double garage next to that, closed and padlocked. A thin curl of smoke drifted from a single chimney on the roof of the house, but otherwise the place looked deserted. Alex turned her Explorer around, pointing it toward the exit, and killed the engine, surveying the property once more in her mirrors. A veil of unease had settled over her, but she wasn't sure if it was something she was picking up now or simply the remnant of the anxiety she carried out of the Whitmore's house. She forced herself to take a few deep breaths, then pulled her pistol from its holster, checking the magazine was full. She pulled back the slide, chambering around, and then gently slotted it back into the holster, leaving the safety catch off, just in case. She exited smoothly, leaving the door open as she took in the place for a 3rd time, eyes scanning for any hint of movement and seeing none. In front of the woodshed, a large stump stood with a splitting axe buried in it. A pile of neatly split firewood was building beside it, the smell of freshly cut wood and sawdust drifting through the cold air. Alex could see a small mound of it in front of the splitting log, the kind you got from a chainsaw, not from an axe, though there was no sign of the machine or its operator. As Alex moved, she was aware of the loud crunch of stone and gravel beneath her heels, the natural amphitheater formed by the wall of trees around halting any movement of air across John Bell's property. She took one more step before she froze, looking up at the house in front of her. The bug screen was shut, but the door beyond stood open into John Bell's living room, but not just a little, wide. Alex rested her hand on the grip of her gun, heart beating harder, and moved with more conviction now, keeping her eyes darting left and right, combing the open spaces and shadows for any hint that she wasn't alone. John Bell's truck looked like it hadn't moved for a little while. There were no fresh rakes of stone in front of the tires. And though someone had been cutting wood recently, she didn't know if it was a minute or an hour before she got there. But something wasn't right. She climbed up onto the wooden porch, the wood creaking under her weight, and stopped, leaning left and right, looking in through the bug screen. A small living room, warm, modest, cozy. Hardwood floors covered with rugs, wingback armchairs, tattered with age, set around a log burner in a stone hearth. Beyond that, she could see a small kitchen, a set of doors. On the right, there would be bedrooms, a bathroom. As she reached out for the door, she stopped, looking at it, thinking, and withdrew her hand, digging into her pocket and fishing out a pair of nitrile gloves instead. She took a moment to pull them on, tweaking her ears for any hint of sound or movement, and only once she knew she wasn't going to leave fingerprints did she take the handle gently between her fingertips and pull it open, hooking her foot around the bottom so she could have both hands on the grip of the pistol as she entered. She sniffed the air, trying to detect blood, and found nothing, just the smell of a man. Sweat. Stale beer. Alex remembered what Pendlebury had told her about John Bell. He lived alone. His wife had gotten sick. Died. Maddie had come home, but she lived in town, not with him, which meant that he was here alone. And this far out of town, she doubted even a gunshot would carry to Newport, which meant if somebody wanted to get to John Bell, wanted to silence him like they'd silenced Maddie, they could do it right here, and no one would ever know. Alex's mouth was dry as she stepped fully inside his home and made a quick loop, checking the bedrooms, pausing for just a moment to take in what was inside. John's was at the front, the same smell, stronger now. The bed unmade, a beer bottle on the nightstand, clothes thrown in a pile in the corner, muddy boots next to the bed. She pulled back and moved to the next one, this one sadder, carrying more weight, more story. Alex had half expected Maddie's childhood bedroom to be preserved like some time capsule, but it wasn't. This had been where John Bell's wife had stayed, where she'd slept, where she'd suffered, where she'd died. The bed had been replaced by the medical sort that folded in the middle to place the person in it upright. An IV stand stood next to it, empty. A blind covered the window, softening the light coming in. There was a medical cart on the far side of the room. It smelt vaguely like a hospital. Alex cleared her throat a little to try to shift the lump there and reached out with her gloved hand, pulling the door closed. Partially crossing it out of her investigation, partially just so she didn't have to look at it. She hated hospitals. Never wanted to see another as long as she lived. She kept her loop going, making it through the kitchen, seeing a sink full of dishes, mold growing on the tiles, all the hallmarks of a man who didn't care much what happened to himself. If she opened the fridge, she knew what she'd find. Leftovers well past their best, takeout containers, beer, more sauces and condiments than actual food. So she didn't bother, heading back into the living room instead. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign of any kind of violence, but crucially, no sign of John Bell either. If he hadn't been attacked, did that mean something else? Did that mean that he'd fled, that he'd run? Alex still couldn't put her finger on it, whether or not he was friend or foe. She knew which way she was leaning, but that was a knee-jerk toward most men. As she walked toward the mantel, she could see pictures of a young girl, no more than 9 or 10, playing soccer, one clutching a hunting rifle, another riding her father's shoulders as they walked through a forest. John Bell, a towering human being, lifting his daughter high enough that her head seemed to be brushing the bottom branches of the canopy. The photo was taken clearly by Maddie's mother, and the pair of them looked happy. Whether it was a change in the air, the faintest creak of wood on the porch, or something else entirely, Alex couldn't have said, but she became suddenly aware that she was no longer on her own in the house. She stood bolt upright and turned, lifting her pistol, finding John Bell standing in his front doorway, the same hunting rifle that Maddie had been holding in the photo, grasped firmly in his hands. It looked like a bazooka in hers and a pea shooter in his. But despite that, Alex knew that it was at least a .308, which meant that it was more than large enough to blow a hole in her. And John Bell was pointing it at her like he had half a mind to. Chapter 25, Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 2:18 p.m. He said nothing, just stood there, right hand firmly around the grip of the rifle, finger rested on the trigger with complete confidence. The rifle was held casually in his grasp, but still lined up with Alex's stomach, and she knew that if he wanted to pull the trigger, there'd be nothing that could be done. Her pistol wasn't trained on him at all, and she wondered if she moved it, if he'd just simply fire. All she could do was try to defuse the situation. She'd had guns pointed at her before, but it never got easier, never got less scary or less serious. She parted her hands, lifting the pistol next to her right shoulder, letting go of the weapon so that it hung from her finger by the trigger guard. John Bell didn't speak, but she could hear the question he was asking. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" "I'm sorry," Alex said. "The door was open. I didn't know where you were." "So you let yourself inside," he said, not even a question. "I thought something might have been wrong." "Like what?" "I don't know," Alex said. "So you come to my house, you find the door open, you don't know what might be wrong, but instead of calling out or waiting, you just break in?" "I didn't technically break in," Alex said, skirting the accusation. "The door was open. And speaking of which, why was it open?" She narrowed her eyes slightly, watching him, watching for some kind of reaction, not sure what she'd do with it if she got one, but she couldn't read him at all. His face was a mask of anger, but beneath that there was something else, something unreadable, indiscernible. "The door is open because Maddie disappeared 5 miles from here as the crow flies," he said through the forest in that direction. He took his left hand from the rifle and pointed through one of the walls, the weapon not swaying or shaking at all in his grasp. "And I wanted to keep the door open in case my daughter came stumbling, bleeding and exhausted into my yard. Is that all right with you?" He returned his hand softly to the underside of the barrel and kept it pointing dead at Alex. "Where were you?" Alex asked then. "Just now." "Looking for Maddie," he said, not missing a beat. Her eyes flicked down to his jeans and his boots. Dirtied, but the mud didn't look fresh, not as though he'd just been tramping through wet peat and muck. Though she didn't voice that opinion, not with a gun trained on her. "What's on your neck?" John Bell asked then, before she could say anything else. Alex stilled at the question, and it was everything she could do not to reach to her collar and cover it with her hand. "What do you mean?" She knew she'd failed before she even tried to play ignorant. If John Bell had asked the question, then he'd seen what was there. Perhaps when he'd come in and she'd been bent forward looking at the photos. Perhaps the previous day. Maybe he'd seen it through the scope of the rifle he was holding before he'd stepped through the door. Either way, he'd seen something. "The mark there," he said. "It's strange. What is it?" "What do you think it is?" she deflected. "I don't know. That's why I asked," he replied. "Why don't we just skip all of this?" Alex went on, lowering her hands, trying to force the conversation in any direction that wasn't about what was on her neck. 9 years ago, she said, 3 girls were killed in Newport. 3 girls who were murdered by the same killer who killed Sierra Collins and Kayla Whitmore. "Were they now?" John Bell said evenly, and without hesitation. "I believe so," Alex replied. "What I want to know is why the kills weren't linked. Why wasn't this treated as a serial killer back then? You must have known. You must have seen the same marks that were on Sierra and Kayla on those 3 girls. You must have known something was wrong." If John Bell had any physical reaction to what Alex was saying, she couldn't see it. He was a statue. "What is it you're implying?" he asked, his voice lowered but not defensive. "I'm just asking. It's kind of in the job description," Alex said. "It's what I do. I ask, I probe, I hunt." "It feels more like you're accusing," John said then, lifting the muzzle of the rifle higher from Alex's gut until it was level with her heart. "But I've got nothing to hide," he said, "unlike you. So why don't we do this and make a trade? You bring me up to speed on everything you've found on this case so far, and I'll tell you everything I know about those murders." Alex couldn't help but scoff. "Not a chance," she said. "You're already far too involved in this, and I know that Pendlebury or Boone or the other one is feeding you information already, and the more you know, the more likely you'll get in the way." "Fine," John said. "Then tell me what's on your neck instead. Same deal." Alex froze, realizing that he didn't care about the investigation at all. That wanting to know what was on her neck was his real goal all along. He'd seen something there, and he wasn't going to drop it. And as much as Alex wanted to know why the murders 9 years ago weren't treated as serial, letting John Bell into her life was something she'd never do. "Don't tell me then," she half snarled. "It's your daughter's life hanging in the balance." And with that, gun pointed at her or not, she started forward, holstering her pistol and striding past John Bell, out through his door and down onto his driveway. She kept her eyes fixed on her car, walking quickly but not rushing, feeling the weight of John's gaze on her back. She had told him nothing, but she couldn't help but wonder how much she'd given him. Chapter 26, Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 3:06 p.m. Alex was annoyed, not so much with John Bell, but with herself. She hadn't made a huge effort to cover the mark on her neck, but she also hadn't had it on full show. Most people never even looked at it twice, assuming some old scar or burn. But in this place, in the middle of this case, it was something that had been familiar to John Bell. And that was something that she should have realized, something she should have made more effort to cover. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew that Alex had deeper ties to this case than she was letting on. And were those ties deep enough to make her a target? She couldn't say. She thought about the gun being pointed at her. John had done so because she was in his house, not because he wanted to kill her. Or perhaps that was his intention, and he just thought twice. Someone might have known where she was. Sue or Garcia could have known that she was headed there. Maybe it would have just been too messy to kill her. Too many variables in play. She still couldn't decide if he was a good chief that bungled the case, either intentionally or accidentally, or if he was the man that she was hunting. Is that why Maddie's body hadn't turned up? He couldn't bring himself to do to her what he'd done to the others. She shook that thought off for a second, knowing she'd just get sucked down a rabbit hole with no evidence and do a better job of convincing herself of the wrong thing than the right thing. She climbed into the car and pulled the door closed, watching John Bell standing on his porch in the rear view, the rifle still in his hands, eyes following her every step. She peeled away, reaching out for the center console and dialing Shu's number the moment she was out of sight of the house. It rang once, and he answered, catching Alex off guard. She was still thinking about John, about what she'd gone there to do, what she'd gone there to accomplish. She'd gone with the intention of talking to him, civilly, of getting something out of him, something useful about Maddie, about the last case, but she'd let him get under her skin, and now she was off balance. "Boss?" Shu said. Alex blinked, shook her head, recentered her mind. "Update," she said, almost sternly. "Tell me you've got something." "Nothing more than I did last night," he said. "I've been combing back through Sierra Collins's socials, but I'm coming up with nothing. I've been running facial rec on all of the photos she posted, and I got into her iCloud account, so I found all the ones that she didn't post too, but there's nothing. No one there I can't place. They're all locals, friends, people she trusted." "That's exactly who we're looking for," Alex cut him off. "If you let me finish," he said, almost briskly. "I've been cross-referencing those with photos and contacts of Kayla Whitmore, but there's no overlap. The girls were a few years apart in age. They weren't in high school together, didn't share any friend groups, nothing. They ran in completely different circles. Kayla Whitmore was in band, chess club in high school. Sierra Collins was a cheerleader. There wasn't any connection, no single person to tie them together. Alex grumbled at the news. What about Maddie's phone? I've gone over it twice, Sue replied, and there's still nothing to suggest why she went out there. If anything, I think it was left behind because the killer knew there was nothing to find on there, like he was taunting us, maybe. Alex pursed her lips at that. The profile, the visual, the idea of this guy that she was building, it wasn't as a taunting type. Sure, the victims were displayed publicly. There was an element of showmanship to that. He wanted them to be found, but he wasn't dumping them on the steps of the police department. He wasn't taking them in broad daylight, using this as a challenge to himself. He wasn't carving messages to the police into their bodies. No, there was a meticulousness to his actions. So if they had that phone and there was nothing on it, it was because he wanted them to look at it, wanted them to spend too much time looking at it. Alex vocalized the thought as it came to her. Forget Maddie's phone. If we have it, it means there's nothing to find on it. We never recovered Kayla Whitmore's or Sierra Collins's, did we? No, he said. They were never checked into evidence, and I can't get a ping on them. Not since the moment they disappeared, and in the location that they disappeared to. He was ready for it. He's got a lined box or a bag or something waiting. The phones go in, they disappear off the grid, and that's it. I'm keeping open channels, waiting for them to come online, but there's been nothing so far, and I doubt they will. Alex ground her teeth, exiting the gravel road back onto asphalt and heading toward Newport, the trees thinning around her as she dropped below the Alpine line. Call and text logs came through for both victims' phones, Sue went on, but there's nothing to suggest that either girl was meeting or seeing somebody. The numbers that keep cropping up are family members, known friends, associates. Maddie interviewed them all in the days after the deaths, followed up on all those leads. It was the first thing she did. So you're saying we're going in circles? Alex replied. I'm saying that we've checked all the obvious places. There was a little strain in Kevin's voice. Perhaps it was mirroring the strain in Alex's. Either way, he was no doubt feeling the frustration that she was, that every rock they turned over showed them nothing but dirt and worms. 1 second, Alex said. Then, changing tack, she pulled up her phone, easing the car in on the side of the road and looking for Garcia's number. She dialed it and patched her in as a conference call. It rang a couple of times, and then she answered. Before she could even say hello, Alex was already speaking. Any news on Maddie's jacket? Samples from the scene? Well, hello to you too, Garcia replied coolly. I'm here as well, Sue chimed in, a little dejected, beaten down by Alex's demands and expectations. Garcia gathered herself for a moment. The blood on Maddie's jacket matches the DNA sample we have on file with the police database. It's hers, but there's not much of it. She was cut, but not badly, and it's not arterial blood. I would say a shallow slice with a small blade. The slash in the jacket suggests that Maddie was moving backward, that she was close to the killer, that he lashed out and tried to swipe for her stomach, and she leapt back out of the way, the tip of the blade cutting through her jacket and into her skin. A reaction, Alex thought, visualizing Maddie standing face to face with the killer, talking to him. And then suddenly, without warning, she hears the flick of a knife, perhaps sees his hand move from his pocket. She jumps back instinctively. The blade slices. She turns, she runs, bleeding, into the forest. But why throw off her jacket? It's cold at night here. Alex couldn't wrap her head around that, other than the fact that Maddie wanted to leave a trail to be picked up. She was conjecturing now, not useful at a time like this. Her eyes lifted from the steering wheel in front of her. Out over the vastness of the area, she could see now that she was out of the trees and still a little elevated above town. The grandness of the valley, the sweeping sides, the thick layer of fog and cloud, rolling like a ceiling above, the wind moving quickly above the tops of the ridges. Even though Newport was contained, it was still a huge area, a million places for someone to get lost or to hide. Is that what Maddie was doing? Is she out there right now, hiding? Alex felt an ache in her jaw and consciously unclenched her teeth, knowing that she was wrong. Maddie wasn't out there. She wasn't hiding. She didn't get away. The killer had her. But what Alex didn't know was why the body hadn't popped up yet. There was less than 12 hours between the kills and the discoveries with the first two victims. He'd been swift, decisive. So what was he doing? What made Maddie different? That she found him, he didn't choose her? Was she not right for him? What made her different from Sierra and Kayla? Alex was missing something, and she knew it was going to cost Maddie her life. "Keep working," she told Garcia and Kevin, "and let me know what you find." She hung up without another word and flexed her hands around the wheel, pushing the car into gear once more. She'd combed through everything Maddie had assembled on this case, and she still didn't feel any closer to catching this guy. She needed to try a different approach. She needed to understand him, to feel him. She needed to stand where he'd stood. She needed to go where the girls had been taken. She needed to be there. But even as she drove, even as she edged closer, she felt like she was just getting farther away. Chapter 27. Journal of Forensic Psychology and Behavioral Science excerpt from Non-Sexual Motivations in Serial Homicide by Dr. Jonathan Mackenzie, psychiatrist, MD, PhD. While popular culture often frames serial homicide as sexually motivated, in many cases, sexual elements are incidental or absent altogether. Instead, three non-sexual motivational structures appear with notable frequency: control restoration, identity reinforcement, and moral or symbolic reenactment. Control restoration is observed in offenders who experienced prolonged periods of powerlessness, humiliation, or helplessness earlier in life. For these individuals, homicide functions as a corrective act, where the offender replaces internal chaos with external order, often through ritual behaviors or staging. Identity reinforcement occurs when the offender uses killing to define who they are. The acts become proof of self, particularly in individuals who feel invisible, insignificant, or erased. Moral or symbolic reenactment describes offenders who view their actions as meaningful rather than pleasurable. Victims are selected not randomly but symbolically, representing roles, ideas, or unresolved internal conflicts. These offenders often believe they are revealing truth, delivering judgment, or completing a narrative that began long before the first known murder. In all three cases, killing is an attempt to achieve closure that never arrives. The violence is not about desire, but about compulsion, meaning, and the desperate need to impose structure on a world that once felt uncontrollable. Chapter 28. Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 3:46 p.m. Alex drove toward the elementary school in the middle of town. The afternoon was wearing on, and the sky was beginning to grow dark. The autumn sun would be behind the ridge soon, and dusk would fall like a curtain, as it often did in these mountain towns. She drove in silence, rolling the whole thing over and over in her head, trying to visualize, trying to picture who could be responsible for this, reeling back not just through what she knew of the case, but also of her own life, of what had happened to her, digging further, deeper than she had for a very, very long time. But she'd locked that part of herself away so tightly that now there seemed to be nothing. She got to the seabed of her recent memories, and though she scrabbled at the sand and rock, there was nothing beneath, just a yawning chasm of black, an empty space where the first 20 years of her life should have been. A wave of nausea rolled up through the pit of her stomach, fingers tingling again, and she shut it down, moved her mind elsewhere, back to Maddie, back to the case at hand. Whether or not the same killer who had killed Sierra Collins and Kayla Whitmore had been responsible for what happened to Alex or not, it didn't matter. The details of her case were muddy, foul, nothing like this. Alex's case was chaos incarnate, violence and death of the highest order. This, now, was more measured, more tempered, a different animal, even if it was the same man. And digging up the skeletons she'd buried wasn't going to help here, at least not now. She approached the school, thankful that it had already let out, and pulled into the parking lot. She drove in a slow circle, watching as the last few teachers oozed through the doors and toward their waiting vehicles. She parked at the back of the lot with a full view of the entrance, looking down the length of the grounds. The school itself was in the middle of town, which meant that it was penned in on 3 sides by fences overgrown with hedges and weeds, meaning you couldn't see in from the outside. To her back was a small playing field, and in front of her the parking lot and playground, an entrance road running around the edge toward the gates. She had the best view of the place, tucked back, unable to be seen from the road, privacy afforded by the fence to her right, a panoramic view of the building in front of her, and positioned just so that when somebody came out of the door, they wouldn't immediately see her by natural line of sight. Was this the exact spot that the killer had parked? That he'd waited for Kayla Whitmore? It was the best seat in the house, she thought, watching the teachers walk to their cars and leave without even noticing her. She checked her watch, saw that it was nearly 4 p.m. Kayla had stayed late the night that she'd been taken, catching up on marking, and her phone had gone dark at 5:37 p.m. Dusk would be on fast approach, the sun down behind the ridge, dark shadows cast deeply across the parking lot from the fence, all but hiding the car. If he timed it right, the killer could exit, could come up behind Kayla, could be on her before she even realized. A friendly hello, someone she recognized. She'd have no chance to react, no time to think. Alex waited for the lot to empty out, and then got out, walking slowly across the lot, glancing at the ground, looking for any sign of a struggle, any sign of any blood. But there wasn't any, and she knew that Maddie had already walked every inch of this place. Kayla Whitmore's car had been found here the same morning that her body had been discovered. It had never moved, and yet it was clear that this wasn't where the kill had taken place, that somehow the killer had managed to abduct Kayla, take her away from this place, before he'd killed her. And they still had no idea where that had happened. Alex turned in a slow circle, looking around, looking for something, looking for anything, her eyes settling on the exit of the parking lot. A figure stood there, someone dressed in black, shadowed and obscured by the approaching evening, in a long coat, their face covered by the long lens of a camera. A shutterbug standing between the school gates, focus aimed directly at Alex. They were 100 yards away, maybe a little more. How long had they been there? She didn't know. Alex remained still, heart beating hard in her throat. Who was this person? The killer returned to the scene of the crime, she thought instantly, starting forward, unholstering her pistol automatically. The camera lowered half an inch and then rose back to the photographer's eye once more. And then, before Alex had crossed a tenth of the space between them, the photographer was turning, disappearing behind the fence and hedge at the corner of the gate. Alex sped up, broke into a run now, her hips complaining, her back hurting, like it did every time. But she wasn't even close by the time she heard the clap of a car door, an engine start, and the squeak of tires as a car peeled away quickly, the engine flaring and then disappearing before she even managed to make the exit. She slowed to a painful stop in the street, shoulders heaving, chest pumping. But there was no one there, no sign of any vehicle, no sign of any car, and no sign of whoever had taken those photos. How had they known that she would be there? Had they followed her? And if so, for how long? A cold sense of dread crept up the nape of her neck, and she thought of Sierra Collins, of Kayla Whitmore, of how the killer had stalked them, how he'd followed them. Is that how he got to Maddie as well? Had he been following her too? Had he known when and how to approach her? When she'd been alone? When she'd been most vulnerable? Alex lifted and holstered her pistol, clicking it into place with a sharp gesture. She let out a long sigh and turned back to the empty parking lot, trudging toward her car, trying to hold on to the mental image of the photographer, picking out any details she could about them. But there was nothing, just a figure dressed in black, who'd known exactly where Alex was going to be. Chapter 29, Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 5:45 p.m. The sun had long since fallen behind the mountains, and the after-work crowd had started filing into Newport's Main Street. The shops had closed, and the bars and pubs had started to open. There were a handful clustered within a few hundred yards, and they were already beginning to fill up, smokers clutching around the entrances, clouds of tobacco smoke rising up through the glow of the neons and street lamps. Alex parked a little way down and took a slow walk toward the bar that Sierra Collins had been at just before she'd been abducted, taking in Newport in a different light. The smell of craft beer drifted on the air, laughter echoing to a din of music drifting from the various watering holes. Alex crossed the street and stopped, looking across at the bar in question. It was called the Silver Dollar. It was a pub that served beer, chicken wings, burgers, and everything else American. They did karaoke on Friday nights, a pub quiz every second Thursday. It was popular with young and old alike. It had a capacity of a few hundred and served $10 pitchers of PBR, making it one of Newport's most popular spots. 2 oversized front doors, no designated outdoor smoking area, and a wide curb in front of it meant that there were quite often a collection of people thronging outside. People coming and going, drifting in and out all night long. Alex surveyed the surroundings. Despite the heavy pool of light underneath the door, there was a wide gap between that and the street lamps on either side. Alex visualized Maddie's notes. Sierra Collins had left her friends, said she was catching an Uber, and that it was parked just down the street. One of the people she was with said she left the bar, turned right, started walking, but never made it the 30-odd yards to the waiting car. The driver had seen nothing either. She simply never arrived. No more than a 30-second space between the time she'd stepped from the door and her disappearance. Alex crossed the street slowly, looking up and down the road for any vantage points, anywhere that the killer might have been waiting. CCTV had been checked and all the timelines matched up, but there was no sign of whoever had taken her. They knew exactly where the cameras in the bar and the cameras on the streets were, and had avoided them completely, which left only one option. Alex veered left of the Silver Dollar and stood at the mouth of an alleyway that led between 2 buildings and connected to the block behind. It was dark, shadowed, right between the bar and the pickup spot. This is where the killer had been, she thought, waiting for Sierra, ready to ambush her. Perhaps he called out as she passed. She paused for just a moment, and then he took her, dragged her down the alleyway into a waiting van. And then she was gone. They'd canvassed this area, Maddie, Pendlebury, Hale, and Millie the dog, but there'd been no sign of anything Sierra Collins had left behind. No blood, nothing. She wasn't killed here, but this was definitely where she was taken. But an alleyway like this? It simply reassured Alex that the killer knew every square inch of this town and the people in it. He knew where he could stand, where not to be seen, where not to be recorded or caught. He'd know where to park so that he could quickly get Sierra from the alleyway to a waiting vehicle. Illustrated. To a van. It had to be a van, Alex thought. And how many could there be in this town? She'd call Shu, check in, ask him to search and find out. But hell, if the killer was half as clever, half as cautious as she thought, it wouldn't be registered here. Perhaps not even registered at all. A fake plate or a stolen one. If he knew where the CCTV was, he'd keep it out of sight. Perhaps he only ever used it for his kills and kept it locked up somewhere the rest of the time. Hell, maybe it was even stolen. Another dead end, she thought. It wasn't going to be a white panel van caught in 4K, registered in his name. That would trip him up. No, he'd come this far. He'd have planned for that. Alex let out a long, trembling breath, a deep, dull ache starting at the base of her skull and radiating up into her head. She checked her watch. It was getting late. The throb of music rose in her periphery. When was the last time she drank something, ate something? She'd got coffee and a sandwich that morning. That was nearly 10 hours ago now. Had she had anything since? She took another few deep breaths, felt a little lightheaded. She was dehydrated, hungry, not thinking clearly. But even if she were, she knew that she'd be going in circles. She stepped back out of the alleyway and turned to the main street, looking up and then down, taking it all in once more. There were people around, dozens, hundreds maybe on the street. She scanned their faces. All of them had blurred to her, nothing sticking out. And yet, the same sense of unease she'd felt in the forest that first morning, then again at the police station, began to settle over her, as though she wasn't alone, as though someone was watching. The photographer at the school, had that been who had been stalking her, who'd been following her? Is that who she'd been sensing? God, she was going round and round and round in her head, trying to make sense of this, trying to make sense of him. She'd been chasing threads that Maddie had been pulling on, but she'd been coming up empty. Her assumption had always been that Maddie had pulled the right one, had gotten too close to the killer, and that that's what had got her killed. And if she'd just retraced her footsteps, she'd stumble onto the same thing Maddie had, a smoking gun. Or at least something, a foothold, hell, a fingerhold in this case. Just some crack to dig her nails into, to pull herself up. But there was nothing. She was just chasing ghosts. She'd come here, to the school, to this bar, to try to get a sense of who this killer was, to try to get a sense of how his mind worked. And she knew that was the right choice. It had worked before. She knew that she needed to get deeper inside his head. But how? She let her eyes drift along the length of the street, away from the Silver Dollar and up toward the quieter end of town, toward the shops there. She could see the coffee shop where she'd stopped that morning, closed for the day, and next to it, the dim glow of the neon signs she'd seen behind the window next door. Crystals, palm readings, tarot. She clamped her jaw, her teeth aching. She was clenching so hard, not liking that option, but knowing it was the only one she had left. She hated all that kind of stuff, fortune tellers and mystics and mediums and all that crap. Anything she couldn't reach out and grab with her own two hands was horseshit as far as she was concerned. But she wasn't going to let her hubris stop her from catching this guy. To her, it was nonsense. But to him, it obviously meant enough that he wanted to carve it into the flesh of the girls he killed. Desperate times, she thought, as she stared at the shop, and these were certainly that. Chapter 30. Newport, Watt, Tuesday, October 20th, 6:16 p.m. If there was one thing that Alex hated more than fortune tellers and scam artists, it was crowded bars. But just standing outside the Silver Dollar, she was getting no sense of what lay within, of what drove Sierra Collins, of who she was. It was one of the biggest challenges of her position, of riding in on a white horse to save the day, that she was always an outsider, always a stranger to these places. She was always called in after the fact, the victims already dead, the scenes already cleared, which meant that she was playing catch-up. She was trying to get to know people who were already gone, trying to get to know a town that wasn't hers. She could cruise Sierra Collins's socials till the cows came home, but she wouldn't know the girl. She liked to frequent places like this. Alex knew that. On the drive over from Olympia, she'd listened to Maddie's interviews with her friends, with the bartender, with everyone who knew Sierra Collins. She'd played them on her laptop, glancing down to look at the video accompanying, embedding those conversations in her mind. It gave her a false sense of knowing the case, of knowing the victims. She'd been lurking around outside the Silver Dollar, dreading having to go inside, but she knew that she would, that she was only getting one half of the story unless she did. She also needed food, she needed something to drink, and the Silver Dollar would provide both, and possibly an insight that she didn't yet have. She headed toward it, approaching slowly, navigating through the crowd milling around, smoking and chatting. She stopped and slid through gaps, being sure not to touch anyone, pausing every second or so when someone tossed their head back laughing, took a step back and swung an elbow, or just generally adjusted their position. It took her a full minute to navigate through the doors, and inside, a melee awaited her. Stairs led up to a long bar lined with stools, a wide-open floor choked with high tables, pool, darts, and boots, all filled with people. It was a sea of bodies, of breath, sweat, and the smell of stale beer. The kind of pub that always had 100 people in it, and never a single window open. Alex took one look at the floor, grimaced, and then turned toward the bar, almost every other seat full. She spied 2 free ones at the end and picked her way all the way down to the far side of the room and slid on to the final stool, the cracked red vinyl top creaking under her as she settled in, knowing that 5 minutes on this thing and her back would be in pieces. But the growling pit in her stomach demanded sustenance, and the guy working behind the bar was the same one who'd been working the night that Sierra Collins had disappeared. Alex recognized him from the video. His name was Stephen Maud. He was in his early 50s with shaggy, graying hair that started halfway up his head and pulled back over his ears. He had a rough, stubbled face, lined features, and from the interview that Maddie had taken with him, had worked at the Silver Dollar for 20 years. A few seconds after Alex took her seat, he spied her and made his way down, bracing himself on the bar. "Something to drink?" he asked. "Just water," Alex said. "And maybe a bite?" Stephen nodded without a word, grabbed a menu from its position stacked behind a drinks caddy on the bar, and handed it to her. "You want tap or bottled?" "Tap's fine," Alex said, flicking open the front page of the menu and staring down at it absently. She needed to eat, but there were questions she needed to ask first. A minute later, the bartender came back and put the water down for her, spilling a little on the top, which, despite being clean, felt a little sticky. Alex rested her elbows on it, trying not to think of what was getting on her coat, and pulled the drink toward her. "You're Stephen Maud, right?" she asked. The bartender stiffened instantly at the use of his name and eyed her more seriously. "Yeah," he said, sticking his tongue into his bottom lip. "Who's asking?" Alex reached inside her coat and pulled out her badge, showing it gently to him without flashing it to the entire room. Stephen leaned in, and in the dim glow of the lights hanging over the bar, squinted at the credentials. "State police, huh?" She nodded, replacing the badge. "I'm working on the murder investigation of Sierra Collins," she said. Stephen took a half step back instantly. "Look, I already talked to Chief Bell, all right? I told her everything." "I know," Alex replied quickly. "I watched your interview." "Right. So you know there's nothing else to say then," he replied. "Sierra was a good girl. I wish I could be more help, but, we were packed that night. I barely saw her, didn't say 10 words to the kid, and then, when she was gone, she was gone. I handed her over the CCTV, the whole thing." "I know you did," Alex told him. Stephen let out a little bit of a shaking breath and shook his head. "Shit. And now Chief Bell's gone too, right?" "Missing," Alex corrected him. "But if we find who did this to Sierra Collins, then we find Maddie." Stephen nodded as though trying to decide what to infer from her tone, whether it was confidence or simply just a statement of fact. "I know you already answered Maddie's questions," she said, "but if you could spare a minute, it would be really helpful." He glanced along the length of the bar, all of the glasses in the hands of the patrons more than half full, and then looked back at her, giving a small, quick nod. "Sure," he said, "whatever I can do to help." Alex was thankful for that, and she wasted no time. He'd spent over an hour talking to Maddie, and she'd gone round and round, asked him 1,000 questions, no doubt racked him with guilt for not paying more attention that night, not paying more attention to Sierra. Maddie had pressed hard, and she'd pressed for a long time, and Stephen had given all that he could, so Alex wasn't entirely sure, when she started speaking, what exactly it was she hoped to find. "How well did you know Sierra Collins?" she started. An easy one. "Not well," Stephen said with a shrug. "I knew who she was. Everyone did. She's kind of a big deal for a town like Newport." He tutted a little, smiling, almost wistfully, as though Sierra Collins was some kind of celebrity. Alex watched him, thinking, rolling back through the interview that she'd watched in her head. Maddie had already asked who she was with, if anyone was hanging around, bothering her, anyone new that Stephen hadn't recognized, anyone that she didn't know, if anything was out of place or off, if she seemed scared or troubled. "Where was Sierra that night?" Alex asked then, turning a little to look toward the room. "They had a booth up the back," Stephen said. Her group liked the booths because guys would always crowd Sierra, so she could sort of tuck herself away if she wanted a break. "Crowd her?" Alex asked. "That common when she was in here?" "Like moths around a lamp," he replied. "I think everybody between the ages of 14 and 40 in this town would have killed for a chance with Sierra. So anytime they see her, especially if they've had a couple of drinks, they want to try their luck." "But she wasn't interested in any of them," Alex said, remembering what Sierra's parents had told her. Stephen laughed a little there. "She was interested in free drinks," he said, "but the guys buying them? Nah. A girl like that, she's not going to slum it with anyone around here." "That happened a lot?" Alex said. "Guys buying her drinks?" "Oh yeah, they think that's the thing that's going to seal the deal. Usually, though, if she can manage it, she just gets them to pick up her tab, orders a couple of pitchers, cocktails, whatever she wants, and then some schmuck wanders over, and if he's got that look about him, Sierra laughs, maybe twirls her hair a little touch of the arm, and then suddenly the guy's down here, throwing down his Amex like he's going to buy his way into her pants, with a fishbowl of Blue Lagoon." Stephen stopped himself, grimaced, and then shook his head. "Sorry, that's not proper. Not with her being, "It's okay," Alex said, offering Stephen a little smile of reassurance. "So who picked up her tab that night?" "That night?" Stephen said, sticking out his bottom lip. "No one, I don't think." "She didn't pay her tab?" "No, she paid it," he said. "Paid it herself, actually." His brow creased a little, as though he was remembering it for the first time, as though it was sticking out in his mind. It was out of place. "She didn't get anybody to pay it for her?" Alex queried. He shook his head slowly. "No. There were guys hanging around her, as always, She sort of lights up a room, can't get away from them. But yeah, no, she just came over, paid it, and then ducked out." "The guys hanging around her," Alex went on, "were they more insistent than usual? Were they getting handsy? Or a little much?" He seemed to glean what she was asking and shook his head. No, she wasn't escaping, nothing like that." Alex nodded, listening to him. "But she seemed a little less interested in them than usual?" "I guess." "And 10 p.m., that about the time she left?" He thought, then nodded again. "Yeah, about that." "And is that regular for her? She usually gets some guy to pay her tab and then ducks out when they're in the bathroom?" He rolled his mouth left and right. A hand rose down the end of the bar, brandishing an empty glass at him. Stephen saw it out of the corner of his eye and lifted his hand, waving the barfly away. "No," he said. "We do last call at midnight, and Sierra and her friends are usually around until then, especially if they've got somebody to pay their way." "So she left earlier than normal too," Alex said, noting for the first time that these were two details that Maddie hadn't seemed to get out of her interview. Sierra's friends had said that she was leaving early because she had a photo shoot booked in the morning. She was headed out of town first thing. That's why she was calling it short. And Stephen had answered negatively to all of Maddie's questions about if somebody was bothering her, if anything was out of place, if she seemed scared or anxious about anything. Because she wasn't scared, and she wasn't anxious, and she wasn't running away. "So it's 10 p.m., Alex said, thinking hard, and Sierra Collins comes to the bar herself, pays her own tab for the first time ever, and then just leaves?" Stephen was staring right at her. "Yeah," he said slowly. And did she say anything when she was paying? No, just that she wanted to clear her tab. And how did she seem? Fine. Fine, Alex confirmed. Fine as in fine happy, fine as in not unhappy. Yeah, she seemed in good spirits. She was smiling. She was happy enough. Something was off, Alex thought. This was out of character for her. Did you say anything else to her? He started shaking his head, eyes glazing over as he thought. I don't. Maybe I asked something. What? I don't know. Early night? Headed home? And what did she say? Alex leaned forward, assuming his full attention. Yes? Something like that? She said yes, or she said something like that? His mouth opened, his eyes blinking as he racked his brain. I'm not sure. The second one, maybe? But you're not sure. I don't know. It was busy. The whole thing lasted maybe 10 seconds. I'm sorry, he apologized. No, it's okay, Alex told him. This has been really helpful. You've been really helpful. Stephen nodded and then began to turn away when Alex called him again. After Sierra paid, she asked, how did she leave? He seemed to not understand the question at first. She walked out the door, he replied. Right, Alex said. But did she hurry? Was she moving quickly? Was she trying to duck out before anybody saw her? No, Stephen said. She seemed fine, like I said. Happy even, maybe. She was smiling, Alex confirmed. Yeah, I guess so. A little smile or a grin? Lady, Stephen said, almost exasperated. What do you want from me? I don't know what kind of smile she was wearing, but she was smiling. She was a kid, you know? Happy. Excited. Excited? Alex confirmed. Stephen held his hands up now, the frustration clear in the gesture. I don't know. Look, she paid, and then I had to serve 1,000,000 drinks to 1,000,000 customers, okay? I didn't even see her walk out the door, all right? Alex nodded. Sorry, I really appreciate the help. You're free to go. Yeah, thanks, Stephen said, turning back to the barfly, still brandishing his glass, calling out to him. Yeah, I'm coming. Alex let her eyes fall to her menu, thinking hard as Stephen went about his work. Sierra Collins and her friends were regulars. They usually stayed until closing. She attracted male attention. She let them fawn all over her. She flirted. She got them to pay her tabs. But that night was different. She didn't lead them on. She paid her own way. She left 2 hours early. She'd told her friends it was to get an early start. But Alex didn't buy it. Something felt off. Something felt different. It was out of Sierra Collins's pattern. She'd rushed out, and though she said she was going home, she'd told the bartender, something like that, when he'd asked. Hadn't said yes, she was going home. She'd said something like that. And what did something like that mean? Sierra's parents had said that she wasn't seeing anybody. She had no boyfriends, public or the secret kind. But that was just it about secret boyfriends, Alex thought, staring down into her glass of water. They were secret. Chapter 31. Newport, Washington, Tuesday, October 20th, 7:03 p.m. Alex ate in silence and slid from the silver dollar the same way she came in, doing her utmost not to come in contact with anyone in there. She thought about what Stephen had said through the meal, about Sierra's out-of-pattern behavior, the mention of perhaps not going home, the dissonance that had with the statements of her friends. It wasn't concrete. It was the opposite. Polite patter with the bartender, which he wasn't even sure he was remembering correctly. And yet, it was something Maddie had missed, wasn't it? Back on the street, Alex headed for her truck, blipping it as she approached. It was parked a little way up, away from the hubbub drifting from the bar. She slowed for the door, a prickle on the back of her neck, and stopped, looking right and left, the feeling of eyes on her once more. She squinted into the darkness, gaze settling on the mouth of the alleyway where Sierra Collins had gone missing. She looked at it in a new light now. She'd been taken. That was the assumption. But if she was meeting someone, perhaps they'd surprised her. She'd never made the Uber, but what if the person she was planning to meet had intercepted her instead? She might have gone willingly into a dark alley with them. No screams, no cries for help. Alex's eyes swept around the street once more. She was growing paranoid. But was it just because she felt like she'd finally caught a break? She opened the car door and got in, shutting the thought down. No one was following her. She was safe. Still, when she put the car into gear and turned it around on the street, she gunned it harder than usual, glancing in the rear view as she did. The tarot store flashed by on her left. It was called Seventh Sense. Alex stored that for later, eyes moving back to her mirrors. Headlights behind her in the distance. She glanced forward as the street began to thin, following the road toward the edge of town and her motel. Alex let out a breath, tiredness creeping in at the edges. A long day. She was exhausted, and now, with a full stomach, she was feeling it. She blinked, a little drowsy, checking her mirrors again, the headlights closer now. She reached to the center console, called Sue. It was late, he was clocked off for the day, she guessed, but she needed to relay what she'd found, and she needed to figure out what came next. She had the Newport PD at her disposal, and, bumbling though they were, she needed to put them to work. Sue picked up quickly. "I haven't found anything else," he said, before she could even speak. He was no doubt a little bored of getting hounded, and Alex didn't blame him. "You haven't, but I have," she replied quickly. "You at the motel?" "I am," he said carefully. "Why?" She ignored the question. "I just left the bar that Sierra Collins was in the night she disappeared. The bartender said he thought she might have been going to meet someone." "Seriously?" Sue asked, almost incredulous. "Seriously," Alex all but lied. She told her friend she was going home, but when she was paying up, the bartender asked her if she was, and she said something like that. I think she was leaving early to go and meet someone she was hiding from her friends, her family. The bartender said that she wouldn't be seen slumming it with someone from Newport, but that doesn't mean she wouldn't do it, just that she'd keep it secret. There was silence. "Kevin?" "I'm here. Just what?" Alex looked at her mirror, the headlights closing the gap steadily as the road wound out of town. She sped up a little. It's not much to go on. She probably just didn't want to tell some random guy where she was going. She could detect the skepticism in his tone. "You think I'm reaching?" "Are you?" he asked. Her grip tightened on the wheel. It wasn't just that. It was a stack of things that weren't normal. "Right," Kevin said. "You don't trust me?" "I trust you," he said, but it didn't sound like it. "It's just—" "Just what?" He cleared his throat, didn't want to answer, but he didn't need to. Alex's mind put it together, Doyle's face flashing in front of her eyes. "You think I'm too emotionally invested in this case because of my history?" she said bluntly. "And because of that, you think my judgment is clouded." More silence. "If you're going to shoot me down because that's what you think, then at least have the balls to say it, Kevin," Alex practically snapped. But he didn't. "I'm not shooting anything down," he hedged. "I just think it's getting a bit late. It's been 2 long days, and you think I'm reaching." "I think," he said, growing a little insistent, "that I've spent the last 36 hours poring over every single inch of Sierra Collins's life, both physical and digital. I've scoured every backup from her social media pages and messaging apps, her call logs, her texts. I've gone through Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Threads, Snapchat, WhatsApp, Telegram, every single app that she'd been registered on, including the ones she deleted from her phone. I've scraped for hidden messages, deleted ones. There's nothing to suggest that she had any kind of romantic relationship with anyone from Newport. And at the time of her disappearance, there was an Uber request made from her phone and a charge to the contactless payment card on there. And that's it. If she was heading out to meet someone, she didn't arrange it through her phone. So unless this guy sent up smoke signals to tell her to come over, you're wrong. Alex's knuckles were white around the steering wheel. "The Uber," she said, willing herself to find her way through. What was the destination she requested? 314 Park Street, Kevin said flatly. That's her home address, he sighed. She was going home. She had a photo shoot booked with a videographer the following morning at 11 at a national park 3 hours' drive away, a contract for a company that makes hiking socks. She was headed home to get an early night, Alex. The use of her name seemed to cut deep, or maybe it was the tone Kevin was using, a sort of pitying tone. She swallowed, forced herself to breathe. "Good," she managed. "Okay." "Okay?" "I'll see you in the morning," she said stiffly. "At the station. Bring Garcia, too. We've exhausted all of Maddie's lines of inquiry. We need to get out, canvass for more witnesses, pull more CCTV, shake more trees." There was quiet on the line for a few seconds. "All right, boss," Kevin said softly then. "You're heading back to the motel to get some rest?" It felt like a suggestion more than a question. "I am," Alex said. "That's good," he replied. "And don't worry, we'll find something. I know we will. But it's not all on you, all right? Don't put yourself under too much pressure." "Thanks for the advice," she all but growled, feeling the blood pulse in the veins on her temples. "I'll see you in the morning." She reached out, jabbed the red button to end the call, wondering whether Sue would send Doyle a message now to tell him that the case was getting to Alex, or if he'd wait until the morning. Either way, she didn't think that her big revelation would come off the way she'd hoped. The headlights behind her were closer now, keeping speed. Alex squinted at them, looked down at the gauge behind the wheel. She was doing 85. Her blood pulsed harder, hands fastened on the wheel. She couldn't make out the make or model, but the guy was tailing her, and the turn for the motel was coming up. She slowed, pulled right off the highway and onto the road. The car followed. Alex glanced at the staff lot and kept going, turning into the customer lot, driving the length of it so she could get a look at the car following her. Silver Toyota Camry, mid-2000s, as nondescript as cars got. The kind you wouldn't look at twice, and yet it looked familiar. Had she seen it before? She'd seen a million like it, but this one, she'd seen it, recently, glimpsed it somewhere, she thought. It had followed her from town. It had sped up to catch her, and it had made the turn toward the motel. Was this the shutterbug? The person who'd been following her? "Fuck it," she muttered, sick of being on the back foot. She planted her heel through the gas pedal and accelerated hard. The Explorer squatted, back tires fighting for grip, and then the car lurched forward, engine roaring as she sped toward the exit. She pulled hard on the wheel, thundering down the ramp and onto the street, bouncing across it in front of the Camry. She braked hard, twisted the wheel, pulling the truck into a slide. The tires locked up, the whole vehicle juddering to a halt as she ripped up the emergency brake, opening the driver's door and jumping out, drawing her pistol as she did. The Camry ground to a juddering halt, Alex skirting around the bumper before it had even stopped, pistol already trained on the driver's window. "Hands!" she yelled, advancing quickly. The street was dark, just the light from the motel bleeding through the evening mist. The other side of the road, an unbroken wall of trees. "Open the door! Show me your hands!" she barked, stepping back from the car. "Not asking again!" The door cracked, the convenience light flickering to life, silhouetting a figure in the front seat. Two long, bony, white hands poked out through the gap. "Get out of the car!" Alex ordered. "I can't," came the stammering reply. Alex blinked, recognizing the voice. "Get out of the car, now!" "Can I take off my seatbelt first?" The voice was familiar. She stepped forward, grabbed the door, yanked it wide, seeing the face was familiar too. Pendlebury? She asked, dumbfounded. Sergeant Pendlebury was sitting in the driver's seat, legs folded awkwardly under the wheel, still in his uniform, his little mustache bristling beneath his glasses. "Can I lower my hands now?" he asked, squinting out at Alex, the drizzle misting his glasses. "What the hell are you doing out here?" "I live out here," he replied, one of his hands pointing down the street above the frame of the door. "Can you stop pointing that at me, please?" Alex thought about it. Then she acquiesced, lowering the weapon. "Why were you following me?" "I wasn't," he said, sighing and dropping his hands. "I was going home." He put one of them on his chest. "You scared the bejesus out of me pulling that stunt." She stepped back, holstered the pistol now. "I'm sorry, I thought—" She trailed off. She didn't want to explain what she'd thought, so instead she cleared her throat. "Just get going," she said, waving him off, "and be at the station in the morning, and tell the others too. I want everyone there." "It's my day off," he replied. "Not anymore," Alex said bitterly, watching him. He sighed, slumping back into the driver's seat. "Fine. Would you at least mind moving your car?" He gestured to it. "You're kind of blocking the street. My mom's making lasagna, and she's going to be super mad that I'm late." Chapter 32. Washington State Medical Center Intensive Care Unit. Initial Medical Assessment. Injuries List. Patient: Jane Doe. DOB: Unknown. Date of admission: September 17th. Status: critical induced coma. Cause of injuries: unknown. Notes on case. Various stages of healing suggest prolonged assault over an indeterminate span of time. Several injuries appear contemporaneous and acute. Despite critical condition and induced coma, patient remains stable and demonstrates unexpected physiological resilience. Prognosis is poor. It is unknown whether patient will regain consciousness, and if so, whether she will regain speech, mobility, or the ability to live independently. Monitor closely for neurological deterioration or systemic complications. This case constitutes the most extensive trauma sustained by a single patient treated at this medical center to date. I cannot imagine what this girl has lived through, or the kind of person capable of doing this to her. List of injuries: head and neurological. Linear skull fracture extending from left temporal bone to parietal crown. Acute intracranial hemorrhage, subdural hematoma. Diffuse cerebral edema. Loss of consciousness at scene. Glasgow Coma Scale unaccessible on arrival. Ruptured left tympanic membrane. Detached retina, left eye. Severe facial contusions consistent with repeated blunt force trauma. Multiple facial lacerations requiring suturing. Facial/dental. Fractured zygomatic arch, left. Mandibular fracture. Nasal bone fracture. Dental avulsion and fracture as follows. Missing teeth number 17 to 20. Lower left second bicuspid through third molar. Missing/fractured teeth number 11 to 13. Upper left cuspid through second bicuspid. Neck and airway. Severe cervical soft tissue trauma. Tracheal crush injury with airway compromise. Penetrating incised wound to left lateral neck. Wound pattern resembles inverted anthropomorphic figure. Etiology undetermined. Thorax. Fractured sternum. Rib fractures, right ribs 6 and 7. Extensive thoracic contusions consistent with blunt force trauma. Spine and pelvis. Lumbar vertebral fractures with spinal compression. Pelvic fracture, stable. Upper extremities. Right clavicle fracture. Right shoulder dislocation. Fractures of right radius and ulna. Multiple carpal bone fractures, right wrist. Fractures of all digits, right hand. Traumatic avulsion of fingernails, right hand. Lower extremities. Right femoral shaft fracture, right knee dislocation. Torn anterior cruciate ligament, ACL. Meniscal injury. Right ankle fracture. Multiple fractures of right foot. Integumentary/soft tissue. extensive lacerations across entire body surface, patterned thermal burns to torso and lower extremities consistent with heated metal rod, multiple cigarette burns to left arm and hand, extensive lacerations generalized, thermal burns to torso and lower extremities, heated object, cigarette burns, left arm and hand. Signed, P. Bradley. Chapter 33, Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 7:03 a.m. Alex had fallen asleep, or passed out more accurately, while reading up on tarot, and had woken when her phone had started buzzing on the nightstand. It was just 7 a.m. and Doyle was calling. She squinted at it, grimaced, grumbled, and then decided she needed to answer, that he'd keep calling if she didn't. Sue had no doubt sent an email to him after their conversation the previous night, and he'd just now picked it up. Alex forced herself upright, hissing at the pain in her back and hip, and picked up the phone, pulling it to her ear. "Yeah," she said, still groggy, as she padded into the bathroom. She turned on the light and recoiled at the brightness. The bedroom had been all but black. "Alex," came the stern, almost fatherly voice of Doyle, the tone enough to alert Alex that she was dead right. This wasn't a social call. Alex's shoulders rounded at her name, her bottom lip turning out as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was in a pair of cotton underwear and a tank top, the most skin she ever had on show, and she'd be the only one to ever see it. In the harsh light of the spotlight above her, her scars shone pink against her pale skin. One ran down the top of her right thigh, femur, another across her knee, ACL and meniscus. Her arms were covered in dots and lines, cigarettes and blades. If she turned and lifted her shirt, there'd be a thick line down the bottom of her spine, along her hip, where they'd put her back together. But the worst bit of all was her face. The scars only showed when she was flushed, and they were like white hairs in the creases of her skin. But they told a story. It was one she didn't know. But the story was there, buried in the face she used to have, the one staring back at her now, she still didn't recognize. Even after all this time. They'd rebuilt it as best they could, but the damage, they'd said, was so extensive. She wasn't sure how she used to look, but it wasn't like this. A stranger was always looking back at her. "Alex?" Doyle's voice broke her out of her daze. "I'm here," she said, trying to sound assertive. "What do you need?" "How are you?" "Fine." "Are you?" "Yes," Alex replied. "I'm assuming that you heard from Sue, though that's not surprising, I suppose, considering you asked them to keep tabs on me." "Did they tell you that?" "Didn't have to," Alex replied, trying not to sound bitter. Could see the strings glimmering in the sunlight over their heads. He let out a sour note of laughter through closed lips. "Shall we just skip all the preamble? I've got to get to the station early this morning to hand out the orders, see if I can't make some use of the team they have here." He clicked his tongue. "And how is the case coming along?" "Don't patronize me," she replied coolly. "I know Kevin has given you a full rundown of what's going on, including what he thinks is me clutching at straws after a break in the case yesterday. A bartender's misremembered conversation isn't something to lay a multiple murder case on, Alex. And if Kevin, Sue, and I traded places, I wouldn't be able to do any of the computer shit he does. I don't know how to code or hack or run facial recognition or any of that stuff. If I did, I'd have his job, and if he knew how to—" "Point taken," Doyle interjected. "I'm just making sure you're fine." "I'm fine," Alex retorted. "If I wasn't, I'd say." "Would you?" "Did they ever catch who tried to murder me?" Silence. "I know how it feels." The words dripped from Alex's lips like venom. "If I couldn't catch this guy, and I thought someone else could, then I'd remove myself from the case without a second thought. But I think I might be the only one who can. Because I don't think anyone else would go as far as me to do it. This guy's smart, Doyle. Not just smart, he's good. Very good." Clean, careful, practiced. He's done this before. 3 girls 9 years ago, and it wasn't even treated as a multiple homicide. He's a fucking ghost. And you can catch him? I will. There was quiet while Doyle wrestled with something. And is he the one who— I don't know, Alex replied honestly, her hand lifting reflexively to the scar on her neck. But I'll be sure to ask when I find him. Doyle, while still perhaps not reassured, didn't pull her from the case, which Alex counted as a win. She was disappointed in Sue, but understood. He was doing his job, following orders. She couldn't blame him. But she still didn't like having to defend herself to Doyle. He outranked Alex, but Sue was working under her, and if he was going over her head, to not tell her just came across as disrespectful. But right now, she had bigger things to worry about. She headed out to the station and parked her truck in the lot, spying the silver Impala pool car that Sue and Garcia were driving, the Camry that she'd stopped the night before that belonged to Pendlebury, Hale's Chevy Silverado with the Newport PD paint job, as well as a few other cars, an old Subaru, a Nissan SUV, a battered Dodge Neon. Gang's all here, she thought, as she climbed out and headed toward the front door. The sky had lightened, but the drizzle was still falling. But this was different, the clouds overhead darker, like mottled ink. Rain was coming. Alex could feel it. She stepped into the station, the light making her eyes ache a little, and looked around the faces there, tired, strung out. Kevin, Sue, and Dana Garcia were on her left, along with Rachel, the receptionist, standing behind the desk. Pendlebury was to the right, leaning against one of the desks in his patrol uniform, arms folded, hunched forward a little, as seemed to be his natural posture. Behind him, seated, was the one she'd been calling Trenchcoat, the boyish-faced officer with the red hair. She could see his name tag said Barnum, but she wasn't sure she'd stop calling him Trenchcoat in her head, even if it did make him sound like a flasher. Boone was at the desk behind that, shaggy black hair lank with early morning wetness. He'd forgotten his jacket, his shoulders damp and dark. Which just left Hale. He was perched on the corner of a desk to the right, keen blue eyes watching Alex expectantly. Millie the dog sat between his knees, and he gently ruffled her head, her gentle panting the only sound in the room. Alex cleared her throat, but everyone's attention was already on her. "Okay," she started, looking at them all in turn. "I know you're all exhausted, but things are only going to get harder, not easier." Grumbles rolled around the room. Alex had thought long and hard about what she wanted to say and where this case was going next. "Pendlebury, Barnum," she started, looking at the sergeant and the youngest officer. "I need you to find a list of every male in Newport between the ages of 25 and 50. "Every man?" Pendlebury asked, mouth open in shock. "That's like thousands of people." "Yeah, is it?" she said. "If there's 10,000 in Newport, you can assume there's about 5,000 men. And the percentage of people in that age bracket is around 30%, 32 if you want to be pedantic, which means you'll be getting me a list of around 1,500 names." She could feel Sue's eyes on her, judging. She ignored them. 1,500? Pendlebury gawped at her. "Yes," Alex replied firmly. "So if there's fewer than that, I'll know you did something wrong. And once you're finished," she went on before he could speak again, "I need you to find me every panel van and camper in the county. And then I want you to check with neighboring towns, cities, counties for any panel vans or campers reported stolen. And I want you to go back 10 years, vans that were registered here historically or ones that were stolen. Got it?" He shook his head, not in disagreement, but in shock. "I don't understand what—" "If you did understand, then you'd be running this case. You'd probably be chief of police." She caught Hale hiding a little smirk and turning away at the dressing down. "Names and addresses of men between 25 and 50. Panel vans and campers. Got it?" He blinked at her. "That'll take all day. You got something else to do?" She stepped forward, lowered her head to meet his eyes. No, but... He looked over at Hale, who didn't look back. Maddie, Alex said. I understand, and that's going to be dealt with. But I need you and Barnum on this, and I need it done yesterday. Got it? He muttered something and pushed himself to his feet, going to one of the desks and slouching down into the seat. It probably would take him all day, but that accomplished two things. First, she'd get the list she wanted, and though it was a long shot, she hoped that just maybe there'd be some sort of match. 25 as a lower age limit meant the previous kills would have been committed no younger than 16. It was probably a wider banding than she needed, but teens had killed before, and the messy nature of the old case suggested someone young, not yet seasoned or matured. And 50, well, if her hunch was right, and this guy wasn't just stalking his victims, but was ingratiating himself with them, maybe even becoming involved with them before he killed, 50 would be as old as Alex guessed either Sierra Collins or Kayla Whitmore might go, both being in their 20s. It was all a stretch, but Sierra Collins and Kayla Whitmore had both been single, supposedly. Both of them were attractive, young. Sierra's brand demanded she remain available, but Kayla Whitmore wouldn't have been short of suitors, and Sue said that her phone records showed nothing suggesting any kind of romantic relationship. To Alex, it wasn't the evidence that was telling, it was the lack of it. She didn't need to share her theory with the team yet, but if they could find a name, a loose link to a camper or panel van, it might be something. A shot in the dark that hit true. And secondly, whether he actually accomplished the task or not, it would keep Pendlebury busy. The way he'd talked about John Bell, enamored with him, she had to wonder if he was the one feeding information. He said he wasn't following her last night, but was she to believe it was all coincidence he was there at that exact moment? He might not be following her because he was trying to slip a knife between her ribs, but he might be doing it because John Bell asked him to. This way, he'd be off her back, and he might help solve this case. Something he was at zero risk of doing before. Hale, Boone, Alex said then, looking at the two remaining officers. I want you to stay on Maddie, widen the search, head to town, gather a search party. Anyone who's willing, able, head up to the overlook, comb the forest to the river, and then angle down to town. We've been searching up there for 2 days, Boone erupted, standing from his chair, hair still wet. And have you found your missing police chief yet? Alex asked without a hint of hesitation. No, but... Then we keep looking, Hale said firmly now, turning to his junior office. He looked back at Alex, nodded. If she's out there, we'll find her, he said. I'll make some calls. We can probably get 20, 30 people by lunch, 100 by the end of the day if we need. Maddie was well loved here. People will turn out for her. You want me to call John Bell? Alex inferred what he was asking. For the search party, yes, she said, catching Pendlebury glancing up at her. For the murder investigation, no. Hale pursed his lips, understanding. Got it, he replied, pushing up from the desk. Come on, Mills, he said to the dog, who leapt to her feet, ready for action. She came forward and nosed at Alex's hand for attention. I wouldn't, Hale said. She hates baths, and she's filthy. He grinned, and Alex retracted her hand. Thanks for the warning, she replied, letting the dog go by. Wait, she said, reaching out and almost taking him by the arm. There's something else. He looked down at her hand, hovering conspicuously close, but not on his elbow. She lowered and pocketed it, perhaps more conspicuously. I wanted to ask... She trailed off, looked back at Pendlebury, who was watching over the top of his monitor. He looked quickly down at his keyboard. Alex gestured Hale outside, and he went, the pair pausing on the steps for a moment. 7th sense, she said quickly, voice lowered. Hale's brow creased for a moment. The store in town? She nodded. What do you know about it, about the owner? Evie Laveau, he said, scratching at his stubbled chin, unshaven since he started the search. You think she's a suspect because of the cuts on the girls' bodies? The tarot symbols, Alex confirmed. It was all in Maddie's investigation, and Hale seemed to be the only one here with a modicum of actual police skill and experience. "I don't know. Did Maddie go by there, speak to her?" "I'm not sure," Hale replied. "Evie's store's been there for years. It's all a bit mumbo-jumbo for me, but there's a core of people in town who go nuts for all that stuff. But Evie's harmless. She's almost 60, sweet. Bit kooky, but for this, I don't see it." "It would be a bit on the nose. Owner of a shop that does tarot readings kills 2 women, carves tarot symbols into their bodies." "She does have a son," Hale said then. "But he's like 18, 19 maybe?" Alex perked up at that, but hid it well, cursing herself for not going in there sooner. For her own hubris, dismissing it as nonsense instead of an actual, potential lead to follow up on. It seemed like Maddie had done the same. "I'm just trying to learn more about it all," Alex said then. "If the killer's cutting it into his victims, it means a lot to him, whether it's horseshit or not." Hale bit his bottom lip, considering it. "Well, she's supposed to be some kind of authority on the stuff, if there is such a thing." Alex hummed. "She's a nice lady, though. Go by there. She'll be glad to help," Hale said, lifting a hand ready to put it on her shoulder. Alex watched it. Hale stopped, awkwardly turned it into a thumbs up 8 inches from Alex's chin, and then stepped away. "I'll get to rounding up that search party," he said, heels crunching down onto the gravel. For a second he paused, looking up into the sky, squinting at the dark clouds. "Looks like rain," he said. Just a statement of fact. Alex looked up too, the clouds growing darker. "Yeah," she said, her heart beating just a little harder. "It does." Chapter 34. Newport, Wednesday, October 21st, 9:06 a.m. It was just after 9 when Alex stepped through the door of Seventh Sense and was almost bowled over by the smell of incense. She physically staggered sideways a step, screwing her nose up against the smell and the smoke, stifling a cough. The front window was backed by a black cloth, which meant that the interior, except for the light coming in through the shade over the glass door, was devoid of natural light. The warm, hanging lights overhead cast a glow down over the rows and rows of crystals and geodes stacked on the shelves that lined the space. The whole shop was filled with various rocks and minerals that caught and refracted the light in interesting ways. The walls were filled with posters displaying diagrams of chakras, acupuncture, and acupressure points, as well as sound frequencies for various healing applications, and tarot. Alex gravitated toward the last. The piece showed 22 cards, the major arcana. Alex scanned them all, recognized them all. She'd been down this road before. It's how she knew how silly she thought it all was. But she couldn't help but pause as she laid eyes on the Fool, the image carved into Sierra Collins, the High Priestess, the image carved into Kayla Whitmore, and the Hanged Man, the one on her own neck. Her hand lifted to it as she inspected the picture. Number 12, an inverted man hung from a crossbar by a single leg. The words beneath said, "Surrender, wait, see." Alex's jaw flexed, teeth aching as she gritted them. She'd pored over every definition and meaning for her card, trying to figure it out, but she'd never come up with anything. The Fool on Sierra Collins was less opaque. New beginnings, innocence, spontaneity. The High Priestess on Kayla Whitmore was the same. Intuition, femininity, wisdom. "Can I help you?" The voice made Alex start and turn so quickly her neck clicked. She'd not noticed anyone else in the shop when she'd come in. But there was a young man behind the counter now, the curtain behind him moving softly as though he'd just stepped through it. This must be the son that Hale mentioned. He was thin, about 6 foot even, with an acne-scarred face and hair that looked even more haphazardly cut than Alex's did. He was staring at her quizzically. She likely wasn't their usual clientele, and Alex wasted no time in showing him why. She turned, stepped closer, showing her badge to him. "Alex Marshall, Washington State Police," she said. "Is Evie Laveau here?" The boy stammered. "It's imperative that I speak with her," Alex pressed a little, coming to the counter. "You're her son, right?" He paled a little, which was saying something because he already looked sun-starved. "You're not in trouble, and neither is she," Alex said. "I need her help." He softened a little at that, but still looked unnerved, standing awkwardly behind the counter. "She's," he gestured through the curtain, "doing inventory." "Great," Alex said, moving around the counter. "I'll go through—" The boy held a hand up, stopping Alex. "Wait," he said, almost reflexively it seemed. "Don't you need, like, a warrant or something?" "To search or enter a private premises, yes," Alex answered. "But I don't suspect you or your mother of a crime currently, and nor do I believe that this is a crime scene. Should I have reason to suspect either of those things?" The boy's mouth fell open, and he blinked several times, his brain faltering. "Good," Alex said. "Then I'll go through, shall I?" He just sort of pulled himself aside as Alex moved past, not saying anything else. The kid would have been 9, maybe 10 years old when the last trio of murders happened. Odd, sure, but not the kind that pulled the legs of spiders. More the kind of odd that you'd find hentai in his recent search history. Creepy. Not dangerous, though. Alex ducked through the thick velveteen door and into a dark corridor. A narrow staircase wound up on her left, disappearing into an upstairs space. Ahead, a single door blocked her path, a large hand with an eye in the center of the palm emblazoned on it in gold. A Hamsa hand, Alex knew it was called. She'd done a whole tour of this world when she'd first connected her mark to tarot. Most of it stuck. There was sound beyond the door, and Alex quickened her pace, lifted her hand to knock, trying to ignore the slight tremble there. But before she could lay it on the wood, it opened in front of her, revealing a short, round woman in a long, flowing black dress. She had black, curly hair, heavy eye makeup, and red lipstick, a collection of overlaid necklaces hanging down to her ample chest. "I wondered when someone would come," she said, aiming for mystical. She appraised Alex through narrowed eyes that she surely thought made her seem mysterious and perceptive. "You know who I am, then," Alex said flatly. "That's a question we have to ask ourselves, don't we, Detective?" Evie Laveau said softly. "Special investigator, actually, but close." Evie smiled easily. "It's important to you that I'm wrong, isn't it?" What gave it away? The unimpressed look on my face or the disinterested tone of my voice? "Didn't your mother ever tell you about flies and honey?" Alex tried to keep her expression neutral, but the tiniest flicker of emotion gave her away, and she knew Evie Laveau noticed something there. "Come," she said without wasting any more time. "Come inside. I'll read for you. It's why you're here, isn't it? Tarot?" "I don't want a reading," Alex deflected, trying to piece together how Evie knew these things in the moment. The killings, the carvings. It was supposed to be confidential, but had someone talked? The bodies were discovered by the public, the marks no doubt talked about. That was it. She knew that the police would be by about it eventually. There was nothing preternatural about her, just simple deduction. "Then it's the perfect time to have one," Evie insisted, beckoning Alex toward a round table in the middle of the back room. It was covered with a black cloth, lit by a warm antique chandelier above, and a deck of tarot cards sat in the middle. "I won't be able to tell you anything that you want to know unless we're honest about why you're here." "I'm here to understand." "Then let me read." Alex bit her bottom lip. The woman seemed immovable, and seemed to be enjoying the exchange too. "Fine," Alex relented, willing herself to say the word. "Good," Evie replied, smiling widely. I know you don't believe in any of this, so what's the harm, You'll go away knowing a little more, perhaps understanding a little more, she said, walking into the room. Maybe about your case, maybe about yourself. I wouldn't hold your breath, Alex muttered. Evie chuckled softly, proffering a chair to her. I wouldn't hold yours either, Miss Marshall. Chapter 35. Newport. Wednesday, October 21st, 9:14 a.m. Alex stepped through the door and sat, Evie walking around the table slowly, long black dress, which had elongated sleeves that were reminiscent of a wizard's robes, swishing around her. She eased into an ornate red and gold seat and spread her hands, accessorized with a multitude of rings and bangles, on the table in front of her. Evie looked at Alex for a long moment, making her uncomfortable. She did her best not to squirm. Without looking down at the deck, she pushed it toward Alex. Shuffle, she said. Alex, glad to have something to do with her hands, did as instructed, gently shuffling the cards, albeit with difficulty. Since her injuries, she'd never regained full and dexterous use of her right hand. Her fingers got stiff in the cold. They ached when she clenched her fist, and they shook when she tried to do anything that required fine motor skills, like threading a needle. And she was afraid the shuffling motion would give her away. So, Alex said loudly enough to draw Evie's attention from her motions, been doing this long? Evie held out her hand, signaling that the shuffle was fine. Long enough. She placed the deck between them once more. Cut, she ordered. Alex did so, and Evie stacked the two halves. We'll do a 3-card spread, she said plainly. You haven't had a reading before, so this will be a good place to start. A guess, Alex thought, even if it was right. 3 cards, Evie said, pulling the top one gently toward her, representing past, present, and future. Alex watched. Past, Evie said again, the word ringing around the room. She drew the card and laid it down in front of Alex. Death. Alex's mouth went dry. Evie looked at it for a long time before she spoke. Death, she whispered. It doesn't mean what you think. Then what does it mean? Alex asked, aiming for derisive. Transformation. An end. A beginning. A cycle of life. Everything must die so it can be reborn. She stared at Alex, not probing, not asking. Alex looked back at her. Isn't this the part where you tell me what it means to me? I think you know exactly what it means to you. Alex bristled, readjusted in her chair, motioned Evie to go on. She drew the second card with painful slowness and laid it next to Death. Evie drew a breath through her nose, looking at it. The Chariot, but it was upside down. Chariot reversed, Evie muttered, considering it. You're stuck. You're off course. You're not where you're supposed to be. You're looking in all the wrong places for the answers you're afraid to find. Pulled in 2 different directions, one half desperate to succeed, to prove something. The other? Terrified of what you'll find. You're holding on too tightly, holding it too close. Holding what too close? Evie looked up at Alex, almost startled to see her there for a moment. She shook her head. I don't know. I can't say, but the Chariot wants you to pause, to take a breath, to look and see. See what? Evie smiled. If I knew the answer to that, I'd be on my own private beach somewhere tropical, sipping cocktails out of a coconut, not sitting in the back of rented store riddled with mold in Newport. Mold? Alex asked, trying to divert from the deep cut that Evie had just laid on her. Just upstairs. Nothing to worry about, Evie replied, waving it off. Now, your future. She reached for the last card, pulled it, lay it down. The tower. Alex looked. A burning tower struck by lightning, people throwing themselves from the windows, a crown falling from its top. Reckoning, Evie said, the word making gooseflesh erupt on Alex's skin. What does it mean? She couldn't help but ask. The end, Evie replied, eyes glazing over. A lightning bolt that strikes hard, that destroys, that burns. A truth that will rock you to your core. It's chaos, but it's knowledge. It's an awakening, whether you're ready or not. The tower falls. The dust is blinding. But what? Evie almost winced, screwing up her face before shaking her head a little and sighing. I can't. You can't what? Evie shook her head, shrugged a little. That's as far as it goes. Anger flushed through Alex suddenly. Of course it is, she spat. This is all bullshit. Evie looked up at her, expressionless. None of it means anything. It's all useless, Alex said, pushing back from the table and standing. I don't know what I expected. This was a waste of time. She turned, started for the door. Wait, Evie said. Alex stopped, turned back. The woman was sitting still, but the deck of cards was in her hand, the three still laid out between them. Death. The chariot reversed. The tower. Alex didn't want to look at them. Evie met her eye. One more card. No. Take the card, Evie said. Why? You know why. No. Alex shook her head. Why not? Alex didn't answer, just stared at the deck. Is it because you know what card it will be? And because that terrifies you? Alex scowled, sneered, mustered a baleful look. None seemed to have any effect. Pull the card, Miss Marshall, Evie urged her gently. You pull it. It's not my card, and if you leave here without doing it, you'll always wonder. Alex hated it, hated her, hated that she was right. She stepped toward the table, reached out, fingers shaking. She touched the card, a coldness to it that made her skin tingle, and pulled it free, lifting it quickly, like pulling off a Band-Aid. What card is it? Evie asked, watching Alex closely. It shivered in Alex's grip. You're the fortune teller. Evie lowered the deck, smiled a little. Alex moved to put the card on the table, face down. No, Evie told her. You keep it. You don't need it for your set? Alex asked, trying to sound nonplussed. Evie simply shook her head. No, it's not my card anymore. It's yours, and I have a feeling you'll need it. Alex didn't want to risk saying anything else, didn't want to risk giving this woman anything else. So she simply turned and headed for the door before she could dig any further, before she could slice any deeper. Alex was determined to crumple the card in her grip as she walked out of the shop, but she couldn't force her hand to close. She wanted to tear it up into tiny shreds, but the thought made her sick. She wanted to throw it away, burn it, but she knew she couldn't. So as she reached the street, drinking in the cool, clean air, all she could do was lift it, was look at it, was hate it, the inverted figure staring back at her. The Hanged Man. Chapter 36. Newport Well. Wednesday, October 21st, 9:44 a.m. Alex almost convinced herself that everything she was told in there was utter coincidence, blanket statements that rung somewhat close to everyone's life, and just a splash of showmanship. Almost. She didn't have that long to consider it, though, before there was a quick patter of feet, the sharp, whining bark of an excited dog, and the call of a familiar voice. Millie, down! Hale pulled back on the leash, and Millie, the Belgian shepherd, was dragged away from Alex, but not before she managed to jump up. Alex's hands closed around the damp fur on the dog's neck as she guided it away from her and back to the floor, Hale reeling her in like a prize bass. Sorry, he called out, holding up his cell phone. I was making calls, trying to round up this search party. I didn't see you step out. Alex glanced down at the tarot card in her hand to make sure it wasn't creased or damaged, and quickly slid it into her pocket, wiping off the moisture from Millie's fur on her jeans as she forced a smile for Hale. All good, she said quickly, pushing the conversation forward and away from the card, just in case he saw it. Having much luck? He nodded, a relieved grin on his face. "Yeah, about 10 so far. Meeting up at the Overlook at 12. We'll have at least 4 hours of decent light. Should cover plenty of ground." He was nodding. "It's going to give us the push we need, I think." Hale sounded genuinely hopeful. Alex was too. His eyes drifted to the store behind her then, his chin lifting toward the glowing neon in the window. "Finally decided to call on a higher power to help with the investigation?" "Something like that," Alex said, unsure what else to say. "You spoke to Evie then? Learn anything useful?" "Oh yeah, she flipped some cards. ID'd the killer in about 3 seconds. Alex scoffed a little at her own joke. Hale's eyes lingered on the sign, moving across the window, a little confliction in his face. "You, don't actually believe in any of this shit, do you?" She looked up at the shop front too, then back at him. "Not a bit," she said, aiming for firm, confident. "It's all—" "Bullshit," Hale said. "Stupid, ridiculous." "All of the above?" "Right." He laughed, a single, almost sour note, his eyes drifting to the shop once more. Alex understood. To them, it was all nonsense, but to the killer, it meant something more, something deeper. She could see the fear in his eyes. He'd seen 2 bodies already, chosen because they bore a resemblance to a description printed on a tarot card. And Maddie, gone too, taken as well by the same killer, who could be, at that very moment, carving his next symbol into her skin. "We'll find her," she said then, grabbing his attention. "We'll find Maddie. She'll be okay." He looked back at her, smiling slightly at the try for reassurance, but not believing her. She didn't believe her either. "Did you at least find something that will help?" he asked, the hope clear in the question. "I guess I understand our killer a little better." "Oh yeah?" Hale's eyebrows lifted, surprised at the revelation. "How so?" Alex laughed sourly. "Well, I think he's more than a little fucking nuts if he truly believes in all this," she said, pushing past pessimism and straight into cynical. Hale looked at her, trying to discern what she was actually getting at. It certainly didn't seem like good police work. She cleared her throat, knowing she was just masking. "What I mean," she corrected herself, thinking properly on it, "is that this killer, whoever he is placing a lot of credence on tarot. And I think it's because he's filling, or fulfilling, maybe, I don't know, some kind of—" Alex screwed up her face, trying to piece it together. It was just out of reach. "You know what moral reenactment is?" Hale shook his head. Canine officer, Alex reminded herself, not a detective. "It's a common motive for serial killers. They gravitate towards symbolism, the kills more metaphoric than literal. They're trying to change the world to the shape they believe it is, or should be, trying to reveal some kind of truth or greater meaning with their kills." "Like destiny?" Hale asked, closing one eye, trying to follow what Alex was saying. It was murky stuff. She didn't quite know how to explain it. She let out a breath, aware of the sharp edges of the tarot card in her pocket, organizing it in her mind. "No, not destiny as such," Alex went on, looking down into the shining brown eyes of Millie the dog as she sat at Hale's side, as attentive to the explanation as he was. "It's more like correction." Hale frowned a little. "Correction?" "Yeah," Alex said. "He's not killing because of some sexual fantasy, or because he has this pathological drive to murder and maim. He's killing because it fixes something for him. The act of killing these women in this way helps him cope, helps him realign, helps him fix something that's broken in him, that's broken in his life. This kind of patterned violence comes from deep inside. He doesn't see himself as a monster, far from it. It's about control. It's about making sense of something that never made sense before." Hale watched her, waiting for her to go on. "This is something he's built over years, decades. Childhood trauma or some kind of inciting event in his life started him down this road, and now he's built his pattern of kills into a framework of tarot. Alex thought about what Evie had said to her inside: past, present, future. I don't think it's about fortune-telling. I don't think it's necessarily even about tarot. I think that it's just a vehicle, something he can use to explain or rationalize it to himself. Tarot is chance at its heart. It's interpreting chance. How he found his way from whatever started this to tarot, I don't know. But she trailed off, realized Hale was watching her intently. But what? He asked. Alex could only shrug, then let out a long sigh. I don't think going down this road is going to yield a lot, she said. I wanted to understand him better, and now I think I do. And that will help you catch him? Hale asked, hopeful. Help you find Maddie? Alex didn't want to say yes or no. She settled for something in the middle. I hope so. Hale's head dropped. You think she's already dead? Not really a question. I think there's a reason her body hasn't shown up yet. I just don't know what that is. Hale's phone started buzzing in his hand then, and he looked down at it, glancing back up at Alex. I've got to take this, he said. It's someone calling back about the search party. Go, go, Alex urged him. He answered the phone, nodded firmly to her, and then walked Millie onward. The dog looked back at her, tail wagging softly. She smiled at the animal as it looked forward, trotting happily after Hale. Alex watched them go, smile fading, and the reality of things setting back in. One step forward, one step back. She knew more, but she still felt like she knew nothing at all. Chapter 37. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 10:19 a.m. She wasn't making strident leaps, but she was making progress. Alex headed back to the station, not taking the card from her pocket, not wanting to look at it or acknowledge it. How long it would stay in there, she didn't know. Until she washed her jeans? Until she burned them? She pulled into Newport Police Station's parking lot with a scowl fastened on her face and walked inside, squinting up at the still darkening clouds. The drizzle had eased, but it felt like the sky was building up to a second act, and that once it started raining, it might never stop. Alex pushed the door open and stepped through, the smell of coffee punctuating the air. She clocked Sue first, working away on his laptop. He glanced up as the door opened and then returned his attention to his screen. Sheepishly, she'd let him stew. There was no sign of Garcia, but Alex guessed she was back out at the county coroner's lab, still trying to piece something together for her. All Alex could do was wait and hope she managed it. She didn't need to police either of them, she knew that. Didn't need to tell them what to do. They were good, they were hungry, and they knew the task: catch a killer. Pendlebury and Barnum, however, were both there, and both looked up from their desks, clearly frustrated with their duties. Perhaps they were unhappy they'd been given grunt work. Perhaps they were unhappy they'd been given work at all. Either way, Alex didn't avoid their gazes, instead looking at them both directly in turn until they went back to their screens. Barnum folded instantly. Pendlebury lasted a moment longer, deciding to speak rather than just bow his head. "Find anything?" he asked, almost innocuously. The question was vague, fishing. Every time he opened his mouth, she was more sure he was just John Bell's oversized puppet. "Yeah, I caught the guy," she said flatly. "You can all go home. Case solved." Pendlebury's brow furrowed for a second. "I'm kidding. How's that list coming along?" "It's taking a while," he said grumpily. "Then you better get back to it." Alex broke off, walked toward the back of the office, to the counter there and the pot of coffee. Rachel came out from behind the reception desk and made a beeline for her. "I can put on a fresh pot if you want," she said helpfully. She seemed nervous and was clearly feeling that she wasn't being put to proper use. "I also got some pastries, that kind of thing. I figured people would be here all day and they'd get hungry." "That's good," Alex told her, hunger gnawing at the bottom of her stomach. "The coffee's fine," she added, laying her knuckles against the glass and feeling it hot. She poured a cup and fished in a brown cardboard box for what seemed to be a sugar-dusted croissant. "You need me to do anything else?" Rachel asked keenly. Alex looked at her, appraised her, unsure what she could do. "What do you think would be helpful?" Alex replied, doing her best not to patronize. She shriveled a little at the question. "When it comes to investigations like this, anything is helpful. Everything is helpful." Rachel said nothing. "Why don't you be my eyes and ears, huh?" She smiled at the girl, but maybe it was more the smell of the coffee and the croissant. "Check in on Pendlebury and Barnum. They're getting me some information. I'd love to know how that's going, how they're doing." "How do I?" she began. "You can start by asking them," Alex told her. "Men from Newport between 25 and 50, panel vans and camper vans. They know what they're doing. Just get me a status update." The girl nodded, understanding. "No rush," Alex told her. She headed for Maddie's office, taking a bite of the croissant and getting a whiff of wet dog from her hand. Hale wasn't lying. Millie really did smell. She let the pastry sit between her teeth, carrying the coffee in before she kicked the door closed with her heel. She had a hunch now that this killer had started earlier even than the 3 kills 9 years ago. Slowly, she was getting to know him, understand him, and he felt close, like he was just out of reach. But she still had work today. She slid in behind Maddie's desk and fired up her computer, unsure what she was looking for exactly. Old deaths, maybe. Incidents involving the victim type. What she'd said to Hale was true. She thought this probably came from childhood trauma or some kind of incident. How many 20-something women would have died in Newport's history? Whether it was murder, manslaughter, or just a suspicious death, Alex had a hunch that somewhere in this town's history was another girl, the first claimed by this guy. Alex's fingers hovered over the keys, her eyes drifting up through the blind-covered glass of Maddie's office. Could it really be this simple? She pulled up the database and searched, and after the best part of an hour had found nothing close to what she thought she'd find. A few deaths, but nothing that could be their killer. A suicide, a home invasion, an accidental drowning. She went back as far as the digital records allowed, all the way to the turn of the millennium. She made a note to have Rachel dig through the file room, but she didn't think it'd come to anything. Just another dead end. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe she'd misread it. She clicked her tongue, told herself not to lose focus, keep digging, keep going. But she'd now resorted to the one thing that investigators shouldn't: Googling. The local paper had reported on the recent deaths, but what about the older ones? Any death in Newport was a big deal. She started typing. Newport Herald, Washington, death. Newport Herald, Washington, woman, death. Newport Herald, Washington, female death. Newport Herald, Washington, murder. Various articles. Nothing that piqued the interest. She thought, fuck it. Newport Herald, Washington, serial killer. A headline popped up. Alex froze, clicked it. The article was dated 9 years ago, just after the death of the 3rd girl in the last cycle. It was titled, Serial Killer in Newport? And the subhead read, Police dismiss connections. Let's ritualistic killer run amok. Holy fuck, Alex muttered, reading the article. It wasn't long, a few hundred words. It named John Bell as the chief of police, said that despite obvious connections, the 3 deaths had been labeled as unconnected. She got to the bottom, saw that it was labeled as archived. The article wasn't live on the Newport Herald's website. It had been taken down. She checked the name of the author, Franklin Kemper. His name was linked. But when she clicked it, it took her to a 404 page not found. Alex drew back from the keyboard. It was clear Kemper was no longer a part of the Herald. She navigated to the main site, typed his name into the article search bar. Hundreds of articles popped up, daily up until 9 years ago. The date on the serial killer article was the most recent. It seemed to have been the last thing he wrote, Before he was fired, Alex thought, almost hopefully. She quickly tabbed over to the police database and typed in his name, seeing it pop up with a local address, mercifully. It looked like he was still alive, and that was something. Alex copied down Kemper's address on her phone and rose from the desk. She was just about to close out the window when there was a knock at the door. She looked up to see Hale standing there in the doorway, rain beaded on the shoulders of his jacket, Millie at his side, panting happily, her breath already filling the room. Alex hesitated for a second. She didn't have time to get caught up. "Hope I'm not interrupting," he said with an easy smile. "Just ducked in to get some coffee before I headed out, and I heard something about pastries." "You're fine," Alex said, stepping around the desk, arms folding in the universal sign of, "I don't have time for this." "What's up?" Hale's gaze drifted briefly to the bullpen beyond the glass. Pendlebury and Barnum were still at their desks, hunched forward miserably. "All smiles in here this morning," Hale said mildly. "What did you do? Tell them Santa isn't real?" Alex snorted despite herself. "God help they're asked to do actual police work. They'll get over it," she said, waving it off. "Or they'll quit." Either suited her. Hale smiled faintly at that. His head moved subtly in the other direction then, toward where Kevin Sue was sat, propped up on his elbow, squinting at his laptop, shoulders tight. "And that guy you brought?" "Kevin Sue." "Right, well, he looks like he just ran over the family dog," Hale observed. Alex zeroed in on him. "He sort of did." Hale raised an eyebrow but didn't press. He shifted his weight, glanced back toward the door. "Doesn't look like you've got too many people in your corner right now. Anything I can help with before I head out?" "No," Alex said. "I'm just stepping out myself." "Right," Hale said. "Well," he gestured with his thermos, "I'll be up at the Overlook if you need me." "I know where to find you." He nodded once, gave her a small, tired smile, and stepped back out into the bullpen. Millie lingered for a second longer, cocking her head at Alex curiously. "What, dog?" Alex asked grumpily. "Don't like the way I'm doing things?" The dog stared for a second longer, then turned and padded after Hale without a sound. Alex exhaled slowly, screwed her eyes closed, and steadied herself. She needed to look settled, confident, in control, even if she didn't feel it. And then she plunged from Maddie's office, striding quickly toward the door, everyone's eyes on her. She didn't look at any of them as she pushed open the door and stepped into the rain. Chapter 38. Newport, Wednesday, October 21st, 11:22 a.m. Alex had almost reached her truck when she heard the front door to the station behind her open. "Alex?" She stopped halfway to her truck, keys in her hand, and turned to see Kevin Sue hanging out of the door, tablet in hand, an apologetic look on his face. He jogged out to her, wincing at the cold rain that had started to fall. The mist had burned away now, and slow, steady droplets were pattering the ground, each one a frigid little bomb that seemed to explode on Alex's scalp as they landed. Kevin slowed, tablet tucked under his arm out of the rain, eyes flicking briefly to hers and then to the ground in deference, or shame. "There's something I need to show you." "You couldn't have done it inside?" Alex asked, getting wetter by the second. "Sorry," he muttered, spinning the tablet in his hand and waking up the screen. He showed it to her, an image filling the screen. It took Alex a second to parse what she was looking at. It was her, or a photograph of her at least. She stood alone in an empty parking lot, pistol in hand, staring straight into the camera, coat flaring around her mid-stride. The image was black and white, stark and deliberate, the mountains rising behind her like a wall. It was a good shot. Not that she ever liked having her photo taken. In fact, she hated it. But more than that, she recognized it. The perspective flipped but familiar. She'd seen this photo being taken, and she'd seen the person who'd taken it. "What the fuck is that?" Alex asked, her voice slow and measured. Website of a local photographer, Sue said, angling the screen so the rain wouldn't build too badly on it. I found it this morning. He scrolled. More pictures of Alex, walking the parking lot, looking at the ground. Then photos of the crime scenes where the bodies had been found, the crowds, the police cordons, Pendlebury and Boone and Barnum corralling bystanders, Hale and Millie the dog doing laps. There were pictures of the county coroner and his people bagging the bodies and loading them. Sue went further. Pictures of car crashes, pictures of burned-out buildings, of logging sites with churned-up ground, portraits of unsuspecting subjects taken in candid moments, ones they wanted hidden. A man yelling at his wife, a woman telling off a child, a girl grinning as she yanked on the leash of a small dog. Happy stuff, Alex said grimly. She's got a knack for dark moments, Kevin said, equally as enthused. He navigated over to her page then, and Alex stared at a photograph of the artist herself. She was in her 60s, on the thin side of slim, her dark hair pulled back into a loose, low ponytail. Anna Carlisle Dalton, the name below read. She's got a studio in town, Sue said. Alex stared at the woman. An odd choice of subject matter, but that didn't mean it wasn't going to be useful. If she'd been at the scenes, snapped these photos, Alex guessed she had more she hadn't published, and who knew what was hidden in them? If she was faster to arrive than the coroners and crime scene investigators dispatched from county, then she could well have evidence vital to the case. You got the address? Sue was already holding out a piece of paper. Alex took it. Thanks, she told Sue, stepping past him toward the door. One more thing, he said, stopping Alex in her tracks. She looked back. About yesterday, about Doyle. Alex shook her head. You were doing your job, she told him, even though she was still angry. He asked you to keep an eye on me. You did what he asked, and I already spoke to him. And was everything okay? Kevin asked, the tension visibly draining from him at her words. Alex cracked the smallest smile and spread her arms. I'm still here, aren't I? Sue nodded, relief flickering across his face. He turned back toward the station. Alex watched him go. The rain was falling harder by the second, drumming softly against the hood of her truck, the forest beyond the lot dark and soundless. No wind, no traffic noise, nothing. Alex let her eyes drift across the shadows in the tree line, a crawling sensation creeping at the nape of her neck, the same one she'd had before, the one that told her she wasn't alone, that he was close. Alex scanned the trees. Nothing moved. She tore her eyes from the shadows and turned toward her truck and climbed in, shutting the door with more force than necessary and looking down at the paper that Sue had given her. The address was the main street in town, close by. She reshuffled things in her head. Photographer first, then Kemper, she thought as she started the engine and pulled away. In just the last few hours, she felt like she'd finally made progress. Seeing Evie Laveau had opened up the killer to her. Despite how the interaction had ended, she thought she'd got something from it. Even if she was finding it hard to ignore Evie's reading, she did her best to believe that it was all just theatrics, and yet… Alex shook the thought free of her mind. Anna Carlisle Dalton, Franklin Kemper. They were two solid leads. Dalton would provide them with evidence they could comb through. Kemper would fill in background on the historical cases. Alex didn't know if it would be enough, but it was something. It felt like something. Finally, she let out a long breath and shivered, then cranked the heating, getting her heel down as she sped toward Newport. But even as she drove, she couldn't shake the reading from her head. She pulled the card from her pocket, doing everything she could not to look at it, and dropped it into the center console. She knew all about the hanged man. It signified new perspectives, surrender, sacrifice, seeing things from new angles, often more spiritual ones, letting go of control, of your ego, enlightenment through suspension, stopping and waiting and then seeing. She'd gone over and over and over it, and over it, and it meant nothing to her, or that's what she told herself anyway. Alex did all she could to focus on the task at hand, but Evie Laveau, That shop. It was striking an ill chord with her. She'd wanted to be there longer, wanted to ask more questions. But she'd blazed out of there so fast, she didn't think she could just stroll back in. Not without Evie digging her hooks in even further. But that wasn't the only way to get information. She pulled her phone up in front of her and dialed Sue, realizing she'd only just spoken to him and should have thought to ask him then. She was tired, though, off balance. This case was getting to her, had burrowed into her brain unlike any before. Sue answered quickly. "Everything okay?" he asked, naturally, considering she'd only left a few minutes prior. "Yeah, just remembered something I meant to ask," she lied. "I went into a store in town called Seventh Sense earlier. The woman who runs it, Evie Laveau, I want you to dig into her." "What do you expect to find?" "I don't know," Alex said, "but she's a quote-unquote expert on this tarot stuff, and I'd like to get a better sense of things. I don't like her for the killings, but if we can scrape something together, we can subpoena any records or files she has there, or at least threaten to." "You think she knows the killer?" Sue asked. "Maybe, maybe not. If he likes tarot enough to carve it into the bodies of girls, then he's probably ducked in for a reading or two over the years, bought himself a few nice tarot decks. He might even be a regular there. But right now, I don't want to haul her in, not without some ammunition." Something to hide behind, Alex thought unhappily to herself. She didn't want to be in a room with Evie again without some kind of club to whack her with if she tried to get in Alex's head. Another thought occurred to her then, a weak spot. "Look at her son, too," Alex added. "Teenager, Dylan Laveau." "Right. Just look," Alex told him. "He was kind of squirrely." "Sure," Sue said, doubt in his voice. But this time, he didn't expand on it or cut Alex's legs out from under her. She felt like she was forgetting something else, but she couldn't place what. The second she'd learned about Kemper, she'd been running out the door. It would come to her, she thought. It always did. Chapter 39. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 11:49 a.m. Alex pulled in outside the address Sue had given her and killed the engine, the rain pattering heavily on the windshield. It was a small Chinese restaurant that wasn't open yet, but a door to the right of it, glass and covered black, had the words Anna Carlisle Dalton Photography Studio written on it in serifed gold lettering. This was the place. Alex exited the vehicle, checking around the still quiet streets, the weather warding off any pedestrians who might have wanted to get out for a stroll. She crossed quickly to the door and hit the buzzer on the wall next to it. It made a low humming sound that she suspected was much louder upstairs. When there was no response, she buzzed again. The rain clapped against the canvas of her coat. She could feel it soaking through to her scalp, chilling her. After a few more seconds, there was a crackling from the buzzer, and then a voice rang out. Yes, it was gravelly, belonged to a long-time smoker and drinker, Alex thought. Alex leaned in, pressed the talk button. Anna Carlisle Dalton? That's what it says on the door, came the gruff reply. Hungover, Alex thought immediately. Special Investigator Alex Marshall, Washington State Police, Alex said easily, leaning into the speaker. You mind opening the door? I'd like to talk to you about some of your photographs. There was a long pause. You got a warrant? You want me to get one? This door looks expensive, and right now, the kind of chat I want is the amicable one. But if you'd prefer to nurse that hangover in an interrogation room at the police station, I'd be happy to find a judge and pop back here in an hour. Your choice. Another long pause. Then the door buzzed open, and Alex pushed inside. Alex stepped inside and went up the stairs, her nose immediately confirming her suspicion that Anna Carlisle Dalton was a smoker. She stepped up into an open loft, the walls bare brick, windows looking down over the street below. It was one large open space, stereotypically artsy. A bookcase replete with photography books and Russian literature occupied a space on the left-hand side of the room, next to a threadbare couch, a coffee table in front of it, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. A record player was next to that. Opposite, against the right-hand wall, was a large white sheet that draped down onto the floor, a single stool perched on it against the backdrop, a light box and diffuser above, a tripod ready for a camera in front of that. This was where Anna did her portrait work. Past that was a mattress on the floor, a rumpled bedspread on it, a deep wine red. And then, finally, at the far end, was a kitchenette with a table that was clearly the oldest thing in the room. It was scuffed and stained, looked like it had been rescued from a dump. And sitting at the table was the woman in question. She was wearing a black tank top, her arms covered in patchwork tattoos, with black hair hanging around her face. She had a cigarette in one hand and a glass in the other filled with a clear liquid, a half-empty gin bottle 6 inches from her right knuckles, telling Alex what was inside. "If I'd have known I was having company," she rasped, "I would have cleaned up a bit." Other than a clothes rail next to the bed and what looked to be a small bathroom beyond, there was not much to clean up because there was not much here. The walls were adorned with photographs, either Anna's or someone else's, and there was a rack containing albums and prints stacked up in the hundreds, but otherwise, the place was as minimalist as could be. Anna could probably stuff everything shown onto the back of a family sedan and be on the road in an hour, though Alex guessed that was the kind of life she'd chosen for herself, that she'd carefully built and curated, or at least it was the persona that she had done. "Get you something to drink?" she asked, waving her hand toward the gin bottle. By the slowness of her movement, Alex guessed it wasn't her first of the day. "A little early, isn't it?" she couldn't help but reply. "For you, maybe," Anna shrugged. "Sure, I can't fix you something. Might take that edge off you." "I don't drink," Alex replied smoothly. "And why is that?" Anna pried, narrowing her eyes as though she were gleaning some kind of psychological insight from the admission. "Because it negatively impacts my ability to catch serial killers," Alex chirped back. Anna looked at her for a moment, then broke into a wide, cigarette-yellowed grin and laughed roughly. "Well, I don't have nearly as good a reason, so—" And with that, she pointedly tossed back what was left in her glass and pushed herself to her feet without a hint of a grimace. Clearly, it wasn't her first time, either today or otherwise. "So, what do you want?" Anna said, walking slowly around the table. She stubbed out what was left of the cigarette she was holding and pulled a pack from her pocket, lighting another one and blowing a long cloud of blue tobacco smoke into the air. "I want to talk about your photographs," Alex said. "Oh yeah? You want to buy one?" She half closed an eye then, appraising Alex more closely. "Got a few nice ones of you yesterday." She clearly had nothing to hide. "Though I suspect that's why you're here." "Among other things," Alex said, still hovering close to the top of the stairs. "I looked through what was on your website. Plenty of interesting things there. Looked like you were first to the murder scenes, quicker than the police." Anna just shrugged. "That a crime?" "You tell me," Alex replied. "Probably not one you can prove," Anna clapped back, not missing a beat. Half drunk or not, she was still sharp. "I'm not here to arrest you for your hobby," Alex said. Anna's expression grew a little colder, Alex realizing just how derisive that comment was. "Apologies, I didn't mean that," she said. "Yes, you did," Anna sneered. "Every word. You come in here 11 a.m. on a fucking Wednesday. You see me drinking, smoking. You think, that's not a job? That's just a fucking alcoholic skating through life, huh? Well, you know what I say to that." "What?" Alex asked. Anna grinned again. "There's no reason it can't be both." She laughed, walked closer, took another lungful of smoke, and pointedly blew it in Alex's face, waiting for her to flinch, for her to cough. Alex had endured worse, much worse. She just kept her eyes fixed on the photographer. I need to see the pictures you didn't publish, Alex said. I know you took more. I need a copy of them, from all the crime scenes. Everything. Yeah? Why? You think this killer's hiding in the background? Maybe he is, Alex said. Because that's what they do, isn't it? Always return to the scene of the crime, Anna went on, twiddling her fingers at Alex macabrely. It was clear that this was what she was interested in. Death, darkness, the tattoos on her arms told that story. Skulls, grim reapers, scythes, plague doctors, Day of the Dead skulls, tombstones, and everything else that she could have crammed onto the available skin. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, Alex said neutrally. But I'd like to take a look at them if I can. I bet you would, Anna replied. Are you going to let me? Alex asked. She stood there, making Alex suffer, making her wait for a long time. Sure, she said then. Why not? Who am I to stand in the way of justice? She put a certain inflection on the last word, as though, cosmically, she didn't believe there was such a thing. She turned then and walked back toward her bed, fishing among the blankets for a laptop, which she pulled out and took to the table, dropping it down and opening the lid. She slumped down into the chair tiredly and poured herself another drink as she waited for it to warm up, and then started going through her photos. You bring a flash drive or anything? She asked without looking up from the screen. Alex did not. I was prepared to confiscate the laptop in its entirety if I needed to, Alex said. And prepared to get your teeth knocked out for it too, I hope, Anna muttered under her breath, clearly loud enough for Alex to hear. I'm hoping you have a spare one, Alex said then, stepping farther into Anna's loft. I might, she said, if you're polite about it. Please, Alex added, almost through gritted teeth. See, that's not hard, is it? Anna chuckled, enjoying the dynamic. Alex, despite herself, didn't mind it either. Anna didn't really care for social graces, and it was nice to not have to self-correct and monitor herself as she spoke, too. She doubted anything she said could offend this woman, and she was pretty hard to offend herself. In fact, it might have been the most candid conversation, and enjoyable one, that she'd had since she'd arrived in Newport. Strangely. Anna turned on her chair briefly, rummaged in a kitchen drawer for a moment, and then dragged the flash drive out, slotting it into the side of the laptop. She hit a button and then sat back, arms folded, watching Alex, waiting as the photos transferred. Isn't this the part where you ask me if I saw anything strange? Noticed anybody out of the ordinary lurking around those crime scenes? Did you? Alex asked her. Anna just shrugged. That's what I figured. I assumed you'd be more focused on the thing in the center of the frame, not what's lurking in the background. You know a thing or two about photography? Anna asked lightly, with barely any kind of interest. I know a thing or two about most things, Alex replied, but mostly about catching killers. Oh yeah? You're good at it then? Better than most, Alex replied dryly. So why haven't you caught this one yet? He is better than most, too. But not better than you. Anna grinned at her once more. I suppose we'll see. The laptop seemed to finish what it was doing, and Anna reached forward, pulling the flash drive free and holding it up for Alex. She came forward to take it, but as she reached out, Anna curled it into her hand, holding it just out of reach. One thing first. Alex was afraid of that. What? She asked. The chief. The one who's missing, Anna said. She's not turned up yet? Alex shook her head. You think she will? Alex was the one who shrugged now. She dead? I don't know, Alex said. I hope not. Sorry to ruin the prospective photo shoot for you. Anna opened her fist slowly, presenting the drive to Alex. I don't hope for death. I just go where it is, Anna told her. I used to chase it, you know, all over the state, in another life. It twigged for Alex then. You were a crime scene photographer. In another life, Anna repeated, unabashed. Alex couldn't help but curl a smile at that, Anna watching her curiously as she did. Something flickered in the photographer's eyes then, something almost close to recognition. What did you say your name was again? Alex, she said, instantly guarded. Alex Marshall. Huh, Anna said, sitting back in her chair, taking another long drag on a cigarette. There's a town, Marshall, a couple 100 miles from here. Is there? Alex said airily. I didn't know. Yeah, she said, inspecting the lines of Alex's face. The wrinkles, maybe the scars. You ever been there? Can't say I have, Alex replied, already backpedaling toward the door. Is it a nice place? Used to be, Anna said, till about 13 years ago. Huh, Alex said. Small towns, I guess. Every one has got its cross to bear. You're not curious about what happened? Not in the slightest, Alex told her. Anna just smiled. Hope you find something on there, she said. I may not work for you guys anymore, but that still doesn't mean I want to see this guy get away. He won't, Alex told her, turning the corner to the stairs and starting down, Anna's voice ringing after her. We'll see. Chapter 40. Newport, West. Wednesday, October 21st, 12:22 p.m. Alex closed the door and fell back against it, heart hammering in her chest, hands shaking. She curled them into fists and tried to breathe through it, the numbness, the pins and needles coming again. She'd never seen that woman before, but Anna had seen her. Alex didn't know whether or not she simply spent her nights looking through old cases, old files, old pictures, or whether or not, in that past life as a crime scene photographer, she'd heard of Alex's case. Hell, maybe she'd even worked it. Alex didn't look like she used to, and there was no way that Anna could have been sure it was her. She was fishing. She was probing, touching at an exposed nerve simply to satisfy her morbid curiosity. Anna spent her nights, her life, chasing death, photographing the dead. But to actually meet someone who died and came back to life? That was probably something she rarely experienced, something she clearly reveled in. But Alex needed to get back on track. She needed to get the flash drive to Shu, and she needed to push forward, to bury the thoughts that Anna had dredged up. And that meant she needed to head for Kemper's house. But taking that drive in silence, in the company of her own mind? She climbed into the car and dialed Garcia. She hadn't seen her that morning and hadn't caught up with her yet, and she hoped that meant Garcia had found a thread to pull on. The phone rang for a while as Alex pulled onto the street and headed for Kemper's house. Garcia, Alex said as she picked up. Please tell me you found something, Alex asked, hoping that the desperation wasn't too obvious in her voice. There was a long sigh from the line. I'm going over the new files and the old, she said, comparing everything. But nothing is out of place, really. The old murders weren't linked, and photographs of the marks are curiously absent. They crop up in the background of other shots, but there's nothing focused in on them, and Crowley's reports don't mention them either. He's said nothing about any kind of influence anyone had over his work, and claimed that 10 years is a long time ago. He can't really remember why he did or didn't focus on it. Sounds like bullshit to me, but hey, I'm not the detective. You want to come back and lean on him some more? No. Alex scowled, unhappy to hear the news. So there's nothing? Well, Garcia said, not nothing, but I don't know how useful it's going to be. I re-swabbed Sierra Collins's neck and found traces of methyl tridecanal, likely transferred from the hands of the killer. He cleaned her down, but he did it gently, and that kind of force he applied to the throat. I'd hoped that there'd be some kind of transference. Like I said, it's only traces, but it's something, Alex told her. I'm also running swabs I took from the stab wounds on Kayla Whitmore. I don't have the results yet, but if it comes back positive for the same substance, methyl tridecanal, Garcia finished for her, then we know that it's definitely transference from the killer. And what exactly is that? Alex probed. It's a compound that shows up mostly in industrial lubricants and machine oils, as well as stuff like outdoor repellents, scent coverings, bug sprays, that sort of thing, Garcia told her. Which is why I didn't race to tell you. It doesn't exactly narrow much down, especially in a place like this, when I guess 90% of the people here have got bug spray in their house and machine oil in their garages. Like car oil? Alex asked. No, not motor oil, Garcia said. More like lubricant, like chainsaw oil, logging equipment, that kind of thing. Alex almost stood on the brake, something leaping out of her mind. The pile of sawdust she'd seen outside John Bell's house. There'd been no sign of a chainsaw, no hint of one running. But you didn't get sawdust from a hand axe. Had he hidden it when he'd heard a car approaching? Had he been there cutting wood, and the second he thought someone was coming, he'd carried it inside, making sure it wasn't seen? Her grip tightened on the wheel at the thought. John Bell, again. Did he have something to do with this? Especially considering how cagey Crowley was being about his reasons for leaving out the links in the initial murders. Alex was resisting the urge to jump to conclusions, but she kept coming back to the same name. Hell, he'd chased her away from his place at gunpoint. If she'd had more time there without him, she would have cleared the house and moved on, probably looked in the shed, looked in the garage, and if she did, what would she have found? The phones of the 2 killed women? The table where he cleaned them? A panel van tucked away? Maddie? Chained up? Alex's blood ran cold at the thought. Thanks, Alex told Garcia then. Let me know if you find anything else. Will do, Garcia said, and sorry I haven't found more. No, Alex reassured her. That's great, thanks. She hung up without another word and planted her heel, adding another stop to the itinerary. First, Franklin Kemper's house, the journalist who had been mysteriously fired after calling out John Bell in his final article for covering up the links between the previous murders. And then John Bell's house. And this time, she wasn't going to be chased away, whether John Bell pointed a gun at her or not. Chapter 41. Newport Herald, Newport, Washington. Article excerpt. Serial Killer in Newport. Police Look the Other Way, by Franklin Kemper. 3 young women are dead. They died within weeks of one another. They were found alone. And according to multiple sources with direct knowledge of the investigations, each body bore deliberate carvings, marks that were neither accidental nor incidental, and which strongly suggest a single hand at work. Newport police say there is no connection. Chief John Bell has stated publicly that the deaths are isolated incidents, unrelated in motive or method. He has urged the public not to speculate and has warned against sensationalism, but the facts do not support that reassurance. This newspaper has learned that investigators identified similarities between the 3 crime scenes early on, including evidence of ritualistic behavior that has not been disclosed to the public. We have spoken to sources who describe a clear pattern, one that was discussed internally, then dismissed. Why? Is it because acknowledging a serial offender would cause panic? Or because it would raise uncomfortable questions about how such a killer could operate undetected in a town this small? If these murders are connected, and all available evidence suggests they are, then Newport is not facing a series of tragedies. It is facing an active predator. And if police continue to deny that reality, the question is no longer if someone else will die. It is when. Chapter 42. Newport Way, Wednesday, October 21st, 12:46 p.m. Franklin Kemper didn't live in an accessible place. Whether he'd specifically moved there because of that, Alex couldn't say. But as she jostled up the rutted entry road, winding higher into the trees nestled on the valley side 5 kilometers outside of Newport, she was glad she had all-wheel drive. In the winter, this place must be a nightmare to get to. In the fall, it was no picnic. Alex crawled into Franklin Kemper's yard, rolling through all the questions she was going to ask in her head, all the lines of inquiry she was going to pursue to try to unpack this, to try to get to know the man that she feared was responsible for it all, John Bell. Doubt swirled in her mind. Not just that she was wrong, but that she was in the wrong place, in the wrong job, in the wrong body. That she wasn't cut out for this, that she was never meant for this, that she'd persuaded herself it was some kind of calling, some kind of mission she had to pursue, when in reality, she should have died that day 13 years ago in Marshall, Washington. It wasn't the sight of Kemper's house emerging from the trees that broke her out of that negative thought cycle, though, but the sight of a Newport PD patrol car parked at an angle in front of Kemper's place. And just ahead of that was Hale's marked Chevy Silverado, and to the left of that, an unmarked truck, but one that she recognized as John Bell's Ford F-250. She stood on the brake, and the Explorer rocked to a heavy stop, tires grinding in the gravel and dirt. She surveyed the scene. Hale appeared from the trees on the right, Millie the dog straining at her leash, sniffing for any kind of scent trail to follow. Hale spotted Alex first, paused, looked over somberly, and raised his hand, then gestured for her to park up behind John Bell's truck. Alex blinked, trying to understand what was going on, and let off the brake, easing forward on idle until she reached Bell's truck and parked, ensuring that she was blocking it in. She got out, almost numbly, looking around, seeing Pendlebury speaking to John Bell on the porch of Kemper's place. It was a modest one-story home with a shingled roof and a patchwork of corrugated metal and wooden exterior. The place looked old, run down. Alex was staring at it when Hale caught her attention. "You got here fast," he said. "Not fast enough, it seems," Alex answered sardonically, turning to look at him. "What the hell happened here?" Hale lifted his hands, still in shock himself, it seemed. "Who knows?" he said. "We got a call that there was a body and raced over here as quick as we could." "Who called you?" Alex demanded. He just lifted his eyes toward the big man standing on the porch. "John Bell," she said. Hale nodded without a word. Millie the dog whined softly next to him, still wet and reeking as always. Alex started off toward Bell, pausing after a step and glancing back. "And the body?" she asked, knowing the answer before the words left her mouth. "Franklin Kemper," Hale replied. "He used to be a journalist at the Newport Herald." "I know who he is," Alex cut him off sternly, turning away and marching toward John Bell. Both he and Pendlebury clocked Alex as she approached, the open front door to Kemper's house between them. Bell raised his hands as though to stop Alex from marching right up to him, rather than to show innocence. Pendlebury shriveled away from her gaze. Alex's boots thudded on the porch as she stepped up, about to ask why the hell John Bell was here, when she spotted the body, face down, 10 feet inside the door, its back a mess of stab wounds and blood. It had soaked through his shirt and pooled around, dripping between the floorboards into the crawlspace underneath. Alex stared at it, nostrils flaring in pure rage. Her mind decoded it. She'd seen attacks like this before. Someone had come to the door, knocked, been invited in. Someone familiar. It had to be the same killer. Couldn't be anybody else. Too much of a coincidence. And Kemper had foolishly turned his back on him. The killer had taken a few steps, drawn a knife slowly, silently, put a hand on Kemper's shoulder, and then driven the blade square into his back a dozen times. Alex mapped the stab wounds in the material of his shirt. Kidneys, liver, pancreas, multiple blows through the external oblique and thoracolumbar fascia. It was impossible to put a knife there and not hit something important. Even if Kemper had had immediate medical attention, it still would have been impossible to save his life. The killer had wanted to make sure he was dead. Didn't want neatness, just results, which meant he knew he was on the clock, had rushed in, done the deed, and no doubt escaped before waiting for Kemper's heart to stop beating. Nothing could have been done to save him, regardless of how quickly somebody arrived, which would have given the killer a head start. Hell, he could have been back out the door before Kemper even hit the ground. He likely was. Alex pulled up her watch, checked the time. It was just before 1 in the afternoon. She'd left the station a little before 11:30. That meant it was only 90 minutes between the time she'd stepped out the door at Newport Police Station and this moment now. And before she'd left, she hadn't even known about Franklin Kemper. Her blood ran cold then. Had she left his face up on screen in Maddie's office? No, she'd closed out the window. Didn't she? She'd meant to, but Kevin Sue had interrupted her, and now she couldn't remember whether or not she had. She cursed herself silently and looked up at John Bell, who was staring at her, stony-faced, expressionless. Her mind was putting together the pieces of the puzzle all at once. If she'd left Kemper's name up on screen, and Pendlebury had slithered in there after she'd left, which she assumed he had, considering the way he was avoiding her gaze at that moment, he would have called John Bell, and John Bell would have headed straight over here, especially knowing that Alex was en route, ready to tie up loose ends. She boiled as she looked up at him. "I know what you're thinking," John Bell said gruffly, "and you're wrong." "Am I?" she asked, seizing one of his still raised hands out of the air and turning it over, inspecting it. "If you're searching for blood, you won't find any," he said. "Yeah, because you washed your hands?" "Because I didn't do this," he replied evenly, not a hint of a quiver in his voice. Pendlebury, nervously, cleared his throat behind Alex, hooking a thumb over his shoulder. "I'm just gonna—" Alex glowered at him for a moment, and he shrank away, tail between his legs. She'd deal with him later, and properly this time. He still hadn't seemed to have got the message. John Bell pulled his hand free of Alex's grip and looked at her. "Pendlebury called me," he said, coming clean. "I came over here to talk to Kemper." "To stop him from talking to me," Alex said. "No, to do what I should have done 10 years ago," he said, "and find out what he knew about the person behind all this." "So you did get Kemper fired," Alex said, jumping to the conclusion. "No," John Bell replied. "I never got Kemper fired." "So he just resigned? Coincidentally? Give me a fucking break," Alex practically spat. "Kemper got hit by a car," John said. "Hit and run." "You expect me to believe that?" "It's the truth," he said. "Or didn't you bother to check if there were any cases associated with him before you just assumed I was behind it?" Alex seethed. She had no way to prove or disprove that in the moment. "So he coincidentally gets run down by a car," she said airily, thinking about the second victim of the first cycle, also a hit and run, as he publishes an article damning you and the Newport PD for covering up a serial killer? "I'm sure I don't like what you're insinuating," John grunted. Alex ignored the barbed tone. "And another coincidence? The article gets pulled that same day? You can tell me you didn't mow him down, but you must think I'm brain dead if you think I'm going to swallow that." John's eyes narrowed, but he didn't deny it. He might not have been the one who ran Kemper over, but he had pulled the article before the whole town caught wind, saw an opportunity, and acted on it. "Not my finest moment," he replied, "but that article, what he was doing, it would have plunged Newport into chaos. That was something I couldn't allow." "Yeah," she replied bitterly. "You did such a great fucking job of it, didn't you?" It was pretty certain the killer had been the one to run Kemper down, likely to stop any progress he was making, any chance of being identified. And John Bell had helped. "Did you even bother to investigate the hit and run?" He gritted his teeth. There wasn't anything to investigate. Dark road, no witnesses. Kemper was in the ICU for weeks. Didn't remember anything when he woke up. Case closed. She stared up at him, practically incredulous. He was an asshole, that much she was sure of, and a bad cop. That was on top of the fact that he'd pointed a gun at her. He'd interfered with investigations. She knew he'd hidden a chainsaw from her. He'd kept Kemper's involvement and the previous case silent, stamped out the guy's career while he was still on life support. He'd coerced Crowley into fudging forensic reports. And that was just what Alex knew so far. The list of things he was guilty of was long and getting longer by the day. But did he do this? To Kemper? Now? It was plausible. Maybe he hit him with his car back then, and now he was coming back to finish the job. Motive? Opportunity. But this was brazen. To kill Kemper, then call it in himself? Just stand there in the doorway, 10 feet from the body? No, the killer was smart. Too smart to do something as risky as standing in the house of the man he'd just murdered. Alex didn't know. She stared up at him, hoping for a crack in the mask, that she'd see beyond it, that she'd see the guilt, that she'd know for sure. But she couldn't say. As much as she hated to admit it, standing there with John Bell, hearing his even breathing, looking into his eyes, she didn't feel, deep down, that he did this. She didn't feel he was the man who had nearly killed her all those years ago. She swallowed, her eyes drifting back toward Kemper, the words forming on her lips before she could stop them. Not directed at Bell, not even really a question, just a thought spoken aloud, as though the answer might come from on high. So, if you didn't kill him, she said softly, then who the fuck did? Chapter 43. Newport, Way, Wednesday, October 21st, 1:08 p.m. The question hung heavily in the air, John Bell not answering, perhaps because it wasn't his place, or more likely because he didn't know the answer. But he did expound on his situation there, invitation or not. When Pendlebury called me, he said, and told me you were looking into Kemper, I hadn't heard the name in a long time, but I knew what you were going to do, what you were going to ask. So you came here to cover your back, Alex grumbled under her breath, still staring at the dead man on the floor inside the house. She knew, like all the other scenes, that it would be clean work. No DNA to pick out, no fingerprints, nothing so careless as that. She glanced down into the yard over her shoulder. Too many cars already, tire tracks muddled, but Garcia would see to that. She'd take molds, match the ones that belonged to Alex's truck, to John's, to the patrol cars. She'd find anything anomalous. The coroner would be along too, she guessed. She'd spoken to Garcia after Kemper had died, and there'd been no indication she'd known what was going on here. So news must not have reached her yet. As much as Alex wanted to continue her line of enquiry, to interrogate John Bell, it seemed like somebody needed to assume control of the scene, and she was the ranking officer. She let out a long sigh and closed her eyes, rubbing her temples for a moment, thinking. Pendlebury had slinked into Maddie's office when she left, had looked at the screen, had called John Bell. Then John Bell had driven out here and found Kemper dead. "When did you arrive?" she asked John. "About 30 minutes ago," he said. Alex thought about that. It had been an hour and a half since she'd left the station, and if it had been 30 minutes since John got here, 45 since he'd had the call from Pendlebury, then that didn't leave much time for the killer to intercept and reach Kemper. Just a 45-minute window. But how had he done it? How had he known to come here, now? Her mind flashed back to the station. As she'd stepped outside, Kevin had followed her out. He'd asked where she was headed, and she'd mentioned Franklin Kemper's name, said she had to make a stop first. She'd noted that feeling then, that she was being watched, that she wasn't alone. She'd felt like the killer had been stalking her, had been within arm's reach the entire time, and maybe he had been, hiding just out of sight in the trees. Hell, maybe he'd bugged her car, put a tracking device on it, something so he'd always know where she was. Either way, that conversation, that moment, was what had got Kemper killed. She'd been overheard. She'd been careful not to say anything inside, not to give anything away to Pendlebury, not to talk loud enough that the words could filter through the door. But outside, her voice must have carried. She'd been careless, and the killer had overheard, had known she was going elsewhere first, had known he didn't have much time. He must have run, driven straight over here, killed Kemper. Hell, he might have been just minutes ahead of John Bell. They might have even crossed paths as John was driving up. She pulled her fingers away from her temples and looked at him. "As you were driving up, did you pass anybody on the entrance road?" He shook his head. "No." "What about on the main road?" He shook his head again. "I don't think so, not that I remember." "Not that you remember, or you didn't." "Not that I remember," he restated firmly. Alex hummed, unhappy. "What, are you disappointed in my ability to help your investigation suddenly? You were threatening to throw me in a cell and put me in handcuffs for impeding it yesterday." "And I still might," Alex growled, turning back to the scene. Pendlebury was standing awkwardly in front of his car. Hale had returned from his loop of the property, watching the exchange from a short distance away. Alex let out a sigh, disbelieving that this was the team at her disposal, and focused on Pendlebury. "We're going to have a very serious conversation about what you did once this is all over," she said. "But right now, I need you to do your fucking job. Move as little as possible. Don't trample my scene. I need you to call the coroner's office and get Crowley and his team down here as quickly as possible. Garcia, too. I need somebody with some kind of semblance of forensic experience and expertise here." The last addition was unprofessional, but she didn't give two shits in that moment. Nothing in this town was working the way it was supposed to. Why should she? "And make sure," she said to Pendlebury, pointing at him then, "that Garcia swings by the station and picks up Kevin Sue, too. I want him here, now. And call Boone or Barnum or whoever else, and get them out here as well." Pendlebury hovered as though waiting for more instructions. "Go," she told him, and he started running to the door of his cruiser, climbed in, and pulled his radio to his lips, starting to talk into it. Hale looked up at Alex, waiting for orders too. "Nothing from the initial sweep?" He shook his head, and Alex sighed. "Well, keep going," she said. "If former Chief Bell didn't pass anybody on the way up here, then maybe the killer didn't use the road. He knows this town. He probably knows this area. Are there any Forest Service roads or other streets around here? Nearby properties he could have come from?" Hale lifted his head, orienting himself, and looked around. "There are FSRs all over these hills," he said. "Closest one is—" He turned slowly in a circle, then pointed straight over the top of Kemper's house. "About a half-mile, I think, that way, give or take. Could be wrong." "Start into the woods," Alex ordered him. "See if you can't pick up a trail." Her eyes fell to the dog. "Millie might be the most useful officer we have out here right now." Hale smiled up at her. "No offense taken." "None intended," Alex added, turning back to John Bell. He stood like he was awaiting an order, or at least a word, and she was happy to give one. "Don't move," she told him. He didn't. He just loomed. Alex turned away and stepped slowly, cautiously, inside Kemper's home. She looked down at the body and then around, searching for signs that anything was out of place, that anything had been searched, ransacked, moved, removed. But nothing stuck out to her. Kemper's house was cluttered, books overflowing from every shelf and stacked on every surface. He had a desk in the middle of the living room, and everything else had been pushed toward the walls around it, giving a clear view over the computer monitor through the two expansive front windows. She ignored the body for now and stood behind it, gaze fixed through the windows. It was Kemper's driveway, wide and clear. A wall of trees, with just a narrow gap for the access road, and then beyond, a sweeping, elevated view of the valley. Her eyes lingered on the cloud-riddled hills for just a moment, the heavy rain still pattering, the ground washing away any tracks, boot prints, or forensic evidence by the moment. Alex grumbled to herself once more, eyes settling back on the entrance road. "You saw him come in, didn't you?" she said, finally looking down at Kemper now. She glanced back at the computer, the pages and notes around the keyboard, drafts of something that had been redlined and edited. Kemper was definitely working on a project, but she'd need Kevin to tell her what kind. Hacking computers was his domain. Hers was murder. She took another step toward Kemper now, assessing the body. Her initial instinct, right, she thought. Multiple blows from behind, by someone who Kemper trusted, or at least didn't expect to kill him. She knelt, gently laid the backs of her knuckles against his cheek. Still warm. The timeline matched up. She felt a shadow loom over her and looked up, seeing John Bell inside the house now, not staring at Kemper's body, but at Alex herself. "How did you know to come here?" he said. "How did you find Kemper?" "Because I'm a fucking detective," she replied, looking back down at the body. "Now, you want to get out of my scene?" He didn't budge, and Alex thought that she wouldn't be able to physically remove him. And it seemed John Bell was relying on that fact. She didn't show her frustration, just kept inspecting the body, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a pair of nitrile gloves. As she pulled them on, John started speaking again. "What progress have you made on Maddie's case?" he asked. "I haven't," Alex told him. "Why not?" he pressed her. "Because every lead I followed led nowhere," she replied. "And there's more to follow with the 2 murders. The same guy who took Maddie killed those 2 girls, and the 3 9 years ago. The ones that you intentionally bungled, so don't look at me like that. The fact that Maddie got taken at all is on your shoulders, not mine." He came forward another step, hanging over Alex. An image of the tower from her tarot reading flashed in her mind suddenly, and she made a sharp intake of breath, something close to a gasp. She shut the image away and steadied herself, looking up at John with as much authority and bite as she could muster. "If you'd done your job 10 years ago, we wouldn't be here right now. Kemper wouldn't be dead, and his killer would already be behind bars. You can project your shit onto me as much as you want, but you seem to have not missed a step in this investigation. You were ahead of me coming here, so why don't you tell me what progress you've made on Maddie's disappearance?" She stood slowly, hands on hips. "Because right now, I'm guessing the answer is 0. They stood glaring at each other for a few more seconds in silence. "Who are you?" he asked then. "Really? And what do you know about this case, this killer, that you're not telling me?" "I assume you're asking that," Alex said coolly, knowing the question. She'd fended it off numerous times before. "Because you've already tried to check." He nodded. "There's no such person as Alexandra Marshall. You've got no birth certificate, a temporary social security number, no passport, no credit history. You barely exist." "You were thorough then." "I've got lots of friends," John told her bitterly, "unlike you." Alex held her nerve. "No one knows you. You're a ghost. No family, no assets. One bank account that you did everything you could to hide. I was a detective for a lot of years, and I know when someone's trying to hide something, when someone's trying to stay hidden." "So what are you asking me for then?" Alex half snarled. "You seem to already know everything." "I don't know anything," John said, "but you do, and I think it's time that you, and that thing carved on your neck, told me the truth." "Yeah? And why do you think you deserve it?" "Because it's my fucking daughter," he said, pounding his chest with his fist. "And this is still my fucking town." Chapter 44. Newport Wes, Wednesday, October 21st, 1:23 p.m. They stared at each other for what seemed like a long time, and surprisingly, John was the first one to break. He lowered his fist from his chest and let out a long breath. "You're in over your head here," he said, "and you need help. You've been doing everything you can to keep me out of this investigation, bogging that kid down with shit work to keep me out of the loop." He threw a hand toward the door, toward Pendlebury. "Shit work," she said. "I asked him to do a simple investigative task, to assemble a list of potential suspects." 1,500 fucking guys, John snapped at her. "You think that's worthwhile now, while Maddie's out there and the clock is ticking?" "I think it would have been worthwhile 3 days ago," Alex said measuredly. When this shit first started happening, if this department had a clear picture of what they were dealing with, of who they were dealing with, if they knew about the last cycle, if they knew about the other victims, then Maddie would have had a fighting chance to do something properly, to do something right, to find this guy before he got to her. John stiffened, hearing the accusation in the undertone of her words once more. But Alex felt like she didn't need to drive it home again. Pendlebury was doing something that was necessary to the case. If he didn't want to do it, then that's on him. He should have picked another fucking career if police work doesn't do it for him. If there were anyone else I could have asked, anybody with a shred of fucking experience or skill, then I would have. But this town's not exactly awash with it. Your fucking ego, John practically scoffed at her. My ego? Alex said, standing her ground. What the fuck's that supposed to mean? You've done everything you can to keep me out of this goddamn case. Didn't it ever once occur to you that if you need somebody who knows this town, who knows the people in it, who knows every dark and dirty fucking secret, that I could have been more help? If you'd have just asked. Alex really did scoff now. If I'd have just asked? If I'd have just pleaded with a former chief of police? A borderline alcoholic whose tenure was riddled with corruption, concealing evidence, intentionally doctoring reports, getting journalists fired, leaning on coroners to miss vital evidence in a serial killer case? I'm sorry if you weren't the first person who leapt to mind when I felt short-handed. John stared at her, and she stared back, the two of them at an impasse. You want to help? She said. Then tell me everything. You first, John urged her. Alex pulled her badge then and held it up. I've still got one of these. You don't. So that's not how this works. You're a witness to a crime, John, whether you like it or not, and you need to start talking. Start self-incriminating, he said, if that's what it takes. Alex shrugged. Depends how much you want to find Maddie. His lips shriveled into an ugly pucker. If there was anything I knew that would help find my daughter, I'd tell you, but there isn't. Just because there was no open investigation into this guy as a serial killer 10 years ago doesn't mean I didn't do one. I searched. I looked. Everywhere. Turned over every fucking stone that there was. This guy does not exist. He is a fucking phantom. I can tell you that now. He was then, and he still is now. He was minutes ahead of me here, flew in, put a fucking knife in Kemper's back, and then disappeared into thin air. Before Alex could respond, there was a gentle clearing of a throat from the doorway, and the pair of them looked up, across Kemper's bloodied body, to see Hale standing there, dripping wet in the threshold, Millie at his side, panting happily. I found something, he said, gesturing over his shoulder with his head. Trail into the woods, leading toward that FSR. What do you want me to do? Alex leaned around John to get a better look at him. Follow it, she said, but don't trample it. If there are any clear boot prints, mark them. My truck's unlocked. There are evidence flags in the back, protective plastic sheets. Put down a sheet, cover any prints or evidence, and pin them in place with flags to keep the rain off. You follow the trail as far as it goes and then report back. You've got my number, right? Hale nodded firmly. Then go, Alex said. Hale disappeared without another word. Alex didn't think that he'd catch up to the killer still in the woods, but this was something. A fresh lead. John Bell hadn't passed the killer coming in because the killer had known that Alex would be hot on his trail. He'd parked up, come through the woods, and then gone back the same way. A clear boot print, tire tracks, anything was going to be helpful. And they knew where he was, and they knew when. That meant that Sue might have a chance at fresh CCTV, at finding this guy. This was a clean kill, but still messy, still rushed. He couldn't be as careful as he wanted to be, as he needed to be, and Alex was praying that it might finally be his first mistake. By the time she'd processed all that, John was already moving, stepping around Kemper's body and deeper into the house. He fished a pen from a pot on one of the shelves and began moving through Kemper's place, lifting the covers of various notebooks and files with the tip of the pen so as not to touch them, and looking at what was inside. "What do you think you're doing?" Alex snapped. "My job," he said. "You don't have a job anymore." He stopped and looked up at her, his expression almost light. "You never take the badge off," he said. "You know that, right? At night, on the weekends, on vacation, though you don't really strike me as the taking a vacation type." Alex said nothing. "Whether Kemper was working on something then, or he was working on something now," Belle said evenly, "it was enough to go after him. The killer thought that Kemper could identify him, and he killed him because of that. If we can find something here, something the killer left behind, maybe didn't have time to grab, to look for—" "You're missing one obvious thing," Alex said, almost derisively. "Yeah? And what's that?" John asked. "Kemper was sitting at his desk here," she said, gesturing to the still full coffee cup next to the keyboard. "When the killer arrived, he came through the front door, knocked, so Kemper would have seen him coming." "Not if he came around the side of the house," John said. "Those windows only look out over the driveway. Hale said he came from the back, so he came in, did a tight loop, came to the door. There's no window. He wouldn't have known who was there. Got up to answer, not knowing who it was." Alex scowled. He was right, but that still didn't make her wrong. "Yeah," she said. "Okay, so if you think he knows who this guy is, he opens the door, and the first thing he does is what? Turn his back on him once he recognizes the guy standing there? No," she shook her head. "I don't buy it. Whether he saw him coming or not, if he knew who this guy was, there's no way he'd turn around." John stopped, looked from the door to the body and back again. Kemper was face down, hands at his sides, palms up, almost as though he'd grabbed for his back where he'd been stabbed before he went down. "Best part of 10 feet from the threshold to where he is," John said. "Maybe he was running." Alex looked at Kemper. Maybe he was. She'd been operating on the assumption that Kemper had willingly turned his back, had walked away, toward the kitchen maybe, offered the killer a cup of coffee or a drink, and the killer had accepted, only to attack when Kemper wasn't looking. But maybe John was right. Maybe when Kemper had opened the door, he'd panicked, turned, tried to flee. Alex stepped back between the front door and Kemper's body now, staring down the length of the living room and the narrow corridor leading to the kitchen and the back door, visible from where she was standing. It did look like Kemper was making a beeline for it. She let out a long breath. Maybe John Bell wasn't as useless as she thought, after all. The killer had come in unseen. Kemper had answered the door, not knowing who it was, seen the face, assumed instantly that he was right in his suspicion, because if it was more than that, if it was an old friend or someone he fully trusted, he would have come to the police already. Or maybe not. But this soon after the 2 murders and the disappearance of Madeline Bell, he knew it wouldn't be coincidence. He turned, made a break for it, sprinting for the back door. Didn't get far before the knife went in. He stumbled, fell. Alex knelt, looked at the wooden floorboards. They were rough, but there were scuffs, a foot or 2 short of his heels. With a gloved hand, she slowly lifted one of his legs, bending it at the knee, and looked at the toe of the tartan slippers he was wearing. The wool was scuffed, as though he'd dragged it along the floor, indicative that he'd been running when he went down, that he'd tripped forward, proving John Bell's theory right, or at least more right than hers. She could see John Bell eyeing her as she lowered Kemper's leg and stood. "Well?" John asked. "Well what?" she said. "Am I right?" Alex shrugged. "I'm not a tech," she replied. John Bell didn't bother to hide his smile as he let the cover of a notebook fall with a gentle clap and moved on with his search. "Whatever you say, Detective." Chapter 45. Newport. Wednesday, October 21st, 1:39 p.m. Alex was keen not to give John any more ammunition or reassurance that he had any sort of control over the scene. She walked to where he was looking, a shelf stacked with a series of matching notebooks, dates and months written down the spines. John was combing through, and Alex was racing him. When she saw the span of months from 9 years ago, she reached out and pulled the book free before John could find something to not contaminate it with. He scowled as she took it in her hands and opened it, began flicking through Kemper's notes. He was fastidious. There were entries covering everything, every piece of gossip and chatter he heard, along with inserts, printed transcripts of phone calls, emails, handwritten sticky notes, his and others. Kemper looked like a smart and diligent journalist, surprising for a town this size. Usually, guys with a nose like his went where the news was. Alex kept going, flipping pages quickly, glancing back up at John, who was watching her and not the book. His summation was probably correct, that he'd been close enough behind the killer that he'd interrupted him, or at least prevented him from taking a decent look around the place. If he had, Alex thought, there's no doubt he would have taken these notebooks. Probably spent some time trying to get into the computer, but John had likely interrupted him. "The door open when you got here?" she asked. "Pulled to the frame, not closed," John replied. "I came up, knocked, and it swung in. That's when I saw Kemper and made the call." "You check if he was still breathing?" "He wasn't," John said, certain. "He was dead." "How can you be sure?" "Because I've seen a lot of dead people." Alex narrowed her eyes. "So you didn't come inside at all before Pendlebury arrived?" John shook his head. "I look stupid?" he asked, almost offended. "I know you've been looking for an excuse to lock me up. I wasn't going to give you one that easily." Alex laughed a little. "You think the killer escaped out the front door? Or the back?" "If it was me, I'd go out the back. There's glass in it, so that's why he didn't knock there. Kemper would have seen him through the door, then able to run out the front, probably would have made it to his car before the killer caught up with him. But I think he was probably inside when I started to pull up. Heard the engine, saw me through the window, slipped out the back, and disappeared." Alex nodded along, listening while she read. "How long until Pendlebury showed up?" "About 20 minutes. "And Hale?" she asked. "About 15 after that," he replied. "Was already soaked. Came down from the search party." Alex hummed, squinting down at Kemper's bad handwriting, at the notes he'd made. She thought she read the word killer, but she could barely make out his chicken scratch. It would take a long time to go through this properly. All of it, she thought, as she looked around the room. She let out a long breath, a headache beginning to throb at the base of her skull. It pulsed up and ran in a long line across her crown to her left temple, following the ancient line of the skull fracture. It was stress that caused it, but every beat of her heart was like someone driving an ice pick through her left eye and into her brain. John seemed to clock that she was wincing, though she was doing her best to hide it. But she was once again saved from any more questions, her phone ringing this time. She lifted it, saw Hale's number, and answered. "Yeah," she said. "You got something?" "I do," he replied. "I found where the path breaks onto the FSR. There's some deep tire tracks here, gouges in the verge. Looks like this guy bugged out in a hurry, back toward the highway. Millie's pulling pretty hard here, got a scent. You want me to follow it?" "Drop me a pin where you are," Alex said. "I want Garcia to check out the tracks, see if he left anything behind." "Will do," he said. "You want me to pick up this trail or hold here?" Alex hesitated for a moment. There was no sign of the killer, but this was the closest they'd been. He was almost within reach. "Yeah," she said. "Follow it. Keep me posted." She lowered the phone, John watching her. "You're heading to meet Hale?" he said, more a statement than a question. She just nodded, reading his silence, reading his expression. "And you are too," she said. "Me?" he asked, surprised. "Want my help all of a sudden?" Alex laughed a little. "No," she said, closing the notebook with a clap and laying it gently back on the shelf where she'd found it. When Garcia came through with the coroners, they'd need to photograph the place as close to untouched as possible. "I'm just not letting you out of my sight," she said. "Not again, and I'm definitely not leaving you unsupervised inside a crime scene." John hid the hint of a wry smirk. "Pendlebury's outside," he said. "He can babysit me." "Yeah? And who's going to babysit him? I don't trust that spider as far as I can throw him. He's lucky I don't put a glass over his head and sit a heavy book on top." "Give the kid a break," John told her. "He's harmless." "Nothing's harmless in a murder investigation," she said bitterly. "If I thought he could follow orders, I might consider it, but I know that he can't. And after this is done, I don't know if he'll have a future at Newport PD at all." "He was only doing what I asked him," John replied. "And that was his mistake," Alex said. "Now come on, you stay close to me and don't touch anything." John scowled but didn't reply, just followed Alex back out onto the porch and into the worsening rain. Hale was right. It was really starting to come down. Alex went to her car and took a heavy-duty wet weather jacket out of the trunk. John was in a heavy winter coat, slung around his massive shoulders over the top of just a plaid shirt. His gray hair was already slick to his head with the rain, but he didn't seem bothered by it at all. He'd be sodden through in a few minutes, but that was his problem. Alex knew the weather was as much an adversary as anything else. Staying dry, staying warm was key. And no man, not even the mighty John Bell, was immune to it. She slung the coat around her shoulders and then pulled out the already open duffel bag from the trunk. The flap was lifted. Some of the evidence markers and square polyethylene sheets had already been taken. They were used in inclement weather to cover sensitive evidence, keep it dry and undamaged until it could be properly analyzed. Hale had taken a few, as she'd instructed, and now she was bringing the rest. They started walking, circling the house and finding a natural trail into the forest. It led to a small clearing and a woodshed a few yards in, where Kemper split firewood for his stove. Beyond that, a trail kept pushing farther into the woods. Alex paused, lifted her phone, checked the location that Hale had shared. They were on course. She stopped for a second more and sent Garcia a message, instructing her to drop Sue off at the house and redirecting her straight to where Hale was. She'd text Sue too, but he wouldn't need telling what to do. And she hoped that by the time they got back, he'd already be inside Kemper's computer. John watched her the entire time, and when she'd finished typing out the message and stowing her phone, she couldn't help but ask, "What?" she said. "You remind me of her," he replied. "Of who?" Alex asked. "Of Maddie," he said, without a hint of embarrassment, shame, or hesitation. It stunned Alex for a second. "Your daughter?" He nodded. "Just your focus, the determination," he said. "Everything else?" He shrugged, walking on, taking the lead, into the forest. "You're not a shadow of what she is." Chapter 46. Newport Way, Wednesday, October 21st, 2:04 p.m. They made slow but steady progress through the woods, John's breathing a little labored as he moved, favoring his right knee. Pendlebury had said that he'd blown out one of them, and she guessed it was the left, but he didn't complain, just suffered through the pain. She guessed that was part of the reason that his and Maddie's relationship was so fractious, that the passing of his wife, of Maddie's mother, had been so hard on the two of them. Maddie, no doubt, needed him to step in, to be there, to fill the space, and he just didn't know how. Being close by was the only thing he could do, the only thing he could offer, and it hadn't been enough. As they walked, something stuck out to Alex, something that John had said, that he had investigated the murders as a serial killer case, just never officially. "You said you looked for this guy," Alex asked as they picked their way forward, following a narrow game trail, coming across boot prints and scuffs every so often. Hale had covered patches with the polyethylene sheets, tacked down with flags, and Alex made sure to give them a wide berth as they passed. "I did," John answered, following her route as she led him toward the Forest Service road. "What did you find?" Alex said. "You must have made some headway, even if you didn't know who he was." John grunted at that. "Once I figured out the tarot shit," he said, "I went down that route for a while. Too long. 3 kills, 3 cards in a reading, nothing too complex about it. I went to the place in town. Woman there is into all that mystical shit. Evie, something. French name." He practically grunted, unable to remember. Evie Laveau, Alex thought, but didn't voice it. Alex's own reading flashed in her mind. Evie sitting across the table from her, unpicking her thread by thread. She shook the woman from her mind. "Guess you've been by there," John went on, barely a question. Alex didn't answer it. "Did you have any suspects back then?" "A few," John answered sourly, "but nothing concrete. No one I could nail for it. Everything circumstantial. One suspect would be fine for one murder, one for another, but nobody fit all 3. She could feel the weight of his gaze on her back and turned. He was eyeing her with one eye closed against the rain. "What about you? Suspects?" Alex kept tight-lipped, no faces flashing in her mind except for John Bell's. For a moment, she'd considered the son of the tarot reader. He'd given her an odd vibe and seemed cagey when she'd gone in there first. But he would have been 9 when the last cycle happened. An early bloomer or not, there was no way he'd have been able to commit those kills then, let alone now. And he certainly wouldn't have been capable of enticing a girl like Sierra Collins into any kind of relationship. She just shook her head instead. "Closest I got," John almost mused, "there was a meter maid in town who knew everyone. Weird guy, got kicked in the head by a horse or something as a kid." "Seriously?" Alex asked. "No," John said, brow creasing. "It's a turn of phrase. But he was like that, you know, not quite right. Everybody said he was harmless. He knew everyone, had been around for years, could get away with, you know, weird stuff, staring at women, smelling their hair if he was in line behind them at the bank, that kind of thing. And everybody just wrote it off as him being harmless. Not quite all there. You know the sort." Alex did. She came across a lot of strange people in her job, not all of them guilty of murder, but there were varying degrees of oddness, and at some point, it tipped into homicidal. "I dogged him for months," John went on. "I was sure it was him. I wanted it to be him, but he never put a foot wrong. Hauled him in for questioning. I leaned on him officially, and unofficially," he added, more slowly, his tone tentative, like he was testing the water with Alex, seeing what she'd allow, what she'd come down on him for. "But nothing," he went on. "And there was a pharmacist who I liked for one of the murders. Right place, right time. And he got squirrely when I questioned him. There was something a little bit off about him, and I managed to get a judge to grant a warrant to search his place. And when we bust in there, we found a hard drive full of kiddie porn. But snuff stuff clearly wasn't his thing. He went down, but not for the killings. After that, the well ran dry, and there were no more deaths. So I figured maybe it was him. Maybe we did get him. I was never sure, never positive about it. I thought maybe I just scared the killer off, got a little close, and he quit while he was ahead. I was always waiting for the next body to drop, but it didn't, so I just kind of let it go," Alex finished for him, pondering it. She let out a sigh then, pulling up her hood, the large droplets coming down from the canopy, wetting her hair, chilling her. "Last few days," she said, "I was convinced it was you." He huffed but said nothing. "You had motive, opportunity, and to me it explained everything. Everyone in this town knows you, trusts you. Would have been easy to get close to the girls. They never would have thought that it was you. You could have fed them any story and they would have believed it. And as your hands closed around Sierra Collins's throat, it already would have been too late." John growled now, as though he wanted Alex to stop talking. Like he was probing her, she was probing him too, seeing where the lines were, how he reacted. "It also explained," Alex carried on, why Maddie's body hadn't shown up. I figured you just had her locked up somewhere. Couldn't bring yourself to off your own daughter." She shrugged, knowing John was watching her. "Everyone else," she said, "was just a wrong step. We found a photographer who seemed to have the inside line, getting to all the crime scenes, but that lead dried up as quickly as I caught wind of it. There's Crowley, the coroner. I thought he was the one covering up the links to the previous victims. Seemed like a good motive, and he clearly likes his job. A lot. A little bit cliché, but hey, wouldn't be the first time a pathologist has taken a special interest in his work. Sadly, I just found out he was corrupt, or maybe just afraid of you." She glanced over her shoulder at John. He gave nothing away, not necessarily murderous. That, and when I met him, it only took about 2 seconds to realize that neither Sierra Collins nor Kayla Whitmore would have let him get within 1,000 yards of them. And then there's Evie Laveau's son, but he was too young for the last set. "But not this set," Belle said suddenly. Alex slowed and looked back, saw he was scowling. "I know the kid," John said, coming to a halt, the large droplets patting loudly on his shoulders. "Creepy little fucker. Mom breastfed him till he was 7, and that's not a turn of phrase. If that doesn't fuck up a kid, I don't know what will." John stuck out his bottom lip, narrowing his eyes, thinking on something. What if the killings aren't the same person, then and now? Alex stopped, turned back. "We've been thinking that there's a serial killer coming back for seconds, but what if it's not? What if it's just someone else? A fan? Someone paying tribute?" "A copycat," Alex said, considering the notion for the first time. Stupidly, she thought. She gritted her teeth, the silence of the forest deafening around them, the weight of that implication hanging heavy in the air. Chapter 47. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 2:26 p.m. "I'll go see him again," Alex said, knowing that they needed to press onward, that standing around talking about it would achieve nothing. The quicker they could get to the scene and meet Garcia, the quicker they could get back to the house and talk to Kevin, and the quicker they could be on the road. But why would he want to kill Kemper? Alex couldn't help but ask, stress-testing the theory. There was silence from John, which meant that he didn't have a good answer for that, at least not right away. "Maybe the kid is paying tribute," John said. "Maybe he got told about him. Maybe the original killer put the kid onto Kemper. Maybe the two of them are working together." That was a frightening thought. "It's thin," she told John. "Other than him working at his mom's tarot shop and being breastfed into his childhood, I don't think there's much else that ties into this." "Yeah, but he'll crack like a porcelain teacup," John said. "If we both go in there, I give him one look, and I bet the kid crumbles if he knows anything about this. It's something, isn't it?" Alex didn't answer, didn't say any more, didn't want to give John any kind of wan hope. It seemed like he was clutching at straws. He was desperate to find Maddie and desperate to find the killer, perhaps to make up for missing them all those years ago. Perhaps so he could finally seek justice, though Alex was afraid. What kind? When they finally broke from the trees onto the road, Alex checked her watch and realized that they'd made slow progress. John's bum knee, the boggy ground, and their back and forth had slowed Alex down, and would continue to. She'd move quicker without him, but he'd already run this race before, and she was starting to think that maybe his help might actually be valuable. She looked around, but there was no sign of Hale. The gouges in the shoulder, however, the ones he'd talked about, were plain as day. She stepped toward them, realizing she was in the center of where a vehicle had whipped in a circle, wheels spinning, flicking stones and dirt outward from the center. Hale was right. The guy had left in a hurry. She spread out her hand and put it into one of the clearest tire tracks, the width of the tire dwarfing it. Heavy vehicle. Some kind of truck, she surmised. Standing up, there was not much that she could do, and the rain was coming down hard, already softening the edges of the tire marks, washing them away. She put her bag down and started pulling out polyethylene sheets, laying them over what she could. When she thought she was finished and she stood back, practically the entire roadway was covered. She could feel John eyeing her judgmentally, but didn't look at him, didn't say anything else. The afternoon fog was beginning to roll back in, drifting lower down the mountains with the rain. She had no doubt that by the time darkness fell, the entire town would be engulfed. A thick amalgam of mist and water would drape like a veil over Newport. After what seemed like a long time, the din of an engine cut the air, and Alex looked down the length of the snaking road, waiting for a vehicle to break around it. But it wasn't the sound of Garcia's pool car, rather the heavy chug of a diesel motor. She stepped back, watching as Hale's mud-spattered Chevy Silverado drifted slowly around the corner and eased to a stop short of where the tire tracks had been. Through the windscreen, she could see Hale at the wheel and Garcia in the passenger seat. They climbed out together, Millie jumping free of the cab and racing toward Alex. She put her hands out, palms down, and gently shoved the dog away before it could get too close. It wasn't that she didn't like animals. She actually preferred them to people most of the time. But the dog was filthy, soaking, and the last thing she needed was the smell of wet dog on her right now. Garcia pulled a duffel bag from the back seat and slung it over her shoulder, glaring through the rain, making no attempt to pretend that she liked this kind of weather. As if answering the question that Alex hadn't even asked, Hale nodded back toward the direction of Kemper's house. The scent trail led back through the forest, he said, circled back to Kemper's place. I guess the killer made a bit of a wide loop as he came in. He didn't want to be seen coming directly from the back, John conjectured. He'd have no way to know where Kemper was in the house. If he was in the kitchen, he might see him coming through the trees. Coming in from the side would be a smarter move.
Better cover.
Hale nodded. John nodded back. When I got there, Hale said, looking back at Alex, Garcia was just pulling up. But this road, he said, glancing back down the track, is rough, and with the rain coming in, I didn't want her to get stranded out here. He was very gracious in offering me a ride, Garcia said, half smiling, even if his truck does smell like the bottom of my gym bag. You can thank Millie for that, Hale laughed, getting down to a knee and calling the dog over, ruffling her fur roughly. Yeah, thanks, dog, Garcia said, grimacing down at the animal. Right, Alex said, clapping gently to bring everyone's attention back to the task at hand. Tire marks, Alex ordered her, gesturing down at the polyethylene sheets. She pointed then, back into the forest. Boot prints in there, photographs, molds. Walk the trail. Look for anything snagged on branches or brambles. The works, Garcia confirmed, nodding firmly, dialed in instantly. She put her bag down and unzipped it, pulling out her camera, along with a hard case that she set on the ground beside her. I've got a gazebo in the truck, Hale offered. Would that help? It'd keep me dry while I work, Garcia said, smiling up at him. He smiled back, then went to the bed of his truck, pulled it out, and set about erecting it as Garcia continued to set herself up. Alex watched, feeling like a loose end. There was nothing else she could accomplish here, and Sue was already back at Kemper's place, no doubt, along with the coroner. They'd learn more from the house than they would from this scene. We're going to head back to Kemper's place, Alex announced then. You going to be all right out here? She asked her, confirming. She looked up, nodded firmly. Yeah, I'll walk back when I'm done, she said. Alex lingered for a second. The killer had just been here. Reading her expression, Garcia reached to her hip and patted a small bulge in her coat.
I've got my service weapon, she said. I'm good.
Hale stepped forward, Millie at his side. I've already done loops at Kemper's place. There's nothing else for me to find there. I don't mind hanging back. Keep an eye on her, he offered. John folded his arms, made a sort of positive grunting noise, like he approved of that, or at least disapproved of leaving a lone woman out here alone, especially with a killer skulking about. Alex had to admit she'd feel better knowing Garcia had some backup. All right, she said. Keep searching the area. See if Millie can't pick anything else up. The words barely left her mouth before Hale let out a low whistle and pointed off into the brush, sending Millie scarpering into the trees. He knelt, lifting one of the polyethylene sheets, exposing a deep gouge in the earth. Garcia came forward on cue, lifted the camera she was holding, and snapped a photo. "It's deep, wide, heavy vehicle, like a truck," Garcia said, lowering the camera.
Looks like it was parked here, sank in the dirt, and then took off quickly, tore up the tread pattern. But you can see where it turned here. It's running on thick, winterized tires. John, getting wetter by the moment and keen to be dry back at Kemper's, added his 2 cents. "That's half the cars in this fucking town," he grumbled. Garcia pressed on, unperturbed, taking more photos. "This is packed dirt," she said, gesturing under their feet. "But peat bog at the sides. The earth is nearly black. Can you see this oily water sitting?" Hale leaned in, pulled the adjacent polyethylene sheet away to get a better look at it. Garcia looked up at Alex. "It's going to be pretty unique to this spot, I'd say. I'll take a soil sample here, and then we can run it against samples we take from truck tires in town. See if we can't get a match." "Good," Alex said, glad that there was something worth the trip out here. "We won't be able to test every truck," Garcia added, "but if we get a suspect, at least we could test against theirs. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky." "Wow, you should be a cop or something." Hale laughed a little, snapping his fingers. "Gee, yeah, I should," Garcia said back playfully. Alex cleared her throat. "If you two are done, we're heading out." Garcia parked her grin, dialed in once more. John spoke then. "Hale?" When the man looked over, John gave one solid dip of the head, saying a lot with just a simple movement. Hale nodded back in the same way. John confirming that looking after Garcia was his job, and Hale confirming that he knew. Alex watched it, watched the 2 men. The respect there. She was beginning to understand with each passing minute why John Bell was revered here, why he was so liked, and why he'd been the chief of police for so many years. But still, as they started back toward Kemper's house, she couldn't help but wonder whether or not her trust would be misplaced in him. Because he still wasn't telling her the full story. He was still hiding something. She just didn't know what. Chapter 48. Excerpt from Formulations and Diagnostic Practices in Abnormal Clinical Psychology by Dr. Sylvia Rutherford, M.D., Section Dissociative Responses to Extreme Stressors. Trauma-induced amnesia, more precisely termed dissociative amnesia, refers to the inability to recall autobiographical information, usually of a traumatic or stressful nature, that cannot be explained by ordinary forgetfulness or neurological injury. This condition is most commonly observed following events involving extreme, prolonged threat to life or bodily integrity, including captivity, repeated assault, torture, or sustained interpersonal violence. Current research suggests that trauma-induced amnesia functions as a protective psychological mechanism, whereby the brain suppresses access to overwhelming memory content in order to preserve basic functioning. While recovery of memory is possible, forced retrieval is widely considered dangerous, as it may exacerbate psychological distress or precipitate decompensation. Simply put, when the brain is ready, it will remember. Chapter 49. Newport, Wednesday, October 21st, 2:48 p.m. In less than a minute, Alex had lost sight of the FSR altogether, and despite Garcia and Hale being just 50 feet away, it felt like they were in the heart of the forest already. The rain had driven all wildlife back into hiding, and the mist had absorbed all ambient sound, meaning the only noise was the gentle crunch of undergrowth under their boots as they walked. That, and John's slightly labored breathing. The quiet was unsettling Alex, so much so that she needed to break it. She pulled her phone from her pocket and dialed Kevin Sue's number. He answered quickly, and she began relaying what had happened, where Garcia was, and that they were headed back. She asked whether or not he was at Kemper's and told him to go after the computer first,
which he confirmed diligently that he would. She suspected he was already in the process of doing it, but didn't want to tell her that, wanted to follow orders, wanted to be a good soldier, wanted to win back favor. With a sigh, she hung up, feeling John's eyes on her. "You want to ask the question, or you want to just keep staring at me?" "Your neck," John said, without a moment's hesitation. "You're finally going to tell me what that scar's all about?" Alex wanted to counter, wanted to press him for more information, force him into another impossible trade, give herself an out. But John Bell had been surprisingly forthcoming about what he knew so far, and Alex wasn't sure what else there was to pry for. She'd be fishing blindly if she asked him for anything, which put her at a significant disadvantage, a position she didn't like being in. She grumbled audibly, but knew there was no way out, and that if John Bell was indeed going to assist or help in this investigation in any way, then hamstringing him by keeping information that might be vital wasn't the way to do it. So, despite everything, she finally gave in. John already knew who she wasn't, but he didn't know who she was. Still, Alex didn't want to tell him. She didn't want to tell anyone, ever. Didn't want to tell herself. Didn't want to remind herself of the truth. And no matter how many times she was forced to recount it, to psychologists, to doctors, to prospective bosses as she moved up the ranks, she still stumbled over every word, had to force them out of her throat. "I was attacked, or something," she said, already frustrated by the conversation. "I don't know. I was held, imprisoned, beaten, abused, destroyed, left to die." She practically spat the words. "They thought I was dead, and when I woke up finally," she flicked a hand at her neck, keeping her eyes front, not looking back at John. The words hung in the air for a few seconds as he processed them, but when he finally spoke, his voice was unchanged. "Where?" he asked, without any tact or remorse. "Marshall," Alex replied. John stopped for half a step, faltering. "That's your surname," he stated. "And now I'm guessing that's more than a coincidence?" "It is," Alex said. "That's why I chose it, to remind me." "To remind you of the abuse?" John questioned. "No," was all Alex offered him, not expanding on the real reason, on its real purpose. "So Alexandra Marshall is not your real name," John said, not even a question. "No," Alex said again. "So what is?" She said nothing, not having an answer for him and not wanting to give one. "I don't want to talk about this," she sighed then. "I don't know who gave this thing to me. I was hoping that if it was the same guy who took Maddie, who killed Sierra Collins and Kayla Whitmore, that if I came face to face with him, it might rattle something loose, that I might recognize the guy." John considered that. "So you don't remember who did that to you? What happened?" "Nope," Alex answered tiredly, doing her best to stamp out the conversation. "Can we just concentrate on the case ahead?" "We have to talk about it," John replied. "Why?" He stopped now, forcing Alex to do the same and look back at him. "Because if you think that the guy we're chasing is the same one who attacked you, then we need to discuss that. We need to figure out—" "There is no figuring it out," Alex almost yelled at him. "You think I haven't spent the last 12 fucking years trying to figure it out? Trying to find this fucking guy?" She scoffed, shook her head, felt tears burn behind her eyes, her voice rising. "You think I haven't spent every fucking night since I woke up trying to picture him? Trying to dig him out of my fucking brain like a botfly? He's in there, I know it." Alex's voice strained, threatening to crack as she pounded the side of her head with her fingers. "But I just can't find him. I don't know where he's fucking hiding." John's eyes narrowed a little, his eyes darting around her face. Maybe just looking for the same thing she was. A hint, a clue, anything. Or maybe he was cataloging all the faded white lines, where the scalpel went in. The scars that told the story of her life, crisscrossing her skin like a map that led nowhere. "That's why you became a cop," John said then, his voice slow, soft. To find him. Alex's jaw fastened closed, teeth aching with the sudden strain. It wasn't an accusation, but it wasn't a lie either. She didn't like to confront it, to voice it, to have it voiced. Her life was her own, her purpose, her own.
What she dedicated it to was no one else's business, was no one else's life. "Let's go," Alex growled then, turning away from him, heading for Kemper's. Before she made it 2 steps, John came forward, reached out, took her by the elbow, as though to turn her toward him. She yanked it away. The words exploded from her lips before she could stop them as she rounded on him. "Don't fucking touch me!" The scream echoed and died around them in the forest. John stared at her with a firm expression, not angry at her outburst, not pitying, just staring. And she stared back, the 2 of them alone out there. And in that moment, Alex became distinctly aware that if he was the killer, if he was the man who'd done that to her, and she simply didn't recognize him, and if he did want to get rid of her, now would be the perfect moment. This would be the perfect place. She didn't think she gave that away. But John, seemingly, was able to read her face anyway. "You don't have to fear me," he said, looking right into her eyes. "I just want to find my daughter, that's all." Alex swallowed the lump in her throat, tried to calm herself. "Were you too close?" she asked. "You and Maddie?" John licked his bottom lip, the tiniest tell that he didn't want to talk about this, but knew that she'd laid herself bare in a difficult way. And that if he wanted to do anything close to building trust, to reassure her that she had nothing to fear, then he'd have to give her something too. "Not as close as I wanted," he said. "She never forgave me." The words seemed difficult for him to get out. She was living away when Christine, her mother, got sick, in Spokane. She was at school, studying to be a detective. She was doing what she loved. Her mother didn't want to tell her, didn't want to ruin it for her. I didn't either. We held out as long as we could. And when we finally did call, and she did get back, Christine was already gone. Not dead, but he let out a long, shaking breath. Maddie never forgave me for that. Alex watched him, sympathizing, empathizing, but trying not to let it affect her finding out what she wanted to know. "So how did Madeline become chief?" John straightened a little at the question, the change in posture, the giveaway. "You made it happen," Alex said, narrowing her eyes. "Was it what she wanted, or what you wanted?" "I needed her close," John said, bordering on defensive. "When Christine got sick, I started drinking. My body just started to fucking give up. My knee just fucking—" He trailed off, flicking a hand at his leg, his voice trembling again. "I had a minor heart attack. They forced me to retire. God, there were some people lined up, but—" He trailed off again, breathing hard, and looked around for a tree to lean on, finding one just outside his grasp. "Pendlebury said the Newport PD lost some experienced guys in the process," Alex said, not accusatory, or at least that's what she was aiming for. John didn't answer the question right away. Maddie knew the people here. She knew the town. She was qualified, smart, better than anyone else. She was right for the job. "And you've been trying to rebuild your relationship with her since?" He nodded. "You go to her place much?" Alex asked. "No, and she doesn't come home. I call her. Sometimes she picks up, mostly not. I go by there sometimes, just park outside, make sure she's safe." He was still struggling to catch his breath. "Honestly, I think she's just trying to keep me out of her life. She won't tell me anything. Wouldn't even tell me who she was seeing." "Maddie was seeing somebody?" Alex jumped in, suddenly alert. "No, I don't know. It was months ago," he said. "She never used to close her curtains, but every so often I'd go by there. The house would be all covered up. There were no cars parked around or anything, but it was out of the ordinary.
I asked her about it, not prying, just trying to be interested, trying to be a part of her life. But she denied everything, said I was being paranoid, chewed me out for spying on her, for going by there without asking. Alex held her tongue, listening. After that, he said, the curtains were never drawn again. I never saw anyone else, so if it was anything at all, I guess it was just a short-lived thing. Who knows? Why the hell didn't you say anything? Alex asked. John clearly didn't like the tone she was taking. He fired her a hard look. What, between you swinging your dick around and threatening to put me in jail? Sorry, a fleeting suspicion I had 6 months ago must have slipped my mind. Alex seethed inwardly for a moment, knowing her outburst had cost her any kind of familiarity or trust with John, which she'd have to work to rebuild. Come on, she said, gesturing onward into the forest. I want to get back to Kemper's before it's dark. He stepped past her with difficulty, still favoring his right knee, and moved on. Alex was about to fall in behind him when the sharp snapping of a twig echoed in her periphery. She looked back into the misted forest, but nothing moved. John stopped, turned, watched her. What is it? He asked. Nothing, Alex said, still searching every trunk, every shadow. But it was something. She knew it was. It was the same feeling she'd had since she'd reached Newport PD, a feeling she was starting to believe wasn't in her head, that she wasn't alone. Chapter 50. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 3:36 p.m. When they finally emerged from the trees and into Kemper's yard, the coroner's van was parked out front, with Garcia and Shu's pool car just behind. Alex was soaking, but wasted no time stepping up into the house and looking for Kevin. The coroners were attending to Kemper's body, Crowley in his white overalls, and another younger woman, the assistant he'd had at the coroner's office, also in white, snapping photos and putting down evidence markers. Alex would check his report afterward, the photos too. She hoped her being there would mean that this time Crowley would be thorough and not leave anything out. He looked up at Alex but said nothing, trying to keep his expression vague as he quickly returned his attention to Kemper, crouched beside him. Alex made a wide loop around the body, approaching Kevin Sue and looking at the screen he was working on. His laptop was hooked up to it, and he seemed to be past the security already. Cracked that quickly, Alex said, as a way of greeting. He took no credit for it, instead reaching out and lifting the coaster underneath the monitor, revealing a sticky note bearing a jumble of letters, symbols, and numbers. Kevin let out a sigh. Randomly generated passwords are the most secure, Kevin mused, except when you write them down on a piece of paper so you don't forget what they are. Alex smirked a little as he replaced the coaster and gestured up to the screen in front of him. Have you found anything yet? She asked, leaning on the desk beside him. Looks like Kemper was working on a book, he said. An account of his investigation into the original 3 murders, as well as the accident, and the way Newport PD tried to hide it all. A scathing tell-all. He talks a lot about how he thinks it was the killer who mowed him down as he was getting close, but he does name the half-alcoholic prick former chief of police John Bell, too, Kevin said aloud, glancing up at Alex. There was a loud clearing of the throat from the doorway, and they both looked up over the screen to see John standing there, looking unhappy. Kevin paled a little at the sight of him. Don't worry, Alex told him. He knows he's a prick. John huffed, but curled the tiniest smile at the comment, lumbering his way into the room, following Alex's path around to stand behind her. Kevin straightened in his chair a little, and Alex pressed on, keen to cover more ground, and not just because she was freezing cold and wet. So the journalist thinks the killer ran him down to silence him, she restated, glancing over her shoulder at John. He stepped forward, filling in the blanks. It was a hit and run, he said. Late night, side of the road as Kemper was walking home. He didn't always live out here, used to live just off the main street. Suffered a broken back, bleed on the brain. Wasn't found until the morning, hours later. Kemper never saw the car, and we never caught the guy. We had to figure at the time it was just a freak accident. I had my suspicions, but there was no evidence. Nothing. I don't think there's any such thing as a freak accident in this town, Alex muttered, her eyes drifting to Kemper. But it looks like the killer finally came back to finish the job. I'm just glad he didn't have the foresight to look underneath a coaster. Kevin let out a small note of laughter at that, quelling it quickly. There's no ritualism to this, though, Alex went on, standing straight and stepping a little closer to Kemper. This was pure survival. He killed because he thought he had to. The women, the tarot stuff, that's something else. That's because he wanted to, because he needed to. Those were face to face, so he could look into their eyes as he did it. He wanted to see them. This from behind, there's an impersonality to it, a shame to it, maybe a necessity rather than a desire. He could have come back and killed Kemper at any time over the last 10 years, but he chooses now? He didn't want to, wanted to let it go. He doesn't like killing, doesn't enjoy it. This was a means to an end. She let her eyes drift to the ground at her feet, thinking.
Kevin, she said, looking back to him, keep going through that book. Go through everything else too, emails, photographs, anything you can. See if you can find his phone around here. Go through that too, laptop, whatever he has. I want to know who he reached out to, who he's been speaking to, and what put him back on the map for the killer. She could feel John watching her as she said the last part, and she knew deep down that it was her words, overheard in the station parking lot, that got Kemper killed. But even if there was the slightest chance that wasn't the case, she wanted to pursue it, wanted to do her best to make sure that Kemper's life didn't weigh heavily on her conscience. But she knew that it would just be one more tombstone around her neck, joining all the others. Chapter 51. Newport Wall. Wednesday, October 21st, 3:58 p.m. Daylight was waning over the valley. We should go see that kid. John Bell's voice was close in Alex's ear, and she turned sharply to find him standing on the porch next to her, arms folded, staring out over the slowly darkening landscape. Evie Laveau's kid? Alex queried, lifting an eyebrow. He gave a solemn nod of the head. I'll drive. He stepped down off the porch toward his waiting truck. It took Alex a moment to gather herself. John, she called out. He slowed, looked back, wondering why she was still standing at the threshold. This isn't a partnership, she said. You're not a cop anymore. No, he said. But I've known this kid since he was born, and I've known his mother a lot longer. You met her, for the first time this morning? He paused. And I'm assuming, considering the way you've clammed up around me about that thing on your neck, that she got under your skin pretty quick. He waited for her to argue, but she couldn't. Having me there as a buffer is the right call, he said. I'll even let you do all the talking. Just consider me moral support. Moral support, Alex laughed. Come on, John said. We're burning daylight. He was already crossing and getting into his truck, Pendlebury watching from inside his own cruiser through the open window. Alex looked from him to John and back. She could put her foot down here, assert her authority, and she had half a mind to do so, for Pendlebury's sake if nothing else. But John was right. She didn't know this town, and he did. That gave him insights, advantages that she didn't have, and she doubted she could turn her nose up at any advantage right now. If Maddie wasn't dead already, she had to be close to it. Alex wouldn't let her arrogance claim another life. Humming unhappily to herself, she stepped down onto Kemper's driveway and started toward John's truck, pulling out her keys and veering toward Pendlebury, knowing that the big man wouldn't budge and that they'd just stand there arguing, wasting more time if she insisted she drive. She held the keys through the sergeant's open window. Take my vehicle back to the station when you're all done here, she said. When I'm all done here, Pendlebury confirmed, as though unsure what the implication in that statement was. Yes, Sergeant, she reminded him. This scene is yours. You're the ranking officer here when I'm gone. The revelation looked like it would have bowled him over if he weren't already sitting down.
"And Sergeant, I hope I don't need to remind you that it's my people who are out here," she said, slowing the words to ensure they were understood. "And I'm holding you personally responsible for what happens to them. Kevin Sue is inside working on Kemper's computer, and I expect you to give him any help he needs, including hunting down Kemper's phone, any laptops or other electronic devices, and anything else you can think of. And Garcia? She's with Hale out on an FSR a half a mile through the woods. She's taking soil samples that we need to match against trucks in town. You need to help her with that, collecting samples, rounding up license plates. You do what she asks. You assume when her mouth opens, it's me speaking. Am I understood?" "But," he started. "Is that understood, Sergeant Pendlebury?" she repeated firmly. He closed his mouth, as if understanding wasn't up for discussion. "And get me an update on Barnum as well. He's not here, so I hope that means he's finishing up my list of suspects and stolen vans. I'll expect that before the end of the day." He decided not to answer at all this time, simply nodded sheepishly. "Good. And make sure that when the coroners finish up and they remove Kemper's body, that his place is locked up tight. Police tape across the door. Hunt around for any spare keys hidden under mats, flower pots, that kind of thing. I don't want anybody getting in there after we're gone." "Right," Pendlebury said, his voice quivering a little at the authority being thrust upon him. Alex dropped the keys inside the window and into his lap, then turned away, walking toward John. "Don't worry, Pendlebury," she called. "Kemper's already dead. Not even you could fuck this up." She rounded the hood of John Bell's pickup truck and climbed in, the faint smell of beer and body odor lingering in the cab. She glanced in the rearview mirror, the leather seats split and bulging foam between her knees. "You want me to get Pendlebury to move my car?" she asked, knowing that she'd tried to box him in. "No need," John said, pushing the big truck into drive and pulling forward instead. He circled up onto the bank beside Kemper's house and then back down, squeezing past Alex's car, his metal-clad wing mirror clipping the back corner of her SUV with a sharp clack. "Do you mind?" she said, just catching John smiling out of the corner of her eye. "I'm sure the state will pick up the bill," he smirked, plowing onward toward the exit, not wasting any time. He wrangled the vehicle down the entry road, jostling along quickly until they joined the highway, and then sped off back toward town, racing the darkness. It would still be more than a few hours until the sun went down here, but as soon as it dipped below the ridge, with the weather like it was, cloistered around the town, it would get darker long before dusk. John kept his right hand firmly on the wheel, his left elbow resting on the windowsill, fingers rubbing roughly at his stubbled chin, eyes fixed on the road ahead, dim headlights cutting through the gloom. "It's not your fault," he said after what seemed like a long time, his voice quiet against the growl and throb of the big motor under the hood. "You can't blame yourself." Alex didn't know what he was getting at and wasn't keen to entertain this kind of conversation. "Let's just focus on the case," she said. They fell into silence as they drove, but Alex couldn't help but wonder what it was that John was telling her not to blame herself for. For not finding Maddie? For Kemper's death? For her own abduction and abuse, imprisonment? She went cold at that thought. It was something that psychologists had told her a lot, that she might have something called survivor's guilt. All those other girls dying, and her making it out alive. They said it was natural if she felt guilty, somehow responsible for their deaths. Over the years, there had been pangs of it. She thought of those girls, of the tangled mess of bodies, but even looking at the pictures, it had been hard to understand where one ended and the other began. There was so much blood, so many awkward, broken shapes lying in that pit. There was nothing to identify, no one to recognize. She looked at the faces of the girls and saw strangers. Could you feel guilty for people you didn't know? Alex wasn't sure what they'd endured, or whether they'd endured it together or separately. Had she lived with these girls? Had she known them? Had she held them while they cried? Had they held her? Or was that pit the first time that they'd all been together? Alex had gone over that thought 1,000,000 times, and each time it felt more futile than the last. It wasn't guilt that she felt. It was fury, white-hot fury, bubbling deep in her guts, a fire that would never go out. Newport was coming into view before them when John spoke again. "So you really don't know what happened to you?" This was why he wanted to drive, Alex thought, so he was in control, so he could make this journey last as long or as short as he wanted, so that there was no escape from his questions. "Trauma-induced amnesia," Alex said plainly. "That's what the doctors called it. So no, I really don't remember anything, just fragments, flashes." She shrugged, turning her attention to the passenger window, watching the darkened pines wash by. "Flashes of what?" John pressed. She propped her elbow on the sill, resting her cheek on a clenched fist in the hope that it would stop her hand from trembling, a tight knot forming in her stomach. "Darkness, screaming, pain, cages," she said, shaking her head a little now. "Men, laughing, hurting." Her voice trailed off, and silence filled the cabin. John was still. "That scar on your neck," he said, practically whispering this time. "The mark." "The hanged man," Alex said, voicing it for the first time for him. "It's tarot, but I don't know what it means." "The same killer." "That's what I thought. That's what I've been waiting for." "Is it what you were hoping for?" John asked. "To find the person who did this to me and stop him from doing it to others?" Alex said, letting out a sour laugh. "Of course. I'd see him burn." "And do you think it is?" "I don't know." "The same killer," he said, his voice cracking a little, causing Alex's skin to break out in gooseflesh. It was something that hadn't happened before, something she didn't think could happen to this man. "The same killer who has Maddie." It struck Alex then. He wasn't asking to pry into Alex's life, to know what had happened to her. He was asking so he knew what would be happening to Maddie. What Alex had lived through, what she'd survived. Was that what Maddie was enduring right now? Is that what lay in store for her? A long, agonizing future, ending in a shallow grave filled with other bodies? The question hung in her mind as they drove on, Newport building around them, the darkness growing by the minute. Chapter 52. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 4:23 p.m. They pulled in outside 7th Sense without another word, Alex disembarking before the car had even stopped rolling. She stepped down onto the sidewalk, flexing her hands and drawing a couple of deep breaths in the moment of solitude she had before John joined her, willing blood back into her fingers to circulate through her body, hoping the oxygen would calm her heart. It felt in vain, another panic attack lurking in the wings. John proffered Alex the door when he circled the car, and she headed inside first, the same sea of incense swimming around them, the same posters on the walls, the same crystals gleaming in the dim overhead lighting. Dylan Laveau looked up from his place behind the counter, acne-scarred and greasy-haired, and stood straight, paling at the sight of both Alex and John together. He braced himself on the counter, but looked ready to turn and run before they'd even asked anything. "My mom isn't here," he said shakily, trying on a smile. It held for a moment, and then slipped. "We're not here to see your mother," Alex said softly, slowing halfway into the shop. "We're here to see you." He remained perfectly still, like a deer caught in headlights, looking from Alex to John and back, as though assessing them, measuring them. And a moment later, Alex realized why. He took one step backward toward the curtain door behind him, and Alex's hand lifted. "Stop," she said. "Don't move." His eyes darted to John again, and then back to Alex. And then he was gone, turning, flying through the curtain in a flurry of fabric. It billowed above the counter for a second, blowing incense smoke through the room. Alex swore and barreled forward, leaving John instantly behind, his bum knee no use in a chase. She took 2 strides and then vaulted clean over the counter, her hip and back screaming at the sudden movement and extension. She landed hard, bolts of pain riding up her leg like lightning, through her spine and into the base of her skull, sudden enough that it made her vision loll and blur. She crashed through the curtain, barely on her feet, rebounding off the wall beyond as she looked around for any sign of Dylan Laveau. The doorway ahead to Evie's reading room was still closed. There was a back door there, but there was no way that door could have closed without her hearing it. There was a thunderous knocking to her left, footsteps on the stairs, and she knew where he'd gone. She turned and hauled herself upward, pain radiating through her skeleton as she moved, all the plates and pins in her bones pulling and gnawing at her body. With gritted teeth, she surged onward, yanking on the banister to drag herself higher and higher, Dylan just disappearing around the top of the stairs above. She didn't even have time to consider where he was headed, what it was that he was trying to do, as she broke free of the top step, searching for him. Too late to react as a cardboard box crashed into her shoulder, knocking her clean off her feet. Mercifully, it didn't appear to be filled with geodes or crystals. Something shattered inside it as the box hit the ground at her feet. Alex slammed backward into the wall, bouncing off the solid brick, letting out a sharp gasp of pain. She raised her arms to defend herself, but there wasn't a second box, and between her elbows, she could see that Dylan wasn't throwing them just to hurt her. He was clearing a path to the window, half hidden behind a stack. He grabbed the top box and yanked it toward him, a cascade coming down and spilling into the room, and this time it was crystals. The cardboard hit the floor and split, spewing small rocks and minerals across the ground like broken glass. Then he had his hands on the bottom of the old sash window, yanking it up. Alex pushed herself free of the wall and skittered through the mess on the ground, crunching and sliding as she reached out for Dylan's shirt, the fabric slipping through her fingers as he shoved himself through the open window and dropped out of sight. There was a loud crash and the scrape of shingles as he landed hard on the sloping roof below. Alex clattered into the sill, the sharp edge smacking into her ribs as she lost her footing on the shards of quartz under her boots. Dylan landed on his side, bounced, then rolled toward the edge, falling the 8 feet down into the alleyway below. He let out a low cry as Alex swung her leg through the window and let herself down onto the slick roof beneath it. The shingle under her heel gave out, and she went down hard on her hip, sliding toward the edge. She sucked in a sharp breath, braced herself, and went over, bending her legs and landing as softly as she could. They buckled beneath her, and she folded into a heap on the rough, wet asphalt. Winded and wheezing, she looked up to see Dylan already on his feet, sprinting toward the end of the alleyway. Alex tried to call out, tried to order him to stop, but knew her only real chance would be to draw her gun and shoot him in the back, something she wasn't prepared to do. Before she even managed to get her feet under her, there was a flash of paintwork as John Bell's truck skidded into the alley and came to a brutal halt right in front of him. Dylan, running at full speed, folded over the bonnet like a lawn chair. The thud echoed down the alley as his head cracked against the steel, and then he slithered backward off the hood and onto his back, lying still beneath a curtain of rain. Chapter 53. Newport, Wed, Wednesday, October 21st, 4:40 p.m. Alex managed to get her feet under her and started forward as John climbed out of the truck. Before she reached them, he'd seized Dylan Laveau by the shoulders of his shirt and dragged him upright. Alex was about to call out when John turned and threw him into the brick wall to his left with enough force that the boy let out a sharp squeak, coming around from his stupor instantly. By the time Alex reached them, breaking into a run, John already had him hoisted off the ground, pinned to the wall by the collar. "Where is she?" he demanded, jerking Dylan a few inches higher. "What did you do to her?" "I didn't do anything to her," Dylan cried, tears already streaming down his face, his eyes screwed shut, his head turned away from John. "It was just pictures." "Pictures?" John asked, taken aback despite himself. "What pictures?" He jerked the boy again, the back of his skull thudding against the brickwork. Alex slowed and reached out to grab John's huge arm, hesitated for a fraction of a second, recoiling from the contact on instinct. But Dylan was mewling now, and she knew John would kill him if it came to it. She sucked in a sharp breath and seized him anyway. Even as she did, she knew it wouldn't be enough, that she'd never wrestle him off. "The pictures I sent," Dylan Laveau squealed. "What the hell are you talking about?" John demanded, leaning into him, increasing the pressure on the boy's chest, keeping him there, feet dangling above the ground. "The dick pics!" Dylan cried out. There was a beat of stunned silence. "The what?" John asked. "The dick pics," Dylan repeated, cracking one eye open to look at him. "You're not here about the dick pics?" "What the fuck is a dick pic?" John snarled. Alex dug her fingers into his arm and hauled down with her full body weight. John glanced at her and finally relented, lowering the boy as sense seemed to return to him. "You're not here because of the pictures I sent to that girl?" Dylan asked, his voice trembling. "What girl?" John demanded. "He's a creep," Alex spat, "but he's not who we're looking for." John shrugged her off, let out a long, frustrated sound, and grabbed the truck's passenger door, yanking it open and then slamming it shut with everything he had, hard enough that the whole vehicle rocked on its springs. Alex turned to Dylan Laveau and kicked him gently on the foot with the toe of her boot. "Get out of here," she said. He looked up at her tearfully. "You're not arresting me?" he asked. "Not today," she said, dipping her head back toward the shop. "Go, quickly." Dylan scrambled on all fours and then got to his feet and broke into a run, sprinting back to his mother's shop and ducking inside. Only when the door had closed did Alex turn back to John, who was now leaning against his truck. Bent over, hands splayed on the paintwork, as though he were going to push the whole thing over. She knew it wasn't a question that was going to beg a useful answer, but she had to ask it anyway. "Where do we go from here?" "I don't know," he grunted. Alex's mind churned. What were they missing? "The first 2 kills were quick, brutal," Alex said, allowing her train of thought to be voiced out loud. "But why hasn't he killed Maddie yet?" John looked up at her, rage in his eyes. "What is it about her specifically?" Alex asked him. "It's not her," John said. "It's me." He pounded on the door now, leaving a small dent in the metal, the noise enough to make Alex flinch. "He's punishing me." "Why?" Alex asked him. "Because this sick fuck wants attention, and I didn't give it to him back then," John said. "I didn't let Kemper's story about the serial killer go wide. I hid the fact that the killer was here, what he was doing. He's just a fucking narcissist like them all. And now he's taken Maddie to punish me." Alex stared at him, on the verge of tears, his anger clouding his judgment, his thoughts. She shook her head. "I don't buy it," she said. "We're missing something." She thought of the boy they'd just confronted, the boy John Bell had almost beaten to a pulp because they thought he was their guy. Dylan Laveau's words swam in her mind then. 2 unconnected things connecting themselves. He was sending photos to a girl. But that wasn't everything he was sending. There would have been texts, phone calls, all sorts of communication. People who were seeing each other communicated a lot. A lot. "Who was Maddie's boyfriend?" she asked aloud. "I don't fucking know," John spat at her. The question was more rhetorical than anything, and she was already reaching for her phone, which was why she ignored his retort. She called Kevin, wanting to satisfy the line of inquiry as quickly as possible. He answered quickly. "Hey, boss, I'm still at Kemper's, working through." "Don't worry about that," Alex said. "What did you find on Maddie's phone that suggested that she was seeing somebody?" There was a pause, silence on the line. "Nothing," he said after a few seconds, as though thrown by the question. "I already told you, it was squeaky clean, weirdly so, if anything. I did a deep dive to see what had been scrubbed or deleted, but it was work stuff only." "Nothing social," Alex said. "Hardly anything," he replied. A couple of texts from coworkers asking about after-work drinks. She always said no. Alex looked up at John. Well, she was seeing somebody, she said, a couple of months back. Alex closed her eyes, cursing herself for being so blind, the revelation coming instantly. Maddie had a second phone, she said. The obviousness of it, now stark, unmissable to her. She must have. No, Kevin said. There's nothing tied to her, no contracts registered with any cell companies. I checked. So she's using a burner, Alex said. It would make sense why she would if she was hiding a relationship. She looked at John now, who was staring right at her. You said there was no car, right, John? Outside Maddie's house when the curtains were drawn? That's right. She was keeping it hidden, but why? John scowled but straightened a little, reassuring Alex that it might be something, that she might not just be grasping at straws. Maybe she was seeing a married man, he offered. Not a good look for the chief of police to be caught up with someone else's husband. Alex nodded. That was my first thought, too. And we know the killer is someone. All 3 victims, 2 victims, and Maddie, she corrected herself, trusted someone who had access to them, someone who could have got Maddie out to the Overlook under false pretenses, could have left her work phone as a diversion, taken the burner, covering his ass in the process. She looked up into the sky, cursing herself once more that she'd been slow to pick this up, knowing if she'd made this connection earlier that it might have been fast enough. Now, she was just hoping it wasn't too late. We need to find that phone, she told Kevin. And we need to find our married man. She swallowed as the rain splashed cold on her face. We need to find our killer. Chapter 54. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 4:56 p.m. Alex gathered herself and realigned her thoughts. Right now, this wasn't anything close to a breakthrough. It was simply an idea, a single thread that they could pull on that they hoped would guide them through the darkness. Kevin, she said then, lowering her head, how can we find a burner? We can't, he said. That's the whole point of a burner. There's no direct way to trace one, no clean way to locate it. Hypothetically, if we knew who the owner was. He let out a long sigh, thinking. They're designed not to be easily found, he said, so normally no, but maybe. She could almost hear the gears turning in his head. I guess because we know that Maddie owned it, and she likely kept it with her, next to her work phone, we could look back through Maddie's location history on her primary device. See which towers she connected to and when as she moved around. He paused. Then we cross-reference that against other SIMs hitting the same towers at the same times. If she was carrying both phones, the movement patterns should match. They'd hand off towers together. Alex listened, heart beating harder, as she tried desperately not to get ahead of herself. There shouldn't be any other phone with that exact pattern, Kevin went on. But it's not quick. I'd have to requisition the data from the carriers, write a script to match the timestamps and handoffs, and, Jesus, Alex, that's assuming the number's even active. There are millions of devices in this state, hundreds of millions nationwide. He blew out a breath. We don't know if it's a prepaid phone, whether it's just a SIM, if it's out of state. I don't know how long this could take. I've never done anything like this before. Alex grit her teeth, listening to his words. Okay, Kevin, she said. I trust you. I know you'll try. He didn't answer. Just do whatever you can, she said. It takes as long as it takes. Just get it done. Okay, he said back. And do you want me to stop what I'm doing here? Do you want me to drop Kemper? Yes, Alex interjected. This is top priority. All right, he replied. I'll let you know when I have something. Alex lowered the phone, but it vibrated again in her hand before she'd even hung up. A text from Pendlebury saying her car was back at the police station. It was accompanied by a selfie from the man standing in front of it with his thumb up, as though to illustrate the point. She grumbled unhappily at his jolly expression and pocketed her phone, looking back at John, who was waiting expectantly. Shu says we might be able to match the location pings of Maddie's burner to her work phone. If she was traveling with them both together, they would have switched towers at the same time. And Kevin says that would be unique, but it's not something he's done before. It's going to take a while to match them up to find it, if it exists at all, she tacked on, trying to temper his expectations, and her own. She shivered then and swayed on her feet, bracing herself against the hood of John's car. Another long day. Darkness was looming, and she'd barely eaten, barely drunk anything, stretched herself thin once more. She was exhausted. And as she tried to put her thoughts together, she found they barely fit, like pieces of all different jigsaws dropped into the same box. "You need rest," John said then, looking at her. She looked up at him and nodded. He was right, especially if Kevin was going to work on this all night. He might call her at 8, 10, midnight, and she'd need to be ready to go to work on this. Now they had no leads, and all they could do was wait. It was the right time for Alex to eat something, to lie down, to gather herself, to rest. "I'll drive you back," he said then. "Get in." "What are you going to do?" she asked, almost wary, seeing the newly determined look in his eyes. "I'm going to keep looking." "For Maddie." "Where?" Alex asked him, and she began to circle the truck. "Anywhere, everywhere," he said, leaving it at that. Alex climbed in, and John backed up onto the street, driving slowly toward the edge of town. "I need to pick up my car," Alex said. "Pendlebury left it at the station for me." "You sure you don't want me to take you right back to your motel?" John asked. "No," she said. "I need my vehicle, in case Kevin calls." He just nodded, guiding them toward the station. As darkness fell across Newport, the streetlights flickered to life and the temperature dropped further. Rain had begun sheeting across the road in waves, and not even the bustling bars had their usual crowd of cigarette smokers and loiterers clustered around the doors. John watched them, watched the empty doorways and alleys carefully as he passed, as though waiting to see Maddie standing in one of them. But there was nothing. Silence. As though Newport was holding its breath. They trundled onward, wheeling into the darkened station. The doors were shut, the lights off behind them. It looked like Barnum had put in a full shift, and he and Rachel had clocked off at their usual time. Alex was sure that somebody should have been working, but they were spread thin as well. Where Boone was, she didn't know. He'd covered the previous night shift, and what the schedule looked like now, she didn't know. But just then, she didn't really care. Hale was still out with Garcia, she figured, though the coroners must have finished up at Kemper's if Pendlebury had dropped her car off. She'd catch up with Garcia when she was back at the motel. Alex checked her watch. Time had gone on, and now the only car in the parking lot was hers, her Explorer sitting to the left of the station itself. John drove in and circled, letting her out just next to the vehicle. She opened the door and climbed down wearily, shaky on her feet almost, hands still trembling, fingers still tingling with it all, a feeling that seemed to follow her like a shadow during cases. "Alex?" John's gruff voice echoed from the cab. She turned back to look at him, a cold stare from a serious man. "You call me as soon as you hear back from your guy." "I will," Alex said. "Make sure you do," he replied, lowering his head a little, holding her gaze. "Don't fuck me on this. It's my daughter." Alex swallowed. "I know," she said, nodding, and then she closed the door and watched John Bell drive away into the darkness. She stood, watching the taillights fade into the rain, the sound of his engine dwindling into the approaching night, his words ringing in her head. It was his daughter. She sighed, pulled out her phone, reread Pendlebury's message. Door open, keys on the driver's seat. Small towns, Alex couldn't help but think. Try doing that in Olympia. She scoffed a little, walking around the vehicle, dragging her fingers through the beaded water on the hood, hoping, almost praying, they were right about the burner phone. She reached the door and stopped, looking into the glass, her tired expression looking back. Her bottom lip curled out. She hated how she looked, hated the person looking back. The stranger kept staring at her, unflinching. And then, they weren't alone in the glass. A shape swimming out of the gloom over her right shoulder. No more than a dark flash at first, then a recognizable shape. A head, shoulders, obscured by a black hood, gloved hands rising suddenly toward her neck. Chapter 55, Newport West, a Wednesday, October 21st, 5:36 p.m. Alex gasped, reacted, almost too slow. She ducked forward all she could do. The assailant's left arm swept through the cold air, grazing the top of her head, his right hand swinging downward, something glinting in the dim security lighting fixed to the outside of the station. The blade arced down, aimed right for Alex's heart. The killer would have taken her by the chin, lifting it, then driven the knife right into her chest. Instead, it raked across the thick canvas on the shoulder of her jacket, slicing it open but sparing her skin. Alex gasped at the near miss, falling against the door of her car, and planted her hands against the paintwork, ejecting herself backward, right into the attacker's body, driving her elbow into his groin. She'd been self-defense certified as part of her police training, but it didn't go far enough. Alex had wanted more, not just to be able to defend, but also to hurt, to wound, to make pay. She'd gone beyond what was required and had done what she felt was necessary. He doubled forward, a sharp expulsion of air leaving his lungs, and Alex swung a hard punch into his waiting face, her knuckles crunching into what she thought was his nose. He was bigger, stronger than her, but he'd not been expecting the resistance, let alone the sudden counterattack. And that's what all her classes had taught her when facing a male opponent. Strike hard, strike fast, aim for sensitive spots, groin, nose, eyes, throat, and for God's sake press the advantage, and don't stop until they are down. For good. He reeled back from the strike, hand flying to his face instinctively. He held the knife out, short 3-inch blade, the exact kind that Kayla Whitmore had been stabbed with, though Alex had no doubt already that this was the killer, waiting to ambush her, waiting for a chance to end her. The knife waved wildly, the killer stunned, blinded by the strike. She could have drawn her weapon, should have, but she knew he wouldn't come quietly, willingly, and her obsession, her desire, overrode her sense of sense and logic. She wasn't going to kill him, not when she could hurt him, not when she could put him face down in the dirt and cuff his hands behind his back, put her knee in the base of his skull hard enough that the gravel in the car park would scrape against his teeth and threaten to snap them into his bloodied mouth, not when she could string out his suffering and make him pay properly. Alex measured the swinging of the blade, stepping forward as he continued to back up. And then she lunged as it went wide and she was inside his reach, driving the heel of her hand into his wrist, fingers closing over it, turning it outward, turning the point away. Without hesitation, she threw her knee upward into the bottom of the knife, ejecting it from the killer's grip altogether. It careened into the darkness, Alex watching stupidly as it flew, focus pulled from the killer and his free hand, long enough that she didn't see it leave his face and fly toward her ear. It came over her shoulder and connected, open palm, sending her sprawling. Her head rung like a bell, vision blurring as she crashed into the side of her waiting truck, forehead rebounding off the paintwork. She felt her skin split, a hot trickle of blood from her eyebrow into her left eye. She called out, eyes screwed close, and twisted back toward him, reaching for her pistol finally, drawing it and pointing it where she thought he was. Alex forced her eyes open, knowing he'd be coming, knowing he'd be bearing down on her. But when they focused, He wasn't there.
Alex squinted with one eye closed, pistol waving as she looked for a target, catching a streak of black under the security light at the corner of the station, 10 feet from the tree line and moving fast. She didn't have time to aim, to get her offhand onto the pistol. She just fired. 1, 2, 3 shots in quick succession, the muzzle flash blinding her. Alex wasn't sure she'd hit anything until a sharp cry cut the darkness. But there was no fall, no crunch of a body hitting the ground, just a muted cry that died as quickly as it rose, and then he was gone, plunging into the trees. She sat, propped against her Explorer, looking out at an empty parking lot, just the faintest sound of receding footsteps crunching through the undergrowth in the trees filtering back. And then there was silence, and Alex knew she was alone. She let out a heaving breath, heart thundering against the inside of her ribs. With a difficult, painful groan, she rolled onto her knees and crept forward, eyes straining in the darkness for her prize, her left clamped shut, stinging and bloodied. The metal shone softly in the gloom a few feet ahead. Alex slowed, staring down at it. The killer's knife, the murder weapon, and possibly, crucially, the final piece of the puzzle, she hoped. Chapter 56. Excerpt from Foundations of Tarot Interpretation by Miriam Burgess. The Major Arcana. The Hanged Man, 12. The Hanged Man is one of the most frequently misunderstood cards in the Major Arcana. Despite its unsettling imagery, it does not signify death, punishment, or defeat. Instead, it represents suspension, sacrifice, and altered perception. Traditionally, the Hanged Man appears when progress cannot be forced. It asks the querent to stop resisting, to relinquish control, and to accept a period of waiting or surrender. By stepping outside ordinary motion, the querent gains access to a new way of seeing, one unavailable through action alone. The inverted position symbolizes reversal, of priorities, of beliefs, of the self. What once seemed clear may now appear distorted. What once felt unbearable may become tolerable, even necessary. Insight is born not through struggle, but through endurance. In readings concerning trauma or identity, this card often points to a self caught between what was lost and what has not yet emerged. It signals a liminal state, no longer who you were, not yet who you will become. The lesson is patience. The cost is time. The reward, when it comes, is truth, no matter how difficult it might be to face. Chapter 57. Newport, Washington, Wednesday, October 21st, 6:16 p.m. By the time Alex made it back to the motel, her eyebrow had stopped bleeding. When she climbed into the Explorer, she'd driven quickly away from the station, in case the killer came back for more, and didn't stop until she reached the motel, pulling in and turning on the cabin lights to check the damage. There was a cut at the corner of her left eyebrow, stretching up an inch or so into her forehead, where she'd hit the door of the Explorer. It looked to have stopped bleeding, congealing and scabbing over, but not before covering a good portion of the left side of her face in blood. She touched it gingerly, then pulled her fingers away, hissing. She didn't think it would need stitches, but even if it did, she wasn't going to the hospital. She was never going to another hospital again. She parked in the staff parking lot once more, knife tucked inside an evidence bag inside her coat, and strode in through the back entrance, surprising the same clerk she had the first time she'd gone there. He rolled backward on his seat, recoiling in horror at the sight of her bloodied face. And when she asked if there was a first aid kit, he didn't react for a full 5 seconds before pointing into the break room. She found it quickly and, without thanking him, took it straight to her room, pulling out her phone en route. Garcia answered on the second ring. "Hey," she said, "everything okay?" "I need you here, right now," Alex practically barked at her, checking over her shoulders as she let herself into her room, closing the door hard behind her and turning, sliding on the security chain. She would fit the wedge in a moment, but first, she needed to clean up her eye. Garcia read the tone of her voice, her own becoming more alarmed suddenly. "What's wrong?" she said. Alex had flicked on the bathroom light and stepped in front of the mirror, grimacing at her full visage,
the blood having dripped off the corner of her jaw, staining her collar too. She growled at the wound and then answered Garcia's question plainly. "I was attacked by the killer," she said. "He was waiting at the station to ambush me. He tried to stab me with a knife, but I disarmed him. I have it here now, and I need you to run it for prints, particulate, and against Kayla Whitmore's wounds." "Jesus Christ, Alex, are you all right?" Garcia asked, clearly aghast. "Are you on the way?" Alex pressed her. "What? No. Do you hear what you just said?" "I do, and it doesn't change the fact that you're not here and you need to be." Garcia muttered something under her breath in Spanish, and though Alex's was passable, she didn't quite catch it. "I'll assume that meant I'm on the way." "Yeah," Garcia grumbled. "Something like that." She hung up, and Alex saw to cleaning up her head and then to securing the room, keeping her pistol with a round chambered the entire time. 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Alex approached it, holding the weapon in her hand. She pulled the piece of duct tape off the peephole and glanced through, and once she'd confirmed it was Garcia, she pulled away the wedge under the door and knob and unlatched it, opening it barely 12 inches so Garcia could squeeze through. Alex leaned out, checking that the parking lot was clear, and then closed it behind her, locking it once more. Garcia made a quick sweep of the room, the clips on the curtains, the device to lock the door. She'd seen Alex's security measures before, but it seemed to remind her just what Alex had gone through, just who she was, and every time she saw it again, her reaction was visceral. And though she recoiled a little at Alex's measures, when she turned to look at her boss, she paled altogether. "Fucking hell, your head!" she said, coming forward, reaching up as though to touch Alex's cheek. Alex stepped back quickly, raising her hand and waving Garcia away, the woman realizing instantly what she'd tried to do. She held her hands up innocently. "Sorry, I forgot," she said. "But God, that looks like it needs stitches." "It's fine," Alex told her. "It'll scar," Garcia pressed her. "I'm not that worried about another one," Alex said grimly, pulling the knife from her pocket and holding it up for Garcia. "Merry Christmas." Garcia reached out, took the blade, and held it up to the light. "It looks pretty well used, but it doesn't look like there's any blood or residue on it. But I'll run it at the lab first thing." "No," Alex told her. "Go now. Run it now." Garcia lowered it, looked up at Alex, bags under her eyes, hair frizzy from where it had gotten wet in the rain and then dried. It had been a long day for her, but at that moment, Alex didn't much care. Any conscientiousness she'd had left her, but that's what it meant to be in charge sometimes. That's what this job was. She wasn't here to be liked. She was here to catch serial killers, and he was slipping through her fingers by the second. "It'll take all night," Garcia told her. "Then it takes all night," Alex reminded her. "We've got this guy on the back foot," she said. "He's been a ghost up till now. And what, he suddenly just attacks me out of the blue? No, we're getting close. He knows we're circling, and he's panicking." "Yeah," Garcia said, brow creasing. "So who is he then?" Alex's mouth opened, but she didn't have an answer for that. "Look, Alex," Garcia said softly, "it's been a long day. After being out at Kemper's, I headed into town with Hale. We collected soil samples from a bunch of trucks. The back seat of the car is full of evidence bags. It's a mountain of work. I need rest. And tomorrow, first thing, I swear, I'll be at the coroner's office at 7 a.m. But..." "No," Alex told her. "It's got to be tonight." Garcia's jaw flexed, more than unhappy at the idea. She stood there in silence, as though hoping Alex would recant the order. "He could run tonight," Alex said. "If we wait till morning, he could have a 24-hour head start by the time we might figure out who this guy is. It's enough time to get on a plane, to be in any number of countries with no extradition, to be gone forever. If we want to catch this guy, it's got to be now." Garcia drew a long, deliberate breath and then nodded. "Okay, Alex," she said. "Tonight. I'll go right now. It should be done by morning." If you need motivation, Alex said then, know that a woman's life is hanging in the balance. If this killer is planning to escape, I doubt he's going to leave Maddie behind, not alive at least. If we can do this, if we find out who he is, we can still save her. Garcia swallowed, measured Alex's words, the weight of her gaze. You believe that? She said. That Maddie's still alive? Alex curled her hands at her sides to stop them shaking, her rough, bitten nails digging into the flesh of her palms. I want to, she said. I have to. Chapter 58. Newport, Washington. Thursday, October 22nd, 12:29 a.m. When Alex's phone started ringing, everything was dark. She sat bolt upright in bed, pistol flashing to attention in front of her, aimed into the dark, swinging around madly. She had no notion of what she'd dreamed of, but she knew that it was the same thing as always. Pain, screaming, blood. She calmed her frantic breathing and lowered the weapon, resting it on her lap as she reached for her phone on the bedside table, lifting it and squinting at the overbright screen, Kevin Sue's number shining back at her. She answered it and pulled it to her ear. Yeah, she croaked, trying to shake the night from her throat. Glad to see somebody's getting some sleep, he huffed. Alex grumbled. You've got something, she said tiredly. I do, Sue replied wearily. I finally tracked down our burner. You were right. Alex was instantly awake. It's off, he said. Has been since Maddie disappeared. It's not pinging any towers or anything, but it's definitely her phone. The geodata matches her work device perfectly. There's no doubt. All right, Alex said, sheets damp with sweat, tangled around her legs. So where does that leave us? Where do we go from here? Kevin hedged. That's kind of a you question, isn't it? I mean, I just spent the last 8 hours finding the phone. I hadn't really thought much past this call. Right, Alex said, rubbing her tired head, wincing as she pulled at the freshly scabbed cut on her forehead. The phone, when it was with Maddie's, was it turned off before they separated? No, Sue said, scanning the data in front of him, Alex thought. It looked like it stayed on for about 15 minutes after it started moving, back down from the overlook toward town by the looks of it, and then it stayed put. Back down the road, Alex said, or into the forest. Down the road, Kevin replied. I think. I'm just going by proximity data and signal strength to the towers. The phone didn't have GPS capabilities, so it's impossible to triangulate perfectly, regardless of whether we've got the number or not. Alex let out a long sigh, forcing her brain to work, trying to picture it. Maddie had met him at the overlook, got out of her car, left her work phone there, climbed into his. They'd started driving together, maybe, and she'd realized at some point on the way down who he was, who he really was. She'd jumped out, maybe from a moving car. Maybe she'd gotten him to stop before he realized that she knew. Either way, she took off into the forest from the side of the road. He went after her, caught up with her, took a slash at her. Alex's mind flashed back to the knife that had almost killed her in the parking lot, the one she hoped Garcia was making good headway with now. When he'd got back to the truck, he'd killed her burner, turned it off, same as he'd done with Sierra Collins's and Kayla Whitmore's. They still didn't know exactly what happened to Maddie, but at least this was filling in some of the blanks. Maddie's burner, Alex said then. Outgoing calls and texts. We have a number that they were going to? We do, Kevin said, but you're not going to like it. It's also a burner. This guy wouldn't be stupid enough to use a phone registered to his name and address. Couldn't be that easy, right? Yeah, Alex grumbled, because all of this is so easy. She let out a long sigh. But, Kevin said, a little brighter, that burner that Maddie's calls were going to, I managed to pull the call and text log for that too, and there's only a handful of numbers that it's dialing out to. 4, including Maddie. 4? Alex queried. Yeah, Maddie's was most frequent, the most calls and texts, but there were two others that he was talking to a lot of messages,
A lot of phone calls. I don't have access to what the text said, but if we can get a warrant granted by a judge, I can go to the carriers. They can maybe pull logs, depending on the device model and whether or not it had any kind of backups. But the most likely scenario is that the only way we'd be able to get the exact messages would be off the devices themselves. Alex was barely listening to him, thinking about the other numbers, Sierra Collins and Kayla Whitmore. There was no trace of any boyfriends or romantic entanglements on their regular phones, but if this guy was careful enough to give the burner to Maddie, he was probably careful enough to give one to Kayla and to Sierra too. The same lie: I'm married, my wife can't find out, my family can't find out. We need to be secretive. We need to keep this quiet. Here, take this phone. No one will know. My number's already saved in it. It was perfect, wasn't it? He could call and text them anytime he liked. He could coerce them. He could convince them of wherever he wanted. And then, when he struck, they wouldn't be any the wiser. They'd go willingly to him, with him, wherever he wanted, back to his house, anywhere quiet. And then he'd kill them. And he'd take the phones back, and there'd be no trail to follow. Alex swallowed, everything crystallizing suddenly. He hadn't grabbed any of the girls. He hadn't snatched them or kidnapped them or drugged them or done anything. He just promised a romantic tryst. Sierra Collins had ducked out of that bar to meet him. He'd surprised Kayla Whitmore as she left for work. He'd invited Maddie to go meet him at a romantic spot overlooking the town. They'd all gone willingly to their graves. But Maddie was a cop. She was a detective. She should have seen this coming. God, she was hunting him. She was hunting the man that she was romantically involved with. How could she not see that? Why did she go out there? Did she know it was him before she did? Was she hoping to catch him, to get him to admit what he'd done? Or was she just that blind, blinded by an infatuation, hell, by love? A twist of nausea writhed through the pit of Alex's stomach, followed by a flush of anger. How couldn't she see it? There was something else then, a different kind of flash in her mind this time. A fleeting image, a smiling face in the darkness, shining white teeth, laughter, a feeling of warmth, happiness. It flared in her like fire racing through gasoline, but as quickly as it sparked, it was extinguished, turning dark into something black and acrid. Pain lanced through her head, following the line of the fracture along her skull, a flash of something in her periphery as she was struck, the memory mingling with reality in the darkness of the room. There was screaming, and she wasn't sure if it was inside her head or it was her own voice. The same face that had been there, smiling a moment before, now something completely different, blurred, but evil, snarling, choking, her vision filling in, all the space she could see, above her, on top of her, her lungs squeezed shut, heavy hands around her throat. She could hear Kevin calling her name in the distance, the vague sound of his voice drifting in her head as he asked if she was still there on the line. She'd wondered how Maddie could have missed it, and now she understood. She knew how easy it was to do, because she'd done exactly the same thing. Chapter 59, Newport, Washington, Thursday, October 22nd, 12:29 a.m. When Alex finally regained her senses and got off the phone with Kevin, she considered trying to go back to sleep, but she knew that it wouldn't do any good. She flicked on the bedside lamp and climbed from bed, walking across to the chair in the corner of the room, to her jeans and jacket there, planning to get dressed, to get out, to go and see Kevin face to face, to catch up with John, to do something, anything. She knew that if she sat in the room, she'd just go crazy, just sit there trying to remember, and that was a road she'd promised herself she wouldn't go down ever again. Her hands closed around her jeans and she lifted them. They were filthy, the knees blackened and scuffed from her fall in the alley chasing Dylan Laveau, the bottoms covered in dust and mud from the fight in the parking lot. And the thigh had a dark smear on it.
She grimaced at them, getting ready to toss them on the floor and go to her bag for a new pair, when she stopped, smelling something strange. She looked back at the jeans and laid them across her arm, reaching out for the darkened smear on the thigh and touching her fingers to it. She'd known instantly where the other damage and dirt was from, but this she couldn't place. Some of the residue came away on her fingers, and she lifted it to her nose. It smelled musty. She didn't recognize it, but it was familiar. She took her hand away and rubbed it between her thumb and 2 fingers, an oily sensation against her skin. What was this from? She thought back to her tangle with the killer in the parking lot. She'd driven her knee up through the blade to disarm him. Was it transference from his hand? From the glove he was wearing? The placement didn't seem right, but she couldn't think of anything else. She racked her brain trying to remember, trying to place it elsewhere, but nothing stuck out. And yet the oiliness of the substance that she was still rubbing between her fingers seemed off, too out of place, like her brain had everything it needed to understand, and yet still refused to. She lowered the jeans and reached for her phone, still massaging her fingers together. She'd heard from Kevin, but not from Garcia, and though she'd said it would be done by morning, she was impatient. She dialed her number, and Garcia picked up almost instantly. "Yes, I'm still working on it," she said tersely instead of a greeting. "And no, I haven't got any results yet on what I pulled off the knife." Alex inhaled through her nose once more, detected the same musty smell, knew that she knew it, but couldn't place where. "Okay," she said almost absently, staring down at the grime on her fingers. "What about the tires and the muck, the peat bog?" she asked, remembering the swirl of colored oil sitting in the stagnant water in the tracks. Was that what she was detecting on her skin? Oiliness from the dirt there? The smell was right. "A bust," Garcia said with a long sigh. Before Shu ducked out with Kempers, he tracked down a bunch of local trucks, and Hale and I whipped round them all to collect samples. I did a preliminary microscopic test, but none of them were the right color, the right substrate. "I'll run mass spectrometry, but it won't come to anything," she said assuredly. But we only ran a handful of the closest trucks, ones that Kevin had pulled from CCTV. "We'll dig deeper, but we've only got 2 pairs of hands," she added, not apologetically, more out of frustration, and Alex guessed it was because of the late-night phone call. "None of them?" Alex repeated, lowering her fingers and sighing. "Not a single truck had that kind of dirt on its tires?" Garcia scoffed. "Nope, not a single one. Well, except for Hale's. But we know how that got there." She laughed, but it didn't inspire any warmth in Alex. Instead, it sent a shiver down her spine, her fingers rising in front of her face again. She lifted them to her nose and took another sniff, instantly knowing where she'd detected the smell before and where the mark on her jeans came from. She'd ruffled Millie the dog's head before Hale had warned her away from it, before he'd told her how dirty she was, and she'd wiped it off absently on her jeans the first morning she was in Newport. Her mouth was dry, and it took her 3 attempts to say Garcia's name, coming out as a croak rather than a word. "That chemical," she said. "The methyl—" "Tridecanal?" Garcia finished for her. "What about it?" "You said it's in lubricants, scent coverings, right?" "Yeah." "What about hair?" "Hair?" Garcia repeated. "No, it's not found in hair." For a second, Alex felt almost relieved, but it wasn't an answer, not a complete answer. "Not human hair?" "No," Garcia said. "What about animal hair?" Alex probed. "What kind of animal hair?" Garcia asked. "Fur, Garcia. Fucking dog fur?" Garcia said, hedging as she seemed to rack her brain. "I mean, yeah, I think so. Why?" The word hadn't even left her mouth when Alex hung up, already tapping frantically at her phone screen, looking for John Bell's number. She called, expecting him to be asleep, expecting it to ring out, but he answered almost as quickly as Garcia had. "Yeah," he said hurriedly, insistently, hopefully. "Hale," Alex breathed, not believing that she was saying what she was about to. How long have you known him?" 15 years, John said, suspicion growing in his voice. "He's been a stalwart of the force for a long time, a good guy, one of my best guys." "Is he married?" Alex asked quickly. "No," John said, the words stretched out, seeming to catch on what she was asking. "But—" He stopped himself, as though cutting off his defense of the man before it got started. "Fraternizing on the force is never a good look, not for anyone, and especially not for a new chief of police," he said, the words coming out with difficulty. Maddie, just coming in, taking on a position of authority, and then getting into a relationship with a subordinate. A terrible choice for anyone trying to establish some authority, Alex said for him. "It's something worth hiding." There was silence on the line for a long time. "Yeah," John replied eventually. "It would be something worth hiding." Chapter 60. Newport, Washington, Thursday, October 22nd, 12:42 a.m. Alex didn't bother fishing for clean jeans. Instead, she just lowered the ones she was holding and roughly pulled them on with one hand, trying to walk for the door before they were even over her hips, causing her to stumble, almost trip. "I'm coming to you," she said. "Don't," John replied before she even reached the door. "I'm in my truck. I'm already on my way." Alex scarcely had time to get from her room to the reception area, where she downed a cup of cold coffee from the drip filter that had been sitting since the afternoon. By the time she even got halfway through slurping down the cup, John's F-250 was jostling into view under the floodlights on the forecourt. She raced out of the reception and through the rain, tossing the cup and what remained in the bottom into the trash can outside the door. As she pulled the passenger door open, John was shaking his head in disbelief, blinking as though trying to force it into his mind. "I can't believe it's Hale," he said. "It can't be. It can't." Alex didn't respond with the affirmative. "We don't know that it is," she said temperately, but John looked at her gravely, not saying anything back. "There's only one way to find out." John shoved the truck into drive and sped away, swinging down onto the road and racing back toward town. "We were friends," he muttered. "Good friends. Have been for a long time. He was my guy," John said, incredulous. "Another reason he and Maddie would want to hide a relationship," Alex said, shaking her head, cursing herself for not seeing it sooner. "God, it explains everything." The front of John's truck ate up the darkened roadway ahead. Rain slashed down across the asphalt, a billion droplets whipping through the headlights, clattering onto the hood and windshield as Alex rolled it all through in her head. He was the one who found Maddie's jacket in the woods, because he was the one who put it there. He was the one who had managed to get to Kemper's house right before Alex and John, because he'd gone into the station and checked her computer. Not Pendlebury. He was the one who'd ambushed her at the station, because he'd known Pendlebury was dropping off her vehicle. Jesus, and she'd left Garcia with him. Just left her there. The thought turned her nauseous, stoked the fire in her belly. He was right there, right in front of her the whole time. Alex had been relying on the stupid idea that when she saw him, when she came face to face with a killer, with a man who'd done that to her and to those girls all those years ago, that she would know him, that she'd recognize him. But Hale, he'd stared her right in the face, and she hadn't seen him, not once. John accelerated hard, pushing the truck as fast as it would go, skirting around town on the highway and climbing higher into the forest, the streetlights dying out behind them, darkness enveloping them. Dawn was still a long way off. Alex didn't know where Hale lived, but it wasn't close to town. It was isolated, out in the bush, far enough away that no one would hear you scream. The thought made her feel cold as they turned off the tarmac and up a narrow switchback road. John Bell took the corners fast, Too fast for the thick, winterized tires, the treads breaking free on the surface, the car spearing off and onto the shoulder before fighting its way back onto the road.
Alex held onto the handle above the door, sliding wildly on the leather seat as they barreled onward, rounding the last corner with a judder of rubber on wet asphalt, skidding in through Hale's open gates, plastered with "Private property, keep out" and "Beware of the dog" signs. Alex unholstered her gun, looking around the darkened yard. Hale's truck was parked at an odd angle in front of a modest two-story house with a red metal roof and an extended porch, the driver's door still open, the light still burning in the cabin, the headlights drowning the home in brilliance. A thin wisp of wood smoke curled from the metal chimney. John stood on the brake, his truck skidding to a halt. The revs of the engine died to a low burble, drowned out instantly by the rattling of rain on the metal roof. Alex scanned the scene. Hale's front door was closed, darkness within. But across the way, there was a large garage, inside of which she guessed a panel van was sitting, and next to it a shed, light burning above a door, sitting slightly ajar. A strip of darkness between the edge and the frame. She heard the plastic on the steering wheel groan under John's ratcheting grip. "John," she whispered, reaching across and turning the knob to kill his headlights. "We need to take this slow." He turned to her in the darkness, reaching beside his seat and drawing up a black pistol. Alex made it out in the light reflecting off the house, the shark fin forward sight giving it away as a Smith & Wesson Model 28. A burly .357 Magnum 6-shot revolver with enough stopping power to put down any man or bear John Bell might have come across. She could see the brass jackets of the rounds glinting ominously in the cylinder, not a hint of quiver in his grip. Alex swallowed, nodded at him, the pair climbing out of the cab in unison. She stayed low, the engine noise on John's truck drowned out entirely by the weather. But she had no doubt that Hale knew they were there. If he was even still here, that was. Alex advanced cautiously along the fender toward Hale's Chevy, keeping low in case of any fire from the house, and broke from cover, strafing across the gap. She slowed behind Hale's vehicle and rounded the corner, John Bell joining her, the angle of the truck such that they were sheltered from the house. Alex saw the blood first. Partially washed away by the rain, but still soaking the driver's seat, the door. Bloodied handprints on the steering wheel, the glass. "Jesus," John muttered, seeing it. "I winged him," Alex said, taking it in, dead sure now that Hale was the one who'd attacked her outside the station. Not sure where. "Somewhere important," John muttered. It was a lot of blood, but he'd made it home at least, and he wouldn't be going to a hospital. He'd be treating himself here, trying to at least. John's eyes swept across the front of the house over the top of Hale's hood, and then drifted to the steel-clad shed to the left, the door open, beckoning. Alex's eyes drifted to it as well, flitting back to Hale's front door. Before she could decide, John was already moving. And despite herself, despite her mission, the promise she made herself 12 years ago, she followed. Chapter 61. Newport, Washington, Thursday, October 22nd, 1:09 a.m. They approached the shed quickly, John not even crouching, just walking fast. "John, wait," Alex said. "We don't know—" She cut herself off as John shouldered the door wide and stepped through, pistol rising and sweeping the room. The door banged against the wall with a loud clang, loud enough to alert anyone inside. If Hale didn't know they were there already, he did now. "Shit," Alex said, pulling her own pistol to attention and turning her back to John, covering the house. Nothing moved. John stepped deeper. There was a gentle clinking. He grunted, kicked something heavy, sent it sliding across the concrete floor. He cursed softly, and Alex stepped over the threshold, seeing a switch to her left. She reached out, flicked it on, a hanging bulb springing to life 6 inches from John's forehead, swinging from where he'd walked into it.
They both looked down at the ground, at what John had kicked, a large green metal first aid kit sitting open on the floor. To the right was a metal table, and instantly Alex knew it was where Hale had laid the girls to clean them, to cut them. This was where he'd done it all, brought them here, killed them, then carried them inside. But there were no bodies on top of it now, just wadding and gauze, soaked red with blood. Antiseptic wipes, bloodied forceps, superglue. This is where Hale had come, where he'd seen to his wound. Their attention was fixed on it when Millie launched herself against the chain-link cage in the corner, almost blowing it off the frame. Her claws curled through the wire, teeth gnashing, flecks of saliva flinging from her jaws as she tried to break through. Alex and John both flinched away, pistols zeroing. But she was trapped. Hale had caged her, mercifully, while he dealt with his injury. And the dog, as quickly as it leapt, quietened. Recognizing John, Alex thought. Millie dropped down to all fours, whined softly, and then receded to the corner of the cage and lay down on the cold floor. They watched her go, neither moving, but both jolting suddenly when another noise rang out behind them. A soft, pained groan. In unison, they wheeled on the spot, Alex's eyes whipping across the metal eyelets bolted to the walls, the limp ropes hanging from them, until they reached the last one, the cord pulled taut by the weight of a body. Bloodied, dirtied, starved, but still alive. "Maddie!" The word tumbled from John's mouth, a sudden expulsion of breath. He ran forward and sank with an audible grunt and hiss to his knees, cupping at his daughter's face, lifting it toward his. "Maddie? Maddie!" John urged. "Maddie, baby, it's me. It's Dad. Can you hear me?" Her eyes fluttered in the sharp light from the hanging bulb. It was cold in here, no heating. And Maddie had been locked up for days, not fed or watered, not cleaned, Alex didn't think, from the smell in here, but alive, holding on out of sheer determination. But why hadn't Hale killed her? She didn't have time to consider it. "Help me," John said suddenly, turning to her and drawing a folding knife from his pocket. Alex came forward, staring at the blade, knowing that 2 days ago, if she'd seen him carrying it, she would have thought it was the one he'd used on Kayla Whitmore. She hesitated for only a moment before taking it. John held Maddie upright, taking the strain off her arms, his daughter dipping in and out of consciousness as Alex began sawing at the knots. The edge hacked through the rough binding, Maddie's arms falling awkwardly into her lap, wrists raw and bloodied. Maddie was scarcely free before John was scooping her up in his arms, her hand brushing against Alex's as she was hoisted into the air, her skin cold to the touch. Alex could see now her stomach was roughly bandaged, blood seeping through in a long horizontal line, the cut Hale had made in the woods. Sweat clung to her head, her breathing labored and shallowed, skin grayed, eyes bagged, all the signs of infection rearing their ugly head. Maddie needed a hospital, and she needed one now, and John Bell knew it as well as she did. They stared at each other in the scant light of Hale's murder shed, both knowing what had to happen. Alex mustered her voice. "Go," she said. "I'll deal with Hale." "Are you sure?" John asked her, clutching his daughter to his mighty chest. No matter how she answered, Alex knew there was no other choice. "I'll be fine," she lied. "Now get out of here." John stared at her for just a second longer, and then turned, heading quickly for the door, the roar of the rain outside deafening, but still not loud enough to drown out the thunderous pounding of Alex's heart. Chapter 62. Newport, Washington, Thursday, October 22nd, 1:23 a.m. "Me first," Alex said, brushing past John, pistol coming up in front of her. She approached the door and knocked off the light, cocooning them in darkness, John tight at her shoulder, urging her on, time running out. She steadied herself, willing her diaphragm to loosen, to descend, to pull air into her lungs. The longer she waited, the more time Hale would have to prepare. "Now," she said, stepping into the rain. It soaked her instantly, running through her hair and into her eyes, streaming off her chin and down her spine, chilling her. John jogged forward, Alex covering him, stepping sideways, keeping her sights trained on the house. She had no idea where Hale was, but he hadn't run yet. Alex had to guess he was watching, perhaps readying himself. They moved steadily, covering the ground toward John's still-running truck, making it halfway when Alex saw the flash. Before the report even echoed, she dove forward, the bullet unzipping the air inches from her ear. She went to a knee, leveled her pistol, and returned fire into the tree line. She didn't know where the shot had come from, but she had to cover John. "Go!" Alex yelled, counting off her shots. She didn't have a spare magazine, just 17 rounds in this one, and now 5 less as she got to her feet, chasing John into cover as he lumbered toward his truck. Alex streaked ahead, pulling open the passenger door so he could slide Maddie in and dropping her back against the front wheel, shoulders heaving. She watched as John, half-crouched, maneuver Maddie onto the seat. Alex looked at her stomach again. Bandages, as though Hale had tried to kill her and then tried to save her. It made no sense. John was in front of Alex then, closing the door, crouching, filling her field of vision with his enormous bulk. "Come with us," he said. "We can come back. We can get him." "No!" Alex half shouted through the hammering rain. "He knows we have him. If we don't take him here, he'll run. He'll disappear. Forever." John stared down at her, rivulets of water in the lines of his face. He knew it to be true. "I'll call Pendlebury, Boone, Barnum," he told her. "I'll call everyone." Alex produced the weakest smile. She appreciated the sentiment, but it wouldn't be enough, and not fast enough either. "Get out of here," Alex ordered him, taking her hand from her gun and lifting it. It hovered above his shoulder, Alex hesitating before she let it down onto his sodden shirt, squeezing for just a second before it dropped away. "I'll cover you." John measured her, traded Alex for his daughter. She knew it, and so did he. "Ready?" John nodded, got to his feet. Alex twisted free of the hood, another flash of light bursting in the tree line, ahead this time, the other side of the house. Hale had repositioned, tried to find a line of sight. The bullet nicked her left arm, just above the elbow, glanced off the steelwork of the F-250, sending sparks over the windshield as John skirted around the rear and clambered into the driver's door. "Alex!" he called out. Alex's hand came away from the pistol with the force of it, the report telling her it was a hunting rifle. Large caliber .308, Alex guessed. Bolt action. Enough to down a moose or elk. Enough to take her head clean off. Her right hand kept hold of the pistol, body twisting, blood mist spattering the hood. Alex returned fire wildly, spraying bullets into the trees. "Get out of here!" she screamed, throat aching with the strain. John didn't waste time. Behind Alex, she felt the bulk of his truck recede, the tires spraying gravel as he backed up quickly, swinging in a circle before charging out of the yard. Alex sprinted forward, pain shooting through her hip and spine. It hadn't started in her arm yet, but she knew that when it did, it would feel like she'd been set on fire. She slid into cover behind Hale's truck, breathing hard, thinking harder, taking solace in the fact that even if she died here, Maddie would live. And Hale would pay, somehow, some way. John would hunt him down, and he'd get him. A wry smile crept across Alex's lips as she ejected her magazine and counted the rounds. She'd put 4 more into the trees, 9 down total, 8 remaining. She clasped her left hand to the butt of the pistol once more, the graze on her bicep coming to life as her arm bent, the pain so sudden and blinding she almost cried out, clenching her teeth so hard she thought they might split. In that moment, something seized her, a strange feeling, a feeling of sudden relief, elation, or perhaps just insanity. A laugh leapt from her throat, loud and mad. She rested her head against Hale's truck, tears mingling with the rain. Was this it? Was this how she'd die? After all this time, after all this chasing, this work, she'd found him, or someone close, someone who knew something. She didn't believe in coincidences, not like this. Someone carved the hanged man into her neck, like Hale carved his symbols into the girl's. If he hadn't killed her, then he knew who did. She knocked her head against the steel. "Come on, Alex, get up. Get the fuck up. Get up and finish this. Do what you promised yourself. Do what you promised those girls. Do what you survived to do. And kill this motherfucker." Chapter 63. Newport Way, Thursday, October 22nd, 1:23 a.m. Alex was low on ammunition, and it was clear that Hale was a competent hunter. He'd repositioned once and likely would again, drawing Alex's fire until she was out of ammo or he had a clear line of sight to her. It was only the weather and the darkness that was keeping her alive so far, she guessed. That and the fact that Hale was likely lame in some kind of way. By the blood on the seat of his truck, she guessed she'd hit him in the shoulder, perhaps the upper arm. But it wasn't a graze. She'd hurt him, and he was paying for it. But regardless, Alex couldn't rely on his poor aim saving her forever. She needed to move, and she needed to get somewhere that he couldn't get to her. Not easily, at least. But running wasn't an option. What she'd said to John was true. Hale would run. No, she needed to keep him close, needed to draw him onto her terms, and there was only one way to do that. She forced a hard breath into her lungs and scrambled sideways on all fours, hands sloshing through the filthy, frigid water pooling on Hale's drive. She reached the front wheel of his truck, 20 feet of open space to his front door, and swallowed. All or nothing. She pushed off, digging the toes of her boots into the soft ground, and sprang forward. The rifle screamed from the trees, muzzle flash blinding Alex. She threw up her arms to protect her head instinctively. Useless as it would be if he shot true, the .308 would punch straight through them and take her clean off her feet. But whether she'd moved faster than he'd expected, or he hadn't been quite ready, she didn't know. Either way, he missed. The bullet sailed behind Alex, knifing through the rain with a sinister fizz, missing by inches. She knew he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. But he was using a bolt-action rifle, even now the clack of the bolt being pulled ringing in the darkness. And that meant there'd be a delay between shots. Enough time. Alex hurtled up onto the porch and threw her shoulder into the door, barging it open. She stumbled inside, dropping to the floor and kicking the door closed behind her, scuttling on her hands as she pushed deeper into Hale's home. The house was dark, the sound of rain thundering through Hale's living room. She hadn't known what she'd expected, whether there'd be sheets of human skin lining the walls, severed heads mounted like hunting trophies, human skull teacups on the dining table. But there weren't. The place was perfectly normal. Alex stopped, looking up and around, taking it in, the headlights of Hale's truck casting everything in a dim, ghostly white. An old leather couch covered in wool blankets, a TV in the corner, old movie posters on the wall, a bookshelf filled with run-of-the-mill Grisham and Patterson novels. Nothing to suggest who he was, who he really was. For a moment, she doubted herself, had the wrong man, thought she was wrong. But when another shot rang out and punched a hole through Hale's living room window, sending shards of glass across the rug and putting a golf ball-sized hole in the hallway wall 2 feet above her head, she quickly reassured herself that she wasn't. Hale was the killer. He was just good at hiding it. Too good. Alex swore, started searching for a way out, a way to survive. The home was 2 stories, bedrooms at the top of the stairs, bathroom, living room, kitchen on the ground floor. Alex sank lower, trying to figure out her next move. This is as far ahead as she'd thought. She could defend the house, could hole up here, could wait for backup. But how long? 20, 30 minutes? And even then, it would be Pendlebury, Boone, Barnum. No, If she was going to get this done, she was well and truly on her own. Alex doubled back, reached up and locked the door, and then headed deeper, still crawling, Hale still firing, still letting her know he was there.
Another round through the same window, lower this time, 18 inches over her shoulder. He couldn't see her, the house dark, but maybe he was glimpsing movement, reflections. Either way, she needed to be quick and quiet, and she needed to find a way to fight back. He had to have other guns in the house, other weapons. She needed to find one, to fortify herself somewhere. Would Hale have a shotgun? She could camp at the top of the stairs. Eventually he'd come in, wouldn't he? There had to be something in here, something incriminating, something that he'd want to hide, want to make sure she didn't find. There had to be some kind of truth buried in this house, but where? Her eyes lifted to the stairs. The living room was clean, but if Hale had guests, visitors, it needed to appear that way. The bedrooms, private areas. Alex let out a shaking breath. She was hidden below the level of the windows when she was on the floor, protected from the shots. But the moment she took the stairs, she'd be exposed. It was stupid, suicidal. But the upper landing would be the best place to fortify herself for Hale, and his bedside drawer could have a pistol. Another rifle in the closet? She didn't see a gun case down here. Alex steeled herself, moved. She scuttled on her hands and knees to the bottom of the stairs and looked up. 14 steps. She could reach the top in seconds, she thought. Her fingers were trembling. Hale was waiting for a clear shot, and she was about to give him one. But as her hand touched the third riser, pistol still in her grip, ready to pull her up, she froze. Not another shot, but another noise. Closer. Inside. Right below her. A door flying open underneath the stairs. She drew back reflexively, throwing herself clear of the steps, landing hard on the floorboard in front of the door, drawing her pistol to attention as the door under the stairs swung open and clattered into the banister. Alex fired instinctively. The muzzle flash lit the room, carving a dark silhouette in sharp relief. A snapshot of a running figure. The room plunged to darkness once more, a hole in the wooden door now swinging back toward the stairs. Alex blinked, unsure what she'd seen, what she was seeing. Stars dancing in her vision from the shot. Another door opening, hinge squeaking, the sudden onslaught of the storm deafening. Alex lined up another shot, fired in the direction of the sound. But the second strobe of light revealed nothing, the bullet carving a path through empty air, through an open back door at the far side of the kitchen, swaying pines in the darkness beyond, heavy rain hammering the back porch. Alex didn't get a chance to think about it, to consider what she'd seen, who she'd seen, someone else in the house, before the glass window behind her exploded. The sound of shattering glass filled the room and dragged her back to the moment, heavy footsteps rounding the sofa. Hale inside. She turned, tried to lift her pistol, but she was too slow, Hale's boot already arcing through the air. It connected with her wrist, sent the pistol sailing into the corner of the room. Alex's arm went upward, numbness seizing her hand. Broken? She couldn't tell. Didn't have time to even think about it before he was on her. He dropped forward onto her chest, flattening her, straddling her, the barrel of the rifle dropping onto her throat, her fingers finding their way underneath, arms pinned as she tried to fight it. But Hale was bigger, heavier, stronger. He was pressing the gun down onto her esophagus, forcing it closed. She stared up at his silhouette above her, teeth bared, but his expression was not one of glee or excitement, one of confliction, of anguish, of sorrow. Her throat closed entirely before she could piece anything else together, pressure building in her ears, the deep, fast throb of blood squeezing at her temples, her heels raking on the floor behind Hale as he killed her.
Water poured from his dirty blonde hair, dripping onto Alex's face. She writhed, and he redoubled his efforts, all but shoving the rifle entirely through her neck. "Fight! Do something!" she screamed at herself. "Not like this! Not like this!" Think. Remember, you trained for this. You prepared for this. With the last of the oxygen in her brain, she scanned the man above her, looking for something, an opening, a weakness, somewhere tender she could attack. His head was out of reach. He was smart, arms straight, so there was no way she could reach his face. His eyes, both blackened, his nose crooked, swollen, split across the bridge where she'd struck him in the parking lot of the station. He was protecting it, knowing if Alex caught him there, it would all but blind him, leave him open. But his shoulder. She could see the bulge of bandage under his shirt, wrapped across his left shoulder. Alex arched backward, unhooked her hand from under the rifle, the weight of it increasing, the pain reaching unbearable levels. With everything she had, she swung her arm, fist balled, right into the top of his shoulder. He cried out, keeled sideways, left hand loosening on the rifle at the sudden agony. Alex raked in half a breath, reached higher, clamped her fingers around the bulb of his shoulder, sank them into the bandages there. Hale howled, fell backward, whole body convulsing as Alex's index finger found the entry wound and dug into it. And it was all the opening she needed. She forced down another lungful of air, slung her knee upward into the underside of his groin, and he jumped 12 inches higher, almost fumbling the rifle entirely.
Alex's hand closed around it, yanked it free, Hale's eyes widening in the darkness, flashing to the quickly rising barrel as it whipped toward his face, the steel tube connecting with his ear, cleaving it in two. He threw himself backward entirely now, landing hard on the floor, scrabbling away from her. Alex coughed, hacked, twisting and forcing herself, wheezing and shaking, to her knees, using the rifle as a crutch to get to her feet. She could hear Hale moving, trying to rise, but Alex was faster, and she had the gun now. It fell snugly into her grip, and she wheeled around, pinning him at the end of the barrel. Hale had one hand on a banister post above his head, trying to hoist himself upward, blood soaking the side of his face, running from his ear in a steady stream. He froze at the sight of the gun, and though Alex was barely on her feet, the weapon wavering in her grip, from this distance, she couldn't miss. And he couldn't survive. "Don't fucking move," she croaked, each word like acid in her throat. Hale didn't, still half up, gripping the staircase. She started, wincing at the pain. "Do you know me?" she forced out. Hale's expression broke in two as he looked up at her in confusion, the silence between them eaten by the thundering of the rain on the metal roof. "Do you recognize this?" Alex turned her head, tilted it away, exposing the hanged man to him. His eyes fell to it, barely lit in the darkness of the house. Just the raised ridges of scar tissue catching the barest of illumination from the headlights of his truck. "Did you do this?" she screamed, throat bloodied, the taste of metal in her mouth. 13 years ago, 5 girls, a mass grave 2 miles outside of Marshall. Was that you? Did you do that? His grasp slowly uncurled from the banister, and he sank forward, lifting his hands in front of him in innocence. "I don't know what you're talking about," he started slowly, his eyes darting to the open back door. The other person. Alex felt her face contort with rage. "Who else was here?" she demanded. Hale just shook his head. "No one," he said. "I'm alone." "Don't fucking lie to me," Alex snarled with as much force as she could muster. "I saw them. Who are they?" Her mind churned. Someone living with Hale, someone he was hiding, shielding. There's no way they couldn't know about Maddie in the shed, couldn't know about him. But who were they? It was a question she couldn't answer. Only Hale could, and he wasn't going to. "Tell me!" Alex screamed. Hale remained silent. Why? Why did you do this?"
His eyes searched her face. "Because I had to." "What does that mean?" Hale's jaw flexed, lips quivering, as though he was more afraid of what answering would mean than the gun pointed at him. "The tarot. What does it mean, Hale? Why do you carve it into them?"
He inched forward now, staring right into the mouth of the rifle.
"Tell me!" Alex roared, her voice strange and alien, cracked and thin. "Tell me what it means!" But Hale said nothing, just shuffled forward again on his knees, as though begging her to pull the trigger. "Don't move," she ordered him, returning both hands to the rifle. "Don't you fucking move!" Hale swallowed, lifted his head, staring right down the barrel of the rifle. He began bringing his knee forward, lifting his foot and planting it in front of him. "Don't get up," she ordered him, but his eyes had lifted now from the gun, fixing themselves on Alex's. Slowly, he put weight on it, began to rise. "Don't!" She pulled the rifle to her shoulder, readying herself, tears burning in the corners of her eyes. "Please, please just tell me." But Hale was deaf to her plea. He lifted to his feet, just out of arm's reach, but Alex knew he was going to come forward, knew he was going to lunge for the rifle, knew he would take it.
And he would kill her with it. He was leaving her no choice.
"I have to know, Hale. I need to know. Tell me, please," she said, voice dwindling, not ordering anymore, just asking, pleading, begging. The thinnest hint of a smile flickered on his lips, and then he moved. Alex called out, pulled the trigger. Muzzle flash lit the room, a fierce ringing striking up in her ears. Hale stumbled toward her, arms out, and she jumped to the side, watching as he fell past her, landing hard on the floor, arms folded awkwardly under him. She'd hit him center mass, stomach, chest, didn't matter. The back of his shirt was black in the half-light, the caliber of the weapon blowing straight through him. He raked in a gasping, wet breath, and then deflated, lying still. "No, no," Alex muttered, ejecting the rifle from her grip and dropping to her knees, lowering her face next to his. "Hale? Hale?" she asked, her nose inches from his. "Tell me, please, did you do it? Did you do this to me?"
His eyes lifted to hers, held there for just a second, a gruesome, bloodied smile spreading across his lips, and then he was gone. Chapter 64. Pendo Ray County Sheriff's Office, Major Crimes Division, Incident Report, Excerpt. Case reference 04-7719-MJ. Location: approximately 2 miles southeast of Marshall, Washington. Unmarked Forest Service Road branching from State Route 20. Coordinates on file. Date of discovery: September 17th. Reporting Officer: Detective R. Kincaid. At approximately 0642 hours, Pendo Ray County Dispatch received a call from a civilian motorist reporting an injured female lying in the roadway on State Route 20 near mile marker 117. Responding units located a female victim in critical condition, partially clothed, exhibiting extensive traumatic injury. Emergency medical services were dispatched immediately. While securing the immediate area, responding officers observed a disturbed path in roadside vegetation, consistent with dragging/crawling, extending from the shoulder of the highway into wooded terrain approximately 0.6 miles south. The trail was irregular, marked by broken branches, displaced soil, and intermittent blood transfer. Following the path on foot led to a shallow grave site located off an unmaintained Forest Service road. The excavation measured approximately 12 feet in length and less than 3 feet at its deepest point. Soil had been loosely returned to the site, with multiple limbs and torsos partially exposed upon discovery. 4 female victims were located within the grave. The bodies were deposited without apparent order or care, overlapping and contorted, consistent with hastened post-mortem disposal rather than proper burial. All victims exhibited evidence of prolonged physical assault,
including blunt force trauma, burns, lacerations, and restraint injuries. Despite indications of extended torture, cause of death for four victims was determined to be severe blunt force trauma to the head. Based on forensic findings, the victims were held and assaulted elsewhere prior to disposal. The gravesite does not appear to be the location of death. The fifth victim, later designated Jane Doe, survived despite sustaining injuries consistent with those of the deceased. Medical assessment indicates survival following cranial trauma, remains inexplicable at the time of reporting. The attending physician stated that the victim should have succumbed to her injuries and should not have been able to survive. She remains in critical comatose condition and is, as yet, unresponsive. NB. I have attended dozens of homicide scenes during the course of my career, and I have never previously encountered a sight of this nature, violence to this terrifying degree, and evil of this magnitude. May God help us all. Chapter 65, Newport, Washington, Thursday, October 22nd, 6:33 a.m. The rain had eased and dawn was breaking over Newport when Alex stepped through the doors of the emergency room entrance. They rattled open to accept her, a waiting room stretching out ahead. Chairs lined the walls, a few people filling them, spaced out sporadically. A man with a sling around his arm, head leaned back against the wall. A woman with a bandage around her thumb. A young boy and his mother. The boy doubled forward, either in pain or sleeping. Alex couldn't tell which. And John Bell, asleep, chin on his chest. Alex approached, still soaked, exhausted, and in a foul mood, mostly because she'd been forced to kill Hale and had gotten zero answers for it. She'd left Pendlebury and the goon squad out at Hale's to do whatever it was they did. It definitely wasn't police work. Alex had waited, given her statements, called out to the coroner, gotten Sue and Garcia out there. When Pendlebury had asked for more help, more guidance, she told him to call the county sheriff's office. They'd send bodies. And then she'd left. Hale couldn't tell her anything else, but there was someone else who could. She stood over John Bell, her neck various shades of black and purple, and kicked gently at his boot. He roused instantly, starting and almost standing up, clearly waiting on something. News, Alex guessed. If he was here, then Maddie was likely still in surgery, or at least needing intensive enough treatment he couldn't be with her. She tried for empathetic, but her throat was hurting so much she just sort of grimaced at him instead. "Alex," he said, eyes focusing. "What?" he started, looking around, lifting his hand to check his watch before looking back up at her. What happened? Are you all right?" His eyes leapt to her neck. "Hale, is he—" "Dead." The word hurt to say, in more words than one. "Maddie?" she croaked. John shook his head, starved of sleep and still in disbelief. "Still in surgery, I think," he said. "I must have drifted off, around 4, I think." He leaned forward, rubbed his head, sighing. The cut to her stomach had got infected. She was septic. They had to do exploratory surgery to make sure her gut wasn't nicked or— He trailed off, voice cracking. Alex wanted to comfort him, but she didn't have it in her, not in the way that a normal person would. "She's strong. She'll pull through." "How do you know?" he whispered. "Because you said she's like me, and I did. I survived a hell of a lot worse. Trust me." Alex lifted her hand. It hovered above John's shoulder. Then she pulled it back. He sat straight then, drawing in a long, deep breath. "You killed him?" he asked, searching for confirmation in her face. Alex nodded, talking too painful when a gesture would do. "He suffer?" Something darker lurked in his voice then. Alex's mouth bunched, and she gave a quick shake of the head, signaling she was just as unhappy about it as he was. John swore, hunched forward again. "No fucking justice in this world." "No," Alex said. "There isn't." "You managed to get anything out of him before he went?" Hopeful now, John looking up at her from under his brow, his expectations tempered. She swallowed, then regretted it instantly, her throat folding awkwardly, painfully. "No," she muttered, "but—" Her brow creased as she tried to remember it, tried to pick out anything about the second person in her mind that would help identify them. But what? "There was someone else there," she said slowly. "Who?" "I don't know," Alex admitted. "It was dark. They were hiding in the house. I got close. They ran. I didn't see them, didn't have a chance to chase them before Hale came through the window." She grimaced, shook her head. "Jesus," John muttered, looking up at her, not pressing her for anything else. "I'm going back," Alex said, almost resolute. Her eyes drifted to the door leading deeper into the hospital. John was a good man, wasn't going to make her say it. "Thank you," he said. Silence hung between them for a few seconds. "What now?" he asked. What now? A question she'd asked herself a lot in the last few hours. "I kept searching," Alex said. "I did a quick search of the house. There was definitely someone else staying with Hale. The upstairs was full of tarot stuff. The bedroom walls plastered with book pages, magazine cutouts, notes. Garcia's going through it all, but it'll take days to catalog everything, to sort through it all. There was other stuff too, pill bottles and medication, unmarked, but Garcia will test it all." "Sounds like you've got a theory already?" Alex shifted uneasily. She didn't want to voice it, not yet. "This stuff, the tarot and the ritualism of these killings, someone doesn't just come up with that on their own, especially not unless it means something to them, something special. I don't think it did to Hale, but maybe this other person, the pills, the medication, maybe they were older. You think they're the one who killed the 3 women 10 years ago?" It had crossed Alex's mind. "Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they were taking Hale under their wing. Maybe they were using him to kill when they couldn't anymore." John's gaze drifted as he considered it, his eyes moving to the door they'd taken Maddie through. "She might know something," Alex said softly. "She needs to rest, for now," John answered firmly. "She does," Alex said. "Let her rest. But if she's anything like I think she is, anything like me, even a little bit, she'll want to help. She'll want to get this guy." "She will," John said, voice cracking a little. "She's like that. She never gives up. She's a fighter." "I bet she is," Alex smiled a little. "I'm just glad we got there in time." "Thanks to you," John said, looking up at Alex once more. "You saved her life, Alex. You know that, don't you?" Alex said nothing back, simply stood there, and thought of all the ones she couldn't save, steeling herself for what came next. Because it was becoming blindingly clear, this wasn't over. It was just the beginning. Chapter 66. Newport, Washington. Friday, November 6th, 10:17 a.m. 2 weeks later. The drive back to Newport was harder than Alex expected. She knew that she'd need to return at some point, but hadn't expected it to be so quickly. The road winding up to Hale's house seemed dark, twisting despite the hour. Shoulder season had fallen into the early clutches of winter, seemingly overnight, and the temperature had plunged, the tops of the ridges already dusted with snow. It would swallow Newport whole in the next few weeks, and by then, Alex hoped this would all be laid to rest. But she wasn't holding her breath. She emerged into Hale's open driveway, now empty, his truck gone. The shed in which he'd killed his victims sealed up, police tape crisscrossing the door. Alex wheeled the SUV in a slow circle and parked it facing the exit before she got out, squinting up into the cold gray sky, shivering a little at the sudden temperature drop, her breath misting in front of her face. The last time she'd been there, the rain was pouring. She glanced up at the house, the windows that had been shot through, now boarded over, the front door locked with a fresh padlock. A padlock to which she had the key. Alex crunched across the gravel drive and stepped up onto the porch, heels echoing on the wood. She fumbled with the key, the steel cold in her hand, as she took the lock and pulled it free from the door, reaching up and unpicking the police tape tacked to the frame. She pulled Hale's bug screen open and stepped through, pushing the front door inward. It creaked and a shiver ran down Alex's spine. Perhaps from the cold, perhaps from the place. It was eerie being back. Walking crime scenes always was. Everything was untouched, a snapshot in time. The couch pushed at an angle where she and Hale had fought, the rug tossed back. The faded bloodstain on the floorboards, black instead of red in the dim interior. Alex stared down at it, transfixed. So much so that when the back door banged, she flinched, hand leaping to her hip, resting on the grip of her pistol. She narrowed her eyes at the hallway leading to the kitchen, stepping forward and unlatching the safety catch on her pistol. She tugged it free an inch, ready to draw as she stepped into the gap, looking through the kitchen and out of the back door. 2 lengths of yellow police tape swayed gently in the faintest whisper of a breeze, attached at the top, but like the lengths at the front, pulled free at the bottom. She advanced slowly, ears pricked for any hint of sound in the house, and reached the door, a thin shaft of light bleeding across the kitchen floor. The door was open, pulled to the jamb but not latched. Alex knelt, ran her fingers along the edge of it. It was caved in at the bolt, the frame warped too. She'd seen plenty of doors like it over the years, a pry bar wedged in the gap. A single, hard pull separated the bolt from the frame enough that the door simply opened. She pressed it closed, and when she released, it swung in an inch on its own. Alex let out a long breath and stood, turning back to the house. Someone had been here since that night, and it wasn't the police. As she stepped back through into the living room, she envisioned the second man, Hale's mentor. She couldn't be sure that's who it was, but she felt it. She knew. He'd hidden under the stairs and then made a break for it. Alex had almost shot him, but she'd missed. He'd gotten away, and now, maybe he'd come back. Who else would? Her eyes drifted to the stairs, and she began to climb, her legs and back aching, hips complaining at the movement. Stairs were always the worst. It's why she'd picked an apartment building with an elevator back in Spokane. Alex reached the landing, paused again, pulled her pistol all the way free from its holster, and let it hang by her side as she moved along the corridor. The door on the left, above the living room, led to Hale's bedroom. She nudged it open with the toe of her boot. There wasn't anything strange about it. It looked like a normal bedroom of a single 40-something-year-old man. Plaid shirts in the closet, boots too dirty to be upstairs against the wall. A sad-looking fern on the windowsill that didn't get watered anywhere near enough. The only thing of any note was the stack of tarot cards on the bedside table. A book about tarot next to them, as though Hale had been studying, trying to understand. She thought back to their conversation outside Seventh Sense, the store in town. He'd looked up at it, asked Alex whether she believed in any of it. What words had he used? Ridiculous? Nonsense? She couldn't remember exactly. But that had been the thrust of it. Was he simply lying, playing a part? Or did he really think that? Did he really not believe in what he was doing? She licked her lips slowly, recalling the way she'd profiled him right to his face. She wondered how close she'd been, whether he'd recognized himself in her words. She let out another long breath, tired suddenly, and turned away from Hale's room toward the real find. The second bedroom overlooked the forest behind Hale's house, and the second Alex nosed the door open, she grimaced, a wave of nausea, of grim sense of déjà vu washing over her. Something deep inside her screaming to turn, to run, to escape the place. Before that night with Hale, she'd never been in this room before, and yet it was sickeningly familiar. The scar on her neck, the hanged man, itched fiercely as she took it in again. Every wall covered with printouts, book pages, magazine pages, and tarot cards. Any bare space was filled with drawings, right onto the paint. Tarot symbols, numbers, words. The biggest of all, scrawled on the left-hand wall in red letters, droplets running from the bottom curves of the thick letters. Judgment, the 20th card in the major arcana. It signified a moment of reckoning, a call to rise to a higher level of consciousness, embracing a new, authentic self. Rebirth. Alex swallowed, shoved down the bile rising in her throat. Is that what he was pushing Hale toward? Is that what he was calling him to? Alex was about to start forward when she stopped, her eye falling on something else. To the right of the bed, a floorboard was missing. Her brow creased. She'd been through this room herself, and she'd scoured the crime scene photos. Every inch of this place. That board had never moved before. The door downstairs. She went over, crouched, stared into the dark space beneath the floor between the joists. She could see the drywall of the ceiling below, a square cutout in the dust as though something had been resting on it. A box of some kind, she thought, reaching in and running her fingers along the surface. They came away clean. Whatever was down there had been there a long time, and it had only been moved recently. Alex pulled her hand away gently and then stopped, curling her fingers toward herself, catching a single long strand of dark hair. It was caught on a splinter hanging off a joist. She gently lifted, tugging it free. 12 inches long, near black, her stomach churned itself into a tight knot, the same color as her hair. No, it couldn't be. Her hand closed into a fist, gripped the strand of hair, her eyes closing, vomit clawing its way up her throat. Alex let out a shaking breath, forcing herself to think, to focus, and reached into the inner pocket of her jacket with her free hand, pulling free one of the nitrile gloves she always kept there. She blew into it to loosen it out, and then laid the single strand of black hair across the fingers, and turned the whole thing inside out to capture it. When she was finished, she let out a long sigh, not realizing she'd been holding her breath the entire time. Carefully, she rolled up the glove and pushed it into her jeans pocket, keeping it tight and safe. She didn't honestly believe it could be one of hers, but it had been left behind by whoever had lifted the floorboard and removed the mystery box. So if it wasn't, it had to belong to someone else, maybe another victim. Killers often took trophies of some kind, and he'd be nowhere near the first to take a lock of hair as a keepsake. But come on, it couldn't be Alex's, could it? Snagged on a splinter accidentally as he pulled the box out? Or maybe intentionally, if he knew she would be the one who... Alex's eyes drifted from the hole to the removed floorboard itself. She hadn't looked at it yet, just a plank of wood, but as her gaze settled on it, goose flesh broke out all across her skin. She was kneeling, and it was never comfortable, but now, heavy bolts of pain rolled up through her legs and into her hips, her back stiffening and aching, her face getting hot, her mouth filling with saliva as the nausea took hold, her body responding physically to what she was seeing. The floorboard was darkened and dusty with age, but cut into the wood, bright and new, intricate and fresh, was the shape of the hanged man. The matching scar on Alex's neck itched fiercely, and she threw her hand to it instinctively, clamping her palm over it and hissing against the sensation. A sharp squeak of brakes echoed through the open door behind her, and Alex picked her head up, dragged out of the moment. She blinked a few times, looking down at the floorboard once more, grimacing now as she awkwardly pushed herself to her feet, bones and joints complaining as she did. The second killer had been back here, had come back for whatever he'd left behind. A box full of trophies? Alex envisaged a wooden box filled with locks of hair tied up in ribbons, one for each of his victims. She still couldn't believe that the strand in her pocket would belong to her. But she'd get it tested. She'd see, whether it was left behind accidentally or on purpose. She wanted to believe the former, but with that carving staring up at her, she couldn't help but think that here, now, there was no such thing as coincidence, and that it wasn't just left on purpose. It was a message, and it was a message just for her. Chapter 67, Newport, Washington, Friday, November 6th, 10:40 a.m. Alex could feel the glove rolled up in her pocket as she headed down the stairs, her feet heavy and numb as she descended. Her heart was beating hard, the realization stark, cutting. Hale was dead, but the real killer was still out there. She reached the ground floor and headed almost absently through the front door, only coming back to reality when she laid eyes on John Bell's truck. When he spotted Alex on the porch, the driver's door opened, but it wasn't John Bell who jumped out, but Millie, the dog. Hale's dog. Alex thought it strange that John had so willingly taken the animal on, but he'd said that she was a good dog, that she wasn't responsible for what her owner had done, and ultimately, she didn't deserve to pay for Hale's sins. She still didn't quite understand, but she accepted it. Millie was just an animal after all, a better kind than her owner. The dog hit the ground and launched forward like a missile toward Alex. She backed up half a step as the dog leapt toward her, skidding on the porch and nuzzling her hand for a second before she bounded, stinking, as always, inside. She whined, zooming around the ground floor and then taking the stairs like a train as she searched frantically for Hale. She had no grasp that he wasn't there, or what he had been when he was, and there was something sad about that. Hale had seemed to have been nothing but kind, loving even, to Millie, and he was her whole world. Alex had seen that, still believed that. Just another victim, she thought sourly, as John Bell did climb out now. The Ford rocked on its springs as he disembarked, large as always, and unhappy as always. He was scowling, but it wasn't because of anything Alex did, and it wasn't because he was here either. He was scowling because Maddie was. John Bell circled the truck, giving Alex a brief, sullen nod, and approached the passenger door. He muttered something through the open window, expression telling Alex that he was truly unhappy she was here. Though it wasn't Alex who'd insisted on it. She'd simply made the drive out from Spokane. The door opened slowly, and John, resigned, like all fathers, to do exactly what his daughter wanted, helped her down from the cab. Maddie stepped gingerly from the truck, steadying herself on her father's shoulder as she walked, slowly, into the middle of Hale's yard, eyes moving from the house to Alex, and then to the shed on her right, lingering there only a moment before she pulled them away again. She was limping, shuffling her feet, her stomach not yet healed, not even close. She'd been cut by Hale, stabbed. The infection in the wound, and the surgery she'd needed to both fix the damage and check she didn't have a perforated bowel or any serious internal damage, had both taken their toll. Alex had spent a lot of time looking at pictures of Maddie. She was tall, taking after her dad. Her complexion was warm, her hair the color of rich chocolate, her eyes large and bright. But the woman picking her way toward Alex was a shadow of her former self, thin and gaunt, reduced by what Hale had done to her. But she was here, whether she was in pain or not, and she definitely was. Alex stepped down off the porch to greet them as Millie the dog came shooting out of the house and began doing laps of the property, still searching for Hale. Maddie and Alex watched her go and then turned back to the matter at hand. Though she was barely on her feet, Maddie still extended a hand to Alex, who stared down at it, her hand curling into a loose fist at her side, the thought of the contact physically uncomfortable to her. Maddie seemed to read that in Alex and cleared her throat, retracting the offer. Whether she understood or simply accepted it, Alex wasn't sure. "It's good to finally meet you," she said with a little difficulty, as though even speaking was painful. "My dad's not shut up about—" John Bell grunted loudly at her side and cut her off. "Can we just get this over with? You're not supposed to be out of bed, let alone back here." Maddie shot Alex a small smirk. It was weird seeing John Bell being fatherly. But then again, Alex guessed that he'd likely be working a lot harder now to fill that role than he had before. "Thanks for meeting me," Maddie said then. "And for driving out here again. Of course, Alex said with a little nod. I would have happily done this over the phone, and when you were feeling better— No, Maddie cut her off, lifting a trembling hand. I wanted to speak to you face to face, wanted to meet you, want to thank you for finding me, for saving my life. Alex flushed a little, uncomfortable with any kind of praise or kindness. I didn't think anyone was coming, and I just thought, Maddie began to tear up, voice breaking as she spoke. I thought that he was going to get away with it, that he was going to kill me, and— John's big hand rose up and settled on his daughter's shoulder, a silent show of support. Alex wished she could have shown her the same, or shown anyone that, or even allowed someone to show her that. The thought was bitter in her mouth. We got him, Alex said then. He's dead, and he's not coming back. Maddie looked up at her, grateful, but there was something else there too. Something more difficult too. Guilt, maybe? No, shame. And Alex knew why. You were in a relationship with Hale, weren't you? It was barely a statement. We found the phones, the burners, in his house. The one he was using, and the one he gave to Sierra Collins, Kayla Whitmore, and yours. Maddie looked at the ground, then bunched her mouth in disgust. I hate that I didn't see it. We never do, until it's too late, Alex said softly. I liked him, she said with a little difficulty. He was good, at hiding it, I mean. You met him, right? You didn't think— She looked up expectantly. No, Alex replied, not at all. I never thought— Not even once. Not until you did, Maddie scoffed sardonically. At least you weren't stupid enough to confront him alone. No, Alex said, but it wasn't me being smart. It was your father being stubborn, determined, desperate to find you. He never would have let me come alone. Alex saw John's hand tighten on his daughter's shoulder and could feel that he was looking at her, but she didn't meet his gaze. Maddie smiled to herself and shook her head, looking at the ground again. When I first started the job, as chief I relied on him, you know? The senior officers, the detective, they transferred to other departments or just quit the job entirely, out of protest or whatever. She waved it off, but it was clear she felt responsible in some way. But Tyler? He stuck around, and as he showed me the ropes, we got close. John bristled in Alex's periphery, but he didn't interrupt, seemed to know better. He said that he didn't want to cross my dad, that he wouldn't approve. I wouldn't have, John interjected gruffly. So we had to keep it quiet, a secret. I didn't think too much of it. Everyone knew Hale, and starting up with the new chief, 15 years younger than him, people would talk. So we played it down. He got me a burner and I just went along with it. He came to my place, would park a few streets over, we'd close the curtains. It was fun, sneaking around, you know? I do, Alex lied, hoping to encourage her to keep going. And he was good at it, too good. I should have known something was wrong. He'd only want to come over on certain nights, said it was because he didn't want anyone to see his truck too much or whatever. But now I know it's because I wasn't the only one. Sierra Collins, Kayla Whitmore. When did you begin to suspect something was wrong? Only once the body showed up. I asked Hale to help with the investigation. The guys at the station are nice enough, but— Yeah, Alex sighed. I've met them. But Tyler was experienced, and he was helpful, at first. She took a slow breath, adjusted herself on her feet, her hand moving to her stomach, and the unhealed wound there. As I shared more of my investigation with him, that I thought they knew their killer, that they might have been involved with their killer, but that there wasn't anything on their phones, he started getting a little cagey. I was trying to figure out how he would have gotten close to them without anything being on their phones. And then when Hale texted me on the burner, it clicked. She nodded. I played it down and asked him to meet me. I wanted to do it somewhere quiet, somewhere we'd been before, somewhere he wouldn't suspect. The Overlook. Right. But when I got there, I climbed into his truck and you know the rest. He knew. You tried to run. He caught up with you? She nodded. He cut me, carried me back to the truck, brought me here. The last word dripped from her tongue. Alex let her talk. I never came here before that. He was always saying stuff like, a skunk got in the house and it stinks, or the furnace is broken and there's no heat, or a raccoon fell in the water tank and the whole system needs to be sterilized. There was always a reason, none of them hard to believe, all of them necessary to keep me away. Why do you think he wanted to do that? Alex probed. Maddie looked up suddenly, brow creasing. Because this is where he murdered the women he kidnapped? There was a bite to her words. It was a stupid question, Alex suspected, but it wasn't the answer she wanted. What I meant, Alex corrected carefully, was... She trailed off, thinking on her words. Why didn't he kill you? It was a plain question, and one Alex hoped Maddie would have a definitive answer to. But it wasn't one she wanted to give, not easily at least. I think... Maddie had clearly considered that question a lot, likely every minute she was locked up in Hale's shed. I think, for everything he did, he actually felt something for me. Sierra, Kayla, if he did that to them, strangled them, stabbed them, cut those symbols into them, he can't have felt something real, she said, the hope in that statement clear in her voice. John's hand remained on her shoulder, but trembled visibly as his daughter spoke, his eyes fixed on the house behind Alex. But he wasn't really looking at it, looking through it, more like. But with me, I don't know, he didn't want to kill me. Did he tell you that? Alex asked, not wanting to put her through too much. She'd been in Maddie's shoes, had endured questions like this about her own case from detectives. Being forced to relive it was hell. No, Maddie replied. He didn't say a word to me, wouldn't even look at me after he brought me here. But I know that tying me up, not killing me or marking me, wasn't what he was supposed to do. Supposed to? Alex's brow furrowed. How do you know what he was supposed to do? She'd wanted to ask this question at the right moment, but she sensed there wasn't going to be one. There was someone else here with Hale, living here, with him, wasn't there? Did you see them? Did you... No, I didn't, Maddie said, almost sharp. But I heard Hale talking to someone when he was outside the shed. Whoever it was never came in, never spoke loudly enough for me to hear their voice, but I'd hear Hale arguing with them, asking, why? Why what? Millie appeared from the undergrowth then, satisfied she'd searched everywhere else for Hale, and went to the door of the shed where Maddie had been held, touched her nose to the steel, and started whining again. The last place to look for her master. Why, he had to kill me, I think, Maddie barely muttered. I don't know. I don't think he really understood any of it. Or maybe he did. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, or... She trailed off for a moment. He brought me here, chained me up, left me. But I kept thinking he was coming back, that eventually that question would be answered, and he'd have his reason, and he'd... She drifted again, tears welling up in her eyes. Alex let the silence fall, turning toward the shed once more. Hale's words outside the tarot shop came back to her once more. His expression. He was asking Alex if she understood it, if she thought it was real. He was hoping she'd give him the answer. The answer to the question he needed to know. Did it mean anything? Did it mean enough to kill Maddie? She thought maybe her answer to him was the only thing that had kept her alive. Either way, Maddie was here and Hale wasn't. But that didn't mean that this was over. The sky above was broken into shards of gray. The rain had stayed off for days, but now, as Alex turned her attention upward, the first droplets of a new rain had begun to fall. They landed on her face, cold, stinging. They pattered on the metal roof of his house, on the roof of the shed. They echoed off the hood of John's truck, and they stained the ground dark around them. "Weather's coming in," John said then, "and Maddie needs to rest. Is there anything else?" He looked at her expectantly, hoping, not for more, but that it was over. Alex swallowed. "There's nothing else," she said slowly, smiling through the rain. "That's everything." John nodded, steering Maddie, exhausted and in pain, back toward his truck, leaving Alex standing there in front of Hale's house, knowing that her last words weren't the truth. It wasn't everything. There was something else. And as the rain continued to fall, Alex couldn't help but reach into her pocket, settling her hand around the now worn, familiar edges of the card she carried with her everywhere. The one, for so long, she'd hated, but now couldn't seem to let go of. Chapter 68. Spokane Field Office, Special Investigations Department, Wednesday, November 11th, 11:12 a.m. Returning to a desk after working a case, especially one like that, was always strange. Alex felt like a slightly different person every time she returned here, and to slide in behind a computer screen and begin working by tapping on a keyboard instead of tramping through rain-soaked woods, her service weapon weighing heavy at her hip, it just felt strange. Like everything that had come before was some warped fever dream conjured up by her mind. One long nightmare that she'd just woken from, and one in which teasing apart true memories and the terrible fictions her mind had created was the most difficult job of all. Evil like that can't really exist, can it? Her phone vibrated on her desk, pulling her out of her haze, and she lifted it, looking down at the screen, seeing that an email had come through. It was from Kevin, down in the digital forensics lab where he made his nest. The subject line read, "Sorry this took so long. Background check. Tyler Hale, unsealed." No preamble, just the broad strokes, what Kevin had been able to dredge up on their killer. Because Alex couldn't help but wonder how a guy like Hale could have got so caught up in something like this. He was targeted, molded, twisted. She knew there had to be something deeper, something that made him the right choice for something like this. And as she read, she understood. Hale, Tyler Robert, born Missoula, Montana. Mother Hale, Jacqueline Anita, deceased. Served 5 years in prison. Father unknown. Tyler was removed from his mother's custody at age 9. His mother's court documents say she was convicted for child abuse, sexual abuse. He got out after 2 years, and then he went back. To his mother? Alex had to make sure she read that right. A report from DCFS recommending reunification after she got out of prison. Alex blinked at it, scrolled down, saw the death certificate for his mother, her blood running a little cold. 8 months after he went to live with her, a week after Hale's 16th birthday, she died. Cause of death? Heart attack. No autopsy. Alex's finger drummed on her mouse. About 100 ways to induce one of those if you were inclined to. And at 16, he was old enough to stand on his own. At least old enough to fall through the cracks for DCFS. After that, there was nothing. Until he popped up in Newport 10 years later. The next document attached was his application to Newport PD. And after, John Bell had told her the rest. He'd been surprisingly, and perhaps annoyingly, communicative since her departure from Newport. Hale had been well-adjusted, kind, charming. He kept to himself. Not particularly social, didn't like being near people, preferred the company of his dog. Alex thought of Millie then, a good dog belonging to a bad owner, one who'd found a new home with John Bell. Alex asked him if that wasn't strange, considering the circumstances, considering Maddie. He asked her if it was the dog who kidnapped her. Alex didn't have a leg to stand on in the argument. Hale's quirks had been easy for everyone to overlook. Who didn't prefer dogs to people? Who didn't like their own company? If that was the criteria for a killer, then she should be locked up then and there. She grimaced at the thought, pushed on. This background Kevin had found explained it, though. His violent tendencies toward women, sexual battery, born from the abuse he himself endured. Those abused often grew up to abuse others, not because they wanted to, because they had to, because they felt it was right or necessary, because they needed to make others feel like they did, because they needed to punish others for the things the people who hurt them weren't punished for, because they needed justice, balance, because they needed control, to seize it, to take it from others. And as for the man who shaped him, Hale grew up without a father, without a man in the house to protect him. He'd been searching for a father figure maybe, someone to guide him, to show him the right way to be a man. Whether he'd been chosen specifically or it was a chance encounter, Alex didn't know. But what she did know was that once that man got his hooks in, Hale probably didn't stand a chance. What had happened to him had broken him, had made him into someone who had the capacity for violence, had made him a killer. And he likely killed his mother too. And in those lost years, who knew what he'd done? He'd been found, she thought. She knew that much at least. Found and shown a new path. Given the kind of attention, the kind of love, the kind of understanding he'd always yearned for. And that had opened a door inside him. A door that evil had been able to flow into. Alex set her teeth, ignoring the ache in her once broken jaw as she did. There was still so much unanswered. Had he killed those women 9 years ago in Newport? There was no way to know. A less experienced hand had done it, certainly. It could have been Hale, but it could have been someone else. Perhaps his mentor. She let out a long breath, kept reading Kevin's email. He'd gone deep on Hale's digital footprint and found it practically non-existent, at least up to 10 years ago. Before that, he wasn't active, but he had accounts, could be placed, had a phone history and left a trail. Then, nothing. He'd scrubbed his social accounts, deactivated his personal emails, dropped his phone contracts, switched to burners. Outsourced his banking to an international digital bank that made it impossible to follow his money. He paid his property tax, his car insurance, everything in cash in town. All his files were paper. He had a laptop in his house, but it was encrypted, heavily so, more heavily than Kevin had been prepared for. It took days to break. And when he got in, finally, a self-formatting protocol kicked in and raised the hard drive entirely, bricking the machine. Kevin had been giving it the paddles to try and breathe life into it, but it was now just an oversized paperweight. And any hope of picking up a trail from there had gone cold before it had even warmed up. Kevin had also scoured the internet for Hale and found nothing. He'd been meticulous in this, in his work to stay undetected, which meant that whoever's feet he was learning at had probably been doing this a long time. They were smart, experienced, someone who'd been hiding in plain sight for decades, someone like Hale, who you'd never look at twice. Alex all but shuddered at the thought. This was a reality she was all too familiar with. All of it was difficult to bear. She had nothing more to go on. Hale had killed himself and left her at a dead end. She scrolled down, saw the thing she was hoping for at the bottom of the email. Another line from Kevin. Also, we finally got something on that DNA result from the hair you asked Dana to run. She said to apologize that it took a little longer than normal because you wanted it done quietly. Ran it through our database, the National, and passed it out to local sheriff and police departments around the state, including Pond Oriel, like you asked. It came back with a hit on an old case, number 04-7719-MJ, matched to a Jane Doe. Alex stopped reading, breath held. She'd know that case number anywhere. It was engraved in her mind, etched in bone. It was her case. 12 years ago, 2 miles south of Marshall, Washington, a mass grave containing 4 bodies. There was one survivor, an unidentified girl, a Jane Doe. Alex's blood ran cold at the revelation. Hale hadn't been the one who'd killed her, but the man teaching him had been. And now he knew who she was. And Alex knew, deep down, he'd be coming back for her, to finish what he started. And when he did, Alex Marshall would be ready. The end.